Chapter 51. Lin E, clutching the still-warm lunchbox, hurried home. Pushing open the door, in the dim light, a small figure was curled up on the old sofa. Hearing the door open, Xiaxia abruptly looked up, her big eyes instantly filling with light. "Mommy!" Lin E suppressed a sob, forcing a natural smile. Xiaxia must have been starving. "Look what Mommy brought you." She carefully placed the lunchbox on the table, lifting the lid, and the aroma of rice and fruit wafted out. Lin E placed a spoon in her daughter's hand, then simply sat beside her watching. Looking into her daughter's bright eyes, the suppressed sorrow in Lin E surged up again. She quickly turned her head away, blinking rapidly. "Xiaxia?" Lin Yi's voice was a little strained. "The day after tomorrow is the weekend, Mom. I take you to the amusement park, okay?" Xiaxia paused in her chewing, her eyes filled with confusion and worry instead of surprise. "Amusement park?" she asked hesitantly. "Mom, going there? Will it cost a lot of money?" Before Lin E could answer, she forced a sweet smile. "Actually, it would be nice if we just sat in the nearby People's Square. There are flowers, pigeons." Thinking of one of her decisions, Lin E forced a smile, trying to make it more genuine. "Silly child." She paused, instinctively weaving a lie. "The tickets are a benefit from Mom's workplace. They're free, really." "Really? It's free?" Xiaxia's eyes lit up instantly, a bright smile blooming on her little face. That's great, Mommy. I want to ride the carousel." Lin E abruptly closed her eyes, suddenly understanding. So, she did not want to go, she was just too sensible. She stood up, wiping Xiaxia's mouth. She thought to herself, I must make sure Xiaxia has a good time this weekend. After all, the last few days. Tan Xiaoxiao sat listlessly on a wicker chair outside the convenience store, watching the group of middle-aged women dancing silently in the courtyard of the residential area. From 6 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., a full 3 hours. The two new young girls were at the end of the line, their movements clumsy and stiff, clearly unable to keep up with the rhythm. But the lead dancer was exceptionally serious, her eyes flashing fiercely at them from time to time. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, inwardly thinking, this is so inhumane. They just joined. Is it really necessary to train them so hard? Finally, around 9 o'clock in the evening, the silent dance abruptly stopped. The middle-aged women instantly, and in unison stopped their movements, then dispersed indifferently. Su Jing and Yan Yitong could barely stand, supporting each other. Sweat soaked their backs, and they were panting heavily, their eyes somewhat unfocused. Watching their staggering figures leave, Tan Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath. Poor things. She yawned. The clock on the wall was approaching 10 o'clock. At this time, there wouldn't be any more customers. Tan Xiaoxiao got up and deftly locked the convenience store's glass door. Back in the small suite at the back, she laid down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed, but in a half-dreaming, half-awake state, she suddenly felt something wet on her face, something licking her cheek. Then, a furry body nuzzled against her arms and waist, making a whimpering sound, as if calling her awake. Tan Xiaoxiao unconsciously rolled over, muttering, "Ugh, Big Black, stop it." Then she waved her hand habitually. At her unconscious murmur, the furry creature became even more agitated, its licking becoming rapid and passionate. Wait! This sensation, and that unfamiliar whimpering. Tan Xiaoxiao abruptly opened her eyes, and found a pair of bright green, wet eyes looking at her expectantly in the darkness. She practically sat bolt upright, frantically turning on the small plastic nightlight by her bedside. A large, jet-black dog sat panting in front of her bed, its tail wagging cautiously, its eyes full of expectation. Who are you? Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively looked around the small room. The door was securely closed, the windows were locked, and this dog, how did it get in? And large dogs are prohibited in this community. Hearing her words, the large black dog's ears drooped instantly. It let out a low growl, its massive body looking somewhat bewildered. This dog didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her? Tan Xiaoxiao suppressed her surprise and looked at its aggrieved expression, sighing helplessly. I don't know how you sneaked in, but dogs your size aren't allowed in this community. If the security guards find out. She paused, remembering the cold, hard penalties in the community rules, her tone becoming more stern. You're going to be in big trouble. Tan Xiaoxiao pointed to a shadowy corner of the room. Now, right now, hide there. No barking, no moving, understand? The big black dog seemed to understand the severity of her words, letting out a very low, whimper-like response. Then, with its tail between its legs, it slowly moved to the corner, curling itself up as much as possible. Seeing how obedient it was, and how it didn't make a sound. Tan Shishio's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She laid down again, closing her eyes wearily. Where did this dog come from? Why was it so affectionate towards her? What should she do with it tomorrow? She couldn't just let it hide in the room forever, could she? Thinking about it, exhaustion washed over her again, and she finally drifted off to sleep. This sleep was restless, bizarre and fantastical dreams haunted her, but when she woke up, she remembered nothing of them. At 7 in the morning, Tan Xiaoxiao was jolted awake by her alarm clock and sat bolt upright, almost instinctively glancing towards the corner. There was no sign of the big black dog. Tan Xiaoxiao jumped out of bed and searched the suite barefoot. Under the bed? Nothing. The cramped bathroom? Empty. The huge, furry, green-eyed black dog had simply vanished into thin air. It was as if everything from last night had just been a dream. A sense of loss and confusion instantly washed over her. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, opened the shop door, and began absent-mindedly tidying the shelves, her gaze involuntarily drifting repeatedly towards the entrance, as if hoping a dark figure would suddenly appear. "Good morning, Boss Tan. What are you looking at? You seem so lost in thought?" A slightly aged voice broke the silence in the shop. Old Wang, fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf fan, was now standing at the cashier, his face still bearing that same warm smile, but his cloudy eyes keenly caught Tan Shishio's shifty gaze. Tan Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, almost instinctively blurting out, I think, I saw it." Halfway through her sentence, she remembered the regulations banning large dogs, and a sense of urgency washed over her. She couldn't tell him. Absolutely not. She lowered her head, pretending to tidy the receipts under the counter. "I saw an insect, a huge one. It was black, it startled me." "An insect?" Old Wang's smile remained unchanged, his cloudy eyes narrowing slightly, as he slowly fanned himself. "Really? Our building management sprays insecticide regularly, so there shouldn't be any that slipped through. Are you sure what you saw was really just an insect?" Tan Xiaoxiao forced herself to remain calm, avoiding Grandpa Wang's scrutinizing gaze, and bent down to take a bottle of lactose-free milk from under the counter, and handed it to him. "Probably. Maybe I was still half asleep, and my eyes were playing tricks on me. Here, your lactose-free milk." Grandpa Wang took the milk, didn't ask any further questions, gave Tan Xiaoxiao a meaningful look, then slowly swiped his points card at the machine, fanned himself with a palm leaf fan, and strolled out of the convenience store. Watching Grandpa Wang's disappearing figure, Tan Xiaoxiao silently exhaled. She leaned against the cold checkout counter, looking at the neatly arranged shelves in the convenience store. Was last night really just a dream? For the next few nights, Dahe would silently appear beside Tan Shishio's bed. But it wasn't like before, simply lying quietly, its head resting on the sleeping Tan Xiaoxiao, as if pondering something, or perhaps conveying something. This strange occurrence not only affected Tan Xiaoxiao, but also made both the Blood Blade Star people and the Blue Star people unusually silent, afraid to make any rash moves, lest they be frozen in time as photographs. Meanwhile, Su Jing and Yan Yitong improved their square dancing skills over these few days, completely integrating into the intimidatingly synchronized senior citizen square dance team. Because of this, they earned a considerable amount of civilization points every day, but each time the points were tallied, the lead dancer's eyes were filled with resentment and malice. Not bad. The lead dancer's voice was flat and emotionless after the rehearsal ended that day. "Looks like you'd be performing at tomorrow night's civilized residence commendation ceremony." Su Jing and Yan Yitong's heart sank, a chill instantly running through them. A commendation ceremony? Performing on stage? This is definitely not a good thing. They exchanged a glance, both seeing undisguised fear in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoxiao sat behind the convenience store counter, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. She felt her mind had become much clearer these past few days. At the same time, she began to sense something was wrong with this worry-free community. Does mutual reporting really bring civilization? Why does every click of the shutter accompany the complete disappearance of a resident, leaving only a frozen photo of terror on the notice board? Why can those ethereal civilized points be exchanged for tangible goods here? What chilled her to the bone was that the items on her shelves seemed to never sell out. She had never restocked, yet, no matter how much she sold during the day, the shelves were always full the next morning. She sensed something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint the reason, and could only frown in frustration. That evening, Su Jing and Yan Yitong dragged their weary bodies into the convenience store. Looking at the fluctuating numbers on their points cards, their faces showed no joy, only heaviness. Yan Yitong mustered her courage, her voice trembling tentatively. "Mr. Tan, Do you know how long? Or how many civilization points we need to get that happiness certificate? Tan Xiaoxiao was yawning. She had been unusually sleepy lately, and answered casually. Oh, that? As long as you get the title of civilized resident at tomorrow night's commendation ceremony, the property management will naturally give it to you. Tomorrow? Su Jing's heart leaped into her throat. Then can we get it tomorrow? Her voice was filled with hope and fear. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the pitifully small number on their points cards and yawned widely. You too? Far from it. After seeing the two dejected individuals off, Tan Xiaoxiao locked the shop door, and exhaustion quickly lulled her into sleep. The large black dog reappeared beside her bed. It sat quietly, its eerie green eyes flashing with indescribable, complex emotions in the darkness. Then, a strange black aura surged from the dog's body, like living vines, silently coiling around the sleeping Tan Xiaoxiao, forcibly dragging her into a bizarre and fantastical dream. The convenience store at 23 Neon Street, the eerie trash can inside, the refrigerator that didn't need electricity, the humiliating photo of Big Black in a pink dress. Countless memories, forcibly erased by the rules of worry-free community, surged like a raging tide into her imprisoned mind. Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, her memories returned. She was Tan Xiaoxiao, her store was at 23 Neon Street, she didn't belong to this damned, fake worry-free community. She breathed heavily, her eyes instinctively searching for Big Black's figure. In the corner, the once arrogant Big Black dog was now a tiny, weak, curled-up puppy the size of a palm. Big Black. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, carefully cradling the warm little creature in her hands. Looking at its pitiful state, Tan Xiaoxiao hugged it tightly. What a stupid dog. Just then, the sound of playful fighting came from not far away. She frowned, put down Big Black, and went outside. The community center was brightly lit. All the residents, regardless of age or gender, wore empty yet happy smiles, their eyes fixed on the stage in front of them. Property manager Xiao Wu, dressed in a crisp dark blue uniform, walked confidently onto the stage. When the spotlight shone on his handsome, refined face with its gold-rimmed glasses, Su Jing, Yin Yitong, Lu Luan, and Bian Ruijin in the audience almost simultaneously narrowed their eyes. This was the Dr. Wu from Qishan Mental Hospital, but wasn't he resurrected by Sister Tan, and now the property manager of this strange community? Dr. Wu, or rather, Property Manager Wu, stood on the stage and began a passionate, seductive speech. His gaze swept over the Blue Star Fire Seed team below from time to time, his eyes filled with resentment. Those who felt his gaze, including Bian Ruijin, almost simultaneously felt a chill run down their spines. He stood on the stage, his voice echoing through the microphone in the deathly silent hall, like the whisper of a demon. It is thanks to everyone's joint efforts that our community is so wonderful. Now, we will commend this week's most outstanding civilized resident. First place in civilization points, Little Lily. His voice suddenly rose, filled with exaggerated praise. Lily skipped and hopped onto the stage, her little face beaming with an innocent yet almost cruel smile, her big eyes sparkling with longing for the reward. When she received a red card with intricate patterns from Dr. Wu's hand, the happiness certificate, the residents below immediately erupted in thunderous, unified applause. Watching Lily skip and hop off the stage, Dr. Wu's expression suddenly changed. His gaze swept over the Blue Star inhabitants below, his voice filled with undisguised malice. A beautiful order needs to be maintained, and those who disrupt it must be punished. Now, let's announce the list of residents whose civilization points this week are 0. With a wave of his hand, 5 names instantly scrolled across the large screen. Resident Zhang Gu, Resident Ba Feng, Resident Sui Xing, Resident Lu Luan, Resident Bian Ruijin. It seems you lot. Dr. Wu's gaze swept over the 5, a cruel smile curving his lips. Completely disregarding the civilization covenant, and stingy with extending a helping hand to your neighbors. He paused, savoring the sudden tension in the 5 men's bodies, and slowly announced the final verdict. According to the community rules, residents with the lowest ability scores need to have their photos taken and displayed on our uncivilized behavior bulletin board as a warning to others. However, he drawled, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the 3 Blood-Laid Star members and the 2 Blue Star members, full of provocation. There's only one spot. You 5, discuss it and decide who gets to enjoy this honor. As soon as Dr. Wu finished speaking, Blood-Laid Star's captain, Bone Slash, flashed a murderous glint in his eyes. What discussion? Before absolute power, the weak are sacrifices. He abruptly stood up, grabbing at Bian Ruijin, who was closest to him, without hesitation. Scarface and Shattered Star also lunged at Lu Luan with sinister grins. Bien Ruijin reacted quickly, leaning back sharply to narrowly avoid the attack. Lu Luan also rolled awkwardly to dodge Scarface's attack. But the Bloodblade alien's strength and speed far surpassed theirs, and the two were instantly at a disadvantage. The residents below the stage watched the hunt indifferently, as if it were a performance unrelated to them. Su Jing looked at Dr. Wu and suddenly stood up. This is violence. It should be photographed and exposed. However, Dr. Wu deliberately tilted his head, watching the chase and fight unfold, his smile full of mockery. This resident, you're mistaken. They're not fighting at all. This is clearly new neighbors playing around, getting to know each other. He straightened up, addressing the audience, his voice suddenly rising. Everyone, don't you agree? Yes. Just kidding. To build rapport. A unified roar erupted from the audience, completely drowning out Su Jing's weak protest. Su Jing's face paled instantly, her body trembling slightly with anger and fear. Damn it! This is deliberately instigating a fight. What do we do? The Bloodblade Star people's strength is at least 4 times that of Blue Star people. We're doomed. God, Captain! Yenitong's heart pounded. She instinctively wanted to rush to help, but Bien Ruijin's sharp gaze froze her in place. She could only watch helplessly as Zhang Gu stomped Bien Ruijin to the ground. Bien Ruijin groaned, instantly immobilized. Zhang Gu glanced at Bien Ruijin on the ground as if he were trash, then turned to Lu Luan, who was already firmly controlled by Scarface and Shattered Star. The scar on Scarface's face now appeared even more menacing. His fierce gaze swept over Lu Luan's pretty face, resembling that of a pretty boy, and his blonde hair, which still shone brightly even amidst the chaos. He grinned, revealing a cruel and wicked smile. TSK, you're it, pretty boy. Since you're so flashy, you be forever frozen in that face. He shoved Lu Luan forward abruptly, towards the camera in front of the stage. On stage, Dr. Wu watched this scene, a nauseatingly gleeful smile flashing across his face. Lu Luan felt a powerful, irresistible force binding him, his body stiffening, his vision blurring. The hearts of the Blue Star group sank to the bottom, a sense of despair welling up within them. Just at this critical moment. Bang! The heavy double doors of the community center were violently pushed open, and a figure stood in the doorway against the red moonlight, his voice filled with undisguised rage. It's so noisy. What are you taking pictures of at night? Can't a person get any sleep? As soon as she finished speaking, the community center security camera flickered and instantly stopped working. Lu Luan, who had been locked onto the camera, relaxed, staggered, and gasped for breath, looking incredulously at the figure that had suddenly appeared at the door, a glint of joy in her eyes. The eyes of the people on Blue Star instantly blazed with the ecstatic joy of escaping a desperate situation. Sister Tan. She's here. Everyone on Blue Star watching the live stream sat dumbfounded in front of their screens, staring at the figure that had suddenly appeared, like a god. Sister Tan? Sister Tan. You're just in time. Sister Tan, help! Tan Xiaoxiao ignored the tense atmosphere inside, her gaze fixed on the face of the man in the dark blue uniform on the stage. Anger instantly flared in her eyes. She walked in step by step, each step filled with fury. I should call you Dr. Wu. She walked to the front of the stage, glancing at the word property management on the man's clothes, then looked up at the man on stage, whose expression had slightly changed. Or is it little Wu from property management? Or... Her voice suddenly rose, filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. That runaway, irresponsible ex-boyfriend of Sister Wang? The name Sister Wang caused a crack to appear in Dr. Wu's refined and hypocritical mask. Recalling the difficult and fierce woman, a barely concealed sense of apprehension and disgust flashed deep in his eyes. He looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with annoyance at having his plans disrupted. Miss Tan, you're always so nosy. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely enraged by his rudeness. The anger of being fooled overwhelmed her reason. Her right hand instantly gripped Dr. Wu's neck at the edge of the stage, the movement so swift and powerful that Dr. Wu had no time to react, just like in the psychiatric ward back then. However, Dr. Wu, his throat gripped, showed no fear in his eyes, but instead a chilling smile appeared. Heh? Miss Tan. We'll meet again. Before he could finish speaking, Dr. Wu's body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes instantly extinguished, leaving them empty and lifeless. Like a puppet with its strings cut, he slumped down, collapsing onto the stage with a thud, motionless. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the lifeless corpse at her feet, a surge of furious rage rising within her. She angrily raised her foot and kicked Dr. Wu's corpse hard, but it still didn't quell her anger. At this moment, her rage towards the higher dimensional beings hiding behind the scenes reached its peak. However, before her anger could subside, a cold, emotionless system notification instantly echoed throughout the entire community center. Warning! Key NPC property management Xiao Wu is dead. All NPCs are experiencing programming malfunction. Berserk level plus 100%. Just a moment ago, the residents sat in the audience with empty smiles on their faces, and immediately stood up in unison. Their expressions were twisted, their eyes bloodshot, filled with bloodlust and madness. The dancing auntie's nails sharpened, and she was surrounded by a murderous aura. Her bloodshot eyes were fixed on every living creature present. Even the docile kitten in Grandpa Wang's arms bristled, its fur gleaming with the same bloodthirsty light. The 3 Bloodblade Star members closest to the residents were the first to be overwhelmed by the enraged NPCs. John Gu cursed and punched an old man who lunged at him, sending him flying, but more residents continued to surge forward. Scarface was slashed on the arm by a seemingly frail woman's sharp fingernails, blood gushing out instantly. Shattered Star was tackled to the ground by the incredibly fast-moving Lily, several bloody gashes appearing on his neck. Because the Blue Star people were closer to Tan Xiaoxiao, the frenzied NPCs seemed hesitant to attack. Tan Xiaoxiao watched this chaotic, extremely uncivilized scene, like a zombie apocalypse, her brows furrowed deeply. Such a serious large-scale brawl, such uncivilized behavior that disrupts the harmony of the community. Is this broken camera blind? Why isn't it taking pictures? Her words had barely left her lips. Click. 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 The rapid, chilling sound of camera shutters instantly filled the air. All the figures attacking, biting, and wrestling, whether frenzied residents, retaliating Bloodblade aliens, or NPCs threatening the Blue Star people, froze instantly. Then, they vanished without a trace. The vast community center was emptied in the blink of an eye, except for the uncivilized behavior bulletin board on the walls, which was instantly covered with new photos. Serious violation warning. Group fighting. Seriously disrupting community harmony and safety. Penalty. Immediate freeze. Civility points, 0. Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, Yenitong, Lu Luan, and Tan Xiaoxiao, having not participated in any attacks, luckily escaped this terrifying judgment. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Jing and Yenitong's legs went weak, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Lu Luan touched his neck, where he had almost been photographed, still shaken. Bian Ruijin clutched his aching chest, looking at the instantly cleared space and the walls covered with memorial portraits, unsure whether to feel lingering fear or joy. Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over the spot where Lily had disappeared, landing on the shimmering happiness certificate lying on the ground. She pursed her lips, bent down to pick it up, and casually tossed it to Bian Ruijin, who was still in shock and confusion. Bian Ruijin instinctively caught the cold metal card. It felt heavy in his hand. The moment his fingers touched the card, the cold system notification sounded in his ear again. Key item detected. Happiness certificate. Blue Star Fire Seed team successfully completed the mission. Base mission points plus 500. Opponent planet Bloodblade Star team wiped out, gaining an additional 300 points. Total points, 800. Rewards. Disaster exemption card *1. Lottery draw attempt *1. Bian Ruijin's face was momentarily dazed, as if in a dream. This is it? The Fire Seed team members stood there, their faces full of dreamy smiles. Tan Xiaoxiao ignored them. She was only worried about her shop. Holding Dahe, she hurriedly walked out of the residential area. Opening the familiar door to 23 Neon Street, the moment she saw the scene inside, a surge of anger welled up within her. The shelves were overturned, goods were scattered everywhere, the once clean floor was covered in unidentified stains, and a strange smell filled the air. Those damned high-dimensional bastards. Tan Xiaoxiao was instantly furious. She carefully placed the large black dog she was carrying on the relatively clean carpet behind the cashier. Then, hands on her hips, she glanced at Bian Ruijin and his group of 4, who had cautiously followed her in, and began to give orders without any politeness. What are you looking at? Tan Xiaoxiao snapped. What are you standing there for? Get back to cleaning. Bian Ruijin and the others instantly fell silent, immediately transforming into cleaning workers, their movements swift and cautious, afraid of further angering Sister Tan. Seeing that the cleaning was almost complete, Tan Xiaoxiao's anger seemed to have subsided somewhat. Bian Ruijin took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and carefully pulled the colorful scratch-off lottery ticket from his backpack. Then, with his most sincere and respectful smile, He approached the cashier and handed over the card. Sister Tan, look. Bien Ruijin was about to wish for the reward he wanted this time when Tan Xiaoxiao impatiently waved her hand, interrupting him. Another lottery, huh? Fine, fine. She straightened up, snatched the scratch-off ticket from Bien Ruijin's hand, and haphazardly scratched the coating with her thumbnail. Then, without even looking at it, she casually tossed the card, along with the thing that had just appeared, towards Bien Ruijin. Here, here, here. Look for yourself. Don't bother me. Bien Ruijin's heart sank, and he frantically caught the flying object. What he caught was a metal milk powder can with a cartoon sun on it, and the words full of energy written on it in large characters. Almost simultaneously, the cold, black system logo appeared above the can. Energetic growth milk powder for children completely repairs congenital genetic defects, reverses acquired damage to the foundation, and reshapes children, 0 to 12 years old, in their developmental stage, to a perfect state of health. A revolutionary boost to the overall physique of the next generation of humanity. The Blue Star livestream room was instantly flooded with a barrage of comments, repairing congenital genetic defects, reversing acquired damage, reshaping to perfect health, a revolutionary boost to the physique of the next generation? What does this mean? Is it a nationwide evolution? Is this baby formula? This is a gene evolution potion. Bien Ruijin's hands trembled slightly as he held the baby formula can. This baby formula? He carefully put the can away, his voice firm and resolute. Thank you, Sister Tan. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't even turn her head, glaring fiercely at a stubborn stain in the corner. What are you thanking me for? It's just a can of broken baby formula. Quickly clean this dirty spot. Bien Ruijin paused, quickly put away the baby formula, and picked up a rag to wipe the corner. Inside an amusement park and an underground base in the Yen Kingdom of Blue Star, Xiaoxia sat on a snow-white pony, her little hands gripping the golden railings of the carousel tightly. She turned her head sharply, waving vigorously at Lin Yi outside the railing. Mommy, look, I'm flying. Lin Yi stood outside the railing, forcing a smile, waving back at her daughter. Fly. Xiaoxia. Fly well. Lin Yi murmured softly, looking at her daughter's pure, untainted smile, her heart filled with icy coldness. This was the last time. After Xiaoxia had had her fill of the carousel, she would take her to that quiet place they had chosen long ago. She would watch Xiaoxia fall asleep in her arms, forever, peacefully asleep, never again to suffer the torment of illness. And she herself would follow closely behind. Lin Yi couldn't bear to look at her daughter's carefree smile any longer. She turned her head slightly, trying to force back the surging tears. Just then, ring, ring! A rapid, piercing cell phone rang. Lin Yi paused. This ringtone belonged to Xiaoxia's attending physician. Why was Dr. Lu calling at this time? Lin Yi's hand trembled. She took several deep breaths and barely managed to press the answer button. Hello? Dr. Lu? On the other end of the line, Dr. Lu's voice lacked its usual composure, filled with barely suppressed excitement, and spoke at an alarming pace. Lin Yi? Where are you? Immediately. Bring Xiaoxia to the hospital. Now, right now. Lin Yi paused, her voice numb. Dr. Lu, I already settled this month's treatment fees. What treatment fees? No, not treatment fees, Lin Yi. Listen to me. There's a turning point, a huge turning point. Are you watching the live stream of the ghostly disaster? Dr. Lu's voice suddenly rose, becoming somewhat incoherent due to his urgency. The milk powder that Sister Tan scraped out, Bien Ruijin, Captain Bien brought back. It can repair congenital genetic defects in children under 12. The government is collecting information on children with genetic diseases. I have to go now. I have other family members to notify. You need to bring Xiaoxia over quickly. Before Lin Yi could reply, Dr. Lu hung up the phone. Lin Yi, holding her phone, froze on the spot, as if under a spell. After a long while, a surge of overwhelming joy made her heart pound. Lin Yi looked up at her slender daughter on the carousel, tears of joy instantly streaming down her face. Chapter 52. Almost instinctively, Lin Yi pulled Xiaoxia, who had just gotten off the carousel, and stumbled to flag down a taxi. The whole way, she gripped her daughter's small hand tightly, her heart filled with hope and fear. The hospital corridor reeked of disinfectant. Outside Dr. Lu's office, anxious parents crowded around. Lin Yi immediately recognized many familiar faces, parents of children with similar genetic diseases to Xiaoxia. Their faces were no longer numb and despairing, but filled with expectation. Lin Yi. A slightly hoarse, but clearly joyful female voice rang out. Lin Yi turned around. It was Yuan Ange. Her son, Huaxian, was only 3 years old, a tiny little thing nestled softly in her arms, his face pale. Yuan Ange hurried over, her face beaming with undisguised joy. Linny, did you see the live stream of that disaster game? Just now. She gestured with her right hand. I heard. They extracted something incredible. It seems it can cure genetic diseases. Huaxian, nestled in her arms, seemed to be infected by her emotions, and suddenly chuckled foolishly. Linny subconsciously shook her head, her voice dry. I'm not really sure. She was only focused on bringing Xiaxia here, and hadn't been paying attention to the live stream. Just then, a nurse came out with a registration board, her voice steady and clear, but the excitement beneath was palpable. Parents, please be quiet. Parents interested in participating in the Dawn of Life genetic health program, please come here to verify your information and sign the consent form. Before the words were even finished, the crowd erupted in commotion. Parents rushed forward, eager to seize this life-saving opportunity. Nurse. Me. My child is registered. What kind of treatment? Is it really effective? Are there any risks? Choose me. My child's condition is the most serious. Lin Yi squeezed through the surging crowd, one hand tightly protecting Xiaxia, the other desperately reaching forward. Me too, Lin Yi. Xiaxia, register Xiaxia's name. At this moment, all composure and calmness were completely forgotten. After finally signing her name, Lin Yi felt a thin layer of sweat on her back. She pulled Xiaxia along, collapsing onto the cold bench in the corridor, her heart still pounding. Watching the other parents gradually disperse, some joyful, some anxious, Lin Yi lingered, not getting up to leave. The nurse who had been registering them finished tidying up, looked up, and saw Lin Yi, somewhat puzzled. Parent, the registration is complete. We contact you by phone with further arrangements. Please take your child home and wait for our call. Lin Yi seemed startled awake, abruptly raising her head, a flicker of struggle and awkward embarrassment crossing her face. Nurse. I wanted to ask, how much is the treatment? She was mentally prepared. Even if the cost was astronomical, even if it meant a lifetime of debt, she would get treatment. The nurse paused, her gaze instinctively falling on Lin Yi, her faded old coat, her rough fingers from years of physical labor. The nurse's eyes softened instantly, and she lowered her voice. Treatment fees? Oh, don't worry, it's not necessary. The nurse handed Lin Yi a hastily prepared notice. All treatment costs for this project, including subsequent rehabilitation and nutritional support, will be covered by a joint government special fund. There's also a monthly living allowance, though not much. Lin Yi's hands trembled as she took the notice, her eyes scanning the bold text. Full waiver, government funded, living allowance, no need money? All covered? And allowance? An unreal sense of happiness made her hug Xiaxia tightly, tears welling up uncontrollably, as if afraid this was all a dream. Even after getting on the bus home with Xiaxia, Lin Yi was still in a daze. Outside the window, a group of teenagers were laughing and playing. Lin Yi immediately recognized Chen Yu from next door. She had a bright, carefree smile on her face, chattering excitedly with her friends, her eyes bright, full of curiosity and anticipation for the world. Lin Yi looked down at Xiaxia, who was dozing in her arms. A scene suddenly flashed into her mind. One day in the future, Xiaxia would also wear a pretty school uniform, carry a school bag, and skip happily to school hand in hand with her best friend, just like Chen Yu. She would also go out to play with her friends on weekends, laughing and playing together. Back home, pushing open the bedroom door, seeing the somewhat messy house, Lin Yi deftly rolled up her sleeves, found a rag and a bucket, and began to clean diligently. Seeing this, Xiaxia, being sensible, picked up a small feather duster, wanting to help dust the sofa. Lin Yi quickly stopped her, and took the feather duster from her hand. Xiaxia, just sit and watch TV. From now on, every day will be a good day for our family. Xiaxia nodded, seemingly understanding, and obediently sat on the small sofa, turning on the TV. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang again. She wiped her hands, took it out, and saw it was Huang Yu. As soon as the call connected, Huang Yu's excited voice exploded like firecrackers. Lin Yi! Lin Yi! Good news! Huge good news! My cousin in the engineering department said that the job of street cleaners is going to be replaced by miniature robots, but, Huang Yu emphasized excitedly, the government will arrange retraining for us, giving us priority for management positions in newly built cleanup areas, ecological farms, or community service positions. The income will definitely not be as high as before, but it will be enough to make a living, and it will be easier. Lin Yi held the phone, listening quietly, but her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the living room. On the TV screen, the latest episode of the Strange Disaster game was being replayed. The camera froze on a face. Behind the cashier, Tan Xiaoxiao wore a lively smile, a mix of impatience and helplessness. The live stream chat was filled with messages of thank you, Sister Tan. The soft light from the screen illuminated Xia Xia's focused profile. Lin Yi's eyes gradually welled up with tears, and she gave a genuinely relaxed smile. Yes. Huang Yu, she's so kind. As evening fell, a faint aroma of rice wafted through the hallway. Lin Yi, holding a thermos, stood in front of Chen Yu's door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. The door opened quickly, and Chen Yu looked at Lin Yi outside, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Aunt Lin? Lin Yi smiled somewhat awkwardly, holding the bowl of steaming porridge in both hands. Xiao Yu. Well, before? Auntie was in a bad mood, and I was a bit impulsive in my words and actions. I'm really sorry. Her voice was apologetic, and the sharp edges of her personality seemed to have vanished overnight, replaced by gentleness. Chen Yu immediately shook her head. The scene she had witnessed at the shelter of dawn flashed through her mind. How Lin Yi's frail back had carried those heavy loads of materials for her daughter. From that moment on, she felt only heartache and admiration for Aunt Lin. It's all right, Aunt Lin, I haven't taken it to heart at all. Grandma Chen also came out from the inner room upon hearing this. Seeing the bowl in Lin Yi's hands, she quickly waved her hand. Oh dear Xiao Lin, what are you doing? Take it back? How can we accept your things? The old woman's face was full of disapproval, even a little anxious. Lin Yi insisted on pushing the warm bowl of porridge forward, her tone light with relief. Grandma Chen, please don't be so polite. Xiaxia can't finish all this porridge by herself. Besides, she paused, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Xiaxia's illness really has a turning point. From now on, I'd probably be able to relax a bit more really. Hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes lit up instantly. A turning point? She immediately thought of the can of children's growth formula that Sister Tan had pulled out. That magical stuff. Since it can improve genes, it must be effective for Xiaxia too. That's wonderful, Aunt Lin. Chen Yu's voice was filled with joy. Grandma Chen looked at the bowl of porridge, shook her head, her attitude gentle but firm. We appreciate your kindness, but we really can't accept this porridge. Take it back quickly, and let Xiaxia drink it while it's hot. After several refusals, seeing Grandma Chen's resolute attitude, Lin Yi finally gave up. She thanked her a few more times before turning and going back to her own home. Closing the door, Chen Yu looked at her grandmother, her voice filled with joy. Grandma, I feel. Ever since Sister Tan appeared, everything seems to be getting better, thriving. Grandma Chen looked at her granddaughter lovingly, reaching out to touch her hair. Both grandmother and granddaughter's eyes shone with the same hopeful light. The transmitted white light dissipated, and Bian Ruijin's body immediately straightened, giving a standard, powerful military salute to the figure already waiting there, his face full of barely suppressed joy. Chang Haoqi stood under the slightly cold light, his face as composed as ever, his eyes filled with an almost tangible burning passion. He nodded slightly, his voice low. Thank you for your hard work. Bian Ruijin didn't hesitate for a moment, turning sharply and unzipping his backpack with a whoosh. Inside the backpack lay a rather rustic metal milk powder can with a cartoon sun on it, the words full of vitality on the can appearing especially sacred. Chang Haoqi's breathing suddenly quickened. He instinctively stepped forward, his right fingertip seemingly wanting to touch it, but a split second before his fingertips made contact, he abruptly pulled back. This was the first time Bian Ruijin had seen the commander display such an almost awe-inspiring and nervous expression. Yes, how could he not be excited? This small can didn't just contain milk powder. It clearly contained the key to the future, the spark of racial evolution. Bian Ruijin couldn't help but recall the inhuman strength and speed of the blood-blade aliens. If the next generation of Blue Star could have their foundation solidified, their genes optimized, and their potential enhanced from the very beginning of life, would they still need to fear those powerful enemies in the future? Would they only be able to pray for Sister Tan's protection in despair? Thinking of that scene, Bian Ruijin couldn't help but tremble slightly. The future truly held promise. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet it also felt like only a moment. Chang Haoqi slowly, deeply took a breath, finally managing to tear his gaze away from the milk powder can and turned to Bian Ruijin. Let's go, get in the car, to the Academy of Sciences. Academician Yu and his team have waited too long. He paused, then added, We must immediately verify its specific effects, and then explore the method of use that best benefits all children. A discreet black sedan silently pulled up in front of him. Bien Ruijin carefully zipped up his backpack before bending down to get into the car. The car drove smoothly on the underground highway. When the car passed a children's playground, Chunghao paused for a long time, his gaze lingering on the children running and playing, full of vibrant life. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of emotion and relief. From now on, we old folks really won't be able to keep up with the times. He looked at the children, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, seeing the near future. A new generation, stronger physically, quicker in mind, and with boundless potential, ran under the azure sky, building a glorious and splendid future. The future. He listened to the laughter outside the window, sighed softly, and spoke with a blessing. It all belongs to these little ones, who will soon be even more perfect. On the Interstellar Forum, a video uploaded by an anonymous user became a trending topic, its title shocking. Large-scale death of vegetation on Blood-Laid Star, drastic deterioration of the surface environment. In the video, swathes of vegetation withered and collapsed, ominous black water seeped from the cracked earth, and the sky was shrouded in gray dust. A very familiar scene of punishment from the disaster game. Floor 1, Blood-Laid Star? They lost? To whom? Blue Star? What kind of interstellar joke is this? Floor 2, had the Blood-Laid Star people changed their ways? Learned to respect the elderly and care for the young? Otherwise, how could they have lost? Floor 3, wasn't it said that Sister Tan's shop was closed? What happened? How did Blue Star win? Floor 4, I just came out of the dungeon, it's true, Sister Tan's shop is open again. The lights are on, the shelves are full. Although Sister Tan doesn't look too good. Then, another discovery brought everyone's shock to a fever pitch. Someone posted the latest leaderboard for the ghostly disaster game, and Blood-Laid Star's ranking disappeared in full view of everyone, not just dropped, but completely erased from the list. All participants in the ghostly disaster game knew what this meant. Only when an entire team was completely wiped out, with not a single person surviving until the end of the dungeon, would they be so ruthlessly erased. Those 5 powerful, superhuman speed, bloodthirsty, and ferocious war machines from Blood-Laid Star were completely annihilated by the people of Blue Star? 321st floor, how did they even manage that? Floor 322, Blue Star people wiped out Blood-Laid Star head-on. That's outrageous. Floor 323, I don't believe it. They must have used some underhanded methods. Amidst a chorus of doubts about Blue Star, a user from a small planet, whose avatar bore the marks of battle, choked back tears as they spoke. Floor 741, Blood-Laid Star, serves them right. They invaded my home planet, Kingfisher Star, my homeland, decades ago, and it's still a wasteland. Thank you, Blue Star. This reply quickly attracted a group of users, who had also suffered from the Blood-Laid Star invasion, recounting their past hardships. Many onlookers couldn't help but say that Blue Star had really done a good thing this time, eliminating an interstellar scourge. However, given Blue Star's strength, it's highly unlikely they were the ones who did it. We really have to thank Sister Tan. Suddenly, the forum was once again filled with plans to visit Sister Tan's convenience store in the game. Tan Xiaoxiao squatted in front of the shelves, painstakingly counting a pile of canned goods. Fermented herring? Does anyone actually buy that stuff? At her feet, a fluffy, round black ball was diligently rubbing against her. The big black dog had a rag bigger than its head in its mouth, huffing and puffing as it tried to wipe up the juice stains on the floor. Watching it bustling around, so attentive and diligent, it was a stark contrast to its previous self. A dog that would rather lie down than sit, only interested in eating and destroying the house. It seemed like a completely different dog now, much more docile and gentle. Tan Xiaoxiao's ankles itched from its rubbing, so she couldn't resist bending down and scooping the little cold ball into her arms. The little guy immediately looked up, its green, watery eyes gazing at her, letting out a pleading whimper. TSK. Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't resist rubbing her cheek against the little guy's fluffy head. After rubbing it enough, Tan Xiaoxiao put the lifeless big black back on the ground, casually picked up its favorite braised chicken leg, tore open the packaging, and tossed it in front of it. Then she witnessed a hilarious scene. Big Black, who used to devour 3 chicken legs in one bite without even chewing, was now struggling against a chicken leg bigger than its face. No matter how hard its little baby teeth tried to gnaw, the chicken leg remained shiny and smooth, leaving only a few shallow, almost negligible teeth marks on the surface, not even qualifying as a minor injury. Looking at the little guy's foolishness, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, the shop door was suddenly pushed open. Sister Wang rushed in, her gaze habitually sweeping across the shop before quickly landing on the black furry ball wrestling with the chicken leg. She raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with surprise. "Hey! Tan, when did you get another puppy? What happened to that silly big black dog you had before?" Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, her eyes filled with helplessness, and gestured with her chin towards the small black figure in the corner, her tone teasing. "Oh, I don't know which little female dog it fell for and eloped with. It was quite kind of it before it left, even leaving me a puppy to pay off its debt." The big black dog, who was struggling with a chicken leg, suddenly froze, looking up in disbelief. Its green eyes instantly filled with shock, grievance, and a silent accusation. "You're so high and mighty. You think you're so great. You're using my reputation for your amusement?" Tan Xiaoxiao received its angry little glare, and glared back without any guilt. "Otherwise what? How do you expect me to explain?" Woof. Big Black's momentum instantly deflated. It lowered its head in resentment, venting all its humiliation on the innocent chicken leg, gnawing even harder. But even so, the chicken leg only suffered superficial injuries. Sister Wang watched the strange exchange between the person and the dog without giving it much thought. She looked at the street scene outside the window, a mixture of melancholy and disappointment on her face. "Sigh, I heard the demolition plan for this area has been postponed. Did you know?" Sister Wang leaned against the cashier counter, beginning to pour out her grievances. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, her hand that was teasing Big Black pausing slightly. Sister Wang looked puzzled and lowered her voice. "I heard the higher-ups are arguing about this. It's so strange. This place is awful, no people, no location, just some godforsaken suburb. How much would it cost to demolish and rebuild? I really don't know what they're arguing about." She sighed heavily, her face filled with the dejection of a shattered dream. "I was hoping to get some compensation, retire early, find a sensible, young boyfriend, and enjoy being waited on. Now that's all gone." Tan Xiaoxiao didn't reply, but bent down to pick up Dahe, who was still struggling with a chicken leg, and placed it on the small blanket in the corner. Then she picked up the undamaged chicken leg, tore the meat into pieces, and put it in the dog bowl. After doing all this, she straightened up, wiped her hands, and said calmly yet meaningfully, "Who knows what they're thinking all day? As long as they don't bother us every other day, let them argue all they want." "Exactly. That's exactly right." Sister Wang, as if she found a kindred spirit, slapped her thigh. Just then, Sister Wang, with her sharp eyes, spotted a regular customer peering through the glass door at the entrance of her building material store, seemingly wanting to buy something. "Oh my, a customer!" Before the words were even finished, the customer had already rushed into the convenience store. Watching Sister Wang's energetic figure disappear, Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, her gaze returning to the dark-skinned boy in the corner, who was munching on shredded chicken legs, a hint of amusement in her eyes that she herself didn't realize. After some time, the shop's door chimes jingled. A figure stumbled in. The person looked up, their gaze precisely landing on Tan Xiaoxiao behind the cashier, their eyes instantly lighting up, their face blooming with a mixture of elation, grievance, and excitement. "Sister Tan, you're finally open." The young man practically collapsed in front of the cashier, his voice choked with a sob of relief. "I've been waiting in the dungeon for days, hoping your shop would light up. If you hadn't opened, I was afraid I really have died there." Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm, frowning as she looked the man up and down. His hair was a mess, his face smudged with grime, and showed signs of exhaustion, his clothes were wrinkled, and he looked vaguely familiar. She racked her brains, then hesitantly said, "Oh, it's you, the one who bought a bunch of snacks and then left with a box of mosquito coils. The one with the ripped clothes, the non-mainstream type?" John Xiangyu, His smile froze instantly. Non-mainstream? So that was his first impression of Sister Tan? He coughed awkwardly twice, trying to salvage his non-existent image, and formally introduced himself. "Sister Tan, my name is John Xiangyu." Then, his face showed an even more embarrassed expression, his eyes darting around, and his voice carrying a hint of reluctant pleading. Sister Tan, can I stay in your shop? For a little while? Just a little while. I promise I won't cause any trouble, and I won't disturb your business." His nervous tone and flustered expression made him look like he was hiding from someone. Tan Xiaoxiao suspiciously glanced at him up and down a few times. This young man was well built, and there was an upright air about him. He didn't seem like the type to steal or default on debts. Seeing his pitiful appearance, and given that she had a decent impression of him, Tan Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. All right, there's a rest area in the corner. Find a seat yourself. Just don't block the way. Hey! Thank you, Sister Tan. You're like a second mother to me. Zhang Xiangyu felt like he'd been granted a pardon and practically scrambled towards the rest area at the far end of the convenience store. There were 2 small sofas and a low table there. He immediately chose a spot in a corner that was completely out of sight from the glass door and curled up into a ball, trying to minimize his presence. His posture didn't look like he was resting. It looked more like he was hiding from something. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at his cowardly, frightened appearance and couldn't help but frown, wondering to herself. This young man, he seems like a pretty upright person. Did he really do something wrong and get chased? Zhang Xiangyu huddled in the soft sofa, his nerves, which had been tense for days, finally able to relax a little. Heaven knows how he got through those past few days. In the last match, he was matched against those crazy insectids from the insect stars. He barely escaped with his life thanks to the mosquito coils, a miracle insect repellent given to him by Sister Tan. But this time, he was unlucky enough to run into the shadow stars. Those guys might not be as physically powerful as the battlefield star people, but their stealth, assassination, and dirty tricks were impossible to defend against. The 4 new recruits he brought had never experienced such insidious tactics. 2 were killed in the first exchange, and the remaining 2 perished in subsequent assassinations. Even he himself only managed to avoid a dagger aimed at his back at the last moment thanks to his intuition honed through numerous crises. Even so, he was wounded in the arm and chased like a stray dog. He felt he had used up all his luck, both in this life and the next, just to make it to Sister Tan's shop opening. Just as he relaxed slightly and tried to check his internal injuries. Ding dong. The wind chimes at the shop entrance rang again. His muscles tensed instantly, his heart skipped a beat, and almost reflexively, he slid off the sofa, sprawling onto the floor behind it, holding his breath and frantically praying. You can't see me! You can't see me! You can't see me! 5 figures entered, dressed in matching dark combat uniforms, with black hair, brown eyes, and bronze skin. Each moved silently, exuding the aura of a top predator. The moment they entered, their sinister gazes locked onto the comical, ostrich-like figure burying his head in the sand. The leader, Shadow Star Captain Dark Moon, wore an undisguised cruelty on his lips. He silently grinned, and a glint of light flashed in his hand, revealing a jet-black dagger hidden beneath his sleeve. Then, she took a step and silently walked towards Zhang Xiangyu. A suffocating killing intent immediately filled the air. Behind the cashier, Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the 5 clearly hostile individuals, their bodies radiating black aura, then glanced at the cowardly figure on the ground, and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly, muttering under her breath. They really gotten themselves into trouble. Just as Anu narrowed her eyes, planning her attack angle. A clear, melodious female voice rang out softly, not loud, but precisely diminishing the almost tangible killing intent in the air. Sir! Tan Xiaoxiao's tone carried a polite, rising lilt at the end, as if offering a friendly reminder. Fighting, chasing, and all forms of violence are prohibited in this store area. And you paused, looked up, and followed the voice. Beside the cashier stood a young girl, dressed in a white blouse that gleamed under the light, and a neat pleated skirt. Her hair was meticulously combed. A textbook perfect, business-like smile graced her face. However, her eyes, looking at him, were icy cold, devoid of any warmth. The girl tilted her head slightly, a metallic glint in her eyes. Her tone remained polite, yet carried an undeniable authority. Please abide by the convenience store rules. Thank you for your cooperation. As a shadow alien renowned for his spiritual perception, and you keenly sensed that the instant the girl finished speaking, a powerful spiritual force surged towards him. It was as if disobeying her would instantly annihilate him. And Yu's heart tightened, and he cautiously sheathed the dagger in his hand. Chapter 53. And Yu's heart skipped a beat, his poised attack frozen in midair. He looked up, cautiously scrutinizing the girl with a perfect smile before him, his voice dry as he tried to ease the tension. We just came in to buy something, we mean no harm. He himself was somewhat skeptical of his own words, especially considering the lingering murderous aura emanating from his 4 teammates behind him. He forced himself to remain calm, walking to the rest area, his gaze still fixed on Zhang Xiangyu, who lay sprawled on the ground like an ostrich. Although he didn't attack again, the threat and coldness in his eyes were almost tangible. Beside him, Yisho, the most cautious member of the team, silently approached and whispered in Yu's ear. Captain, It's all over the Interstellar Forum. The owner of this shop is really weird. And this shop, supposedly, has many incomprehensible things. And Yu's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. As a top-ranked player in the disaster game, Shadowstar naturally possessed its own intelligence channels. He had always scoffed at the chaotic and dubious Interstellar Forum, believing most of the information there was exaggerated to attract attention. However, the mental pressure from the girl who had instantly immobilized him undeniably told him that this place was far more than just an ordinary convenience store. The rumors on the forum might not be entirely unfounded. He stared menacingly at Zhang Xiangyu on the ground, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Zhang Xiangyu trembled with fear. Even knowing that the other had already discovered him, he stubbornly adhered to the ostrich-like strategy of if I can't see you, you can't see me, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Behind the cashier, Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the murderous glare of the leader of the men in black and couldn't help but mutter to herself. What kind of grudge is this? Did he owe us money? Or did he steal our girlfriends? Since the man hadn't actually laid a hand on her, she had no reason to kick him out. TSK, this stalemate isn't going to work. Tan Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, deciding she should do something to ease the tension. After all, Zhang Xiangyu had left a good impression on her. Helping him out wouldn't hurt. She turned and grabbed a few packets of the cheapest instant coffee powder from the shelf, brewed a few cups with hot water, and the aroma of cheap coffee immediately filled the store. Carrying the tray, she walked towards the group of shadow aliens radiating menacing aura, as if nothing had happened. Gentlemen, standing must be tiring. Come, try our special coffee, it'll wake you up. Under the wary, scrutinizing gazes of the 5 members of Shadowstar, Tan Xiaoxiao calmly shoved cups of coffee into their hands, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere. Finally, she went to the rest area, bent down, and lifted Zhang Xiangyu, who was still feigning death, up, handing him a cup as well. Sir, why have you been lying on the ground? Are you feeling unwell? Here, have a cup of coffee to warm yourself up. Zhang Xiangyu gave an awkward laugh, accepting the situation. No, it's just. I dropped something. Let me look for it. He took the paper cup, quickly lowered his head, and took a sip, trying to suppress his fear. However, the instant that sip of coffee entered his mouth, a line of cold, clear black text appeared before his eyes without warning. Coffee only available to VIP customers, although its instantly restores mental energy to full, and temporarily increases mental energy cap by 100% for the next 24 hours, greatly increasing mental energy recovery speed. Mental resistance slightly increased. This isn't coffee. This is clearly a god-level buff potion, a super long-lasting version that lasts 24 hours. The effect is ridiculously strong. Zhang Xiangyu gripped the paper cup tightly, his first thought being, I'm not drinking this coffee. I'm going to enshrine it. Similarly, the shadow alien on the other side, almost at the same moment Zhang Xiangyu's expression changed drastically, also noticed the unusual nature of the coffee in his hand. The shadow alien stared intently at the swaying liquid in the paper cup, his voice trembling with disbelief, muttering to himself. What the forum said was actually true. I thought those people were exaggerating a bit before. Nightmare's breathing instantly became heavy, the greed in his eyes almost tangible. He sidled up to Dark Moon, his tone urgent. Captain! A casually brewed cup of coffee has such a miraculous effect. Then what about the other things in this shop? His gaze swept over the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, as if he were seeing countless divine treasures. The relatively calm Night Hunter frowned, reminding him, the forum says many people come to buy, but most of what they get is ordinary. And, that shopkeeper just now. He recalled the oppressive force, still feeling a lingering fear. The only female phantom spirit in the group took a sip of coffee, licking her lips contentedly. What are you afraid of? Captain, have you forgotten what we Shadowstar excel at? Shadowstar, with its powerful mental perception, perfect concealment under the cover of night, and ghostly agility, what does it produce? Assassins, stalkers, and the most skilled thieves. This shop isn't big. The 5 of us working together, catching them off guard, and emptying it all in one night, it shouldn't be difficult. After succeeding, we immediately flee, teleporting home as soon as the instance ends. Where can the shop owner find us now? Dark Moon gripped the scalding cup of coffee, feeling its immense power, then recalled the unfathomable suppression from the girl earlier, his heart churning with inner turmoil. The risk was immense, but the reward. This reward would be enough to elevate the entire Shadowstar's strength by a huge leap, even enough to push for a higher ranking in the future Cataclysmic games. The Shadowstar viewers in the live stream went completely wild, The chat flooded with comments. Steal. We must steal. For the glory of Shadow Star. Take it all. Don't leave them a single candy. What are you afraid of? We're from Shadow Star. We were born to do this. Dark Moon's gaze greedily swept across the shelves, then over Tan Xiao, who seemed lost in thought behind the cashier. Ultimately, the thirst for power and ambition completely overwhelmed his unease and wariness. He took a deep breath, squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth. Okay. The 5 members of the Dark Moon gang casually strolled around the store a few more times, their eyes scanning the rows of shelves, memorizing the layout and blind spots of the surveillance cameras. Before leaving, Dark Moon's icy gaze swept over Zhang Xiangyu, who was huddled in the corner, a flash of murderous intent crossing his face. But in the end, he merely snorted coldly and led his team out the door. The moment the door closed, Zhang Xiangyu collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, before scrambling to the cashier, his voice trembling with relief. Sister Tan, you saved my life again. I can't thank you enough. If you ever need my help, Zhang Xiangyu, I'd be at your beck and call. Hearing this, Tan Xiao looked up blankly, blinking, huh? What did I do again? She just gave her a cup of coffee, right? Alright, get out of the way, don't block the other customers. Seeing Tan Xiao's nonchalant attitude, Zhang Xiangyu felt even more grateful and respectful, secretly vowing to cling to this golden opportunity. That night, all was quiet. A barely audible click sounded, as the convenience store door was easily unlocked. 5 dark figures, almost blending into the night, silently slipped into the store. It was the Shadow Star team, returning after their mission. Using the faint moonlight filtering through the window, Wanling looked at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, her eyes gleaming with excitement. And you gave a gesture, and the team immediately sprang into action, pulling out extra-large sacks they had prepared beforehand and beginning a frenzied shopping spree. Potato chips, cookies, instant noodles, drinks, candy. They didn't even have time to carefully distinguish which items possessed miraculous effects and which were ordinary goods. Following the principle of better to take 1,000 by mistake than let one slip by, they swarmed like locusts. Hidden Shadow was relatively cautious. He picked up a seemingly ordinary bottle of cola from the shelf, concentrating his mental energy to carefully sense it, only to be disappointed to find it contained no special energy. Unconvinced, he grabbed a bag of milk candy with a cute rabbit pattern next to it, but it produced the same result. Identify them one by one and decide when to move them. Nightmare urged impatiently in a low voice, sweeping a whole row of puff snacks into a bag. The van the captain rented has plenty of space, take it all. We can try it out slowly when we get back, he said, shoving Hidden Shadow, who was caught off guard and stumbled, falling to one knee with a soft thud. Fortunately, a thin carpet covered the floor, so the noise wasn't loud. But his gaze fell directly on the square, black plastic trash can in the corner. In that instant, a cold, filthy, and malicious mental pollution energy, like an invisible tentacle, suddenly shot out from the trash can. The Shadow shuddered, his eyes instantly bloodshot, and he almost screamed uncontrollably. Ugh! Nightmare reacted quickly, abruptly covering his mouth with one hand and pressing down on his trembling shoulder with the other, cursing under his breath. Damn it! This lousy shop, even the trash can is so eerie. Nightmare quickly averted his gaze, unable to look at the trash can again. Although the mental pollution was mainly directed at the Shadow, who was staring at it, the emanating aura also made him extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in the small storage room at the back of the shop, Big Black, who was curled up sleeping beside Tan Xiao's bed, suddenly twitched its ears, its eerie green eyes snapping open in the darkness. It keenly caught the faintest rustling sound outside the door. It stood up alertly, toddled to the door on its short legs, and nudged the door with its furry head. The door didn't budge. It was too small and weak for a puppy. It had no strength to break down the door. Woof! Big Black whimpered anxiously, turned and ran back to the bedside, pawing at Tan Xiao's arm with its front paws, making urgent whimpering sounds. Tan Xiao, fast asleep, unconsciously smacked her lips, seemingly dreaming of something, and mumbled, "You stupid dog, stop it. If you keep making a fuss, I take your chicken leg off." Then, instinctively, she swung her hand, and a smack was heard. The impatient slap landed squarely on Big Black's forehead. Big Black was sent flying off the bed, rolling twice before crashing into the wall and coming to a stop. The dog lay dazed and passed out almost immediately. The theft outside continued. Having learned from the previous incident with Hidden Shadow, the Shadow Star team was even more cautious, speeding up their work. After an unknown amount of time, until the last bag was stuffed full, The 5 dark figures, just as they had appeared, silently disappeared into the night, vanishing at the end of the street. The next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao yawned and stretched, habitually pushing open the door to the storage room. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she instinctively looked outside, her arm instantly freezing in midair. Where were the shelves? Where were the goods? Before her was an empty space, the door wide open. The once bustling convenience store was now spotless, with only bare shelves and empty freezers remaining. Tan Xiaoxiao gasped, letting out an incredulous exclamation. Where's my store? Where's everything in this big store? Was I robbed? Tan Xiaoxiao angrily circled the empty store, her anger escalating with each passing moment. This thief was utterly ruthless. Even stealing a feather wouldn't be this cruel. Forget the chips and drinks. Even the canned herring she had previously despised and planned to get rid of was gone. She took deep breaths, then more, trying to suppress the raging fire in her chest, but to little avail. This was the ultimate insult to her as the store owner. Just then, the door to the storeroom was pried open a crack, and a dazed-looking Dahai staggered out, raising its wet green eyes to look at Tan Xiaoxiao with utter resentment and grievance. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, suddenly remembering that last night, in a half-awake state, she had indeed felt something furry nudging her. She was so sleepy at the time, and in her annoyance, she had instinctively reached out. Now that she thought about it, it was clearly Dahai sensing the commotion outside and trying to wake her. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately felt incredibly guilty and quickly squatted down, carefully patting Dahai's head. Ahem, well, I misunderstood you. I give you an extra treat tonight, 2 cans of food. Dahai rubbed against her hand, reluctantly accepting the apology. Having appeased her hero, Tan Xiaoxiao stood up, her face darkening again. Undeterred, she checked the store's security camera. Sure enough, the cables had been cut, and the hard drive was gone. These thieves were really well prepared, she thought, frowning. Who had she offended recently? She racked her brains, but couldn't come up with a clue. She was a kind person. Where would she have an enemy? Clinging to a sliver of hope, she dialed the local police station on her phone. Shortly afterward, a police car pulled up outside the store, and a smartly dressed young officer got out. After listening to Tan Xiaoxiao's account and looking at the store, which looked like it had just been robbed, the officer seemed quite surprised. He said he would immediately check the surrounding street surveillance footage. However, just over an hour later, the police station's call shattered Tan Xiaoxiao's last hope. Last night, all the public surveillance cameras on Neon Street and the 2 adjacent streets had been technically sabotaged, and no suspicious vehicles or people were captured. The caller also subtly suggested that this was a sophisticated and meticulously planned gang crime, making it difficult to solve, and advised her to be prepared. They will continue to follow up, but it may take a long time for results. Tan Xiaoxiao hung up the phone, grinding her teeth in anger. A gang, skilled workers, and technically proficient, was her little shop worth such a fuss? They even stole the canned herring. Were these thieves desperate? Just as she was fuming over the empty shelves, the wind chimes at the shop entrance rang. Wang Meili rushed in, her eyes widening instantly at the sight before her. Oh my god! Your shop! Tan Xiaoxiao waved her hand weakly. It's been robbed. A gang of habitual criminals. They even hacked all the security cameras on this street. She sighed, resignedly picking up a broom and starting to clean the messy shop. Seeing this, Sister Wang quickly put down her bag and kindly helped tidy up. After a while, the shop finally looked a little cleaner, although it was still depressingly empty. Sister Wang wiped the sweat from her brow, then suddenly remembered her important task. Look at my memory. I was so busy helping out that I almost forgot the most important thing. I came to give you this. She pulled a bright red object from her purse and handed it to her. Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated before taking it. This is an invitation? The bright red cover was printed with gold embossed double happiness characters. The style was quite traditional. Sister Wang's face instantly lit up with a smile, a mixture of pride and shyness. Of course it's mine. That heartless guy ran away last time, and my mom quickly asked someone to introduce him to someone else. I saw his picture, and wow! He's incredibly handsome. Fair-skinned and clean-cut, clearly a cultured man. She paused, chuckled twice, and lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. He's got a great presence. The wedding's set for the 8th of next month. Tan, you absolutely have to come and share in the joy. As she spoke, Sister Wang eagerly pulled out her phone, showed a photo, and shoved it in front of Tan Xiaoxiao's face. The man in the photo was indeed handsome, with fair skin, gentle features, and a scholarly air, though he looked somewhat thin and frail. He appeared to be a few years younger than Sister Wang. Tan Xiaoxiao looked closely, confirming that this face was neither the haunting Dr. Wu nor any of the abnormal faces she had ever seen, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although she was somewhat shocked and disapproving of Sister Wang's impulsive decision to send out invitations and hastily get married after only seeing a photo and never even meeting him, she couldn't bring herself to discourage her, considering Sister Wang's previous experiences of being widowed and having a terrible relationship with a scumbag. Now that she had met someone who seemed to have good prospects, she didn't want to discourage her. She carefully put away the invitation and nodded. "Don't worry, Sister Wang, it's the 8th of next month, right? I'd definitely be there. I give you a big red envelope." Sister Wang smiled with relief, then glanced around the empty shop, her worry returning. "What about your shop? With such a big loss, will you be able to keep it afloat?" "Maybe," she said, reaching for her wallet. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly stopped her. "Really, no need. I have some savings. I can handle this loss. There's still stock in the warehouse. I can keep it up for a few days. I contact the wholesale market to restock later." Wang Meili stared at her for a few seconds, making sure she wasn't just putting on a brave face, before laughing heartily. "All right, then I go back to my hometown to prepare. The address is on the invitation. Please remember to come." After saying that, she hurried away. After seeing Sister Wang off, Tan Xiaoxiao sat down at the cashier and picked up the bright red invitation card, opening it. The printing on the inner pages was a standard festive template, the handwriting twisted and crooked, the ink varying in shades, giving it an indescribable awkwardness, as if it were wriggling at first glance. Especially the groom's name, Xiao Wenshu, the 3 characters were curled up together, requiring careful deciphering to recognize. "You are cordially invited to the wedding of Ms. Wang Meili and Mr. Xiao Wenshu. Time, August 8th, 11:40 p.m. Location, Yinshan Village, Gazai City. A modest banquet is prepared. Your presence is cordially requested." Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, muttering to herself, "This handwriting is really a masterpiece of craftsmanship." She placed the invitation card on the cashier's counter, her gaze returning to the empty shelves, and sighed. Well, she better restock the inventory first. The crisp sound of the school bell echoed down the corridor. Watching the teacher walk out of the classroom with her lesson plans, Chen Yu eagerly approached her best friend, Yu Lily, her voice tinged with anticipation and a hint of hesitation. "Lily, are you going to sign up for the volunteer activity the school is organizing this weekend?" Yu Lily, engrossed in a geometry problem, looked up apologetically. "Ah, Yu, I'm afraid I can't this weekend. I have to go to tutoring classes." Although her grades had been steadily improving recently, she was still some distance from the cutoff score for top high schools. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Yu's face, but she quickly smiled and nodded vigorously. It's okay, studying is the most important thing." After laughing, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly and mutter to herself. "So this time, I have to go alone?" Her tone carried a hint of apprehension she herself didn't realize. Yu Lily yawned, rubbed her slightly sore eyes, and asked curiously, "Don't you usually volunteer alone? Why do you seem a little apprehensive this time? Where are you going this week? What are you doing?" Chen Yu leaned closer and lowered her voice. "I heard from the organizers that this time we're going to a nursing home in the suburbs to visit an elderly woman surnamed Lee. I heard she participated in the early environmental remediation task force when she was young and was commended." Yu Lily's eyes lit up. "Isn't that a good thing? It would be wonderful to hear an old hero tell her stories." But Chen Yu pursed her lips, seemingly feeling it wasn't appropriate to talk about a meritorious elderly woman behind her back, a hint of shame appearing on her face. "I quietly asked a senior who participated in the activity last year and he said, this old lady is quite old, and her temper has become very strange, extremely irritable. I heard she yell and scream at the slightest thing and even throw things. Last time they went, they were almost kicked out." Yu Lily frowned upon hearing this, her face showing worry. "Is she that scary?" "Maybe. You shouldn't go this time?" Chen Yu's face showed a conflicted expression. She felt a slight fear of the legendary, short-tempered old hero, but also felt it wasn't right to give up visiting an elderly person who had made contributions just because she heard about her temper. Just as she hesitated, a slightly cold but familiar voice interrupted, "If you don't mind, I go with you." Chen Yu looked up in surprise and saw Sammy standing beside her desk. The boy was tall and thin, his eyes, compared to their former gloomy and evasive nature, now held a calm and composed quality. I also want to go and see, to do what I can." Sammy's voice was soft but clear. "After all, I used to." He paused, seemingly remembering the days he skipped classes, indifferent to everything around him, and felt a little ashamed to continue. Chin-yu immediately understood his unfinished words, and a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face. Really? That's great. Sammy! Then let's go together this weekend. Sammy, seeing her happy expression, also smiled almost imperceptibly and nodded gently. Yeah, see you this weekend. Beside her, Lily, who was diligently drawing auxiliary lines, suddenly stopped writing, the pen tip leaving a small ink dot on her workbook. She glanced at Chin-yu, who was beaming with joy, then at Sammy, whose expression was blank but whose eyes had softened noticeably. A small, bittersweet feeling welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but pout. She silently scoffed, this Sammy. When did he become so close to Chin-yu? No matter what, I'm Chin-yu's best friend. Saturday morning, the sun was shining brightly, and Chin-yu arrived at the meeting point early, backpack on her back. Unexpectedly, Sammy was even earlier, quietly waiting for her under the shade of a tree. Organized by the teachers, everyone boarded a bus and arrived at a nursing home on the outskirts of the city. The courtyard was lively, with many elderly people sitting on benches, playing chess and chatting in small groups. Seeing the energetic students arrive, most of the elderly people smiled kindly, especially some of the grandmothers, who particularly adored Chin-yu, a well-behaved and clever young girl. They held her hand, asking her all sorts of questions, clearly very fond of her. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, one corner stood out as an anomaly. An elderly woman with gray hair and a frail figure sat alone in a wheelchair. Her back was slightly hunched, her eyes vacant, seemingly oblivious to the laughter and chatter around her, as if she existed in another world, filled with a heavy sense of aging and loneliness. Chin-yu looked at the old woman, remembering the teacher's prior warning, and felt a pang of unease. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up a glass of water and mustered her courage to approach her. Grandma, it's hot, would you like some water? The old woman seemed not to hear her, not even lifting an eyelid, stubbornly turning her wheelchair in another direction, silently refusing with her back turned. Chin-yu stood frozen, holding the glass of water, a hint of embarrassment on her face. The teacher noticed the situation, walked over, gently patted Chin-yu's shoulder, sighed, and whispered. That's Grandma Liihua, the one I told you about. She suffered a lot when she was young, never married, and had no children. Those early experiences, plus her age, her health and spirits aren't so good, so it's understandable that she's a bit withdrawn. Don't take it to heart, it's not directed at you. Chin-yu nodded, put down her water glass, and couldn't help but ask softly, Teacher, what exactly did Grandma Li experience in her early years? The teacher leading the group opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but just then a student called her from the other side, so she could only give Chin-yu an apologetic look and hurried away. Chin-yu watched from afar as the old woman, in her wheelchair, slowly moved to a pavilion not far away, still maintaining that posture of gazing into the distance. As Chin-yu gazed at the pavilion, she suddenly thought of her own grandmother. If, without her company, would her grandmother also be like this Grandma Li, alone in a corner, forgotten by the world? This thought brought a pang of sorrow to her heart, and an indescribable surge of sympathy and emotion welled up within her. She took a deep breath and walked back towards the pavilion. Grandma, are you bored here all alone? Let me talk to you, she said, trying to soften her voice. Grandma Liihua remained unresponsive, as if Chin-yu were nothing but air. Chin-yu felt a little lost, her gaze unconsciously falling on the old woman's hands resting on the armrest of her wheelchair. Those hands were covered in wrinkles, and her nails were rather long. Chin-yu remembered that sometimes her grandmother's eyesight was failing, and she couldn't trim her nails properly, needing her help. She quickly took the nail clippers from her keychain, tentatively stepped forward, and spoke even more softly. Grandma, your nails are a bit long. Shall I trim them for you? She carefully reached out, wanting to gently hold the old woman's hand, but just as her fingertips were about to touch hers. Get away! The previously silent old woman suddenly roared, forcefully shoving Chin-yu away. Chin-yu, completely unprepared, stumbled backward. At that moment, a strong hand caught her shoulder. Young lady, are you all right? A deep, slightly familiar male voice sounded above her. Still shaken, Chin-yu quickly looked up. The man who had supported her was dressed in simple casual clothes, tall and upright, his brows bearing a resolute and upright air that had weathered many storms. Captain Bien. Captain Bien? Chin-yu's eyes lit up instantly, her voice filled with disbelief. Bien Ruijin also recognized the young girl he had encountered several times. You're here as a volunteer? Yes. A school event. Chin-yu nodded quickly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She hadn't expected Captain Bien to remember her. Bien Ruijin nodded, his gaze shifting to the elderly woman in the wheelchair, his eyes filled with obvious respect. He took a few steps forward, his voice softening considerably. Grandma Li, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? Grandma Li Aihua remained in the same position, her gaze blankly fixed on something outside the pavilion, as if she hadn't heard Bien Ruijin's words at all, nor seen him. Bien Ruijin seemed used to this, and didn't feel awkward. He naturally sat down on a stone bench nearby, and began to chatter on and on about recent good news from Blue Star, as if having a casual conversation. The situation on the ground is getting better and better. The fourth batch of pollution-free rice varieties newly cultivated by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences has yielded a bumper harvest, and the taste is much better than before. Miniature cleaning robots have begun mass production, and the cleanup progress in many heavily polluted areas has accelerated considerably. The foundation for that large air purification tower in the north has been laid, and I heard it will be ready for trial operation by the end of the year. His tone was steady, and he spoke of things full of hope. Qinyu stood quietly to the side, listening, a warmth rising in her heart. When Bien Ruijin said, the average pollution level of the Moirang Plain has dropped below 10%. Experts predict that at this rate, the first batch of immigrant pilot projects can be launched in 2 years at most. Grandma Li Aihua, who had been unresponsive, suddenly looked up. Her previously empty and cloudy eyes stared intently at Bien Ruijin, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. Bien Ruijin immediately stopped talking, leaning forward and bringing his ear close to the old man's. The old man struggled for a while, before the two indistinct syllables finally became slightly clearer. Jin. Jincheng. Where? Jincheng? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that name. In geography class, her teacher had mentioned it with great regret. It used to be a fertile basin in the west, with fertile soil and a pleasant climate. But decades ago, during a devastating catastrophe, the entire basin was desertified at an alarming rate, now a complete death trap. Hearing those two words, Bien Ruijin's tall frame stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. Despite recent good news and overall improvements in the environment of Earth, Jincheng, that land completely drained of life, remains a problem that scientists are still struggling to solve. His silence was an answer in itself. Grandma Li Aihua stared intently at him, seemingly understanding the answer from his expression and silence. The light in her eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by pain and despair. The next second, she suddenly lost control, violently waving her thin arms to shoo Bien Ruijin and Qinyu away. Get out! Get out! All of you, get out! Bien Ruijin slowly stood up, his face full of sorrow and respect. He solemnly bowed deeply to the old man's trembling back. Oldly, please take care of yourself. I be entering the next round of the ghostly disaster game in a few days. The old man, with his back to them, mumbled something repeatedly, his voice filled with endless sorrow and anger. Bien Ruijin gently tugged at the still-dazed Qinyu, gesturing for her to leave. The two walked to a bench under a large tree not far away, and sat down. After a moment of silence, Bien Ruijin gazed at the lonely figure in the pavilion, and suddenly spoke. Oldly. She wasn't like this before. She had a very good temper, and always encouraged everyone. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, trying to describe the catastrophe to a child. Until that time, the game of the strange disaster failed, the punishment came, and Jincheng. The entire city was swallowed by quicksand in a very short time. It was too fast, many people didn't even have time to evacuate. Bien Ruijin's voice was hoarse. Oldly was on the front lines, risking her life to save people. She saved many people, but also watched helplessly as even more were completely buried under the yellow sand. The scene was too tragic. From then on, Oldly developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder, and with the decline in her physical functions over the years, she was also diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. She became the person you see now. Bien Ruijin's voice was low, filled with endless regret. The disaster destroyed not only the land, but also many people like Oldly who experienced it firsthand. Many of them still haven't recovered. Qinyu looked at the lonely figure under the pavilion, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet she felt utterly powerless. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. After a long while, she softly asked Bien Ruijin beside her. Captain Bien, the future will definitely get better, right? Bien Ruijin paused slightly upon hearing this. His mind raced with the cruelty of the horrific game, the resolute faces of his teammates, the perilous missions time and time again. Finally, his gaze settled on the figure at 23 Neon Street, always a little impatient, yet always capable of creating miracles. He looked at Chen Yu's still somewhat childish face, took a deep breath, suppressed all his doubts and worries, and spoke with unwavering resolve. Yes. The gloom in Chen Yu's heart completely dissipated, and a smile returned to her face. Just then, the teacher's whistle sounded in the distance, signaling the start of the group assembly. The students began to walk towards the bus. Chen Yu quickly waved goodbye to Bian Ruijin. Captain Bian, I'm leaving now. Please be careful next time you enter the game. Okay. Bian Ruijin watched the girl's lively and cheerful figure, his eyes softening for a moment, but then quickly darkening again. Thinking of the information he received a few days ago about his next opponent, his hands, hidden in his pockets, unconsciously clenched into fists. Shadow Star. Ranked 49th on the leaderboard. Blue Star has only just climbed to the top 100. According to the usual matchmaking system of the Ghostly Disaster game, how could it be so abruptly matched with a powerful opponent ranked over 50 places higher? Is this really a coincidence? Or is there something trying to completely stifle Blue Star's nascent growth? On the other side, Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the address Yinshan Village on the invitation sent by Wang Meili and hesitated. She checked the map and found that although the village was nominally under the jurisdiction of Ghostly Disaster City, its location was extremely remote, hidden deep in the mountains. She tried calling several taxi companies, but as soon as they heard the words Yinshan Village, they all refused, subtly reminding her that the mountain roads there were in disrepair and prone to accidents. Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated, but thinking of all the care Wang Meili had shown her, and how she had sent the invitation so far in advance, it was clear she was being very sincere. It would be unreasonable for her not to go just because it was far away. Fine, I just take the bus. Tan Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and made up her mind. There was still one problem. What about the big black dog in the shop, whose fighting ability was practically zero? Big Black, how about I send you to the pet store for a few days? Tan Xiaoxiao asked tentatively. Woof. The big black dog immediately grabbed her ankles tightly with its two front paws, its green eyes clearly saying no. Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, then can you manage the shop by yourself, just the dog? I prepare extra food and water for you. Woof. The palm-sized big black dog immediately puffed out its little chest, raised its head, and even patrolled the empty shelves with its short legs, looking quite professional. Tan Xiaoxiao was amused by its appearance, and bent down to pat its head. Okay, then you be a good boy and watch the house. I leave you plenty of freeze-dried food and dog food. Early the next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao, carrying a simple backpack and holding her pre-purchased bus ticket, arrived at the long-distance bus station. The bus to Yinshan Village was quite old, with only a handful of passengers, less than 10 including Tan Xiaoxiao. Most of them got off at the towns along the way, and by the time the bus started moving again and entered the increasingly desolate mountain roads, Tan Xiaoxiao was the only passenger left. Her seat was in the last row by the window. The bus bumped along, and outside the window was the monotonous, repetitive scenery of the mountains and forests. She yawned, pulled her hat over her face, and leaned against the window to catch up on some sleep. She slept so soundly that she completely missed the increasingly eerie scene outside the car window. The closer they got to Yinshan Village, the darker the sky seemed to grow, and the more distorted and bizarre the shapes of the trees along the road became. Occasionally, faint sounds of arguing could be heard from the front of the carriage, followed by low growls and tearing sounds like wild beasts. Tan Xiaoxiao, unsure how long she had slept, was abruptly awakened by a piercing, drawn-out car horn. She groggily removed her hat and found herself in an unfamiliar mountain valley outside the window. In the distance, towering mountains stretched out, and closer at hand, a few seemingly barren fields. Driver, have we arrived at Yinshan Village? She asked, yawning as she stood up and carefully walked towards the front of the vehicle. The floor of the carriage was slightly sticky, probably from a passenger's spilled drink. The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, wore a mask, revealing only a pair of expressionless eyes. Yes. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't think much of it. Long-distance drivers worked hard, so it was normal for them to be quiet. She thanked him, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and got off the bus. The bus slammed its doors shut behind her without a backward glance, quickly disappearing around the bend in the mountain road, as if lingering even a second longer would bring some ominous omens. Tan Xiaoxiao walked along the only dirt road for over 100 meters, before finally spotting a figure. A man wearing a tattered straw hat and carrying a hoe was slowly walking down the ridge from the field. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly went to greet him, offering a friendly smile. Hello, is this Yinshan Village? The man looked up, and the instant his eyes met Tan Xiaoxiao's, a glint of greed and hunger flashed across his face. Tan Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the danger, even proactively took out the bright red wedding invitation and handed it over, saying, "Do you know Wang Meili? I'm here for her wedding. This is the invitation." The man's gaze fixed on the invitation, a clear hint of resentment and apprehension flashing across his face. He clicked his tongue dejectedly, reluctantly raising his dirty hand to point to a narrower path deeper into the village, his voice rough and hoarse. "Hey, just follow this path. The house with the biggest red double happiness character pasted on the door is it." "Thank you." Tan Xiaoxiao put away the invitation, thanked him politely, and followed the directions. Along the way, she encountered a few more villagers. There was an old man chopping wood in his doorway, a woman sitting on a stone in a daze, and a few children squatting in a corner playing with mud, unusually quiet. Their expressions were mostly numb and blank, but whenever Tan Xiaoxiao showed them the invitation, they would point in a direction with strange looks. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a pang of emotion. It seemed these residents were somewhat socially awkward because they rarely interacted with outsiders, but they were still very kind and honest. In the distance, Tan Xiaoxiao finally saw the entrance to Wang Meili's two-story house, which was noticeably newer than the surrounding houses. Sister Wang was standing at the door, waving to her with a smile. Tan Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickened her pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bian Ruijin suddenly opened his eyes, a violent dizziness causing him to instinctively grip the armrest of his seat. His eyes were met with a swaying roof and stained windows. He found himself sitting on a moving, dilapidated long-distance bus. Startled, he immediately looked around warily. "Team Leader Bian?" came Lu Luan's somewhat bewildered voice from his left, his striking blonde hair particularly noticeable in the dim light of the bus. "Where are we?" came Su Jing and Yin Yitong's slightly nervous voices from the seats in front. Seeing his teammates beside him, Bian Ruijin breathed a slight sigh of relief. The game's teleportation method this time was truly bizarre. They'd been thrown directly into a moving vehicle. Just then, he keenly felt a cold gaze fall upon him. He abruptly looked up at the opposite side of the carriage. On the opposite seats, 4 men and 1 woman had also just awakened. Their matching black bodysuits, bronze skin, black hair, brown eyes, and the conspicuous, distinctly styled mission bracelets on their wrists all proclaimed their identity, the Shadow Star Squad, their opponents this time. Their gazes clashed in the air, instantly sparking invisible flames. Just then, the bracelet on Bian Ruijin's wrist vibrated sharply, and a cold system notification appeared before him. Instance loading complete. Yinshan Village. Mountain Village Wedding. Background: Yinshan Village, a seemingly isolated and backward ancient village nestled deep in the mountains, yet exceptionally hospitable. This place is isolated from the world, preserving many ancient traditions and customs that are difficult for outsiders to understand. You are a group of tourists who have come from afar, drawn by its reputation, and have just arrived to participate in a grand and unique traditional wedding. Main quest: survive in Yinshan Village for 7 days, and try to prevent the completion of this wedding ceremony. Quest rewards: 600 points plus, Oasis Spring, S-rank ecological restoration item, 1 chance to win a prize. Quest penalty: the planet you are on will be plunged into a 3-year eternal night, with 0 daylight, a sharp drop in surface temperature, and devastating damage to all ecosystems. Hint: hospitality is a virtue of Yinshan Village. Please respect local customs, and do not disappoint the villagers' good intentions. Wedding ceremony: 3 years of eternal night. Respect customs. Do not disappoint good intentions. Every word exudes a chilling eeriness and ominousness. Bian Ruijin took a deep breath and met the gaze of Dark Moon, the captain of the Shadow Star, once again. They both saw the seriousness and determination in each other's eyes. Chapter 54. The bus bumped along the potholed mountain road. The Blue Star Fire Seed team and the Shadow Star team sat at opposite ends of the bus, their gazes locked in a silent, tense standoff. Just then, the driver slammed on the brakes, stopping at a rather dilapidated rural intersection. Several simply dressed figures boarded, tossed in change, and found seats. The bus started moving again, and 2 passengers who had just boarded began arguing over a seat. The noise grew louder, the words more heated. "Quiet!" the driver suddenly growled, and the bus came to an abrupt stop. To everyone's astonishment, the driver unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up, and strode towards the 2 still arguing. He grabbed their heads with his large, muscular hands. "What are you doing?" one of them screamed in terror. The next second, a muffled thud of flesh being torn apart rang out. The driver had brutally ripped their heads off. Dark red liquid splattered onto the seats and windows. A heavy stench of blood instantly filled the car. The other passengers remained expressionless, Some even silently turned their heads to look out the window, as if the scene was nothing new. The members of the Fire Seed Squad turned deathly pale. Yinny Tong and Su Jing covered their mouths tightly, barely managing to hold back their vomit. Bian Ruijin and Lu Luan exchanged a shocked glance, a chill running down their spines. The atmosphere on Shadow Star was equally tense. Night Hunt's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached for the location where he had hidden his weapon, but was immediately stopped by a look from Dark Moon beside him. "Don't move," Dark Moon whispered, almost spitting out the words. "This car. No fighting or noise whatsoever." The driver tossed aside the wreckage, returned to the driver's seat as if nothing had happened, and started the car. The car continued its journey along the seemingly endless mountain road. Phantom Spirit seemed to be carsick, her face was pale, and her stomach was churning. Hidden Shadow frowned, rummaged in his pocket, and pulled out a bag of orange-flavored hard candies he'd borrowed from 23 Neon Street. Phantom Spirit took the candies, popped one into her mouth, and the sweet and sour taste slightly suppressed her nausea, but she immediately couldn't help but mutter a complaint, her tone tinged with annoyance and disappointment. "This lousy candy is only good for this much. That convenience store went to all that trouble, and it had absolutely no effect whatsoever, a complete waste of time." The faces of Shadow, Nightmare, and even Captain Dark Moon grew even more grim. All that effort, all that risk, and it all turned out to be a joke, stealing a bunch of useless, ordinary snacks. It was incredibly frustrating. The number of passengers on the bus dwindled. Every so often, someone would be abruptly pulled over and removed by the terrifying driver for breaking the rules. The initial tension between the two groups had vanished completely, replaced by caution and a will to survive. Even their breathing became deliberately subdued. They passed through tunnels for an unknown amount of time, crossing countless seemingly identical mountains. The bus finally came to a complete stop. The three characters in Shan Village on the crooked wooden sign were blurred and indistinct. The Shadow Star people exchanged glances, and quickly disembarked through the front door. The Fire Seed team quietly exited through the back door. The two groups met again outside the vehicle, but the previous tension had been replaced by a deep sense of apprehension. They faced each other, neither making a move immediately, instead cautiously surveying the eerie village. The terrifying bus that had brought them there didn't even pause for a second. The instant they stepped off and stood still, it abruptly turned around and disappeared from sight at several times the speed it had arrived at. Bian Ruijin and Lu Luan exchanged another glance, both seeing the unfathomable gravity in each other's eyes. It seemed that Inshan Village was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. That bus that devoured living people was actually, seemingly afraid of this place. And Yu's sharp gaze swept over the Blue Star people, assessing their strength and trump cards. Thinking of the rumors on the forums about the Blue Star people's close relationship with the mysterious boss Tan from 23 Neon Street, he paused, wondering if these seemingly weak Blue Star people possessed any life-saving items they had obtained from that sinister convenience store. Dark Moon's eyes were sinister. Silently, she raised her hand, suppressing the restless nightmare beside her and the malevolent phantom spirit on the other side. Engaging in battle rashly before ascertaining their strength was not the best strategy. The Blue Star group secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They tacitly maintained a safe distance from the Shadow Star team ahead, keeping a good distance for observation, lagging far behind. Just then, a man wearing a tattered straw hat and carrying a hose slowly walked up from the nearby field ridge. The man's cloudy gaze slowly swept over the Shadow Star people nearby and the Blue Star people not far away, finally settling on Dark Moon. He suddenly spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. "Are you all here? For the wedding?" Before an answer could be given, his dull eyes narrowed again, lingering on the empty hands of the group, and he pressed, "Do you have invitations?" Invitations? Both groups were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. The system had only provided the mission and background, not any invitations. Seeing this, the last vestiges of curiosity on the man's face quickly vanished, replaced by deep disdain and greed. He turned away, muttering to himself. People these days are so rude. The host didn't invite them, yet they still insist on coming to the feast. Bian Ruijin's face flashed with embarrassment as he tried to explain, "Brother, we..." The man, however, seemed not to hear, or rather, simply didn't care. He raised his dirty hand, casually pointing towards the depths of the village, and licked his chapped lips. "Just 800 meters ahead, and you reach the village. There's a guest house there, you can stay there." With that, he ignored the others, shouldered his hoe, and slowly turned onto another ridge, quickly disappearing behind several old, leafy trees. The two groups remained silent. This village truly had an inexplicable strangeness about it. Perhaps this shared apprehension outweighed their mutual hostility. The Shadow Star people and the Blue Star people maintained a fragile peace, walking silently in the direction the man had indicated. The 800 meters of dirt road seemed exceptionally long. Most of the houses on either side had their doors and windows tightly shut, and there was hardly anyone in sight. Finally, a 3-story building, slightly larger than the surrounding houses but equally old, appeared by the roadside. A wooden sign hung at the entrance, bearing the words guest house in red paint. The guest house was dimly lit, with only a dim oil lamp burning at the front desk. Yellowed old newspapers were pasted on the walls, and a lingering, fishy odor permeated the air. Behind the front desk sat a slightly plump middle-aged woman, a stiff, insincere smile plastered on her face. She slowly took out a register and quoted the room rate. Bien Ruijin, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, readily paid. Just as he handed over the money, the landlady's lips suddenly curled into an extremely strange smile. In a tone that was both joking and serious, she slowly said, "The room rate is the room rate. You also need to pay a deposit." Bien Ruijin paused, suppressing his discomfort, and asked as calmly as possible, "How much is the deposit?" The landlady chuckled, licking her lips, her gaze lingering on Bien Ruijin's chest. "The deposit? I think. How about a fresh heart? Just one, the freshest one." Her fingernails, which had grown long and black, tapped lightly on the counter. The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone felt a chill, cold sweat broke out, and they were all on high alert. The dangerous aura emanating from this proprietress was even more terrifying than the man in the field earlier, just as the tension was about to escalate. Tap, tap, footsteps came from the wooden stairs. Tan Xiaoxiao, wearing obviously ill-fitting plastic slippers, with wet, foamy hair, frowned and looked annoyed as she walked down the stairs. "And son, why is the water out again?" she complained, completely oblivious to the almost frozen atmosphere at the front desk. "I'm only halfway through washing my hair, and I haven't even rinsed off all the shampoo." The moment Aunt Sun saw Tan Xiaoxiao, the strange, greedy smile on her face vanished, and she explained with a smile, Sorry, that's how it is here. The village has water outages from time to time. It's an old problem. If you urgently need water, you can fetch well water from the yard." Tan Xiaoxiao sighed. All right, really?" Only then did she notice the two groups of people standing by the front desk. When her gaze swept over the Fire Seed team, her face immediately lit up with surprise. "Oh, it's you guys? What a coincidence." The isolated and terrified Fire Seed team almost burst into tears upon seeing Tan Xiaoxiao. The Blue Star live stream chat exploded instantly, filled with Sister Tan. "Saved. What? Sister Tan, help!" Conversely, the Shadow Star group fell into a deathly silence. Especially after they stolen from someone's shop, the awkwardness and guilt of facing the culprit made them subconsciously avert their gaze or lower their heads, trying to minimize their presence. Tan Xiaoxiao felt awkward under everyone's stares, and touched the towel on her head. Never mind, I need to hurry up and clean my hair, it's so uncomfortable." Saying this, she crossed the hall into the courtyard, struggling to fetch water, while muttering complaints about the outdated facilities of this rundown place. Under Aunt Sun's unfathomable gaze, the Fire Seed squad only dared to stand stiffly in the courtyard, waiting for Tan Xiaoxiao, as if only being near her was safe. After Tan Xiaoxiao painstakingly rinsed her hair clean and, with her head still wet, went back to the hall to borrow an old-fashioned hairdryer from the landlady, she finally noticed Lan Xing and the others still standing there, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Huh? Aren't you going upstairs to put your things away? What are you doing standing here?" Su Jing immediately put on a smile and stepped forward. "Sister Tan, which room are you staying in? We like to stay next to you, so we can look after each other." Tan Xiaoxiao gave an "oh," and without thinking much of it, naturally turned to Aunt Sun. "Aunt Sun, please get them 2 rooms, just one on either side of me. Sigh, my friends are just clingy and timid, there's nothing I can do." Her tone was familiar, with a hint of helpless complaint. Aunt Sun was Wang Meili's aunt. Her round face usually looked quite friendly. Tan Xiaoxiao had an outgoing personality, and after staying for 2 days, she had indeed become quite familiar with her. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao speak, Aunt Sun's cold expression froze for a moment, a very obvious resentment and regret flashing in her eyes. But she still managed to force a smile, albeit a somewhat distorted one. "Since they're your friends, Xiaoxiao, then forget it. The deposit? You don't need to pay." The last few words were practically squeezed out between clenched teeth. The group was overjoyed, but dared not show it too much on their faces. They immediately stepped forward to register, took the keys, and followed closely behind Tan Xiao Xiao, as if she were their talisman. Seeing this, the Shadow Starman and Illusion Spirit also tried to step forward, intending to register in the same way. However, Aunt Sun's face instantly darkened, her eyes becoming cold and numb again, staring straight at her, repeating dryly, "Deposit." Dark Moon's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. "Boss lady, we're with those people from before." He pointed to Tan Xiao Xiao and the Fireseed squad, who were going upstairs. Aunt Sun slowly turned her head, a soft crack sounding from her neck, a mocking sneer appearing on her face. "Do you think you're that easy to fool?" A chilling, viscous spiritual energy instantly spread, locking onto the 5 members of Shadow Star. Dark Moon's pupils contracted sharply. This aura far exceeded his previous estimates. It was definitely an S-rank or even higher terrifying existence. A direct confrontation would only lead to death. He made a decisive move, taking a step back to suppress the restlessness of his team members, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." That night, Yinitong clung tightly to Su Jing's arm. The two of them squeezed onto one bed, staring out the window in terror. The blood moon on the horizon stained the dim village with a crimson hue. Outside the window, indescribable howls and wolf barks rose and fell, as if something was spying on the entire village. The 5 members of Shadow Star, shut out, struggled to find shelter in the increasingly chilly village. The villagers had already gone to bed, the houses were pitch black, but they could always feel the undisguised, cold gaze emanating from behind the cracks in the windows and doors. Just as they were nearly driven mad by the omnipresent feeling of being watched, the man they had encountered when they got off the bus, carrying a hoe, emerged from an alley. He wore the tattered straw hat, his face obscured by the blood moonlight. Nowhere to stay. Without waiting for an answer, he raised his mud-stained hand and pointed to a dilapidated, solitary mud brick house on the edge of the village. "That family all died out. It's been empty for a long time. If you don't mind, you can stay there." Having pointed, the man turned and limped into the darkness. Only then did the ever-vigilant and you notice that the man's gait was unusual. His right leg was noticeably lame. A subtle unease swept through Yu's heart, but there was no other choice at the moment. Although the dilapidated house was crooked and the doors and windows were askew, at least it provided some shelter. The 5 of them cautiously entered, quickly cleared a space, and took turns resting. Before going to sleep, and you specifically emphasized, "Nightmare, thank you for your night watch. This place is not right." Recalling their encounter on the bus and the villagers' strange looks, he dared not be careless in the slightest. Nightmare grinned and patted the weapon at his waist. "Don't worry, Captain, not even a mosquito will get in." However, the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the deathly silence of the dilapidated house. It was Huanling's voice. And Yu and Night Hunter were instantly awakened, jerking off to their feet. They saw Huanling slumped not far away, her face ashen, her finger trembling as she pointed to the corner of the room, her lips quivering, unable to speak. Nightmare lay sprawled on the ground, his body contorted at an extremely unnatural angle. His head had been crushed by a heavy object, splattering red and white blood everywhere, leaving him unrecognizable. Even more horrifying was the fact that his right ankle and below were completely missing. The severed area was a bloody, jagged mess, as if gnawed by some wild beast. The room reeked of blood. Dark Moon's gaze was fixed on Nightmare's mutilated corpse, especially the missing right leg. A chilling thought suddenly struck him. The man who had shown them the way yesterday, the one with the limp right leg. Night Hunter had clearly thought of this too. His face darkened as he looked at Dark Moon, both their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What was that thing? Was it that man? Or did he attract it? Or was there something wrong with this dilapidated house itself? Huanling sobbed softly beside him, her face growing even paler, her eyes filled with lingering fear. And Yu's face was so grim it could drip water. He looked at his companion's gruesome death, then at his terrified teammates. In this eerie place, there was no safe place to stay. They were lambs to the slaughter. After a long while, as if making a decision, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He walked step by step to the corpse of Sinyan and slowly squatted down. To Huanling's horrified gaze, he reached out and forcefully pulled out a heart that had stopped beating, stained with blood. He stood up, holding the bloody heart in his hand, his face showing only a numb resolve. "Let's go to the guest house. Use this to get a room." Huanling looked at the heart that had once belonged to her teammate, almost vomiting. She nodded frantically, her voice trembling with tears. Okay. Let's go! I never want to stay in this awful place again." The proprietress, Aunt Sun, looked at the still warm but lifeless heart and you handed her, a hint of disapproval flashing in her cloudy eyes. "All right," she drawled, muttering reluctantly. "It's not very fresh. But it do." She rummaged under the counter for a moment, pulled out a rusty key, and tossed it casually onto the counter. "3rd floor, the room in the far corner. Be quiet, don't disturb the other customers." After saying this, she stopped looking at them, and lowered her head to fiddle with the heart. Dark Moon grabbed the keys, and silently led the remaining 3 members of the team towards the stairs. Just as they stepped onto the creaking, old staircase, they encountered Tan Xiaoxiao leading Blue Star, and a few others down from the 2nd floor, seemingly heading for breakfast. They glanced at Dark Moon and her group casually before continuing down. But the Fire Seed team behind her instantly tensed up. Lu Luan keenly noticed that one member of the Shadow Star team was missing. The Nightmare, always with fierce eyes and a volatile temper, was gone. His gaze instinctively swept towards the counter downstairs, where he saw the proprietress slowly and meticulously wiping a dark red bloodstain from the counter with a tattered cloth. A terrifying thought instantly struck Lu Luan, making his face turn slightly pale. At that moment, the live stream chat for the Blue Star disaster exploded with comments. "Holy crap! One's missing. The blood at the front desk, the shape. He ripped out his own teammate's heart just to get a room? That can't be right, can it? If he wanted to rip out a heart, he would have checked in last night. Something must have happened last night. One of our teammates died. That wailing and howling last night, it sounded absolutely terrifying. Thank you, Sister Tan, for protecting us. If it weren't for Sister Tan, we'd probably end up like those people on Shadow Star. Oh my god, this is terrifying to think about. If Sister Tan didn't know the landlady, would we have had to pay that kind of deposit too? This village is too eerie. Sister Tan, get them out of here." The terrifying truth that the live stream viewers could instantly grasp. How could Bien Ruijin and his companions, who were actually there, not have thought of it? The thought of them surviving last night while the Shadow people lost a teammate outside, and might even be forced to use their teammates' heart to secure their accommodation, sent a chill down their spines. Almost instinctively, the group moved even closer to Tan Xiaoxiao, nearly touching her arm. "Sister Tan, you're reliable." Tan Xiaoxiao was a little confused by their jostling. She looked back at the pale-faced group and scratched her head. "What are you doing? Stop pushing and shoving. Hurry up and go eat." Breakfast was a simple sweet potato porridge, served with a small dish of thinly sliced, deep red, almost black and cured meat. The porridge was still steaming, but the 4 members of the Blue Star Fire Seed team felt their stomachs churn at the thought of the bloodstain at the front desk. They managed to drink a little porridge, but couldn't eat anything else. So, almost the entire small dish of cured meat ended up in Tan Shishu's stomach. As she ate, she glanced at the group who seemed to have little appetite, thinking to herself, "These people are really strange. They won't eat the delicious meat. What's the point of just drinking porridge?" For the next 6 days, the Fire Seed squad heard that eerie roar every night. They were so frightened that they stayed in the guest house, afraid to go out, and even when they had to, they would stick close to Tan Xiaoxiao. But as the mission's deadline drew closer, they began to feel anxious. On the morning of the 7th day, looking at these people who were following her everywhere, practically glued to her, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little helpless. "Sister Wang is getting married tonight. I'm a bridesmaid, so I have to go early to help her with her makeup and dressing up." She paused, looking at them. "You want to come with me?" Upon hearing the word wedding, Bien Ruijin's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the wedding ceremony mentioned in the system mission? The clue and key must be at the wedding. "Go." "Of course I go," he replied immediately, his tone even carrying a hint of urgency. We want to share in the joy." All right, let's go together." Tan Xiaoxiao shrugged. More people would make it more lively anyway. When the group arrived at Wang Meili's 2-story house, many villagers were already busy in the courtyard. Some were hanging pale white lanterns, some were pasting crooked, large red she characters, and some were setting up tables and chairs. The moment Tan Xiaoxiao led her Fire Seed squad into the courtyard, the villagers, who had been busy at work, abruptly stopped and turned around in unison. Dozens of cold, greedy eyes instantly focused on Bien Ruijin and his 3 companions behind Tan Xiaoxiao. Their gazes were like those of hungry wolves eyeing fresh meat, eager to pounce and tear it apart. Yin Yitong screamed in fright, and clung tightly to Su Jing's arm. Bien Ruijin and Lu Luan also instantly broke out in a cold sweat, their muscles tensing, entering a state of readiness. The malice emanating from these villagers was stronger than ever before. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback by this scene, but quickly recovered, waving familiarly to the villagers with the fiercest gazes and shouting loudly. Sister Zhao, Brother Luo, Sister Li. Relax, relax, these are my friends. They came with me to give Sister Wang a gift, they're all family. As she spoke, she even took out the bright red invitation card from her pocket and waved it in her hand. The villagers' gazes darted back and forth between the invitation and Tan Xiaoxiao, a subtle struggle flickering across their stiff expressions. Finally, the horrifying greed slowly faded, replaced by numbness. At that moment, Wang Meili, dressed in a wedding gown and with rouge on her face, emerged from the house. Seeing the figure behind Tan Xiaoxiao, she subconsciously frowned, a flash of displeasure crossing her face. Tan Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Wang Meili's fleeting displeasure, approached her with a grin. Sister Wang, you're getting married tonight, aren't you nervous? Hearing the word marriage, a blush, almost girlish, appeared on Wang Meili's face, a blush completely out of character. Oh, what's there to be nervous about? It's not the first time. She paused, lowering her voice, a hint of smug pride in her tone. But someone so handsome and cultured is truly a rare find. I'm a little shy though. Looking at her actions and expressions, Tan Xiaoxiao understood perfectly well that Sister Wang was indeed captivated by the groom named Xiao Wenshu. However, she had been here for a week and still hadn't seen the legendary groom. Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown. Could this kind of person really be a good match? In the afternoon, the legendary groom, Xiao Wenshu, finally appeared. He was indeed handsome, tall, and looked refined and dashing. When Wang Meili enthusiastically took his arm, he gave a stiff, emotionless smile. Wang Meili was completely mesmerized by his face, and didn't notice anything amiss. Seeing Sister Wang's flushed cheeks, dazed eyes, and her fawning over Xiao Wenshu, she was a stark contrast to her usual shrewd self. Tan Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment. It seemed Sister Wang was truly smitten. Xiao Wenshu's eyes were vacant. He mostly stood silently, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the guests in the courtyard, lingering particularly on the fire seat squad. His gaze didn't seem to be looking at people, but rather, assessing. Meanwhile, the Shadow Star people, who were terrified by the villagers' murderous stares at the mere sight of someone approaching the wedding venue without an invitation, hadn't given up. Since it was about disrupting the wedding, then, without the groom, it wouldn't be possible. Observing the groom walking alone to the edge of the courtyard, Dark Moon acted decisively, giving a hand signal. Shadow and Night Hunter stealthily approached like ghosts, using specially made ropes and mental power to restrain him, then swiftly kidnapped Xiao Wenshu. The entire process went more smoothly than expected. Xiao Wenshu offered almost no resistance, his empty eyes coldly glancing at them, a strange, triumphant smile even playing on his lips. This unusual compliance sent a shiver down Yu's spine. Something felt amiss. Time passed, and the blood moon slowly climbed the sky again, almost dyeing the entire village red. The auspicious time for the wedding was set for the evening. Su Jing felt a chill run down her spine, and couldn't help but whisper to Bian Ruijin. Team leader Bian, who has a wedding procession at night. This is clearly... She didn't dare finish. Everyone waited anxiously, but the expected commotion of gongs and drums didn't materialize. The wedding procession, which should have been bustling with activity, was nowhere to be seen. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, a villager suddenly pushed open the courtyard gate and burst in, screaming, "Oh no! Oh no! The groom is gone! Mr. Xiao is gone!" A commotion erupted in the courtyard. Wang Meili's parents immediately began cursing and pounding their chests. Damn it! He must have run away again, that damned pretty boy. That money-grubbing bastard. Hearing this, Lan Xing and the others instinctively felt a surge of joy. With the groom gone, this bizarre wedding ceremony should finally be cancelled, right? However, the village chief, who had been sitting upright in the main seat, thin as an old tree root, suddenly stood up, slamming his cane down heavily, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority. Nonsense! The wedding invitations have been sent out. The auspicious time has been set. How can this be treated lightly? The wedding must take place tonight. There can't be no groom. His cloudy yet sharp gaze swept across the entire room, finally fixing on Lu Luan, the most handsome man in the crowd, whose blonde hair seemed to radiate its own light. His withered finger pointed sharply at Lu Luan. You're the one. You be the groom? As soon as he finished speaking, Sister Zhao, Brother Luo, and several other strong villagers immediately swarmed forward, fiercely restraining the still unresponsive Lu Luan. They even pulled out a neatly folded groom suit from somewhere, trying to forcibly put it on Lu Luan. What are you doing? Let him go. Bian Ruijin and Su Jing were shocked and furious, trying to stop them, but were held back by even more villagers who surrounded them. Just then, Wang Meili, who had been stunned by Xiao Wenchu's elopement, suddenly exploded. She ripped off her red veil, her infatuated blush replaced by anger and heartbreak. No way. Why should I have Wenshu? Who wants this brat? I'm going to find him and get to the bottom of this. With that, she suddenly unleashed astonishing strength, shoving aside her mother, who was trying to comfort her, smashing through 2 villagers blocking her way, and bursting out of the courtyard, instantly disappearing into the thick fog and darkness. The Earthling, This plot twist is too much. With things like this, shouldn't the wedding be completely off? The villagers stopped moving, seemingly surprised that the bride had run away. An eerie silence fell over the courtyard. The village chief's face was so dark it could drip water, his withered chest heaving violently. His emotionless eyes slowly moved, finally settling on Tan Xiaoxiao, who stood there, completely bewildered by the series of events. A terrifying smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. Since the bride is gone, then the bridesmaid will have to step in. The words had barely left her lips when Sister Zhao, Aunt's son, Little Sister Li. Several female villagers immediately surrounded Tan Xiaoxiao, each carrying a neatly folded, bright red wedding dress embroidered with intricate and bizarre patterns. Seeing the approaching villagers with their fanatical, numb eyes, Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively took a step back, a series of question marks popping into her head. Wait a minute. What kind of plot twist is this? I was just watching the drama unfold, and suddenly the drama hit me on the head? I become the main character? Chapter 55. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the several female villagers who surrounded her, then turned to look at the guests, who had returned to their seats, their faces blank as if nothing had happened. Glancing again at Wang Meili's parents' calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned that their daughter had run away in the middle of the night, the dull nerve in her brain finally snapped open. She paused, a icy expression appearing on her face. She shoved aside Sister Zhao, who was about to bump into her, and looked around at the shabby, eerie, and sinisterly decorated wedding scene, where the actors' expressions were as stiff as if they had collective facial paralysis. She pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. I knew it. What kind of proper wedding turns out like this? The lanterns are all white, like a funeral procession. There's no festive spirit at all. It's definitely a folk performance script, trying to create an immersive experience, huh? She looked up, hands on her hips, and said to the village chief and the surrounding villagers, they're rehearsing a performance? No wonder they chose the middle of the night for the wedding procession. She even had the leisure to comment, you villagers are really good actors. Your eyes are fierce enough, your posture is impressive enough, you're obviously veteran actors. It's just that the plot, it's weird. As she spoke, she reached out and touched the bright red wedding dress fabric in Sister Zhao's hand. The embroidery is quite exquisite, she said, rubbing her fingers together and smelling it. Why does this dress smell like rust? Could it be unwashed? The village chief was so angry his beard trembled, and he stomped his cane on the ground with a thud. Nonsense. This is a sacred wedding ceremony, not something to be trifled with. Change her clothes right now. Hearing this, Sister Zhao and the others' eyes flashed with renewed ferocity, and they were about to step forward again. Hey! I told you not to touch me. Tan Xiaoxiao nimbly jumped back, waved her hand, and gave you a I really can't do anything with you guys look. Fine, I reluctantly cooperate with you guys for a bit. But let me make this clear. I just wear it briefly and go through the motions. And the plot can't be too outrageous. Saying this, she extremely perfunctorily draped the wedding dress over herself, too lazy to even stretch out the sleeves or tie the sashes. The feelings of Lan Xing and the others at this moment were indescribably complex. Watching Tan Xiaoxiao earnestly discuss the performance process with the actors, occasionally complaining about the props and script. In a daze, the eeriness and lingering terror they had felt earlier actually seemed to have faded somewhat, even giving off a sense of absurdity. The live stream chat exploded. I shouldn't be laughing in such a terrifying atmosphere, but I couldn't help it, ha ha. I knew it. As long as Sister Tan is around, even the most eerie dungeons can't be serious. Sister Tan, a professional at destroying terrifying atmospheres for 30 years. Wait, it feels so funny, but thinking about it, it's also so terrifying. Watching Tan Xiaoxiao point at them and shout dedicated actors, while occasionally commenting your smile is too fake, your eyes aren't sincere enough, and white lanterns are unlucky, the surrounding villagers, accustomed to the desperate screams and trembling fear of their victims, were clearly extremely uncomfortable with Tan Xiaoxiao's performance. The carefully crafted sense of sacred terror crumbled in just a few words from her. The village chief was so angry he almost fainted, his finger trembling like a leaf pointing at Tan Xiaoxiao. You blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the gods. Huh? Blasphemy? I've been playing along pretty well, haven't I? Maybe. I need to show fear? Okay, I try. Tan Xiaoxiao looked completely innocent, even spreading her hands in a cooperative manner. Ah! So scary. Let me go! Is this okay? Isn't it a bit over the top? She cried out help. Twice without any emotion, then frowned. No, it's too fake, the audience will be pulled out of the story. It's better to be natural. Looking at the village chief, who was practically bursting with anger. The members of the Fireseed squad were tense, inwardly thinking, is Sister Tan's actions another form of disrupting the wedding ceremony? The effect seems quite significant. Hey you there. Tan Xiaoxiao pointed expressionlessly to Lu Luan, who had also been forcibly dressed in an ill-fitting groom suit by the villagers, his face extremely unnatural. Lu Luan, come here, stand next to me. Yes, right here. We need to act like partners. Lu Luan stiffly moved over, his golden hair appearing somewhat dull in the blood-red moonlight. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up at his face, then suddenly exclaimed and moved closer, almost touching his face. Lu Luan stiffened at her sudden approach, his ears involuntarily turning slightly red. Is the makeup artist this dedicated? Tan Xiaoxiao stared at his face, her tone surprised. She even applied blush to your cheeks? The color is quite natural, but the technique is a bit rough, both sides aren't very symmetrical. She completely failed to notice his instantly flushed face, almost steaming, and his rapidly beating heart. Her attention was quickly drawn to something else. The village chief, seemingly having finally given up on his artistic discussion with her, raised his withered hands and began to chant in a bizarre, distorted tone, his voice hoarse. The villagers joined in, singing a strange folk song with an eerie melody and indistinct lyrics. The new bride laughs, the old bride howls, the wedding ceremony is over, no escape, souls linger, forever bound. The lyrics, upon closer listening, were chilling, filled with metaphors of bondage and death. As the voice grew louder, the temperature in the courtyard plummeted, and the blood moon seemed to intensify. Then, a foul-smelling gray mist spread from all directions, quickly enveloping the entire courtyard. At the thickest point of the fog, a twisted, enormous, and malevolent shadow slowly coalesced. It seemed to lack a fixed form, possessing only countless writhing tentacles and a pair of enormous, cold, greedy eyes fixed intently on the newcomers in the arena. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire area. The Blue Star team members turned deathly pale, barely able to breathe. The villagers, meanwhile, knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling with excitement. Tan Xiaoxiao, watching this scene, widened her eyes in astonishment. Far from being afraid, she let out a genuine gasp of amazement. Wow! She exclaimed, pointing at the swirling fog and the terrifying, unidentified evil spirit, almost jumping for joy. The special effects, the dry ice, the holographic projection. It's so realistic. The budget is burning. How much did this cost? The entire arena fell silent. Even the evil spirit that had been emitting a chilling growl seemed to freeze. Sister Tan, it's real. Special effects? Sister Tan, wake up! It's real. Help! Should I be scared or laugh? The village chief knelt at the front, his face a mixture of worship and fear, pointing at Tan Xiaoxiao and Lu Luan. My lord, your sacrifice is ready. The evil spirit slowly swept across the entire area, its tentacles twitching slightly, as if sensing something. Soon, it paused almost imperceptibly. Something was wrong. Usually at this time, the ritual site should be filled with extreme fear, despair, and the pain of betrayal. These negative emotions were its sweetest nourishment, fueling its power. But this time, while there was fear in the air, its concentration was far from sufficient. Instead, it was filled with an absurd emotion. Its bewilderment lingered for a moment on the sacrifice, whose emotions were unusually calm, even bordering on impatience. This calmness and uncooperativeness made it feel unfamiliar and a little annoyed by being slighted. However, it quickly put this displeasure aside. It looked at the two sacrifices before it, barely bound together by red threads. The blonde man possessed a vibrant and pure life force. And the woman, though her emotions were strange, a coveted aura lurked deep within her soul, one it had never tasted before. Although the atmosphere of fear wasn't strong enough. He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse, but these two sacrifices were indeed well chosen. You did a good job. The praised village chief knelt on the ground, his face beaming with a fanatical smile. He narrowed his eyes, no longer hesitating. Tentacles composed of gray mist surged and silently wrapped around Tan Shishi's wrist, while another tentacle coiled towards Lu Luan. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a sudden, cold, sticky touch on her wrist, as if it were being caressed, which made her shudder. What's going on? She jerked her hands away, breaking free of her restraints in a few quick movements, her tone filled with impatience. Isn't this faux performance of yours utterly cliché? And with physical contact? Don't you have any professional ethics? I don't want to cooperate with this lousy plot anymore. The evil spirit seemed completely unprepared for this reaction from its sacrifice. After a brief moment of astonishment, a raging fire surged within it. It craved the trembling of fear and desperate obedience, not this, disdain and accusation. Blasphemy. The evil spirit's voice became shrill and piercing. More tentacles suddenly erupted, instantly binding Lu Luan tightly, rendering him immobile, while several other thick tentacles viciously attacked Tan Xiaoxiao, intent on completely subduing her. Tan Xiaoxiao was in excruciating pain from the binding. This time, she was truly enraged. Why are you tying me up? Can't you understand human language? I'm not acting anymore, let go. Are you trying to force me to buy something? Enraged, she instinctively swung her other hand, which wasn't completely bound, and slapped hard at the tentacle wrapped around her arm. Smack! An unbelievable scene unfolded. The tentacle, composed of dense fog and negative energy, retracted with astonishing speed, as if experiencing extreme pain. This happened so fast that everyone was stunned. In this brief moment of delay, the evil spirit, enraged by the pain and Tan Shishi's resistance, went berserk. It instantly unleashed all its fury on the helpless Lu Luan. Seeing the evil spirit was serious, Bian Ruijin and the others immediately tried to rush forward to save him. But the surrounding villagers, like puppets on strings, all stood up in a flash, surrounding them tightly, glaring fiercely at them, emitting threatening growls. It was as if they would be torn to shreds the moment they dared to move. The two sides faced off, the situation teetering on the brink of explosion. Just then, Bian Ruijin's mission bracelet vibrated sharply, and an urgent message from the Blue Star United Government popped up, cold and concise. Blue Star United Government. Supreme Order, Mission Priority, Self-Preservation. These few words were like ice water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing the last vestige of impulse in Bian Ruijin's eyes. This meant abandoning Lu Luan. Given the current situation, rushing in would not only fail to save anyone, but would also result in total annihilation, a complete mission failure, an unimaginable punishment for Blue Star. The United Government's decision was cold and cruel, but it was the choice most in line with the big picture. Su Jing and Yin Yitong's eyes instantly reddened. They bit their lips tightly to keep from crying out, their bodies trembling slightly from helplessness and grief. The tentacles binding Lu Luan tightened abruptly, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Lu Luan groaned in pain, struggling in vain. The difference in strength was overwhelming and filled him with despair. Even more terrifying, the tentacles began to frantically drain his life force and soul energy. Lu Luan's body visibly withered away, his skin lost its luster, and his eyes quickly became unfocused. All of this happened incredibly fast. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lu Luan's struggle ceased completely, his head drooped limply, and he was lifeless. The evil spirit was satisfied. Its tentacles coiled around a ball of energy, emitting a faint golden light that had been extracted from Lu Luan's body, Lu Luan's soul. The shimmering soul trembled slightly, seemingly still retaining its owner's last vestiges of consciousness and resentment. The evil spirit held the soul before its eyes, uttering a dark and triumphant whisper, "Your soul belongs to me. From now on, be my faithful servant." With that, its enormous maw opened wide, swallowing the pale golden soul whole. Then, as if discarding trash, it carelessly tossed Lu Luan's ashen corpse to the ground. Only then did Tan Xiaoxiao realize something was amiss. She stared at Lu Luan's rapidly cooling, rag-doll-like body. The impatience and disdain on her face finally froze. Tan Xiaoxiao blinked. The string in her mind that had always firmly believed this is all an act finally snapped. She belatedly and slowly realized a fact. This didn't seem to be a folk performance. They seemed to be serious. In the Blue Star live stream, the chat exploded after a brief silence. Lu Luan. What? How could this happen? The United Government abandoned Lu Luan. I know it was the right thing to do, but it's so painful. The villagers are still surrounding him. The border guards can't move. It's all over, it's all over, it's all over. Tan Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Lu Luan's rapidly cooling, lifeless body, then looked up at the massive, malevolent spirit that still seemed to be savoring the memory radiating malice. After the shock, an indescribable rage surged straight to the top of Tan Xiaoxiao's head. Damn it! She abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide, pointing at the massive malevolent spirit, her voice rising with anger. Do you even know this guy has a labor contract with me? He's my employee. It's in black and white, signed. He's a member of my convenience store. He'd be a member even in death. Who do you think you are? Daring to steal my employee to be your servant? She was so angry she almost jumped up, her mind racing. This guy still owes me 8,000 yuan in debt, oh right, and 3 million in interest. You actually dared to just swallow him up like that? Who's going to pay my debts? You? Anger completely overwhelmed her reason. Just as a new gray mist tentacle tried to wrap around her again, Tan Xiaoxiao, her face contorted with rage, kicked it hard without thinking. Get away. Don't touch me. I don't have time to play with you. Surprisingly, her angry kick caused the tentacle to retract as if electrocuted, even faster than before. Taking advantage of this lull, and amidst the stunned silence of everyone, including the evil spirit, the villagers' fire seed team, and countless viewers in the live stream, Tan Xiaoxiao swiftly pulled a crumpled A4 sheet of paper from her small bag. On it were written the words Convenience Store Temporary Worker Labor Contract, and Lu Luan's flamboyant signature was also on it. Look closely. Black and white. Signed. Stamped. Tan Xiaoxiao rushed to the evil spirit's massive misty form, and slammed the contract hard into its face. Smack. Though the force was weak, the insult was devastating. This is my employee. My private property. Spit it out. Now. Immediately. Tan Xiaoxiao roared, hands on her hips, her voice filled with fury. A contract? His hoarse voice was filled with mockery and rage. A piece of paper. Just a piece of waste paper. A mortal dares to talk to me about a contract? He abruptly threw the contract aside, his enormous eyes fixed on Tan Xiaoxiao, mist-swirling within them, carrying a gloating malice. Besides, the person is already dead. The body is lifeless. Even if I return the soul, it won't come back to life. Foolish. I don't care. Tan Xiaoxiao wasn't buying it. Even if he doesn't come back to life, he still has to pay. His debt isn't finished, not a penny less. Spit it out. That's mine. Her voice carried an undeniable, resolute force, as if she weren't speaking in anger, but as a law that everyone must abide by. The next second, something astonishing happened. The enormous body of the evil spirit suddenly stiffened. The gloating expression on its face froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and discomfort. It felt an overwhelming, uncontrollable nausea the moment Tan Xiaoxiao finished speaking. Ugh, vomit. Under the gaze of countless stunned eyes, the once arrogant evil spirit actually convulsed violently and began to retch. Large clumps of viscous, black substance radiating negative energy were vomited out, making a sizzling, corrosive sound on the ground. And within that large pool of filthy, viscous matter, a familiar orb of soul light, radiating a soft, pale golden glow, lay quietly. Tan Xiaoxiao disgustedly twirled her fingers, carefully tiptoeing away from the still bubbling saliva, her gaze falling on the golden orb of light, and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. But then she looked at Lu Luan's already ashen and cold corpse not far away, scratching her head. It seems I can't put it back. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over the villagers who were in a daze, and the paper offerings used in the ritual piled around them. Her gaze finally settled on a roughly half-person tall, crudely made male paper figure, with a stiff smile drawn on its face in ink. "TSK, I have to make do for now," she muttered, walking over and grabbing the paper figure. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she very naturally stuffed the pale golden ball of soul light into the paper figure's empty chest cavity. More importantly, the soul actually merged into it without any resistance. The originally rough and stiff paper figure seemed to move its eyes very slightly, its stiff arms slowly rising, blankly touching its flat, paper-made chest. It seemed completely unable to comprehend its current state, looking down at its paper body, then up at Tan Xiaoxiao, the entire paper figure radiating a huge, bewildered aura. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at this palm-sized, moving paper figure that emitted a faint glow, and nodded in satisfaction. As long as it can move, it can still do things like wiping the floor and cleaning the shelves. She casually picked up the still bewildered paper figure and stuffed it into her coat pocket, leaving only its small head sticking out, its ink-black eyes blinking blankly. After doing all this, she looked at the evil spirit not far away that was still dry-heaving, as if it were about to vomit bile, with a look of utter confusion and disgust. "Hey! What are you still vomiting for?" Haven't you finished? Perhaps you're pregnant. Before the word pregnant could be uttered, it was interrupted by a terrified and violent roar from the evil spirit. Shut up. A powerful, ominous premonition surged within it. It felt that if this woman were to say that complete sentence, even if it was just a careless joke, it might come true. Perhaps it really would. It dared not think further. Its massive body trembled almost imperceptibly at the possibility. It angrily and resentfully scanned its surroundings, finally giving Tan Xiaoxiao a deep look. Her soul still radiated that strange light that made it both drool and utterly fearful. She looked delicious, but it knew it absolutely could not afford to offend this wicked woman. Finally, all its anger, resentment, and frustration coalesced into a deep, muffled growl filled with complex emotions. Then its massive body suddenly contracted inward, vanishing without a trace. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the courtyard vanished abruptly. In the Blue Star livestream room, after a half-minute silence, the chat exploded with comments. What did I see? Did the evil spirit spit out Lu Luan's soul? Sister Tan got the soul back using the employment contract? On how to legally reclaim the souls of employees who have been illegally occupied. Evil spirit, bad luck. I run into a debt collector. It seems genuinely afraid of Sister Tan saying it's pregnant. The paper doll Lu Luan seems kind of cute. The villagers in the courtyard were also completely dumbfounded. The fanaticism and ferocity on their faces had vanished, leaving only immense bewilderment and fear. The mountain god they revered and relied on had actually been driven to vomit and flee by a woman from another village? This was completely beyond their comprehension and understanding. Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, and Yan Yitong were also dumbfounded, staring at the bewildered, faintly glowing paper doll in Tan Xiaoxiao's pocket, then at Lu Luan's cold corpse on the ground. The overwhelming absurdity left them speechless. Tan Xiaoxiao patted her pocket and said to the still-dazed paper doll Lu Luan, "Don't just stand there. Even though you changed your clothes, the debt still accrues interest." Just as the villagers were collectively stunned, and the Fire Seed team looked at their paper doll teammate in Tan Xiaoxiao's pocket with mixed feelings, a cold, emotionless system notification clearly rang in the ears of every player present. Blue Star Fire Seed team successfully completed the dungeon mission, disrupting the Yinshan village wedding ceremony. Task reward settlement, points plus 600, S-level ecological item Oasis Spring issued, 1 lottery chance issued. Bian Ruijin and Su Jing exchanged a glance, their eyes instantly blazing with immense joy and disbelief. They succeeded? They really succeeded. Not only did they survive, but they also completed this seemingly impossible task. But the next second, Bian Ruijin's gaze involuntarily fell to the ground in the distance, to Lu Luan's already cold and stiff corpse. His golden hair was covered in dust, having lost all its luster, and his young face was frozen with the pain and struggle of his final moments. Grief immediately overshadowed his joy, his fist clenched tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Just then, Tan Xiaoxiao strolled over. Seeing their mixed expressions of joy and sorrow, especially Bian Ruijin's clearly grief-stricken eyes, she looked utterly bewildered. She casually pulled the still-dazed paper doll, Lu Luan, with only its head peeking out, from her pocket, and shoved it directly into Bian Ruijin's arms. "Here, take it. It's not completely dead, is it? Its soul's here, so why are you all looking so mournful?" The paper doll Lu Luan seemed extremely uncomfortable, or rather, instinctively resisted any presence other than Tan Xiaoxiao's. The thin paper body struggled violently in Bian Ruijin's arms, its tiny, ink-stained eyes wide open, its hands flailing wildly. "Huh? What's going on?" Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, looking at the reacting paper doll, and then reached out and pulled it back. Strangely enough, as soon as the paper doll Lu Luan returned to Tan Xiaoxiao's hands, it immediately quieted down. Its slightly trembling body stabilized, exuding an indescribable dependence and obedience, as if only by her side could it find peace. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't pay much attention to this little incident. Her gaze fell on Lu Luan's corpse on the ground, looking at the once dazzling golden hair that, even covered in dust, couldn't hide. She sighed regretfully. "TSK, such beautiful golden hair, what a pity, we never see it again." She seemed to suddenly remember something, noticing Bian Ruijin was looking down at something, not paying attention to her. With lightning speed, she pulled a small pair of scissors from her bag, quickly approached Lu Luan's corpse, carefully cut off a small strand of golden hair, and then stealthily stuffed it into her pocket. Bian Ruijin hadn't noticed Tan Xiaoxiao's subtle actions. Although he was grieving the physical death of his teammate, Tan Xiaoxiao had forcibly preserved his soul. This state of not being completely dead lessened the heaviness and sorrow in his heart considerably. At least his soul remained, in another form. He took a deep breath and looked down to check the mission reward in his backpack. It was a small, antique-looking, transparent glass bottle, no bigger than a thumb. The bottle was cool to the touch, containing about 7 or 8 drops of crystal-clear liquid, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. The moment his gaze focused, a line of information automatically appeared in his mind. Oasis Spring, S-rank ecological item miracle spring water containing primordial power. Dripping onto the land can reverse desertification, nurturing an oasis suitable for life. Usage: each drop can purify approximately 100 square kilometers of severely desertified area. Bien Ruijin's hand trembled violently, instinctively clenching the small glass bottle tightly. His mind involuntarily flashed back to the despairing, empty eyes of Grandma Liaihua, whom he had visited before entering the game, the shocking photos and videos in the archives documenting how Jincheng had been transformed into a desolate desert in minutes. That land considered an absolute death zone, a place that had baffled countless scientists. It seemed there was hope. A tremendous, almost overwhelming, excitement instantly dispelled all the gloom. With this, all the sacrifices and risks were worthwhile. While some rejoiced, others grieved. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the village, the Shadow Star Squad, guarding the unusually quiet Xiao Wenshu, they had kidnapped, clearly heard the cold system announcement. Shadow Star Squad mission failed. Mission penalty settlement. Shadow Star will be plunged into a 3-year eternal night. Sunlight will disappear, surface temperatures will continue to plummet, and all ecosystems will suffer devastating damage. A deathly silence enveloped the remaining 4 Shadow Star people. The next second, Captain Dark Moon let out a suppressed roar, kicking a nearby old banyan tree hard. Damn it! Why? We were the ones who kidnapped the crucial groom. This mission should have been ours. Why did it fall to those weak Blue Star people? Is the system blind? His voice was filled with anger, resentment, and incomprehension. He abruptly straightened up, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. He glanced around at his teammates, whose faces were equally ashen. He remembered the nightmare of their tragic deaths in that dilapidated hut, the humiliation of being forced to rip out his teammates' hearts in exchange for accommodation. The sense of defeat and the impending horrific punishment from their home planet burned away his sanity. Since we failed, our home planet will endure 3 years of extreme cold and eternal night. Then you Blue Star people won't have it easy either. Chapter 56. With the wedding ceremony forcibly aborted, the mountain god retreated in disarray, leaving the villagers bewildered and helpless. Meanwhile, the Shadow Star Squad, who had been lurking in the shadows, intending to ambush the Blue Star people while Tan Xiaoxiao was distracted, cautiously observed their surroundings, searching for the best opportunity. However, just as they were intently watching Tan Xiaoxiao, an unexpected variable suddenly emerged. It's you? It's you bunch of heartless bastards. You stole my groom? Accompanied by a furious roar tinged with tears, Wang Meili burst out of an alley. Her bright red wedding dress was already disheveled, her rouge smeared with tears, and she looked utterly wretched. But her eyes were now filled with rage. She gave the shadow alien no chance to react or explain, charging straight at him. Wang Meili's speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, and the aura emanating from her made Dark Moon tremble. This aura? Damn it! Why are there so many S-rank monsters in this village? Wang Meili's nails grew wildly, turning black and sharp, mercilessly clawing at the shadow alien, instantly creating a series of afterimages filled with killing intent. Her stance was so ferocious, it was as if she wanted to rip out the shadow alien's heart on the spot. They were completely unprepared for such a powerful fighter to suddenly appear, and were caught off guard, forced to defend themselves. But Wang Meili's furious attacks were simply too powerful. These people were no match for her, and immediately they were all injured. Give me back my study materials, you damn thieves. Robbers. Sister Wang cursed and hit, her voice shrill and furious. She had finally found such a perfect, handsome groom, and her eagerly anticipated wedding was completely ruined by this group of inexplicable people. Hearing the commotion, Tan Xiaoxiao, holding the paper doll Lu Luan, immediately led Bien Ruijin over. Xiao Wenshu, who had been as quiet as a puppet, and bound to the side by the Shadow Star people, saw the crazed Wang Meili, and a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of annoyance and contempt flashed across his empty eyes. Sister Wang, however, completely missed the groom's subtle expression. Her anger intensified as she looked at Yu and the others, and she continued to chase and beat them. Between fights, she would occasionally glance in Xiao Wenshu's direction, her voice trembling with tears. Wenshu, are you all right? Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. The Shadow Star people were quickly overwhelmed by this mad woman, their faces bruised and swollen, their bodies covered in wounds. Tan Xiaoxiao walked over, looking at the shadow aliens on the ground who were clearly at a great disadvantage, and asked in surprise, "Sister Wang, what happened? Did they offend you?" Sister Wang paused her attack for a moment, then suddenly rushed to Tan Xiaoxiao's side, pointing at the shadow aliens, crying pitifully. "Tan, you have to be my judge. These people are shameless, they stole people." Stole people? Tan Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated, pointing incredulously at the 4 disheveled figures on the ground, her voice trembling. 4 people, stole together? Tan Xiaoxiao's face showed extreme horror and disbelief. This is gang, you know? Are they playing such elaborate games? Sister Wang, oblivious to the deeper meaning in Tan Xiaoxiao's tone, sobbed uncontrollably. They stole my Wenshu from the wedding while I wasn't looking, and hid him in this godforsaken place. If I hadn't come looking for him, I'd still be completely in the dark. Tan Xiaoxiao patted Sister Wang's shoulder reassuringly, telling the truth. Sister Wang, a woman shouldn't be so sentimental. If he's gone, he's gone. Forced relationships are never sweet. His only redeeming quality is his face. Sister Wang burst into tears, but I love him. I love his face. While crying, she instinctively searched for Xiao Wenshu, wanting him to say something, but suddenly realized that Xiao Wenshu, who had been standing in the corner just moments before, was gone. Sister Wang was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the empty corner, then glared at the Shadow Starman, her voice filled with madness. Speak. Did you hide him again? Hand him over. Having just personally experienced the woman's terrifying fighting power, the Shadow Starman retreated in panic, shaking his head frantically. No, really no, he disappeared on his own. Sister Wang looked at their genuine fear, then at the empty corner, and finally, slowly and painfully, understood a fact she had always refused to admit. I knew it, he never liked me, he was forced before. This time, he really ran away on his own. Tan Xiaoxiao comforted Sister Wang. Arranged marriages are no good, forced relationships bring no happiness. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, recalling the entire process of Xiao Wenshu's appearance and disappearance. That eerie aura, that numb yet calculating feeling, and that tendency to always disappear just in time at crucial moments. This association made Tan Xiaoxiao frown involuntarily, a familiar unease rising in her heart. Aside from the different face, this behavior was exactly the same as that persistent Dr. Wu. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's comforting words, Sister Wang was still sobbing. I knew arranged marriages were no good. In the future, we should have freed love. Sister Wang paused, then seemed to remember a certain lousy ex-boyfriend and cried even louder. But even free love has run away. Tan Xiaoxiao, She patted Sister Wang's back helplessly, about to offer a few more words of comfort. Just then, the battered and bruised Dark Moon seized the opportunity, made a sudden hand gesture, struggled to his feet, and staggered away towards the thick fog outside the village. Night Hunter, Shadow, and Illusion Spirit immediately followed. Before fleeing, Dark Moon stopped, his eyes, red with hatred, fixed on Bian Ruijin and Su Jing and Yan Yitong behind him, his voice hoarse and venomous. Blue Star scum. Don't be too happy. You're lucky this time. I, Dark Shadow Star, will remember this grudge. If I ever encounter you in a dungeon again, I will hunt you down. Until death do us part. His cold gaze swept over Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, and Yan Yitong, as if trying to etch their images into the depths of his soul. I will do everything in my power to make you pay for your blood debt. Make your Blue Star pay the price for the disaster our home planet has suffered today. This declaration, filled with murderous intent, made Bian Ruijin's heart tighten. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of the other party's words. According to the information provided by Frozen Earth Star, the Shadow Star people's vengefulness was notorious throughout the interstellar space. The live stream chat on Blue Star was instantly flooded with worry. This person is terrifying, so scary. Won't we have to be on tenterhooks when entering dungeons from now on? What? No. Team Leader Bian, you have to be careful. This is a huge problem. What's there to be afraid of? With Sister Tan here, these guys are like stray dogs. However, just as Bian Ruijin clenched his fists, pondering how to deal with this pursuit, a dramatic turn of events occurred. The trailing figure, due to the sudden movement, flung the backpack that Sister Wang had inadvertently ripped open, spilling many of its contents. Attracted by the commotion, Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively bent down to pick up the items. But when her gaze fell upon the several packets of exclusive promotional candy bearing her convenience store's smiley face logo on the ground, her expression instantly shifted from surprise to rage. These candies were specially stocked for promotional purposes, even printed with the store's little face logo. They were normally not for sale, only given to VIP customers. Damn it! She remembered. These bastards had been in her store the day it was robbed. No wonder they'd been lingering there, scouting the place. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately tossed the paper figure of Lu Luan she was holding into Bian Ruijin's arms and chased after them. The next second, she shot off with a whoosh, her speed leaving only a blur in her wake. Damn bastard! How dare you steal from my shop? You're tired of living, aren't you? Her curses were loud and clear. In a few strides, she caught up with the trailing Shadow and delivered a flying kick, landing precisely on Shadow's backside. Shadow screamed, his already unsteady steps completely losing their balance, and he fell face first to the ground. The three members of Dark Moon, hearing their companions scream, turned around and saw Tan Xiaoxiao standing menacingly beside the groaning Shadow, her cold eyes sweeping over them. The group was terrified. They didn't even have the thought of helping their companion up. They rushed into the thick fog at an even faster speed than before, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Tan Xiaoxiao, watching the other three disappear in an instant, stomped her foot in anger. Good riddance. Then she grabbed the Shadowless One, who was trying to crawl away. Still trying to run? Tell me, where did you hide the stolen goods? Did you sell them? Thinking of the empty shop she'd seen that morning, Tan Xiaoxiao's anger flared, and an uncontrollable killing intent spread through her. The anger in her eyes grew stronger, even faintly gleaming with a terrifying red light. The Shadowless One clearly felt the almost tangible, chilling killing intent, and was instantly terrified, pleading for mercy in Tan Xiaoxiao's grasp. The things can be returned, or compensation. Double, triple. Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, Yanitong, looking at the Shadowless One, held captive by Tan Xiaoxiao for their debt, utterly powerless to resist, and recalling Dark Star's aggressive declaration just now, they suddenly felt, this scene was strangely absurd, and strangely unsettling. The viewers in the Blue Star livestream shared the same feeling. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I laughed. The cooler the tough talk, the more pathetic the escape. Shadow Star, I still prefer the way you talk tough, ha ha ha. Tan Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, looking at Anying as if he were a dead man. But killing him so easily seemed too lenient on these audacious thieves, especially since she hadn't even recovered her losses yet. She forcibly suppressed her killing intent, turned around, and waved to the still somewhat dazed Fire Seed team behind her. You guys, find a sturdy rope and tie him up tightly. Take him back to the shop. I don't believe those other bastards won't come to his rescue while I have the hostage. Just then, a sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the blood moon that had shone all night finally disappeared. The dilapidated bus appeared at the village entrance, like a ghost. Tan Xiaoxiao, carrying the quiet and obedient paper doll Lu Luan in one hand, and dragging the tightly bound and barely moving Shadow with the other, walked unceremoniously towards the bus. Sister Wang, her eyes red and swollen from crying after being deceived by a man again, also felt this village was a place of sorrow, and didn't want to stay a second longer. Sobbing, she followed them onto the bus. The members of the Fire Seed squad exchanged glances, and immediately followed. Bian Ruijin took a few steps, paused, and quickly returned to the scene, carrying Lu Luan's lifeless body on his back. No matter Lu Luan's current state, he was determined to bring his body back to Blue Star. There were plenty of empty seats on the bus. The driver, seeing Bian Ruijin carrying a corpse onto the bus, showed no surprise, even appearing practiced and used to it. Buy 2 tickets. Bian Ruijin bought the tickets, placed Lu Luan on the seat, and then, ignoring Sister Wang's angry glare for being disturbed, squeezed into the seat next to Tan Xiaoxiao. Sister Tan. He took a deep breath and carefully pulled out the colorful scratch-off lottery ticket from his pocket. Do me a favor, scratch this for me too. Tan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, still annoyed, but expertly took the ticket. To avoid a repeat of last time, when Sister Tan's unintentional remark caused his heart to race, Bian Ruijin quickly explained his request, his tone earnest. Sister Tan, Blue Star, is experiencing a severe energy shortage, as you know. We've been mass-producing miniature cleaning robots, building ecological air purification towers, and conducting various laboratory research projects, all major power consumers. Currently, many of our underground bases only have limited power supply, at most half a day. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded perfunctorily, her attention seemingly not entirely on the matter. She kicked the shadowy figure she had forcibly shoved under the seat in front of her, who was now immobilized. This seemed to calm her down slightly. Then, she casually scratched the scratch-off card a few times with her fingernail. The next second, the scratch-off card suddenly lit up with a soft white light, and lines of clear text appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained the Geothermal Energy Converter Blueprint. It can efficiently convert deep underground thermal energy into pure electrical energy, sufficient to support the uninterrupted operation of a large city year-round. It operates stably and requires almost no maintenance. As the light faded, a thick stack of documents appeared in Tan Xuxia's hands. Without even glancing at it, she casually tossed it to Bien Ruijin. Bien Ruijin's eyes widened instantly as he looked at the object in his hand, his heart pounding wildly. Energy. Stable and efficient energy. Geothermal. Almost unlimited geothermal energy. No more power rationing. The lab can operate 24/7. Wah, Sister Tan is a god. I'm going to play games for 10 hours tonight to celebrate. Inside the Blue Star Underground Command Center, all the experts and staff watching the live stream erupted in cheers almost simultaneously. Chang Haoqi was so excited that he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes slightly moist, repeatedly exclaiming great. This was like a godsend, solving the most critical energy problem in the Blue Star revival plan. Before Bien Ruijin could recover from his immense joy, he was kicked aside by Sister Wang, who couldn't stand it anymore. Aren't you annoying? Can't you see I'm heartbroken? Get out of the way. Don't disturb my heart-to-heart talk with Sister Tan. As she spoke, Sister Wang shoved aside Bien Ruijin and sat down close to Tan Xiaoxiao, burying her head in Tan Xuxia's lap and continuing to wail for her dead love. The driver, sitting in the front seat, glanced menacingly at Sister Wang, the source of the noise, through the rearview mirror. Sister Wang seemed to sense something, abruptly raising her head and glaring back fearlessly, snapping, "What are you looking at? Never seen someone heartbroken before? Drive properly. Look again, and I gouge your eyes out." The driver, seemingly sensing the woman's formidable aura, actually looked away, not resorting to physical force as he had with noisy passengers before. After several hours of bumpy travel, they finally returned to Neon Street. Saying goodbye to Bien Ruijin and his group, who were eager to report the good news about energy, and Sister Wang, still reluctant to part but promising to come back to Tan Xiaoxiao to vent again, Tan Xiaoxiao returned to her convenience store. The moment she entered, she unceremoniously tossed the paper doll of Lu Luan on the floor, followed by a rag roughly the same size as the current Lu Luan. Go! Clean every nook and cranny of the shop. Not a speck of dust. Then, she grabbed the bound and huddled Shadow from behind, kicking him under the counter. You stay here? If your accomplices don't come to ransom you, you be a human mop here for life. Shadow huddled under the counter, his voice brimming with arrogance. Boss Tan, don't you know, 10 hours after a game instance ends, players are forcibly teleported back to base. He struggled to lift his bound wrist, revealing the faintly glowing mission bracelet, which displayed a cold countdown number. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The smile on Hidden Shadow's face grew wider and more arrogant. He was even prepared to bid farewell to Tan Xiaoxiao amidst the white light of teleportation. However, the next second, the familiar system notification sounded in his ear, but the content instantly froze his smile. Attempting teleportation back. Ding, teleportation failed. Insufficient permissions. Retrying teleportation. Ding, teleportation failed. Interference from unknown rules. Trying again. Ding, teleportation failed. A series of teleportation failed. Notifications made Hidden Shadow's heart skip a beat. The arrogant smile on his face froze completely, replaced by fear and disbelief. He abruptly looked up at the woman, fist in hand, approaching him step by step. Tan Xiaoxiao twisted her wrist, looking down at him with a cold laugh. Teleport back? Before she finished speaking, a slap landed cleanly on his face. Smack! The slap made Anying see stars, his head buzzing, and half his face instantly swelled up. Why haven't you gone back yet? Tan Xiaoxiao asked, feigning surprise. Before Anying could recover from his dizziness, she slapped him again. Smack! The other side of his face quickly swelled up, making it symmetrical. Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you going to force a teleportation? Tan Xiaoxiao flexed her fingers, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Looks like once you're in my little shop, you can't just leave as you please. She bent down, grabbed Anying's hair, and whispered like a demon. Now, we can settle the score. How about compensation for the stolen goods? How about compensation for emotional distress? Anying, her hair being pulled, felt a mix of fear and a fleeting thought. With your mental state, do you even need compensation for emotional distress? From the storeroom, Dehei, hearing the commotion, darted out and affectionately rubbed against Tan Shishia's leg. After rubbing against Tan Xiaoxiao, it tilted its head, curiously watching the unfortunate fellow being held in Tan Shishia's hand and frantically slapped. Tan Xiaoxiao stroked Dehei's fluffy head, her tone softening slightly. Go away, you little rascal. Let me teach this thieving ba *** a lesson first. The words thieving instantly struck a nerve with Big Black. It immediately bared its still not so threatening baby teeth at Hidden Shadow, then pounced, biting Hidden Shadow's ankle. Unfortunately, it didn't cause much damage. It was even a little ticklish. Hidden Shadow didn't feel anything, but Big Black itself almost tripped and fell because of the force of its attack. Feeling humiliated, Big Black was about to pounce again to avenge itself when it tilted its head and suddenly noticed a paper figure clumsily wiping a shelf with a rag nearby. Big Black immediately forgot about Hidden Shadow, curiously approaching, first sniffing cautiously, then excitedly pouncing. The paper figure, Lu Luan, who was concentrating intently, was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Paper figure Lu Luan, eh? He lay blankly on the ground, stunned for a moment, then slowly looked at the black fur ball on top of him, wagging its tail excitedly. He struggled to push Big Black away, indicating his rejection, but Big Black thought he was playing with it and became even more excited. The man and the dog quickly started fighting. But since both were weaklings, it was more like chickens pecking at each other than a real fight. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely unaware of the little incident behind her. She took a deep breath, still feeling annoyed at the thought of the 3 members of Dark Moon who had run away, and casually picked up the dazed and confused Shadow again. Looking at his face, swollen like a pig's head, Tan Xiaoxiao became increasingly angry, and shoved his head into the trash can. You stole? You were so arrogant! The instant Shadow's head was shoved into the trash can instantly became viscous and deep, as if it had transformed into a miniature black hole. Countless twisted, filthy mental pollution energies coiled around Shadow's head like tentacles. Aya! The Shadow instantly let out a pig-like scream. Countless terrifying illusions and vicious curses assaulted the Shadow's soul. In unbearable agony, the Shadow cried out for mercy, snot and tears streaming down its face. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I compensate you 10-fold. No, 100-fold. Please, please let me go. Aya, no, don't eat my brain. Tan Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, glancing at the trash can, which was strangely excited and trembling slightly, and said coldly, Tone it down. Don't kill it. I still have a use for it. I need to collect debts from its accomplices. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's order, the trash can instantly slumped, its greedy aura lessening considerably, but it was clearly very displeased. So it vented its resentment even more on the Shadow. The Shadow's screams grew more desperate, as if it were being tortured, yet unable to die, only suffering endless torment. On the other side, Blue Star. The teleportation light dissipated, and Bian Ruijin's feet had just touched the ground of the base when Commander Chang Haoqi, who had been waiting there, strode forward to greet him. His face shone with barely suppressed excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the backpack in Bian Ruijin's arms. Thank you for your hard work. Chang Haoqi patted Bian Ruijin's shoulder forcefully, his voice hoarse with excitement. Let's go! The car is ready. We're going to the Geological Research Institute immediately. Professor Chiu Yuqin and her team have been waiting for a long time. He paused, a smile of both joy and helplessness flashing across his face. And Professor Yarun from the Energy Center? Good heavens, he's called me no less than 20 times in just a few hours. He's practically blown my phone up. Chang Haoqi shrugged, his tone carrying a happy burden. Right now, top experts from several departments are waiting for you and what you bring back. Bian Ruijin thought of the Oasis Spring and the geothermal energy converter in his backpack, and the bright future these 2 things would bring, and he was equally excited. However, just as he was about to leave, another figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind, an old man sitting alone in a wheelchair, gazing into the distance with vacant eyes. Bian Ruijin paused, not immediately accepting the order as usual, but straightening his back and solemnly bowing to Chang Haoqi. Then, under Chang Haoqi's questioning gaze, he carefully placed the incredibly precious backpack he had been carrying into Chang Haoqi's hands. Commander. Bian Ruijin's voice was firm and clear. Please pass the mission reward to the Research Institute on my behalf. I want to ask for leave. Chang Haoqi was taken aback, subconsciously taking the backpack and blurting out, Leave? Now? Why? Now was the most crucial moment, and Bian Ruijin, as the mission executor, should participate in the subsequent research and analysis throughout. Besides, He knew Bien Ruijin. At such an important moment, Bien Ruijin would absolutely not be absent. Bien Ruijin's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze fixed on the northwest direction of the base, his voice carrying an indescribable urgency. I want to go. To the nursing home. The nursing home? Chang Haoqi was stunned, his busy mind momentarily blank. Didn't Bien Ruijin's parents die in the disaster years ago? What else could he possibly have in the nursing home? Suddenly, a name flashed through Chang Haoqi's mind. Li Aihua, the old hero who had once made great contributions in battle, but now resided in a nursing home due to severe post-disaster trauma and Alzheimer's disease. Bien Ruijin had been her subordinate, one of the few old acquaintances she could still vaguely recognize occasionally. He often visited her during breaks from missions. Chang Haoqi's gaze involuntarily fell on the small glass bottle containing a clear liquid in his backpack. Oasis Spring, reversible desertification, awakens the Earth's vitality, and nurtures an oasis suitable for life in the face of adversity. Jincheng. That homeland that haunted Li's dreams, ultimately breaking her heart and turning into a desolate desert. Chang Haoqi's eyes instantly stung. He completely understood Bien Ruijin's feelings at this moment. He took a deep breath, suppressing a sob in his throat, and patted Bien Ruijin's shoulder heavily, his voice hoarse but exceptionally firm. Go drive there, and be quick. Bien Ruijin nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he turned back to look at Su Jing and Yan Yitong behind him, then at the lifeless body of Lu Luan that they were supporting. Bien Ruijin's heart tightened. Although he knew Lu Luan's soul was with Sister Tan, seeing his comrade's current state still pained him. He looked at Su Jing and instructed her, notify his family. And then, take him to the hospital, preserve him with the best equipment. Just in case. Bien Ruijin actually knew there was no just in case, but a sliver of hope still flickered in his mind. Watching Bien Ruijin's retreating figure, Su Jing, supporting Lu Luan's body, sighed, unable to hide her grief. Chang Haoqi strode forward, looked at the sacrificed soldier, remained silent for a long time, and finally gave a proper salute. Then he patted Su Jing and Yan Yitong on the shoulders. Go contact his family. We posthumously award him the title of martyr in a few days. Don't be too sad, at least he's still alive, albeit in a different way. Su Jing and Yan Yitong nodded, their eyes red. A military jeep sped away from the base, and stopped in front of a quiet nursing home. Bien Ruijin practically ran inside, his heart pounding, his mind racing as he ran. He navigated the corridor with practiced ease and arrived at the familiar courtyard. Sure enough, in the corner pavilion, the elderly man with gray hair and a thin frame sat alone in his wheelchair, covered with a thin blanket, his gaze vacant like a frozen sculpture, seemingly waiting, or perhaps lost in thought. Her face was covered in wrinkles, and her once sharp eyes were now clouded and dull. Bien Ruijin stopped abruptly, taking several deep breaths to calm his turbulent emotions. Then, step by step, he walked gently to the old woman. Li Aihua seemed to sense his approach, slowly turning her head to glance at him, as if assessing something, before looking away without interest after a long pause. Seeing the old woman's appearance, Bien Ruijin's nose stung, and his eyes instantly reddened. Without hesitation, he knelt down in front of the wheelchair with a thud. Then, he looked up, carefully approaching the old woman, his voice trembling violently with emotion and sobs. Old Li, we obtained an item in the ghostly disaster game, the Oasis Spring. He paused, trying to make his voice clearer. Jincheng. Jincheng is saved. The Oasis Spring can revive the land. It can turn the desert back into an oasis. Jincheng. Can you hear me? Jincheng is saved. He repeated incoherently, tears streaming down his face. Li Aihua, sitting in her wheelchair, seemed to slightly move her cloudy eyes upon hearing Bien Ruijin's words. Her gaze slowly shifted from the distance to Bien Ruijin's face, which was streaked with tears of emotion. Her hand, which had been resting on the wheelchair, began to tremble uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, her lips moving as if she were trying to say something, but her voice was too soft and indistinct. Bien Ruijin's heart tightened at the sight. He quickly stood up, bent down, and leaned closer to hear. He heard the old woman utter a single word, trembling and slow. Good. Chapter 57. Bien Ruijin stayed with the old woman, talking for a long time. He did most of the talking, recounting the impending easing of the base's energy shortage, and her perilous experiences in the world of the supernatural disaster. He also spoke extensively about Tan Xiaoxiao, who always appeared at crucial moments and could always create miracles, and about the reassuring convenience store in the world of the supernatural disaster. Old Li mostly listened quietly, her cloudy eyes gazing into the distance. But Bien Ruijin noticed that when he mentioned Oasis Spring and Jincheng, her fingers resting on the armrest of her wheelchair would slightly curl. When he described how Tan Xiaoxiao had extracted Lu Luan's soul from the evil spirit's mouth and casually stuffed it into a paper doll, a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile flashed across her calm, empty eyes. After a long while, the old woman slowly raised her arm and gently patted Bien Ruijin, the movement gentle yet filled with relief. "Thank you for your hard work." Her voice was hoarse, but held a hint of vitality. "Go on with your work, don't worry about this old man. I'm doing fine here." Bien Ruijin instinctively wanted to say something, but before he could speak, the driver who brought him came briskly over with his constantly ringing phone, seemingly having something to report. Bien Ruijin pursed his lips, swallowing back his unfinished words, and simply squeezed the old woman's slightly cool hand tightly. "Mr. Li, take care. I come see you again next week." The old woman nodded, her gaze following his hurried departing figure until he completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. She didn't look away. The caregiver, who had been waiting quietly, then stepped forward, preparing to push the old woman back to her room. When she looked down, she was surprised to find a warm smile on the face of the usually expressionless old man. Underground base on Blue Star, middle school playground. Chinyu felt like her lungs were about to explode. 3 laps of jogging were torture for a sports-challenged person like her. As soon as the PE teacher gave the order for free time, she collapsed. Yu Lily handed her a water bottle, unable to resist complaining. "Just 3 laps, is it really that big of a deal?" Chinyu gasped for breath, about to retort, when a senior in a high school uniform quickly walked over, her gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Chinyu. "Chinyu? Teacher Zheng from the Volunteer Association asked me to ask if you're still participating in the activity at the nursing home tomorrow morning?" Yu Lily immediately remembered Chinyu's sullen appearance when she returned from the nursing home last time and spoke first. "Maybe I should just forget about it. If I don't want to go, I won't." The nursing home. The image of Grandma Li, sitting alone in her wheelchair, and the heavy memories Bien Ruijin had recounted flashed through Chinyu's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, she sat bolt upright. "I go." "That's more like it." "Wait, what did you say?" Yu Lily, who had been nodding in satisfaction, suddenly stopped, turned her head, and stared at her incredulously. "You're going? Are you all right?" Chinyu looked at her senior with unwavering eyes and repeated, "Senior, please tell Teacher Zheng I'm going." The senior nodded, noted her name, and turned to leave. Yu Lily frowned, looking at Chinyu with a puzzled expression. Chinyu took her arm and smiled ingratiatingly. "Lily, let me tell you a story." She lowered her voice and recounted to Yu Lily what she had seen and heard at the nursing home that day, including Grandma Li's experience. Yu Lily's expression gradually shifted from confusion to shock, finally settling into a solemn admiration. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grabbed Chinyu's hand, her tone resolute. "I'm going too. I go with you tomorrow." Chinyu's eyes lit up, and she squeezed her friend's hand back firmly. Just then, a huge cheer erupted unexpectedly from the playground. Several classes that were having physical education lessons, regardless of grade level or whether they knew each other before, excitedly gathered together, their faces beaming with joy. "What's going on? What happened?" Chinyu and Yu Lily were startled and immediately squeezed into the crowd with curiosity. They saw Pan Hezhen, the usually quiet, even somewhat introverted boy in their class, now with tears in his eyes, yet smiling incredibly brightly. He was so excited he seemed ready to hug everyone. Seeing Chinyu approach, he instinctively reached out to rush over. Yu Lily reacted quickly, pulling Chinyu back half a step and raising an eyebrow, saying, "Hey, Pan Hezhen, don't you know men and women shouldn't touch each other?" Pan Hezhen then realized what was happening, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. But the overwhelming joy immediately washed away that embarrassment, and his voice trembled. "Lily, Chinyu, did you see that? Jincheng is saved." He frantically pulled his phone from his school uniform pocket, babbling incoherently. "Just released an announcement, the Fire Seed team, they won. The reward? Oasis Spring, they say it can reverse the desert, announcement." He excitedly stood on tiptoe, holding his phone screen high so more curious classmates could see it. On the screen was an emergency announcement from the official Blue Star United Government. Blue Star United Government announcement, after urgent verification, the Oasis Spring, S-level ecological item, the reward for winning this disaster game, has been confirmed to have significant efficacy in reversing desertification and reviving the Earth's life force. The first phase of the purification project will be prioritized for the Jincheng area. Specific implementation plans and subsequent progress will be announced separately by the Special Working Group. The comment section below was filled with cheers and emotion. "What? This is amazing. My hometown is in that area. I never thought I'd see Jincheng reborn. So happy. Jincheng is going to be reborn." Pan Hejing repeatedly showed the short announcement to each of the classmates who gathered around, and the cheers grew louder and louder. Chen Yu, watching Pan Hejing's almost uncontrollable excitement, suddenly recalled a glimpse she caught while helping the homeroom teacher organize materials. Pan Hejing's hometown was Jincheng. She and Yu Lily exchanged a glance, both seeing the same excitement and emotion in each other's eyes. However, at that moment, a voice instantly brought silence to the room. "Pan." The PE teacher strolled over slowly. "While I completely understand how you feel right now, but..." The teacher deliberately paused, drawing out the words, like a devil's whisper. "Can you explain to me how this phone ended up at school?" Pan Hejing's ecstatic expression froze instantly, replaced by the embarrassment of being caught red-handed. He tried to argue, "Teacher, this is a special time. Special cases are handled specially." The PE teacher chuckled, unmoved, and ruthlessly confiscated the phone. Then, turning to the still excited students, he waved his hand. "All right, the emergency is resolved. You can continue cheering." "Oh!" An even louder cheer erupted again. Looking at Pan Hejing, who looked like he was about to cry, Chen Yu finally couldn't help but chuckle. After school, Chen Yu sat on the bus home, watching the street scenes rushing past the window, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. Grandma Li must have heard the news of Jincheng's impending rebirth now. The old lady must be very gratified. Chen Yu's eyes crinkled, suddenly filled with anticipation for tomorrow's visit. The bus arrived at its stop, and she jumped off, walking briskly home. Passing the bulletin board downstairs in her apartment building, she found it unusually crowded with people, neighbors pointing at a newly posted notice, discussing something animatedly. "The Dark Plains. Can we really go back? The pollution level, it's dropped so fast." Chen Yu immediately squeezed in curiously, and happened to see Aunt Luo Yu from the neighborhood committee standing in the middle answering everyone's questions. She tugged at Aunt Luo's sleeve. "Aunt Luo, is there some good news?" Seeing it was Chen Yu, Aunt Luo's face immediately lit up with a loving smile. She had always liked this well-behaved and quiet little girl. "It's Xiao Yu. It's fantastic news." She pointed to the notice, her voice filled with joy. "The higher-ups have issued a notice. The pollution level in the Dark Plains has dropped to nearly 5%. It's basically safe. Registration for the first batch of voluntary relocation residents is now open. If the application is approved, you can move there in 6 months." Chen Yu was stunned. She knew that thanks to the tireless work of the miniature cleaning robots, the purification project on the Black Soil Plain was progressing rapidly. But she hadn't expected it to reach the point where immigration was possible so quickly. She immediately thought of Yu Lily's hometown, which was on the Black Soil Plain. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside her, happiness for her good friend, yet a tinge of worry about her leaving. She bid farewell to Aunt Luo with a heavy heart and slowly climbed the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she bumped into her neighbor, Brother Qi Jun, who was carrying luggage as he came out of his door. "Brother Qi?" Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. "Weren't you still on vacation?" Qi Jun smiled, and casually ruffled her hair. "I received a last-minute notice that I have to return to the unit early. The team has assigned us a mission. We be stationed on the Black Soil Plain soon." "Again?" Chen Yu's heart tightened, and she instinctively looked into the house. Qi Jun's father, Qi Yongfeng, stood in the living room, his gaze falling upon them. His face, however, lacked its usual worry and anger, instead displaying a relieved composure. "Uncle," Chen Yu called softly. Qi Yongfeng stepped forward, his tone calm. "It's all right. Things over there are different now than before. It's perfectly safe." He paused, a gleam of light appearing on his face. "Besides, I registered my relocation application with the neighborhood committee. I estimate that by this time next year, we'd be reunited on the Morang Plain." Chen Yu's eyes lit up. But the thought of possibly never seeing the neighbors, who watched him grow up again, still made him a little sad. Chen Yu shook his head. What was he thinking? He should be happy for them. She shook off her lingering emotions, chatted with the Qi family father and son for a while longer at the door, and then ran upstairs with light steps. Back home, Grandma Chen immediately noticed her granddaughter was troubled. After listening to Chen Yu's conflicted explanation, the old woman smiled knowingly. "Silly child, this isn't selfishness, it's being sentimental. Your Uncle Qi watched you grow up. It's normal that you're reluctant to part with him." She patted Chen Yu's hand. "While they're not moving out until next year, visit them often, talk to them. Now, go to the kitchen and help Grandma bring out dinner." Chin Yu nodded vigorously, the little knot in her heart instantly untied. The next morning, Chin Yu, backpack on, and Yu Lily boarded the school-arranged bus to the nursing home on the outskirts of the city again. This time, the atmosphere seemed different as they entered the nursing home. Several elderly people sat on the veranda, chatting quietly, their faces relaxed. Chin Yu and Yu Lily also saw Grandma Liaihua again. The old woman was still in her wheelchair, but her usually cloudy eyes, which had always gazed into the distance, were now much clearer. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head, her gaze falling on Chin Yu, and she nodded very slightly, almost imperceptibly. Chin Yu mustered her courage and stepped forward as before, her voice soft. Grandma Li, good morning. May I trim your nails? She expected to be refused again, but Grandma Li simply looked at her silently for a few seconds, then very slowly and gently placed her hand in Chin Yu's palm. Yu Lily held her breath, watching Chin Yu carefully and attentively lower her head and begin to meticulously trim the old woman's nails. A warm atmosphere gradually spread through the room. As the visit drew to a close, Chin Yu and Yu Lily helped pack their belongings, preparing to leave. Walking along the quiet corridor, Chin Yu hesitated for a moment, then gently touched her friend's arm. Lily, she whispered, a barely perceptible tension in her voice. Our community is registering applications for relocation to the Morang Plain. Do you want to go back? Yu Lily paused, a slight smile playing on her lips. Not for now. Yu Lily shook her head, her voice calm. I want to wait until I'm an adult. She paused, gazing into the distance. Besides, it's not like we can't go back unless we move there. When we have holidays later, we can travel together, to see the streets and mountains my parents used to walk. Mentioning her deceased parents, Yu Lily's voice involuntarily lowered, her eyes quickly reddening. Yes. Chin nodded emphatically, her voice clear and firm. It's a promise, I go back with you. Yu Lily squeezed her hand back, nodding vigorously. The two girls smiled at each other, the future seemed so bright. Ding dong. The wind chimes at the shop entrance rang, and Tan Xiaoxiao knew a customer had arrived. She looked up at the sound and saw a familiar figure walk in somewhat awkwardly, followed by 4 young men with youthful faces but sharp eyes. Welcome, she greeted habitually. The leader, Zhang Xiangyu, immediately stepped forward upon seeing Tan Xiaoxiao and bowed deeply to the cashier with gratitude. Sister Tan, thank you so much last time. If it weren't for your help, I would definitely be dead at the hands of those bastards on Shadow Star. Zhang Xiangyu's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. It wasn't that he valued his life, dying for his home planet was considered an honor for every Battlefield Star person. But Shadow Star was clearly trying to wipe them out, and he was the only survivor on Battlefield Star at the time. If it weren't for Sister Tan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiangyu was filled with gratitude and bowed again in thanks. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little flustered by this display, waving her hands repeatedly. Oh no, I didn't really help much. It's nothing. Zhang Xiangyu straightened up, his gaze unconsciously sweeping around the shop. He saw a little black dog in the corner, desperately gnawing on a braised chicken leg bigger than its head, but it hadn't even broken the skin. Zhang Xiangyu couldn't help but want to laugh. The little black dog seemed to sense his gaze, abruptly raising its head and glaring at him with its eerie green eyes. Zhang Xiangyu quickly suppressed a laugh and hurriedly looked away. He happened to catch a glimpse of a tiny figure, about the size of a palm and made of rough paper, clumsily and earnestly wiping dust from the gaps in the shelf with a rag almost as big as its body. The movements looked somewhat comical, yet there was an eerie earnestness about it. Zhang Xiangyu was stunned. Tanjia's shop, even the staff were extraordinary. He suppressed his surprise and went to the freezer to grab a few bottles of water to pay. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao scanned the barcode to pay, he suddenly heard a faint but continuous thump-thump sound coming from under the counter, like something struggling. Tan Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged as she casually kicked under the counter. Thump! A muffled sound followed by a groan, and the noise from under the counter vanished instantly. Tan Xiaoxiao then looked up and smiled apologetically at Zhang Xiangyu. Sorry, that was a bit noisy. There's a thief locked up under there, not very well behaved. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, and dragged a person out from under the counter. It was Anying, bound tightly with rope and gagged with a rag. Anying had completely lost the cold arrogance he once possessed as an elite member of Shadow Star. His hair was disheveled and standing on end, his eyes were sunken, and his face was filled with terror and despair. He looked utterly haggard, as if he had experienced a tremendous shock. Zhang Xiangyu's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Hidden Shadow? Wasn't this the guy who was so arrogant when he chased him last time, vowing to completely wipe out Battlefield Star? How did he become such a wretched figure? And was he stuffed under the cash register by Sister Tan? Tan Xiao shoved the dejected Hidden Shadow forward. I remember now, it was this guy last time, along with a few other dark-skinned thugs, chasing you around my shop, right? John Xiongyu snapped out of his daze, and nodded with difficulty, his gaze still fixed on Hidden Shadow, trying to figure out what had happened to him. Seeing this, Tan Xiao generously shoved Hidden Shadow in front of John Xiongyu. Hey, how about we beat him up to vent our anger? John Xiangyu's first reaction was, that's not a good idea, is it? His second reaction was, damn it. I'm kind of tempted. Recalling how pathetic he was when the Shadow Star squad chased him, and cried for his mother, the inherent bloodlust and vengefulness of the Battlefield Star people instantly overwhelmed any remaining restraint. He rubbed his wrists, turning to look at the 4 new team members behind him, who were already itching for a fight, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Without needing any commands, the 5 Battlefield Stars charged forward, and soon, the painful groans of Hidden Shadow echoed through the convenience store. The Battlefield Star livestream chat was also filled with satisfying comments. Well done. Beat him to death. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Sister Tan is awesome. This gift is so thoughtful. Screenshot. Screenshot. I could laugh for a year at Hidden Shadow's pig-faced face. After a satisfying education, John Xiongyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. Before leaving, he couldn't resist secretly using his mission bracelet to quickly snap a picture of the bruised and battered Hidden Shadow lying on the ground, looking utterly hopeless. Only then, satisfied, did he lead his team away. Before his hand even touched the doorknob, Tan Xiao's thoughtful voice came from behind him. Wait. John Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around obsequiously. Sister Tan, is there anything else? Tan Xiao pointed to the bruised and battered figure under the cash register, her eyes narrowed, her tone seemingly calm. Those guys with him. Those petty thieves who escaped, do you know them? Do you know how to contact them? John Xiongyu nodded vigorously. Yes, I know them. Those guys from Shadow Star are notorious. I dealt with them several times. Okay. Tan Xiao nodded, her chin slightly raised. Then pass on a message to them for me. Her speech was slow, but carried an undeniable firmness. Tell them that everything they stole and ate from my shop must be returned intact, plus 10 times the value in cash compensation. If they don't pay that much, this isn't over. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the area under the cashier with a cold smile. Also, have their captain bring the rest of them over here in person to bow and apologize to me. Her eyes, usually carrying a hint of languor, were now devoid of warmth. Tell them this is their last chance. If I have to go myself, the consequences will be far more than just financial loss and humiliation. Hearing this calm yet menacing ultimatum, John Xiongyu seemed to already foresee the tragic fate of those from Shadow Star. He silently lit a row of candles for the entire Shadow Star in his mind, then straightened his back, his voice utterly solemn. Understood. Don't worry, Sister Tan, I will deliver this to you word for word. On the anonymous section of the Interstellar Exchange Forum, a post with a shocking title was trending. Breaking news: Shadow Star suffers a setback? Mission failure leads to 3 years of polar night punishment. Pictures and proof included. The main post was concise, containing only a short video link. Upon opening, a desolate, lifeless world without any light appeared before the eyes. Those familiar with the place would immediately recognize it as Shadow Star. The camera zoomed in, revealing that the streets of Shadow Star were covered in frost, with countless plants withered, the entire planet appearing as if it had entered a freezer. Below the video were also displayed real-time temperature data showing a rapid decline. The post instantly generated a flood of replies. First floor, really? Wasn't Shadow Star ranked over 50 places higher than Blue Star? How could it lose like this? 2 ND floor. 3 years of eternal night. 0 sunlight. This punishment is too harsh. The ecosystem is absolutely going to collapse. 3 RD floor. In the short term, they can hold on, with their inventory and technology, but in 3 years, Shadow Star will be severely damaged, if not dead. For L, Battlefield Star King of Battle serves them right. Shadow Star has finally met its match. Thanks to Blue Star for avenging us. Didn't they love hiding in the shadows and carrying out assassinations? Now they live in darkness for the rest of their lives. This comment quickly garnered a large number of likes, with many users from other planets who had suffered at the hands of Shadow Star joining in. 5L, Kingfisher Star Wind Whisperer agreed. Shadow Star, relying on stealth and assassination techniques, plundered countless weak civilizations. What goes around comes around. 6L, Green Vine Starman. Although it's a bit cruel, it's hard to sympathize with them when considering what they did to other planets before. Just as the forum was lamenting the fate of Shadow Star, another post was pushed to the top with even greater speed, posted by the user Battlefield Star Jean Xiangyu. Satisfying. Shadow Star, you finally met your match. Image just came out of the dungeon, and before leaving, I made a special trip to 23 Neon Street to thank Sister Tan. Guess what I saw? Ha ha ha. Isn't that the arrogant shadow of Shadow Star? Remembering his cocky face when he chased me last time, it feels so satisfying to see him like this. Sister Tan is awesome. The attached picture is a bit blurry, clearly taken secretly, but the content is clear enough. Shadow Star's shadow was tightly bound, slumped in the corner behind the cashier, his face bruised and swollen, one eye almost squinted, and dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Even more striking was his gaze. It was no longer the cold, sharp look it once had, but filled with terror, a dazed, almost collapsing state, as if he had endured immense torture. Floor 1. Holy crap! This pig-headed guy. Is that Shadow? That elite member of Shadow Star? Floor 2. This photo doesn't look photoshopped. Is Sister Tan really that ruthless? He looks almost unrecognizable. Floor 202. It's truly tragic, but why do I feel so satisfied watching him? Forget how arrogant he used to be. 220L, Lava Star Burning Heart. He only got away with it because of good luck and a bit of weirdness. His methods are truly cruel. John Xiangyu, seeing the rapidly increasing replies, especially those questioning Sister Tan's cruelty, couldn't help but add a comment. OP, Battlefield Star John Xiangyu to clarify, Sister Tan is a very nice person. He was detained because he stole something from her shop first. Sister Tan told us to tell Shadow Star to bring 10 times the compensation to apologize and redeem him. Otherwise, if she catches him personally next time, the consequences will be even more severe. Also, this injury was actually caused by my brothers and me beating him up. It has nothing to do with Sister Tan. This clarification only intensified the discussion. Floor 1004. Stealing? Stealing from Sister Tan? Does Shadow have a death wish? Floor 1006. Lighting candles. JPG 3 seconds of silence for Shadow Star. Floor 1007. So the point is, Sister Tan can actually hold onto dungeon players? System-mandated teleportation doesn't work on her? Floor 1008. You hit the nail on the head. Forced return after 10 hours is an ironclad rule. Why is Shadow still in the disaster world? Floor 1029. This is terrifying to think about. Who exactly is Sister Tan? Can she interfere with the basic rules of the disaster game? Floor 1030. Before, I only thought she was strong, but now I feel she's terrifying. From now on, if you encounter her in a dungeon, just steer clear. The fact that Tan Xiaoxiao is suspected of being able to break the game rules has plunged many on the forums into a state of tension, speculation, fear, and awe. Just then, in the High Council Hall of Shadow Star, chaos reigned as counselors argued vehemently. A complete and utter failure. Dark Moon, you and your squad must take full responsibility for this disaster. An elderly counselor with white hair and beard pounded the table, his voice shrill with anger and fear. 3 years of eternal night. Do you know what that means? Energy reserves will only last for 6 months at most. The entire agricultural system is finished, and the ecosystem will completely collapse within 12 months. A female counselor's face was deathly pale, the data tablet in her hand cracking loudly. And Shadow, our best stealth fighter. Not only did the mission fail, but they were captured and became the laughingstock of the entire interstellar forum. You completely disgraced Shadow Star. An apology? Compensation? How dare that Blue Star woman make such demands? We, Shadow Star, have never suffered such a humiliation. No apology. No compensation? Then tell me what to do. The forum says she can break the rules and forcibly detain people. Think about what that means. The argument escalated, almost turning into a physical confrontation. The counselors split into several factions, blaming each other, roaring, shifting blame, and a sense of despair gradually spreading. At the center of this storm, the Shadow Star squad leader, Dark Moon, remained unusually silent. He stood there with his back straight, expressionless, receiving the hateful gazes and rebukes from all directions. However, his gaze didn't fall on any of the roaring counselors, but was fixed on the huge circular screen at the front of the council hall. It clearly displayed the post John Xiangyu had made on the Interstellar Communication Forum. In the photo, Anying was tightly bound, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes unfocused and terrified. His former elite aura was gone, replaced only by dishevelment and despair. Seeing the comments in the comments section, satisfying, serves him right, Sister Tan is awesome, and you clenched his fists. And you could almost imagine the torture and humiliation Anying had suffered. He hated Blue Star, hated that woman named Tan Xiao Xiao, hated them for plunging Shadow Star into utter ruin, hated them for humiliating his team members like this. Just then, the speaker's stern reprimand barely quelled the chaos. All eyes turned back to Enyu, awaiting his explanation, or rather, awaiting him to take full responsibility. Dark Moon finally averted his gaze from the glaring photograph on the screen, his eyes sweeping over the faces of those present, faces contorted with anger, fear, or despair. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse from the long silence. I will take responsibility, but now, arguing is pointless. He raised his hand, pointing to the disheveled face of the hidden shadow on the screen. The most urgent thing is to bring her back. Then, to find out exactly what kind of woman we're dealing with. Chapter 58. After the meeting, Enyu prepared to leave the council hall when a deep voice sounded behind him. Captain Enyu, please wait. The one who called him was Moe, the shrewd and powerful speaker of Shadow Star. Enyu's heart skipped a beat. At this critical juncture, when the mission had failed and someone needed to take responsibility, the speaker had called him aside. Was he going to settle scores with him? Speaker Moe. Enyu suppressed his thoughts and bowed respectfully. Moe nodded slightly, said nothing more, made a follow-me gesture, and turned to walk towards the elevator. Enyu took a deep breath, and could only follow. The elevator ascended to the top floor, and Enyu followed closely behind Moe, pushing open the heavy office door. Inside the office, two figures who had been waiting there made his pupil shrink, and he froze on the spot. He recognized those two. The one on the left, with his sinister eyes and arrogant expression, was none other than Lu Ge from Water Star. Water Star had suffered a crushing defeat in its battle against Blue Star, not only ruining Lu Ge's personal reputation, but also turning the Water Star's sacred site, Lake of the Goddess Vikana, into a living hell. The mockery on the forum still lingered, and it was said that Lu Ge had been severely punished by the Water Star Council as a result. Why was this person here, and the other person, made Dark Moon's heart skip a beat. That person sat quietly on the sofa, tall and straight, wearing a sharply tailored dark combat uniform. His eyes were sharp, and he exuded an almost tangible, powerful aura, and the oppressive feeling of someone who had long held a superior position. It was Visser from Void Star, the captain of the Void Squad, who has consistently topped the leaderboard in the disaster game. A man renowned for his absolute power and icy rationality, he is universally acknowledged as an existence to be revered by all other planets. Why is he here? Dark Moon's mind raced. Even if they were to form an alliance against Blue Star, the Void Star, with its strength, would never consider the Water Star and Shadow Star, which are ranked dozens of places lower and have just suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, the Void Star people possess terrifying physical and mental strength. Their individual combat capabilities are several times greater than those of the Water Star and Shadow Star people. Visser's personal appearance must have an extraordinary connection, or inside story behind it. Thinking this, Dark Moon couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest, her guard up. Visser's gaze calmly swept over Dark Moon, giving an almost imperceptible nod, a tacit greeting. This captain of Shadow Star is quite strong, and his personality is relatively composed, better than the person beside him. Visser's gaze swept over Lu Ge's anxious face, and he couldn't help but rub his temples, a hint of impatience in his expression. If it weren't for the deep ties between the Water Source Star's higher-ups and the Void Star, and the fact that Lu Ge held a bargaining chip he couldn't refuse, he would never have chosen to cooperate with such an emotionally unstable individual whose abilities weren't even top-tier. Lu Ge narrowed his eyes, looking at the cautious Dark Moon, and spoke first, his tone carrying an air of condescending superiority. Dark Moon? I heard your Shadow Star also fell into Blue Star's hands? Humph, I'm here this time to give you a chance to avenge your humiliation. Dark Moon sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly composed, retorting sarcastically. Oh! If I remember correctly, Captain Lyoga, you lost to Blue Star even earlier, and the scene was even more brutal. At least, I returned with 2 team members. He paused deliberately, as if suddenly remembering something, adding, I almost forgot, it seems not all of your teammates died at Blue Star's hands. These words instantly struck a nerve with Lyoga, his face turning incredibly ugly. You! Just then, Visser flicked his finger and lightly tapped the table, interrupting the impending conflict. Under Visser's calm yet extremely oppressive gaze, Lyoga finally shut his mouth reluctantly, his face filled with resentment. Visser then turned his gaze to Dark Moon, his voice steady, revealing no emotion. "Captain Dark Moon?" Dark Moon raised his head and cautiously nodded in response. "It's me, Captain Visser. I heard so much about you." A very faint smile appeared on Visser's face, almost not a smile at all. "No need to be nervous. I'm here on behalf of Void Star to discuss an alliance with you and Captain Flowing Song." "An alliance?" Dark Moon's doubts deepened. "Forgive my bluntness, but Void Star's strength far surpasses ours. I don't understand what value we hold that would warrant your personal visit to form an alliance." Visser raised an eyebrow, appreciating Dark Moon's directness. In dealing with intelligent people, sincerity is often more effective than deception. The reason is simple. Visser leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced on his knees. Waterstar obtained a special SSS-grade item in the last dungeon, the Spindle of Destiny. He paused, observing Dark Moon's reaction, before continuing his explanation. The sole purpose of this item is to specify the match mode for the next game instance, and to choose the opponent. Such a valuable item naturally needs to maximize its benefits. Visser's tone was calm. The higher-ups of Waterstar have a long-standing relationship with Void Star. Therefore, they chose the most rewarding large-scale team battle mode and selected Void Star as one of their allies. Dark Moon narrowed her eyes, her brain rapidly processing this information. An SSS-grade item, the ability to specify the match mode and opponent. This explains why Void Star would condescend to cooperate with Waterstar. So what is the goal that would make Waterstar and Void Star go to such lengths? "So?" Dark Moon asked calmly. "What is your purpose in finding Shadow Star?" Visser answered decisively. "Team battle mode is extremely risky, but the rewards are also the greatest. What we need are allies who can truly contribute and share a common goal." He looked directly at Dark Moon. "Blue Star is the common enemy of all three of us. Water Star seeks revenge, you Shadow Star seek redemption, and to rescue your team members, and we Void Star." Visser's lips curled into a cold smile. "We pursue the highest scores and rewards. Defeating a dark horse like Blue Star, which has recently risen to prominence, will yield unprecedented scores and system evaluations." Dark Moon paused. Although it made sense logically, his sixth sense told him that Visser was definitely not telling the truth, or rather, he was concealing something. "This is a mutually beneficial deal, Captain Dark Moon. You gain the opportunity for revenge, and we gain the prizes and glory of victory. How about it?" Although Visser was questioning Dark Moon, his tone and demeanor suggested he already had the answer in mind. A brief silence fell over the office as all eyes turned to Dark Moon. Dark Moon's mind raced. Shadow Star ranked outside the top 50 in the Cataclysmic game, their access to game information was extremely limited. Void Star, on the other hand, consistently held the top spot, their understanding of the game rules, and even its underlying logic far surpassed theirs. He had even heard rumors long ago that Void Star had some connection, even the ability to communicate, with the unspeakable higher dimensional beings who manipulated the Cataclysmic game. Previously, he had dismissed it as nonsense, but now, looking at Visser's confident, composed expression, as if he had everything under control. Perhaps, those rumors weren't entirely unfounded. And you caught a glimpse of Speaker Moyi's suggestive glance out of the corner of his eye. Clearly, the shrewd speaker had weighed the pros and cons, and believed this was the best opportunity for Shadow Star to reverse its decline, and even advance further. Finally, and you took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "All right, Shadow Star joins." He paused, then couldn't help but ask, "So what's the specific plan?" Visser tapped the table lightly with his fingertip and stated clearly, "The Spindle of Fate will lock the next match into a 5-team battle mode and guide the system to match us with 4 opponents we designate. My plan is Water Star, Shadow Star, Void Star, Blue Star, and Mechanical Star." Mechanical Star? Although you didn't object verbally, his brows furrowed unconsciously, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Visser noticed his confusion and explained, "The mechanical aliens' actions are always based on cold, hard data calculations. Once they enter the instance, when their data analysis shows that Blue Star's chances of winning are slim, they will unhesitatingly side with the stronger party, us." He stood up, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ge and Yu, his voice carrying a seductive power, painting a picture of victory for them. "Think about it, a 5-planet melee, the system's mission rewards will be unprecedentedly generous. And at that time, we will be 4 planets besieging Blue Star, creating absolute overwhelming power. That woman named Tan Xiaoxiao may be unpredictable, But in the face of a meticulously planned encirclement, any unexpected factors will be minimized. Visser paused, then extended his hand to the two, his voice full of temptation. A hunt destined for victory, and the extraordinary rewards that follow. Aren't you tempted? Lu Ji's eyes were filled with the flames of revenge, especially since this cooperation was something he had strongly advocated for. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately placed his hand heavily on Visser's, gritting his teeth as he said, "The humiliation Blue Star inflicted upon me, I must repay 100-fold." Dark Moon had to admit that Visser's plan, his vision of the future, and his overwhelming confidence in controlling everything were incredibly contagious. He remembered the tragic deaths of his teammates, Nightmare. He remembered Shadow's capture and humiliation. He remembered the 3 years of eternal darkness facing Shadow Star, and the endless ridicule on the forums. Without further hesitation, he placed his hand on top of Flowing Song's. 3 hands clasped together symbolized the formal formation of the alliance. Lu Ji's face twisted with an uncontrollable smile, as if he could already foresee the destruction of Blue Star. Although Yu's face remained expressionless, a long-suppressed, ruthless satisfaction flickered deep in his eyes. Visser remained calm and composed, but a chilling glint of control flashed in the depths of his eyes. This joint effort to annihilate Blue Star had begun. Chang Haoqi and Bian Ruijin walked out of the heated conference room one after the other, their steps light. Those old geeks at the energy center almost ripped the roof off the day they saw the blueprints. Chang Haoqi shook his head, but a genuine smile played on his lips. Professor Yao Run spent 3 days glued to the blueprints, barely sleeping. I had to personally go to the lab and escort him home to rest. If he didn't rest, I think he collapsed first. Thinking of the ecstatic expressions on the faces of the experts, who had been working tirelessly on energy issues, Bian Ruijin couldn't help but smile. With geothermal energy, mini-stall projects can be restarted, Chang Haoqi said with a relieved tone, as if suddenly remembering something. There's something else. The relocation registration for the MO rank plane has only been open for applications for a little over 10 days. Do you know how many applications we received? He held up 3 fingers, over 300,000. And it's still increasing. Hearing this, Bian Ruijin recalled the scene he had witnessed during his inspection of the MO rank plane a few days ago. The towering purification tower base has been erected, and countless miniature cleaning robots are working efficiently on the land like worker ants. The outlines of brand new residential buildings are beginning to appear, and the old streets that have been cleared up still faintly show traces of their former liveliness. Bian Ruijin's lips unconsciously curled up, and he said softly, "Being able to return to the ground, bask in the real sun, and breathe purified air is something that many people have longed for their whole lives. Besides, that's where many people's roots are," the 2 men said, pushing open the door to the Commander-in-Chief's office. Almost instantly upon entering the room, the smiles on their faces vanished. Everything in the office seemed normal, except for something that shouldn't be there, a grayish-white note in the center of Chang Haoqi's large, tidy desk. Chang Haoqi's face darkened instantly, and he strode forward. No matter how many times he experienced this kind of notification, appearing without warning, directly breaking through all physical barriers, always filled him with an inexplicable sense of rejection and powerlessness. He reached out and picked up the note. Only a few lines of cold black writing were written on it. Body. Next match. 5-way team battle. Participating planets. Water Source Star, Mechanical Star, Blue Star, Shadow Star, Void Star. Bian Ruijin took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the last name, subconsciously muttering, "Void Star? How is this possible?" Even if Blue Star is remote and information is scarce, it would never be unfamiliar with the name Void Star. A terrifying existence rumored to be invincible, and possessing unfathomable strength. How could Blue Star? How could they be matched with them? Chang Haoqi lowered his eyes, his knuckles slightly white from gripping the paper tightly, but his voice was unusually steady. Nothing is impossible. He carefully smoothed out the creases on the paper, looked up at the solemn-faced Bian Ruijin, and deliberately softened his tone. "Didn't you agree to visit Lu Luan's parents today with Su Jing and Yenny Tong? Don't delay. Give my regards to the 2 elders." He paused, then gently placed the note on the table. "As for the competition, we discuss it in detail at a meeting tomorrow. Now go." Bian Ruijin took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, straightened his back, and solemnly saluted, "Yes, Commander." He turned and pushed open the office door. Outside, Chang Haoqi's adjutant, Xiao Wu, was already waiting. Seeing him come out, he immediately saluted crisply. "Captain Bian, the car is ready as you requested. Miss Yen and Miss Su have also arrived and are waiting for you in the car." Half an hour later, A low-key black sedan drove into an underground residential area that was significantly better than ordinary residential areas. The air circulation system here was more advanced, the passageways were wide, and even natural light was simulated. Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, and Yin Tong stood in front of Lu Luan's house, their hearts heavy as they rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly, and a tall, blonde, blue-eyed, but haggard middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes when she saw Bian Ruijin and the others. "Is this Captain Bian? Please come in, my husband is waiting for you." She spoke fluent Mandarin and stepped aside to let the three into the house. The house was warm and clean, even spacious, with soft sofas, solid wood furniture, and several evocative landscape paintings hanging on the walls, indicating the owner's once affluent lifestyle. Lu Luan's father came out from the inner room. He looked to be in his 50s, with a composed demeanor, graying temples, and an undisguised sorrow and weariness in his eyes. He stepped forward and shook hands firmly with Bian Ruijin. "Captain Bian, Miss Su, Miss Hien, thank you for making this trip." Mr. Lu's voice was a little hoarse, but steady. "Please sit down." Everyone sat down, and a brief silence filled the air. Finally, Bian Ruijin spoke first, his voice dry. "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu. I'm so sorry, we couldn't bring Lu Luan back safely." Mrs. Lu's eyes instantly reddened, and she turned her head away. Mr. Lu sighed heavily, waving his hand to stop Bian Ruijin from saying anything more self-reproachful. "No need for that, Captain Bian. The ghostly disaster game. We know how cruel it is. Juan chose this path, and as his parents, although we're worried, we support him." His gaze fell on a cabinet beside him, where a black and white photograph of Lu Luan was displayed. Bian Ruijin carefully took out a medal wrapped in velvet from his briefcase, the highest honor on Blue Star, the Hero's Medal. He held it with both hands and presented it to Mr. Lu. "This is a posthumous award given to Lu Luan by the United Government. His contributions to Blue Star will be remembered by everyone." Lu's father extended a trembling hand, accepted the heavy medal, gazed at it for a moment, and solemnly placed it next to the black and white photograph. "The Lu family has a history of soldiers." Lu's father's voice carried a barely perceptible sob and pride. "They didn't disgrace their ancestors, nor did they disgrace us." These words instantly shattered the composure that Bian Ruijin and the other two had been trying to maintain. Su Jing and Yin Yitong's eyes instantly reddened. Seeing the three young people suppressing their sadness, Lu's father took the initiative to comfort them. "Don't be too sad. Speaking of which, we should thank that Miss Tan. She preserved Xiao Luan's soul, even though it's now just a paper doll. At least it's alive in another way. Better than being completely gone, right?" Just then, Lu's mother approached and said softly, "I just received news that Xiao Luan's brother is on his way back. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight?" Bian Ruijin almost instinctively, nearly frantically, refused. "No, Auntie. Thank you so much, but we have to go back to Command Center immediately. There's an urgent meeting." They were too guilty to face the potential grief or questions from another of Lu Luan's closest relatives. After repeatedly declining Lu's parents' entreaties, the three of them practically fled the warm yet suffocating residential area. In the convenience store, Tan Xiaoxiao listlessly slumped over the counter, letting out another big yawn. "Sigh," she muttered softly, rubbing her throbbing temples. "I keep having bizarre dreams at night, and I can't sleep soundly. Lately, her teacher has been having some fantastical dreams and feels like she's being whispered around her, but when she wakes up, she can't remember them clearly, only feeling utterly exhausted. Could it be neurasthenia?" Tan Xiaoxiao muttered, hesitating whether to get her brain checked, but given her previous experience at a mental hospital, she instinctively felt a bit averse to hospitals. "Ugh, ugh!" A muffled sobbing sound came from under the counter, accompanied by slight struggles. Tan Xiaoxiao impatiently kicked it with her toe. "What's all the noise about? Can't you even shut up while eating?" Under the cashier, the tightly bound shadow was being clumsily stuffed with half a slightly dried-out steamed bun by a paper doll the size of a palm. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the calendar on the wall, somewhat surprised. "Your accomplices are quite patient, aren't they? It's been a month, aren't they planning to come and redeem you? Have they abandoned you?" As she muttered to herself, the wind chimes at the shop entrance rang. Tan Xiaoxiao lazily raised her head, instantly dispelling some of her drowsiness. Led by Dark Moon, followed by Illusion Spirit and Night Hunter, and a young team member who looked somewhat unfamiliar but whose eyes were equally cautious, the four filed in. Their faces all wore what appeared at first glance to be genuine sincerity, and they even bowed slightly. "And you stepped forward," his voice low and solemn. "Mr. Tan, we're here to apologize for our previous rudeness and mistakes, and to fulfill our promise of compensation." He turned and pointed to a medium-sized truck parked outside the shop. "All the goods your shop lost have been replaced exactly as they were. They're all on the truck." Then, Huan Ling silently stepped forward and placed a heavy metal box on the counter, opening it with a click. Instantly, the dazzling golden light almost blinded Tan Xiaoxiao. Inside the box were neatly stacked, substantial gold bars. Tan Xiaoxiao gasped, her pupils dilating instantly. She instinctively shrank back, her eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. "Wait, gold bars? Where did you get these? Could they be stolen money?" Her mind flashed through various news stories. Who would use gold bars to apologize? Where would she put these? If she took it to a jewelry store to exchange, what would she say if they asked where it came from? She'd probably be called in for questioning any second. Seeing how unusually sincere these people were, apologizing and offering compensation, Tan Xiaoxiao figured that Inai had indeed been educated enough over the past month under the cashier. "Sigh, forget it." She waved her hand, bent down, and pulled Inai out from under the cashier, tossing her back to an "you like trash. Seeing that you're somewhat sincere, you can take her away. If she dares to steal from my store again, things won't be so easy." Looking at this group of menacing-looking individuals, she couldn't help but add a few more words in her old-fashioned tone. "I'm telling you, you're so young. What couldn't you do? Stealing? Be kind, be good to others, and you have a bright future, understand?" Listening to her earnest admonition, and seeing her teammate, Inai, clearly haggard and disheveled, her eyes unfocused, as if she had endured immense torment, Huan Ling felt a surge of anger. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. But before she could make a move, a cold, warning glance from Yu swept over her. Huan Ling instantly calmed down, took a deep breath, and spoke with utter obedience. "You're right. This time we were blinded by greed. We promise, it will never happen again." Then, the group quickly moved boxes of goods from the truck into the shop, filling the small storage room. Looking at the newly replenished inventory, Tan Xiaoxiao's mood improved slightly, but she still waved her hands repeatedly at the box of gold bricks. "This is too heavy, I have nowhere to put it, and it's difficult to dispose of. You can take it back." Seeing this, a hint of anticipation flashed in Yu's eyes. He feigned hesitation, then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled several beautifully crafted cards from his backpack and handed them over again with both hands. "Since Boss Tan refuses the gold bricks, we wouldn't dare force her. Here are a few 3-day vouchers for the Starry Skies Secret Realm Hot Spring Resort Hotel, a small token of our appreciation to soothe your nerves and apologize." However, he showed a slightly troubled expression. The redemption period for these vouchers seems to be today. A hot spring hotel? Or a legendary 3-day voucher for a 5-star hotel? Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. A 5-star hotel? She had never experienced anything like it in her life. Expires today? No problem, no problem. She snatched the vouchers, beaming with joy. "Anyway, my shop's business is SOSO. Closing for a few days won't hurt. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm going to relax in a hot spring." Seeing her accept the coupon, a hint of triumphant satisfaction flashed deep in Yu's eyes. As long as this woman is lured away, kept out of the convenience store during the dungeon mission, and this biggest variable and backer is gone, won't those people on Blue Star be at their mercy? Having achieved her goal, Yu didn't linger. After apologizing again, she quickly left with her team and the weakened shadow. Watching their car disappear around the corner, Tan Xiaoxiao happily admired the hot spring coupon in her hand, unable to help but sigh. "Wow, I didn't expect these guys, who didn't seem like good people, to be so shrewd." She turned her head, and saw Sister Wang from the building materials store next door sitting in the sun by the door, a slightly dejected look on her face, as if she just experienced a heartbreak. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately went over enthusiastically. "Sister Wang, don't sigh like that. Look, I just got several vouchers for a high-end hot spring hotel, and they expire today. Shall we go together? A soak will make all our worries disappear." Sister Wang, who was feeling down, perked up immediately. "A high-end hot spring? Sure. I'm feeling down anyway, I go relax. You wait here, I go change and get the car." Tan Xiaoxiao happily agreed, went back into the store, filled a bowl of dog food and water for her dog, Dehei, who was watching her expectantly, and patted its head. "Sweetie, stay home and mind the shop. I'm only gone for 3 days, just a hot spring soak and I be back." Then, she casually picked up the paper doll Luluan, who was still diligently wiping the shelves, stuffed it into her backpack, and zipped it up. Let's go! Time for 5-star service. She deftly locked the convenience store door, cheerfully got into Sister Wang's car, and sped away. Half an hour later, Bian Ruijin, along with Su Jing, Yinitong, and a slightly nervous newcomer named Chu Chong, hurriedly arrived at number 23 Neon Street. However, the scene that greeted them this time made their hearts sink instantly. The familiar convenience store doors and windows were tightly shut. Looking through the glass door, the interior was dimly lit and empty, exuding an unsettling desolation. Sister Tan, isn't she here? Su Jing's voice trembled slightly, and she instinctively looked at Bian Ruijin. Yinitong also panicked, peering intently through the glass door. How could she not be here? At this time, she should usually be at the store. Bian Ruijin's face was the most grim. He knew better than anyone what they were about to face. The vengeful water source star, the ruthless shadow star, and the legendary void star, hovering high on the leaderboard. Without Tan Shishia's near bug-like luck and strength as a buffer and support, their chances of survival would be virtually zero. Thinking of the impending carnage, Bian Ruijin clenched his fists, his heart heavy. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise building a few blocks away from Neon Street, and Yu, Lu Gu, and Visser stood together. And Yu's gaze shifted from the high-powered binoculars, a relaxed expression of triumph on his face. He whispered to Visser, "She really did go to that hot spring hotel. Your plan worked." Lu Gu, standing beside him, immediately flashed an arrogant and cruel smile. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Great. Without that wicked woman, those few bastards on Blue Star are no match for us, aren't they? This time, we make sure they..." Before he could finish speaking, everyone's quest bracelets vibrated almost simultaneously, and a line of bold text appeared before their eyes. Instance loading complete. Scene: First Hospital of the City of Mystery, 5-way team battle. Background introduction. The First Hospital of the City of Mystery, as the most authoritative and secretive medical center in the city, recently announced the successful development of a mysterious preparation called Resurrection Serum in its secret laboratory. Rumors say that this serum possesses incredible power, attracting the covetous eyes of many forces. Main quest: successfully steal a copy of the Resurrection Serum and take it out of the hospital grounds. Quest reward: 1,000 points, permanent 10% increase in the physical constitution of all citizens on the planet, and gain life resurrection authority, can designate to resurrect a deceased player on the planet. Quest penalty: failure to complete the quest will result in a mental plague outbreak on the planet, plunging the citizens into a state of madness, self-harm, and mutual cannibalism for 30 days. Special note: only 4 serum samples are available. If an alarm is triggered during the capture, it will attract the priority pursuit of all NPCs in the hospital. 1,000 points. A permanent 10% increase in the physical constitution of all citizens. Resurrect a deceased player. Even Dark Moon, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but gasp, his heart pounding. He finally truly understood the meaning of what Visser meant by generous team battle rewards. These rewards were enough to drive any civilization crazy. But his gaze immediately fell on the dungeon name: Disaster City First Hospital. He suddenly remembered that this was the nightmare dungeon that had caused Void Star to suffer heavy losses, with only Visser surviving. A chill crept over him, but he quickly suppressed the unease. This time, with the experienced Void Star, plus the alliance of the 3 planets of Water Star and Shadow Star. Even if this dungeon was bizarre, the mission shouldn't be that difficult to complete, right? Dark Moon thought to himself, but his eyes kept glancing at Visser beside him. Visser remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the dungeon name, before focusing on the quest rewards. Resurrecting a deceased player. Visser lowered his eyes, recalling the figure from his memory. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed those higher-dimensional beings hadn't lied to him after all. As for Blue Star, he raised his eyes, gazing towards Neon Street, his gaze cold and indifferent. Then let it become a stepping stone on his path to his goal. Chapter 59. Looking at the mission information on his bracelet, Bian Ruijin's heart sank. Yinitong and Su Jing, standing beside him, also frowned, and the newcomer Chu Chang's face was deathly pale. Team leader Bian, what should we do? Yinitong's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Bian Ruijin stared intently at the blood-red hospital icon on the bracelet map, then at the mission information, only 4 serum samples remaining. For samples, 5 teams. After a long pause, Bian Ruijin's Adam's apple bobbed, and he made a difficult decision: go to the hospital first. He paused, his gaze sweeping over his teammates' tense faces, as if adding, or perhaps convincing himself. Only 4 serum samples, 5 teams. The sooner we find them, the greater our advantage. We can't linger outside. The other 3 nodded silently, their heavy footsteps following behind him, as they boarded a bus and headed towards the hospital. An hour later, the group standing in the hospital lobby exchanged glances. This hospital, it just looked too normal. The marble floors were gleaming, and the air was thick with the faint smell of disinfectant. People sat on benches in the waiting area, talking quietly or looking at the electronic screens on the wall. Nurses behind the information desk wore pink uniforms and wore professional smiles. It was so normal that it made them feel a little uneasy. As soon as they entered the lobby, a nurse approached them with a gentle smile. "Hello, do you need to register?" Bien Ruijin's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. "Excuse me, we're here to visit a friend." The nurse's smile remained unchanged, her voice gentle yet dangerous. "According to hospital regulations, unauthorized visits are prohibited. Which ward does your friend live in? What is their name? We need to check the visitor list." Bien Ruijin instantly felt a wave of pressure wash over him, as if he would be strangled on the spot if he said the wrong thing. Bien Ruijin felt a cold sweat break out on his back. How could he possibly know anything about wards or names? Just as his brain was frantically searching for an excuse, Su Jing stepped forward, gently clutching her abdomen, her face showing slight pain and weakness. "Nurse, I'm feeling a little unwell. These 3 are here to keep me company." Her voice sounded weak and feeble. Bien Ruijin immediately felt the invisible pressure on him ease. The nurse's gaze shifted to Su Jing, scrutinizing her from head to toe, muttering to herself. Coming to the doctor and needing 3 people with her, TSK, how delicate. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those nearby to hear clearly. Su Jing pretended not to hear, and obediently followed the nurse to the registration desk. "I just have a stomachache, I'm not sure why." The nurse skillfully operated the computer without looking up. "Did you eat something bad?" Su Jing nodded. The nurse didn't ask any more questions, and quickly printed out a registration slip, handing it to her. "Gastroenterology department, 1st floor, turn left and go to the end." After saying that, she ignored the others and turned to attend to the next patient. Su Jing clutched the thin registration slip, watching the nurse's departing figure, and immediately whispered to Bien Ruijin. "Where is the serum? In the director's office or the confidential archives?" Bien Ruijin leaned towards the administrative area. "I think it's more like a laboratory. The resuscitation serum sounds like something from an advanced research institute," Su Jing countered. Time was of the essence, and with each holding their own opinion, they decided to split up. Su Jing and Yen Yitong moved towards the elevator, trying to go upstairs. Bien Ruijin and Chu Chang, on the other hand, looked along the corridor for signs related to archives or laboratories. However, Bien Ruijin and Chu Chang had only walked a few dozen meters when the nurse from before suddenly appeared silently, blocking their path. Her smile vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny. "Weren't you with that lady? Where is she?" Her gaze was fixed on them, her tone carrying a strange concern. "The hospital has a complex layout. Don't wander around. Otherwise, if you accidentally get lost, or wander into something you shouldn't be in, that would be a big problem." Just then, the hospital's loudspeaker suddenly blared, a sweet female voice ringing out. "Friendly reminder. Patients and their families are requested to abide by hospital rules and regulations, and not to trespass into areas marked no unauthorized entry or work areas. Violators will be held responsible for the consequences." The announcement echoed in the lobby, sending chills down everyone's spines. Bien Ruijin froze, about to explain, when the nurse's gaze swept past them, fixing firmly on Su Jing, who was heading towards the stairs to the 2nd floor. Su Jing stopped abruptly, and the nurse's voice suddenly rose, tinged with offended displeasure. "Excuse me, miss, the gastroenterology department is on the 1st floor. Turn left and go to the end." "Where are you headed?" Su Jing turned around stiffly, forcing an awkward smile. I need to use the restroom, it's urgent." The nurse narrowed her eyes, walking towards Su Jing step by step, almost touching her face. She lowered her voice and spoke slowly, word by word. "Every floor of the hospital has restrooms. I'm saying this one last time, don't run around." She glanced meaningfully at the terrified faces of the group, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes, before slowly adding, "The consequences of disobeying are really serious." Just now, security escorted 2 rule breakers who tried to barge into the isolation observation area out. "You don't want to see them like this." She finished speaking, a slight smirk playing on her lips, then stared intently at them, as if wanting to watch them walk into the gastroenterology department. The Blue Star Fire Seed team members instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Bien Ruijin immediately stopped hesitating, and he and Chu Chong practically supported Su Jing on either side, quickly heading towards the gastroenterology department at the end of the corridor. Only after they completely left the lobby and turned into the gastroenterology waiting area did the piercing gaze seem to disappear. The group leaned against the cold wall, letting out a slight sigh of relief, their hearts still pounding. This place is too eerie. Chu Chang's voice trembled with relief. Bien Ruijin's expression was grave. He was about to quietly outline their next move when a figure appeared before them without warning. It was a woman, also wearing a pink nurse's uniform, but with a completely different aura. She was slightly older, and the name tag on her chest clearly read head nurse. Her face was expressionless, her cold gaze sweeping over the group before finally settling on Su Jing, who was clutching her stomach. Registration slip. She held out her hand, her voice flat, more like a command than a question. Bien Ruijin's alarm bells rang. He hadn't even noticed how she had appeared. Bien Ruijin instinctively pushed Su Jing back. The head nurse seemed completely oblivious to his wariness, simply repeating, "Aren't you here for treatment? Why don't you go in?" She looked at Su Jing with an undeniable, oppressive aura. "Dr. Li is waiting for you in the third consultation room of the gastroenterology department." Su Jing felt a chill run down her spine under her gaze, and instinctively wanted to shake her head in refusal. But the head nurse didn't give her a chance to speak, immediately stepping forward and pushing her towards the consultation room. "Wait." Bien Ruijin tried to stop her. The head nurse turned her head, glancing at him with an emotionless look that sent a chill down Bien Ruijin's spine, all the words stuck in his throat. Su Jing stumbled as she was pushed. Before entering the examination room, she abruptly turned back, quickly giving Bien Ruijin and Chu Chong a look, signaling them to hurry and find the serum leads. Bien Ruijin clenched his fist. He glanced at the examination room door about to close, then thought of the only 4 serum samples available. Finally, he gritted his teeth, leaving Yen Yitong to wait for Su Jing in the waiting area. Yen Yitong sat alone on the cold plastic chair, her anxious gaze sweeping over the other patients waiting for their numbers. Most of them had their heads down, their expressions numb. A few minutes later, the examination room door opened again. The head nurse came out and immediately noticed that Yen Yitong was the only one left in the waiting area. She stopped in her tracks. "Where are the other 2? Her voice was unreadable, her eyes slightly narrowed as if scrutinizing a suspicious object. A cold sweat broke out on Yen Yitong's back. She forced an awkward smile and stammered an explanation. They suddenly felt unwell, their stomachs hurt terribly, so they went to the toilet together. Yes, the toilet. She pointed towards the sign at the other end of the corridor. The head nurse stared at her silently, as if judging the truth of her words. Yen Yitong's hand trembled, her smile almost crumbling. Just as she was about to break down, the head nurse seemed to accept this flimsy excuse and turned back to the entrance of the waiting area. As Yen Yitong anxiously waited for Su Jing to emerge, a middle-aged man in the corner caught her attention. The man looked extremely weak, his face sallow, his eyes sunken. He was unconsciously rubbing his wrist repeatedly, muttering something incoherently. Yen Yitong initially paid no attention, but as she listened intently, a few words made her eyes widen instantly. "Fake, it's all fake. The miracle drug, it'd be fine after the injection. Serum, red." "Serum?" Yen Yitong was startled. Forgetting the head nurse was nearby, she instinctively strode towards the patient, asking urgently in a low voice. "Brother? What did you just say? Serum? What serum?" The middle-aged man, lost in his own world, slowly turned his head upon hearing the question. His eyes were unfocused, and a hollow smile slowly crept onto his lips. "You want it too?" he asked hoarsely, his voice seeming to be forced out of his throat. The viewers in the Blue Star live stream almost immediately sensed something was wrong. This person is terrifying. Yen Yitong, run. There's definitely a conspiracy. Yen Yitong was terrified by that eerie smile and immediately tried to back away. However, almost simultaneously, the waiting area's loudspeakers suddenly sounded, still that sweet female voice. "Please do not have close contact with critically ill patients to avoid cross-infection. Please do not have close contact with critically ill patients to avoid cross-infection." Yen Yitong's scalp tingled instantly, and without thinking, she tried to stand up and run away, but it was too late. The head nurse, who had been a few steps away, suddenly appeared in front of Yen Yitong, blocking her path. She spoke each word with an almost gentle cruelty. "I'm sorry, ma'am. You just had unauthorized contact with a high-risk patient. She paused, looking at Yin Tong's instantly pale face, and continued in that gentle yet icy tone. According to hospital regulations, you must immediately undergo isolation and observation. Please cooperate. No. I didn't. I just asked a question. Yin Tong screamed in terror, trying to back away, but found that two other tall, masked nurses had silently appeared behind her. What are you doing? Let me go! Yin Tong struggled fiercely, but her strength was insignificant against the two nurses. The head nurse waved her hand indifferently, and the two nurses ruthlessly grabbed Yin Tong's arms, one on each side, and forcibly pushed her into the wheelchair. Yin Tong was pushed along, quickly heading towards the unknown areas deep in the corridor marked Isolation Observation Area, and no unauthorized personnel allowed. The head nurse watched this scene expressionlessly, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Su Jing sat alone in the cold examination room, the strong smell of disinfectant making her dizzy. Dr. Li, wearing a white coat, wore a standard smile, put away his stethoscope, and quickly scribbled a few lines in the medical record. Ms. Su, from the initial palpation, your spleen and stomach function are very good, with no signs of any organic lesions. Feeling the doctor's scrutinizing gaze, Su Jing's heart sank, and her palm sweated slightly. She tried to maintain a pained expression, her voice weak. Really? But I just feel a severe abdominal cramp, coming in waves. The doctor pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of something unreadable flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. I don't mean to doubt your feelings. I mean, based on your current physical signs, everything is normal. This intense pain can sometimes be related to mental stress, anxiety. While worried about whether Bian Ruijin and the others' actions outside were going smoothly, Su Jing nodded absent-mindedly in agreement. Perhaps, I've been a bit tired lately. In that case, the doctor's smile deepened, and he skillfully typed out a new form. I suggest you consult a psychiatrist for a more detailed examination to rule out these factors. This will be good for your health. He handed her the form, his tone gentle but firm. Su Jing clutched the referral slip, thanked him, and walked heavily out of the consultation room. Outside, the head nurse was indeed still waiting. Seeing her come out, her face immediately broke into a professional, friendly smile. Ms. Su, finished your appointment? What did the doctor say? He suggested I see a psychiatrist. Su Jing waved the prescription in her hand, trying to make her expression appear natural. Oh, a psychiatrist? It's on the 3rd floor. The head nurse nodded, then, as if suddenly remembering something, added in a casual tone. By the way, the female friend who came with you earlier, unfortunately, had contact with a critically ill patient in the waiting area. For safety reasons, we arranged for her to go to the isolation observation area for further examination. You don't need to worry. Su Jing's face drained of color instantly, and she forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Oh, I see. Thank you for letting me know. The head nurse seemed oblivious to her distress, still smiling, and pointed towards the elevator. The psychiatric ward is on the 3rd floor, Ms. Su. The elevator is over there. Please don't go to the wrong floor. Her tone was very polite, yet carried a deeper meaning. Su Jing nodded repeatedly, almost stumbling towards the elevator. Only after confirming she was completely out of the head nurse's sight, did she dart into the corner of the fire escape, panting heavily. Yin Tong was taken to the isolation observation area. That name sounds dangerous. And what about Bian and the others? I wonder if they found any clues. Su Jing was filled with worry and fear. She glanced at the referral form from the psychiatry department in her hand, crumpled it up without hesitation, and stuffed it into her pocket. She couldn't go to the 3rd floor. She had to find Yin Tong. Su Jing gritted her teeth, calibrated her bearings, and, relying on the occasional signs on the walls, hurried towards the isolation ward. Meanwhile, Bian Ruijin, with Chu Chang in tow, cautiously made their way up the stairs. The hospital's internal structure was more complex than it appeared from the outside. The corridors were winding, and the department signs were sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. When doctors or nurses in white coats occasionally brushed past them, their scrutinizing glances always made the two of them tense, afraid of being discovered. Finally reaching the 4th floor inpatient ward, the atmosphere seemed even more oppressive than downstairs. The air was thicker, with the smell of disinfectant, and an indescribable, strange odor. There were fewer patients in the corridors, and most of them moved slowly, their eyes vacant. The two pressed themselves against the wall, warily observing their surroundings, trying to find any clues that might be related to the serum or the laboratory. Just then, several familiar figures at the corner of the corridor ahead instantly caught Bian Ruijin's attention, causing him to abruptly pull himself back behind the wall, simultaneously dragging the bewildered Chu Chang back as well. Shoo! Bien Ruijin whispered, his heart pounding in his chest. He had just seen Lu Ge from Water Source Star, and Yu from Shadow Star. These two were walking together. Most importantly, there was someone between them. The two were slightly behind, forming a subtle protective stance, highlighting the tall man in the middle. This man's identity was definitely not to be underestimated. Dressed in a well-tailored dark casual suit, his posture was upright, and even his profile exuded a calm yet powerful aura. A name flashed through Bien Ruijin's mind, Visser of Void Star. Only this man could command such trust from the captains of Water Star and Shadow Star. At that moment, the man resembling Visser paused slightly, then abruptly turned his head without warning, his gaze fixed precisely on the corner where Bien Ruijin and Chu Chang were hiding. Those eyes were deep and cold, making Bien Ruijin's hair stand on end. Almost instinctively, he held his breath, lowered his body, and concealed himself and Chu Chang in the shadows. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected reprimand or attack did not come. At the other end of the corridor, Lu Ge noticed Visser's pause, followed his gaze, looked at the empty corner with a puzzled expression, and asked in a low voice, "Visser? What's wrong?" A fleeting, thoughtful look crossed Visser's eyes, then he calmly turned his head, as if he had only seen something insignificant. Nothing, just saw 2 insignificant bugs. Bugs? Lu Ge paused, repeating unconsciously. In this hospital, where the smell of disinfectant was so strong it was almost pungent, and the cleanliness was almost perverse? And Yu also glanced in that direction, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, but he was more composed than Lu Ge. Although he was equally puzzled, he tacitly refrained from asking further questions. Lu Ge quickly put her doubts aside, and moved half a step closer to Visser. "Visser, you were really clever just now. When that nurse questioned you, you were able to make up a patient you wanted to visit so quickly. Even the name and room number were so fluent. Room 307, Ms. Ruth? Haha, that nurse was speechless." And you listened silently, feeling annoyed by Lu Ge's behavior, yet he had to admit that Visser's response was flawless. However, Visser's next words stunned them both. He didn't stop, his gaze fixed on a room number sign at the end of the corridor, his tone complex. "No, I didn't make it up." He stopped in front of room 307, peering through the glass observation window. Lu Ge's smile froze instantly, his steps halting. He suddenly realized. Visser's first, and only crushing defeat in his professional career had supposedly occurred in this very hospital. Of the once-renowned Void Squad, only Visser survived. The other 4 teammates remained here forever. So, the friend he spoke of, the Ruth he mentioned. Lu Ge and Yu instinctively followed Visser's gaze, also looking through the small glass window into the room. On the bed, a figure lay indistinctly, neatly covered by the blanket, its face obscured. Only the faint, fluctuating lines on the electrocardiogram monitor proved it was still alive. Visser stood silently outside the ward door, his gaze lingering on the blurry figure through the glass. Thinking of the reward for this mission, a complex and indescribable emotion surged deep within Visser's eyes. "I will definitely save you." After a long pause, he abruptly withdrew his gaze, his voice regaining its previous calm and indifference, carrying an undeniable air of authority. "It's unlikely that the administrative district and ordinary laboratories would store serums of that level. The Special Medical Research Department on the top floor of this hospital, or the secret isolation laboratory in the basement, is more likely. We can go check the top floor first." Lu Ge, without hesitation, immediately echoed, "That makes sense. Such valuable stuff is definitely kept in the safest place." Dark Moon followed behind, his brows furrowing deeper, as he watched Visser's resolute back. Something was wrong. From the moment they entered the hospital, Visser's behavior had been far too nonchalant. His suggestion to go to the rooftop sounded more like a confident guidance than a guess. Why was he so knowledgeable about the mission? Where did he get all this information? A suspicion rose in Dark Moon's mind, but he didn't show it, silently following, while observing Visser's every expression and movement with even greater vigilance. Bien Ruijin and his companion, hiding around the corner, overheard their entire conversation. He glanced at the live stream chat. Some were urging him to run, others were shouting for him to catch up. Bien Ruijin lowered his eyes to check the message from the Blue Star United government. He paused, then lowered his voice to the pale-faced Chu Chang. "Follow them, keep your distance, and don't get spotted." He wasn't sure if Visser had genuinely failed to notice them, or simply ignored them, but caution was always wise. Using the corners of the corridor, and the occasional mobile medical vehicle as cover, the two followed the 3 at a distance, moving towards the stairwell. Meanwhile, in another corridor of the hospital, Two members of the mech star were rapidly scanning their surroundings, green data streams flashing constantly in their mechanical eyes. Energy anomaly, Cardinal, the mech star captain, said to Gear beside him. High-intensity energy reaction on the top floor, consistent with the characteristics of a high-precision biological laboratory. Gear nodded, a similar data stream flashing in his eyes. Risk calculation complete. The main staircase has 92% CCTV coverage on the path to the top floor, but the southwest side backup staircase has many blind spots. It's recommended to go up via the southwest side. The two exchanged a glance and instantly decided on the route. Tan Xiaoxiao followed Sister Wang into this exceptionally famous hot spring resort hotel. Looking at the opulent decorations, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a wonderful place." The hotel lobby was dazzlingly luxurious. A huge crystal chandelier reflected brilliant light, the marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, antique-style European sofas and green plants filled the air, and a delicate fragrance permeated the atmosphere. Sister Wang couldn't help but exclaim as soon as she entered, "Wow, this place is really amazing. Even more upscale than I imagined." She glanced around at her surroundings, then at the well-tailored, smiling staff members beside her. Her earlier gloom, caused by the scumbag boyfriend, noticeably lifted. Besides being impressed by the luxurious environment and the glittering crystal chandeliers that she longed for, Tan Xiaoxiao found the place excessively quiet. Aside from them and the staff, there were hardly any other guests in the lobby. The receptionist, with a sweet smile and smooth movements, quickly handed over 2 room keys and a hot spring guidebook. "Welcome to Starry Sky's secret realm. Here are your room keys. The hot spring area is on the B1 floor of the hotel, and is open 24 hours a day. Have a pleasant vacation." Her smile was clearly professionally trained. Any more and it would be obsequious, any less and it would be cold. Finding the room and opening the door, the interior was equally exquisite. A soft, large bed, a spacious bathroom, and a sizable balcony with a view of the distant, hazy mountain silhouettes. "Quick, quick, let's change and go to the hot springs." Sister Wang impatiently opened her suitcase, rummaging for her swimsuit. Tan Xiaoxiao also put down her backpack, about to take out her conservative one-piece swimsuit, when suddenly a violent rustling sound came from her bag. She pulled down the zipper in confusion, and saw the paper figure Lu Luan struggling to climb out of the bag. Its thin paper body twisted and turned almost distorted, and its paper face faintly glowed with a very faint red light. "What's wrong with you?" Tan Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered, reaching out to push it back in. This paper figure, though usually a bit dull, was generally obedient and had never been this agitated before. But the more she pressed, the more violently the paper figure struggled, and the red light seemed to intensify. "Oh dear, what's wrong with you, little thing?" Sister Wang leaned closer, curiously poking the paper figure. Who knows what's wrong with him? Tan Xiaoxiao was exasperated, and seeing the paper figure's unusually intense reaction, she simply pulled him out of her bag and tossed him onto the sofa in the room. All right, I'm not taking you." As soon as the paper figure left Tan Xiaoxiao's palm, it immediately turned away, covering its eyes, and refusing to look at her. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Her hand, which was about to change clothes, stopped, and she suddenly realized, "You're actually shy now?" Before Tan Xiaoxiao could finish her joke, the paper figure, Lu Luan, tripped and fell directly under the sofa. Tan Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue, too lazy to ponder the paper figure's complex inner thoughts any longer. She changed into her swimsuit, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and went to the hot spring area with Sister Wang. The hot spring area was even more tranquil than the lobby. Hot spring pools of varying sizes were nestled among artificial hills and greenery, and the air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and a faint, indistinct, herbal scent. There were very few customers here. They practically had a pool labeled calming and tranquilizing soup all to themselves. As soon as Sister Wang entered the water, she let out a comfortable sigh, leaned against the pool wall, and began another round of denouncing and lamenting her scumbag boyfriend. At one point, she even splashed the water a few times. Tan Xiaoxiao listened absent-mindedly while soaking herself in the warm water. The water temperature was just right, and the gentle flow enveloped her body, indeed very relaxing. But after soaking for a short while, she began to feel something was amiss. At first, she just felt a little too relaxed, her head spinning. Then, her temples began to throb, and a wave of fatigue washed over her. Next, a faint, intermittent whisper echoed in her ears, but upon closer listening, she couldn't make out anything. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, feeling restless and uneasy. "So all men are the same." Sister Wang continued her tirade, looking radiant. The steam from the hot spring had given her a rosy complexion, and her eyes were brighter than usual, as if she had absorbed some powerful tonic. Don't you agree, girl? Xiao Xiao, why does your face look a little pale? Are you feeling unwell? Tan Xiao Xiao rubbed her throbbing temples and forced a smile. I'm probably a little dizzy from soaking for so long, it's nothing. At this moment, a waitress quietly approached with a wooden tray, knelt by the pool, placed several delicate fruit platters and snacks on the counter, gave a silent bow, and prepared to leave. Wait, Tan Xiao Xiao called after her, pointing to her head, do you have anything to relieve my headache? Or maybe some peppermint oil? The waitress looked up, her smile still impeccable. She gently shook her head, her voice soft yet devoid of emotion. I'm very sorry, sir. The hot spring water is rich in various minerals. Occasionally, guests with sensitive constitutions may experience slight discomfort. This is a normal reaction, as the body absorbs energy and detoxifies. We suggest you drink our specially prepared herbal tea, which will help you adapt and absorb it better. She pointed to a teapot that was always kept warm beside her, containing a dark brown tea with a strange, spicy aroma. Tan Xiao Xiao looked at the tea, feeling a little uneasy for some reason. She shook her head, no thank you. The waitress bowed again, and silently disappeared into the steam, as if she had never been there. Tan Xiao Xiao felt increasingly dizzy and nauseous. She forced herself to stay with Sister Wang for a little longer, but couldn't bear it any longer and got up. Sister Wang, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I go back to my room and rest for a while. You can soak some more. Sister Wang was enjoying her soak and waved her hand dismissively. Okay, go ahead. I enjoy this hot spring a little longer. It's so relaxing. Back in her room, Tan Xiao Xiao took a hot shower, trying to dispel the inexplicable fatigue and dizziness, but with little effect. The hallucinatory whispers seemed to still linger in her ears, appearing and disappearing intermittently. She frowned, collapsed onto the soft bed, and quickly drifted off to sleep. The paper doll Lu Luan, which she had tossed onto the sofa, shifted slightly, clumsily adjusting its position. Its ink-stained eyes stared unblinkingly at the sleeping Tan Xiao Xiao on the bed. Their gaze remained vacant, yet it seemed to have gained a subtle focus. Tan Xiao Xiao slept very restlessly. She felt herself sinking in a hot spring, surrounded by blurry, distorted light and shadows and annoying, indistinct whispers. Sometimes they sounded like calls, sometimes like warnings, disturbing her peace of mind. After an unknown amount of time, in the midst of a chaotic dream, Tan Xiao Xiao seemed to hear a familiar voice calling her awake. She frowned instinctively, took a deep breath, and finally broke free from the suffocating feeling of drowning, her eyes snapping open. Before her was an enlarged, flat paper face. Those tiny, ink-black eyes, almost touching her nose, were staring at her intently, motionless. Tan Xiao Xiao felt she must be going crazy, actually able to see a hint of concern and anxiety on that plain face. Her heart nearly stopped from fright, and she instinctively swung her hand. With a soft smack, the paper figure, Lu Luan, was sent flying by her slap, landing lightly at the foot of the bed. Slumped innocently to one side. Why are you staring at me? You scared me to death. Tan Xiao Xiao sat up, still shaken, rubbing her wildly beating heart, and scolded irritably. The paper figure slowly sat up on its own, continuing to stare at her with those ink-black eyes, a faint golden light flickering on its body, as if it were somewhat aggrieved. Tan Xiao Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to his petty emotions. She only felt a splitting headache. The fatigue and auditory hallucinations hadn't lessened despite the short nap. In fact, they'd gotten worse. She picked up her phone from the bedside table, and saw that only 10 minutes had passed, yet she felt as exhausted as if she'd been up all night. Oh no, my neurasthenia is getting worse. Tan Xiao Xiao rubbed her temples, a wave of panic washing over her. While she occasionally had trouble sleeping, she never experienced anything like this before, accompanied by a persistent headache and auditory hallucinations. This hot spring soak hadn't relaxed her. Instead, it had drained her of her last bit of energy. Should she really see a doctor? She couldn't delay any longer. Just then, Sister Wang returned, satisfied with her soak in the hot spring, her face rosy, humming a little tune, looking exceptionally radiant. Sister Wang, Tan Xiao Xiao called weakly. Do you know which hospital in the city is good? I feel like I'm really sick, my head hurts terribly, and I keep having auditory hallucinations. Sister Wang immediately leaned closer, carefully examining Tan Xiao Xiao's pale face. Oh dear, you don't look too good. That lousy hot spring isn't suitable for everyone. The hospital? Let me think. She stroked her chin, her eyes lighting up. Right, the first hospital of the City of Mystery. That's it. I heard the technology is good, The equipment is new, and most importantly, the doctors are reliable and ethical. Much better than that mental hospital you went to before, which sounded completely unreliable. She paused, as if remembering something, and then added naturally, "Oh right, they seem to support flexible payment? I heard that if you're short on cash and can't afford the medical bills, you can discuss selling a kidney or something to pay off the debt. After all, a person has 2 kidneys. Losing one isn't a big deal." Tan Shishia's lips twitched, taking it all as a joke from Sister Wang to ease the tension, and she waved her hand helplessly. All right, let's be serious. Selling a kidney is out of the question. I'm just going to get my headache checked." "Oh, I'm just offering you a solution." Sister Wang chuckled. "Anyway, the first hospital is definitely the right choice, trust me." Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, having made up her mind. She grabbed the paper doll Lu Luan, who was still feigning innocence, shoved it haphazardly into her handbag, and zipped it up. "I'm going out for a bit, to the hospital," she said to Sister Wang. "Okay, do you need me to come with you?" "No need, you watch the shop. I can go by myself." Tan Xiaoxiao took out her phone, opened the navigation app, and entered first hospital of the city of ghostly disasters. Looking at the route displayed on the screen, Tan Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable unease and increasingly severe headache in her heart, pushed open the hotel room door, and went out. Chapter 60. After leaving the Hot Spring Hotel, Tan Xiaoxiao hailed a taxi. The car was filled with a strange smell, like rust mixed with some cheap air freshener, making her dizzy. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror. She could only see a stiff chin and a bluish-gray complexion, looking somewhat unhealthy. Just then, as if noticing Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze, the driver's head began to slowly turn, making a series of teeth-grinding click sounds. Soon, his head turned 90 degrees, 120 degrees, 150 degrees. Finally, an impossible 180-degree turn, his face completely turned backward, meeting Tan Xiaoxiao's shocked gaze head-on. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's shocked expression, the driver's lips curled into a smile. He stared at her intently, his eyes devoid of pupils, only the whites. Tan Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes filled with terror. She quickly grabbed her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at the head twisted 180 degrees. Click! The crisp sound of the shutter echoed in the deathly silent carriage. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the photo, then nodded in satisfaction, saying in a stern tone, "Sir, this is illegal driving. It's too dangerous. It's terrifying. Driving like this is extremely unsafe and a major hazard." Seeing the driver still staring at her, Tan Xiaoxiao became furious. "Is driving this safe? You wait, I'm calling 33321 right now. You can expect the traffic police to notify you." The twisted head froze, the eerie smile on its face stiffening for a moment. A deathly silence fell over the car. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao was about to make the call, the driver's twisted smile vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of disbelief and helplessness. Finally, the car screeched to a halt. As Tan Xiaoxiao stepped out of the taxi, she was still rubbing her throbbing temples, muttering to herself, "This driver is outrageous. I'm definitely going to complain about him when I get home. Dangerous driving endangers both himself and others. What if he caused a chain reaction accident?" Su Jing's heart pounded. She carefully avoided the main passageway, using the signs on the wall to find the location of the isolation observation area. Finally, following an inconspicuous arrow on the sign, she found the entrance to the stairwell leading to the basement. The isolation observation area was there. The gray-green door looked very heavy, and above it was a rotating surveillance camera flashing red light. A pungent smell of disinfectant seeped from under the door. Su Jing held her breath, glancing left and right to make sure no one was nearby before gently pushing the door. The door was locked. It required a card or password. As she anxiously considered what to do, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Excuse me, patient, what are you doing here?" Su Jing froze, turning around abruptly. A medical worker, in a white nurse's uniform and mask, had appeared behind her, scrutinizing her sharply. I. Su Jing's mind went blank. Instinctively, she handed over what she had been clutching in her hand, the referral slip from the doctor. The medical staff's gaze fell on the referral form. They slowly took it, squinted at it carefully for a couple of seconds, then looked up and scanned Su Jing. "Miss Su Jing," she read the name on the referral form, her voice carrying a chilling, enigmatic meaning. "The psychiatric outpatient clinic is on the 3rd floor. Are you lost?" Every word sent a shiver down Su Jing's spine. She nodded, her voice trembling with tension. Yes. I'm lost. This hospital is too big. I just got dizzy. The medical staff stared at her silently for a few seconds. Just as Su Jing was about to break down, the staff member suddenly gave a formulaic smile and pointed to the other end of the corridor. The elevator is over there. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor. After exiting, turn left and walk straight to the end. That's the psychiatric clinic. She paused, then added, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Miss Su, you shouldn't get lost again this time, right? No, thank you. Su Jing, her hands and feet ice cold, took the referral slip handed back and hurried towards the elevator without looking back. Only after the elevator doors slowly closed, isolating her from the outside world, did Su Jing dare to breathe heavily. Cold sweat had soaked her back. The elevator reached the 3rd floor, and the doors opened with a ding. Instead of turning left, she stumbled into the women's restroom on her right, quickly slipped into the innermost stall, locked the door, and collapsed onto the toilet seat, clutching her wildly beating heart, trying to calm herself. The restroom was quiet, save for the hum of the ventilation fan and her still rapid breathing. Not long after, footsteps and the voices of 2 nurses talking came from outside, exceptionally clear in the silent restroom. They just called from the top floor again, saying the materials are being used up faster than expected, and they need another one sent up quickly. One voice complained slightly. What's the rush? It's not that easy to find a suitable one. Another voice replied, tinged with impatience. TSK, you tell me, but I just heard that the isolation ward just admitted one, sent down from the gastroenterology department, said it was due to unauthorized contact. Oh, that one. Seems fine, let's just send her directly to the top floor later, it should last for a while. As the sound of running water stopped, the 2 nurses' voices faded into the distance, eventually disappearing outside the door. Inside the cubicle, Su Jing's face was deathly pale, her fingers gripping the cubicle door tightly. Sent down from the gastroenterology department, unauthorized contact, Yanitong, top floor, laboratory, materials, consumption. These words combined sent a chill down Su Jing's spine. She couldn't wait any longer, she had to get to the top floor. Su Jing abruptly stood up, pushed open the stall door, took a deep breath, composed herself, and tried to appear natural. Then, she resolutely walked out of the restroom, and cautiously headed towards the top floor. Bien Ruijin, pulling Chu Chang along, used the occasional medical carts and fire extinguishers in the corridor as cover, following Visser and the other 2 at a distance. The air on the top floor was even more unpleasant than downstairs, the smell of disinfectant mixed with an indescribable stench of blood, making one want to vomit. Visser, Lu Gue, and Anu walked unhurriedly ahead. Bien Ruijin clearly noticed that Visser was very familiar with the area. He didn't even look at the signs on the surrounding walls, which definitely didn't seem like the behavior of a player entering a dungeon for the first time. Team leader Bien. Chu Chan lowered his voice, his young face filled with tension. They seem to be going further in? That doesn't look like there's a lab over there. Bien Ruijin also noticed. The corridor ahead was gradually narrowing, the light growing dimmer, and it didn't look like. He abruptly stopped, a strong sense of danger rising within him. Something's wrong. Retreat. However, it was too late. The instant they turned around, several figures silently appeared at the corner of the corridor behind them, which had previously been empty. The other dozen or so team members from Water Star, Shadow Star, and Void Star suddenly appeared, completely blocking their escape route. Visser and his 2 companions, directly in front, also stopped and slowly turned around. Visser's face was expressionless, his indifferent eyes seeming to have anticipated this, his gaze towards Bien Ruijin and his companion as if they were already dead. Heh, Blue Star's bugs. We don't need to bother looking for them. Lu Gue chuckled, cracking his knuckles, a cruel and excited glint in his eyes. Fueled by both old and new grudges, he almost couldn't wait to see his opponent kneel in despair and beg for mercy. And you didn't speak, but the dagger that had silently appeared in his hand spoke volumes. He cautiously glanced at Visser, and seeing no reaction from the other, he understood that this meant he tacitly approved their attack. Visser slightly turned his head and spoke to Harold and Jacob, 2 Void Star team members, who had remained silent but possessed a powerful aura, not far away. Be mindful of your surroundings, make sure there are no distractions. Harold and Jacob immediately spread out, one warily looking in the direction of anyone who might enter the corridor, the other scanning the surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling. Bien Ruijin's heart tightened upon seeing this, realizing he had been too hasty. This was a meticulously planned ambush. Visser had already spotted them, and deliberately lured them into this blind spot. The Blue Star livestream chat exploded instantly, the chat scrolling wildly. Damn! It was intentional, they already knew. A group of people against two? Have they no shame? Isn't Void Star ranked number 1? They're doing this kind of underhanded ambush? We're doomed. Team leader Bien, run. Shadow Star and Water Star are like persistent ghosts. Setting a trap. Shameless. Bien Ruijin's expression hardened. He pulled Chu Chang sharply behind him, quickly drawing his sidearm from his leg. Get behind me. Find a chance to break out. Bien Ruijin growled, scanning the room for an opportunity to escape. But the enemy gave them no chance. The moment and you saw Bien Ruijin draw his gun, his eyes flashed with malice. The next second, the dagger in his hand was already aimed straight at Bien Ruijin's heart, with astonishing speed. Team leader Bien. Chu Chang's pupils contracted sharply. Almost without thinking, he shoved Bien Ruijin aside, using his own chest to shield himself from the attack. The dagger pierced Chu Chang's chest precisely. The young teammate's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his light-colored combat uniform crimson. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He fell straight backward. Chu Chang. Overwhelmed by grief and anger, Bien Ruijin instinctively reached out to catch his teammate's limp body. Warm blood soaked his arm. Chu Chang's last look at him still held a trace of lingering fear and determination. Captain, I'm alright. Run! The next second, he was lifeless. Bien Ruijin was heartbroken. He suddenly realized that the Fire Seed Squad's casualty rate had been greatly reduced due to their reliance on Tan Xiao Xiao, causing him to subconsciously lower his guard. This led to the loss of another team member after Lu Luan's accident. Chu Chang was so young, a rookie, they hadn't even known each other for long. Why did this boy choose to take a knife for him? TSK, a useless scapegoat. Lu Gu watched this scene, sneering mockingly. Bien Ruijin's eyes were bloodshot. He slowly stood up, suddenly raised his gun, aimed at the nearest Lu Gu, and pulled the trigger. Bang! But Yi Shou, already on guard, easily deflected the bullet with a short blade. The bullet struck the blade, only creating a few insignificant sparks before disappearing without a trace. Such a low-level weapon. Yi Shou flicked the short blade, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. Perhaps only you Blue Star people would play this game. Lu Gu laughed loudly, walking step by step towards Bien Ruijin, who was trembling slightly with anger and sorrow. What? Is that all you got? When you Blue Star caused the destruction of my Water Source Star's sacred land, the goddess Lake Vicana, did you ever think of this day? Bien Ruijin looked at him with a cold smile. That's the rule of the Calamity game. You don't dare to hate those higher dimensional beings, but you hate us? A cold glint flashed across Lu Ji's face, as he toyed with a delicate yet sharp dagger in his hand. He tapped his bracelet, glancing at the comments in the Water Source Star livestream. Satisfying. Captain Lu Gu is awesome. Kill him to avenge Goddess Lake. Lu Gu walked up to Bien Ruijin, the dagger playfully tracing patterns on the skin of his neck. You Blue Star people are so fragile. Lu Ji's voice was filled with the cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse. With this light slash, you won't die instantly, but you watch your blood slowly drain away, feel your life force disappear bit by bit. How about that? Excited yet? Bien Ruijin gritted his teeth, trying to find an opportunity to retaliate. Lu Gu seemed to enjoy his desperate rage, a twisted smile spreading across his lips. Don't rush, we have plenty of time to play. Before he finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised his knife. At that critical moment, tap, tap, clear and rhythmic footsteps came from the other end of the corridor, abruptly breaking the deadly operation. Everyone paused, instinctively looking towards the source of the sound. Two tall, mechanical aliens in silver-gray uniforms, their eyes flashing with cold electronic light, silently scanned the scene, watching the spectacle. Lu Gu frowned, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. Visser's face remained impassive, as if he had expected this. He recognized the people from the mechanical star. Their captain, Gear, was quite powerful. He looked at the Cardinal, his tone calm. As you can see, Blue Star is already trapped. There are only 4 doses of serum, and we... His gaze swept over the people from Water Star and Shadow Star. Exactly 4 teams. You don't need to lift a finger, just remain neutral. The final reward will naturally be yours. The Cardinal and Gear exchanged a glance, both seeing the frantically flashing data in each other's eyes. The Void Star was unfathomable and possessed an extremely deep understanding of the dungeon. The Water Star, driven by vengeance, possesses considerable fighting strength. The Shadow Star, skilled in assassination, is ruthless. Mean Star, however, has only one survivor, severely injured and equipped with outdated weapons. Based on rational logic, and to maximize the interests of the mechanical star, the Cardinal already knew the optimal solution. The Cardinal looked at Visser and replied emotionlessly, "But the mechanical star has no intention of interfering in your conflict." Having said that, he and Gear turned and walked downstairs expressionlessly, as if they were just passing by. This cold indifference sent chills down everyone's spine. The viewers in the Blue Star livestream were trembling with rage, furiously cursing the mechanical star for being cold-blooded and refusing to help. Visser was unsurprised by this outcome. A slight, knowing smile played on his lips. Seeing the two from the mechanical star leave, Lu Ji's cruel smile returned, the small knife in his hand gleaming chillingly under the fluorescent light. "Alright, the annoying audience is gone. Let's continue." A few minutes later, Bien Ruijin collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from the wound on his neck. He could feel his life force slowly draining away. Lu Gu watched this scene, a twisted sense of satisfaction flashing in her eyes, as she thought of the humiliation she had endured these past few days. Visser's gaze swept over Bien Ruijin only briefly before leaving his eyes. To him, the destruction of Blue Star was already a predetermined ending, not worth any further attention. Visser turned and walked straight to the inconspicuous metal door at the end of the corridor, almost blending into the wall. Visser didn't even look for a switch, he simply raised his hand and precisely pressed a spot on the right side of the door that appeared identical to its surroundings. The next second, with a soft hum, the metal door slid open silently, revealing a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Visser immediately slipped inside. Seeing this, Dark Moon's eyes flashed with inquiry. How did Visser know so much? He narrowed his eyes and quickly followed. The door slammed shut behind them, returning to its original state. The interior was filled with various sophisticated instruments. It was eerily quiet, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant. Visser's familiarity with the place was alarming. Without any hesitation or exploration, he completely ignored the complex control panels throughout the laboratory. His gaze was fixed on a seemingly ordinary control panel on the right side of the lab. There, a gleaming silver metal briefcase sat, its surface marked with a twisted spiral. A burning light flashed in Visser's eyes. He didn't act immediately, but instead quickly typed a long string of commands into the control panel. His movements were astonishingly fast, as if the commands were etched into his muscle memory, the entire process frighteningly smooth. Access authentication successful, alarm system hibernation countdown, 15 seconds. At the same time, in the corner of the laboratory ceiling, several surveillance cameras flashing red indicator lights instantly went out. Following behind Visser, Dark Moon's eyes flashed with shock and deep thought. Even though this was Visser's second time experiencing this instance, he knew far too much. Ignoring what the person behind him was thinking, Visser walked straight to the control panel, opened the box, revealing 4 glass tubes inside. The tubes contained a viscous, deep red liquid, radiating a powerful fluctuation of life energy. Confirming everything was correct, Visser quickly closed the lid of the box and lifted it up. Then, carrying the serum box, he walked out of the hidden laboratory and quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Just as they left, the doors of the freight elevator on the other side of the top floor opened. Several people in white protective suits pushed a stretcher out. Lying on the stretcher was Yen Yitong. She appeared to have been injected with a sedative, her face pale and translucent, completely unconscious and unresponsive. The people pushing the stretcher moved mechanically and efficiently, silently placing her into the metal door that had just closed. Su Jing, who had arrived at the top floor area, happened to turn out from a side passage and witnessed the entire scene. She saw the stretcher, saw the lifeless Yen Yitong on it, and saw the metal door that opened and then quickly closed. Her gaze froze, and she instinctively turned to hide, but the scene at the other end of the corridor terrified her so much that she almost screamed. Bien Ruijin lay dying on the ground, while Chu Chong lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Night Hunter from Shadow Star impatiently kicked Bien Ruijin, seemingly checking to confirm his death. Grief and anger instantly overwhelmed Su Jing's reason. She almost rushed over recklessly. Just then, her mission bracelet vibrated. A message from the Blue Star United Government popped up, cold and concise, carrying a commanding tone. Blue Star United Government, Supreme Order, protect yourself, evacuate immediately. Su Jing looked at Bien Ruijin's gruesome state, his life hanging in the balance, then at Yen Yitong being pushed into that unknown place, her nails dug deeply into her palms. The order was correct. Rushing out would only be a pointless sacrifice. In this agonizing internal struggle, Su Jing abruptly closed her eyes, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and silently retraced her steps, escaping from the place. Entering the hospital, Tan Xiaoxiao looked around, a hint of satisfaction flashing across her face. This first hospital of the disaster city was indeed well equipped. The lobby was clean and bright, the lighting soft, and the floor gleaming. The strong smell of disinfectant in the air was reassuring. The nurse at the reception desk had a sweet smile and a gentle tone, quickly completing her paperwork and directing her to the psychiatric ward on the 3rd floor to wait. Tan Xiaoxiao went to the psychiatric ward on the 3rd floor, casually found an empty seat, rubbed her still throbbing temples, and mentally planned to ask the doctor for some effective painkillers that wouldn't upset her stomach. The waiting area was quiet. Most patients had their heads down or were staring blankly at the electronic screens in front of them, creating a slightly somber atmosphere. But Tan Xiaoxiao thought this was normal. Everyone who came to the psychiatric ward had some minor issues. Just then, a man in a hospital gown with disheveled hair caught her attention in a corner. The man sat stiffly, his eyes fixed straight ahead, seemingly muttering something silently. Tan Xiaoxiao's brows immediately furrowed. What made her even more uncomfortable was that the man turned his head, his gaze meeting hers precisely. The man's chilling smile instantly became even more radiant, even carrying a hint of indescribable greed. Even more terrifying, he leaned forward slightly, as if trying to stand up and move towards her. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a sudden, intense unease. This was a psychiatric ward. How could they let such an obviously abnormal patient wander around alone? The staff were so irresponsible. Noticing the man's strange behavior and lack of discipline, Tan Xiaoxiao's already bad mood worsened. She stood up and walked straight to the head nurse at the entrance of the waiting area, who had a serious expression and was writing something down. She tapped the table, her tone clearly displeased. "Head nurse, could you please look after that patient over there?" The head nurse slowly raised her head, revealing a slightly pale face, her eyes calm and expressionless. "This patient, what's wrong?" Her voice was steady, yet icy cold. Tan Xiaoxiao pointed to the man in the corner, who was still grinning at her, her tone righteous and stern. "Look at that person, grinning at people like that, with such a lewd look in his eyes. He even tried to get closer to me just now. Who knows if he was trying to harass me, or what? To be honest, I also have a mental illness, but I would never go around scaring people. I always keep myself in check when I'm out." Tan Xiaoxiao glanced around and continued to raise the stakes. "And look, there are so many elderly people in this waiting area. It's too unsafe to have a patient with such obvious aggressive tendencies here. Your hospital's management is far too lax." The head nurse's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. She had handled countless unusual cases, but this was the first time she had encountered someone complaining about a terrifying presence as if it were just a rude patient. "Please rest assured, we will monitor the situation of every patient. That gentleman was just..." "But what do you mean but..." Overwhelmed by headache and irritability, Tan Xiaoxiao's patience finally gave out. She interrupted her, her voice rising unconsciously, carrying an undeniable, oppressive force she herself didn't realize. "My head hurts terribly, and I'm in a terrible mood. I demand that you take him away from the waiting area immediately, and keep a close watch on him. Is that so difficult?" The instant she erupted in anger, an invisible yet terrifying force of rules emanated from her fury. It wasn't like murderous intent, it was more like a more fundamental, almost primal, pressure, as if order itself were at work. The previously expressionless head nurse froze, her programmed smile instantly solidifying. A chilling fear from the depths of her soul made her knees tremble slightly, and her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Yes, you're right, it was our oversight." The head nurse's voice was dry and trembling, unable to maintain her previous cold composure. Almost instinctively, she obeyed Tan Xiaoxiao, turning to another nurse beside her, who was also frozen, and sternly demanded, "What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the patient's reasonable request? Take patient number 37 back to his ward immediately for intensive care." Two strong male nurses immediately stepped forward, one on each side, grabbing the still smirking man and practically dragging him away from the waiting area. As the man was dragged away, he was still turning his head, trying to smile at Tan Xiaoxiao, but he was quickly pulled away and disappeared down the corridor. Tan Xiaoxiao finally felt a little better. She rubbed her temples, nodded to the head nurse, and softened her tone. "That's more like it. Public places should have public order." The head nurse forced a smile, watching Tan Xiaoxiao return to her seat, while she herself stood there, only recovering after a long while, her heart filled with indescribable horror. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao's number was about to be called, a panicked, pale-faced figure stumbled into the waiting area from the fire escape. Su Jing, still reeling from the rooftop escape, looked around blankly, her face contorted with confusion and terror. Her gaze swept over the waiting area, then suddenly fixed on a familiar figure. Sister Tan? Su Jing could hardly believe her eyes, even wondering if she was hallucinating from her panic. She tapped her bracelet and, seeing the comments in the live stream, realized with a start that it really was Sister Tan, not a hallucination. Sister Tan. It's Sister Tan. What? There's always a way out. Sister Tan, help me. Su Jing, hurry over. Hug Sister Tan's leg. There's hope. Team leader Bien and Yin Yitong have a chance. Is Sister Tan here for another psychiatric visit? Su Jing practically scrambled over, instinctively hugging Tan Xiao, her voice trembling with tears and urgency. Sister Tan, it really is you. That's wonderful. Tan Xiao, caught off guard by the hug, was rubbing her temples. Hearing the voice, she looked up and saw the disheveled Su Jing, her hair a mess. She paused for a moment, then noticed the crumpled referral slip in her hand. She suddenly understood, a look of sympathy and understanding washing over her, as if they were kindred spirits. She asked naturally, Huh? Su Jing? You too, have something wrong with your head? Came to get it checked out? Her tone was full of genuine concern, as if she were just having a casual conversation. Su Jing's plea for help and tears were instantly choked up by this overly direct and off-topic greeting. She didn't react for a moment, and could only stare blankly at Tan Xiao. Seeing her dazed expression and her disheveled appearance, Tan Xiao became even more certain of her guess. She sighed, patted the empty seat next to her, and comforted her with an I understand tone. Sigh, it's okay, take it easy. Who doesn't have some mental issues these days? What's done is done. Just find a good doctor to see. Look at me, my mental problems are old, but I'm still doing fine, aren't I? Looking into Tan Xiao's clear yet wise and concerned eyes, and recalling the tragic scene on the rooftop and her companion still in danger, a sense of absurdity and helplessness overwhelmed Su Jing. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. Chapter 61. Su Jing looked at Sister Tan, almost incoherently pleading with her, begging Tan Xiao to come with her to the rooftop, her face streaked with tears and snot. Tan Xiao's head throbbed even more from Su Jing's nagging. Seeing Su Jing's pitiful state, on the verge of collapse, and hearing that Bian Ruijin was seriously injured, Tan Xiao frowned, somewhat skeptical. Could someone really commit such a crime in a hospital? She was half-heartedly pulled into the fire escape by Su Jing, huffing and puffing as she climbed to the rooftop. Why can't we take the elevator? Tan Xiao complained as she climbed. Finally reaching the rooftop, Su Jing pushed open the fire door. Tan Xiao immediately saw the scene in the corner of the corridor. Bian Ruijin lay in a pool of blood, his breath weak, clearly dying. Next to him lay an even younger, unfamiliar face, motionless, beneath him also a large pool of blood. Tan Xiao glanced at him, and knew the young man was badly injured, probably beyond saving, and felt a pang of regret. Surrounding Bian Ruijin were several familiar and unfamiliar thugs. Lu Gu, and Yu, and several others she didn't recognize, but whose sinister aura suggested they weren't good people. Lu Ji's pupils constricted instantly upon seeing Tan Xiao. He turned and growled at Yu, his voice filled with shock and anger. And you? What did you do? Didn't you say you used a diversionary tactic to lure her away? How did she end up here? And Yu's expression also changed drastically, his eyes filled with wariness and panic as he looked at Tan Xiao. Visser, standing to the side, narrowed his usually calm eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Tan Xiao, as if assessing her strength. Tan Xiao didn't quite understand what they were saying. She only saw that these social scum dared to commit violence in a hospital, a place meant for saving lives. And they even beat her acquaintance and friend, Bian Ruijin, to a pulp. And Yu and his thugs behind him? They came all smiles this morning apologizing and offering compensation, and now they're doing this kind of thing again. So shameless. Tan Xiao's anger flared instantly. Fine. It's you again. Tan Xiao rolled up her sleeves, put her hands on her hips, and pointed at Lu Gu and Yu's noses, yelling, This is a hospital, and you dare to use such deadly force? I thought you changed for the better, but you just need to be taught a lesson. Looking at the menacing figures opposite her, who seemed to rely on their numbers, only one thought occupied her mind. These thugs were incorrigible, they had to be taught a lesson. She even started looking around for a weapon, ready to charge in at any moment. Lu Ji's face turned ashen from her scolding, veins throbbing on her forehead. She almost couldn't resist rushing forward. And Yu, on the other hand, became even more vigilant, instinctively taking a half step back, ready to react at any moment. Visser, standing to the side, frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Just as the tension was building, inside the core laboratory, a doctor, fully equipped with a white protective suit, goggles, and a mask, was looking with satisfaction at Yen Yitong, who was strapped to the experimental table. Vitality signs stable, mental fluctuations conform to container standards, meets experimental conditions. He recorded data in a completely emotionless tone, while gesturing to his assistant to hand over the serum. The doctor waited a moment, and finding no response, looked up impatiently. His assistant stood trembling in front of the control panel cabinet, the door wide open, the cabinet empty. "Where's the serum?" The doctor's voice rose instantly. The assistant was terrified, almost collapsing, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "No, it's gone. It was just here. It suddenly." The doctor rushed to the main control panel, retrieved the surveillance log, only to find records forcibly overwritten and deleted. "Stolen! The resuscitation serum has been stolen!" he roared, striding towards the highest alarm button in the corner. Woo! Piercing alarms blared throughout the hospital building. A cold, emotionless announcement began to echo through the hospital corridors. "Warning, warning! Core materials stolen. Supreme directive, clear all suspicious targets within sight. Repeat, clear all suspicious targets." This broadcast made Visser and the others turn deathly pale instantly. Visser made a decision almost instantly. He glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao, then at the dying Bian Ruijin, his voice laced with urgency for the first time. "Go! Immediately evacuate according to Plan 2. Visser roared at his team members, as well as Yu, Lu Gu, and the others. Then, without waiting for a response, he rushed towards the ventilation duct at the other end of the corridor, clearly the escape route he had already planned. Yu followed without hesitation, leading Yishou and Huanling. Lu Gu was furious, almost spitting blood. He was about to completely crush these Blue Star scum. But Visser and Yu had escaped, and the alarm's message sent chills down his spine. Lu Gu glared resentfully at Tan Xiaoxiao and Bian Ruijin, gritted her teeth, and roared at Lian Na and Di Lan, "Let's go too." The group of people who had been so menacing just moments before vanished instantly. Tan Xiaoxiao was just about to make her move when they unexpectedly ran away. Watching their disheveled figures disappear into the ventilation duct, Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned. These thugs were truly of extremely low character. They ran away when they couldn't win. A bunch of cowardly bullies. At that moment, heavy footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Several tall, burly male nurses in white uniforms, exuding a violent aura, strode in. They carried stun guns and restraints, surveying their surroundings, intending to eliminate any suspicious activity. One of the nurses gave Su Jing a sinister look. Su Jing was startled and instinctively shrank behind Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious to the group. She bent down and crouched down, using a handkerchief she carried to cover the wound on Bian Ruijin's neck. Su Jing stood behind Tan Xiaoxiao, staring intently at the handkerchief. A line of black text appeared. "Sister Tan's handkerchief. Instantly stops bleeding. Wound healing speed plus 100%. Even if you only have a breath left, it can keep you alive." Su Jing stared at the handkerchief, her heart finally settling down. She almost knelt down. It seemed the captain's life was saved. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely unaware of Su Jing's emotional shift. She stood up, looking at the approaching medical personnel with unfriendly expressions, her brows furrowed, her gaze even carrying a hint of criticism. "Why are you all glaring at me? Can't you see there's a seriously injured person here?" She paused, glancing at the incessantly blaring alarm above her, a hint of irritation in her voice. "The alarm's blaring so loudly it's unbearable, and nobody's doing anything. What are you all doing? Why aren't you pushing the stretcher over here to get him to the hospital? You have absolutely no professionalism." Her voice was loud and clear, laced with a self-righteous anger. Su Jing's heart skipped a beat, fearing the murderous male nurses would suddenly attack. However, under Tan Xiaoxiao's harsh reprimand, the male nurses' vacant, murderous gazes froze, a genuine hint of confusion and wavering appearing in their eyes. It was as if some higher priority rule had overridden the cleaning instructions they had received. After a few seconds of this standoff, the bloodshot in the eyes of the tallest, leading male nurse faded slightly. Then, he stiffly turned around and waved to another nurse behind him. Soon, a stretcher was wheeled over, and the unconscious Bian Ruijin was gently lifted onto it before being quickly pushed towards the emergency room downstairs. Tan Xiaoxiao watched them leave, nodding in satisfaction. Then, she glanced at Chu Chang's body on the ground, a hint of regret in her eyes, and said to another nurse still standing there, "So young, and now he's gone. Sigh, clean him up properly, contact his family. It's such a pity. The nurse hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and began mechanically handling Chu Cheng's body. While Tan Xiaoxiao was reprimanding the medical staff, Su Jing turned her head and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. She then noticed that the door to the core laboratory was wide open. The researchers inside had all rushed out to carry out the pursuit, leaving Yan Yitong lying alone on the cold lab table. Su Jing's heart pounded. She glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao, who was managing the situation, gritted her teeth, and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, darted into the lab. She rushed to the lab table, frantically untying the metal restraints binding Yan Yitong and lifting her off the table. Yan Yitong's body was ice cold, her face pale. Su Jing's hands trembled as she carefully checked her breath. Weak, but still breathing. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Jing almost cried, and immediately half-carried, half-dragged Yan Yitong towards the lab door. Outside the lab, Tan Xiaoxiao, hearing the piercing alarm, complained somewhat irritably. Is the fire drill at this lousy hospital still going? It's so real, and so noisy. Isn't this disturbing the patient's rest? She turned her head and happened to see Yan Yitong, who was being half-carried, half-supported by Su Jing, breathing weakly. She quickly went over to check on her. Oh dear, why does she look so pale? Heat stroke or low blood sugar? She muttered, reaching out to touch Yan Yitong's forehead. It was ice cold. It's definitely low blood sugar. It's an old problem of hers. She clearly hasn't eaten properly, and then those thugs scared her. No wonder she fainted. She was very confident in her diagnosis, casually pulling a piece of candy from her pocket, unwrapping it, and popping it into Yan Yitong's mouth. Here, suck on it. It'll help you get some sugar. Su Jing immediately recognized the candy. It was the one Sister Tan had given them before, the kind that could refresh the mind and dispel mental pollution and hallucinations. Then, Tan Xiaoxiao extended her thumb and forcefully pinched Yan Yitong's philtrum acupoint. The next second, Yan Yitong's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Although her eyes were still unfocused and confused, filled with deep weakness and fear, she had finally woken up. See, she's awake. Tan Xiaoxiao clapped her hands, quite satisfied with her medical skills. I told you it was low blood sugar and being scared. Su Jing, support her, walk slowly. She watched as the nurses pushed Bian Ruijin into the elevator and headed down to the emergency room. Tan Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and decided to follow them. Bian Ruijin was so badly injured, and she was an acquaintance, she needed to confirm if he was alright. Su Jing quickly supported the weak Yan Yitong, struggling to follow behind. Bian Ruijin was wheeled into a private room on the 4th floor, where several medical staff were surrounding him, performing professional resuscitation. Tan Xiaoxiao stood with her arms crossed at the door of the ward, watching the bustling scene inside, and sighed. Sigh, I told you, you have to keep a low profile when you're out in the world. He must have accidentally offended those thugs before. He have to learn from that. Just then, on the hospital bed, Bian Ruijin, who was drowsy from blood loss and excruciating pain, struggled to open his eyelids a few times, and slowly opened them a crack. The instant he saw Tan Xiaoxiao's familiar figure, a surge of intense gratitude and relief erupted in his unfocused eyes. With the last of his strength, he raised something he had been tightly clutching in his palm and gestured for Tan Xiaoxiao to take it. It was a pure white card, made of a peculiar material, cool to the touch, with only one incredibly realistic, almost lifelike, blood-red eye printed on it. The eyes were incredibly lifelike, the pupils seemingly still slightly moving, exuding an eerie and ominous aura that sent a chill down her spine. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, then instinctively took the card. What's this? She asked, clutching the card, turning it over and over, her face blank. It's quite unique. Except? Bian Ruijin uttered a barely audible sound. He wanted to explain, but the excruciating pain rendered him speechless. He could only stare intently at Tan Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with anxiety and pleading. Finally, with all his might, he trembled and stammered out a few words. For Su Jing. After saying these words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength and fainted again. Tan Xiaoxiao clutched the eerie card, watching Bian Ruijin's solemn, almost deathbed-like devotion, and the strange feeling in her heart intensified. Although she didn't understand what it was, a voice in her subconscious kept telling her that this card was extremely important, incredibly important. Meanwhile, Su Jing, outside the door, settled Yan Yitong on a bench in the corridor to rest, then composed herself before entering the ward. She first glanced worriedly at the unconscious Bian Ruijin, then looked at Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately handed her the white card, still somewhat confused. Here, Captain Bien insisted on giving it to me, saying it was for you. What is this? Su Jing took the card, her wrist trembling. She looked at the heavily injured and unconscious Bien Ruijin on the bed, with a complex expression, her voice choked with sobs and grief. A Cataclysm exemption card. The Void Star people had successfully stolen the serum. The captain, like her, must have had a premonition that their mission would most likely fail. If the punishment for failure were to fall, it would be a devastating blow to the now thriving Blue Star. Fortunately, they still possessed a disaster exemption card. Even if this mission failed, they could at least preserve Blue Star's current recovery achievements and prevent civilization from regressing or even perishing. This card was practically their last trump card. Seeing Su Jing's instantly changing expression, Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned. Just as she was about to press for clarification, a sudden change occurred. The atmosphere in the entire hospital abruptly froze. The piercing alarm suddenly stopped, plunging into a brief, suffocating silence. The next second, a cold, ruthless, and emotionless system notification, like a final judgment, resounded directly in Su Jing and Yen Yitong's ears. Blue Star Fire Seed Team mission failed. Mission Objective Resuscitation Serum has been acquired by a non-Blue Star force and taken away from the mission area. Mission penalty. This planet will experience a mental plague outbreak in 24 hours, plunging its citizens into a state of madness, self-harm, and mutual cannibalism for 30 days. The notification sound, like a death knell, was instantly transmitted throughout the entire planet Earth via live stream. Failure, a complete failure, the Void people. They actually escaped with the serum, while being hunted by the entire hospital? How long has it been? No wonder they're the #1 monster on the leaderboard. Boundless despair instantly engulfed Su Jing. But then she jolted awake, remembering what she was clutching tightly in her hand, the Cataclysm exemption card, her last hope. She practically screamed, shouting at the air, and also at the system. System, I want to use the natural disaster exemption card. Exempt myself from this punishment, use it now. She gripped the card tightly, her heart pounding. The next second, the system's emotionless voice sounded again, but the content plunged her into an icy abyss. Special item detected, natural disaster exemption card. This item can only be used to exempt punishments of the natural disaster category caused by natural or force majeure events. The punishment for this mission is mental plague, which does not fall under the category of natural disaster. Item use failed. The punishment will proceed as planned. Su Jing was utterly desperate. Tears streamed down her face, and she collapsed to the ground. Not a natural disaster? This was clearly a punishment imposed by the system. Why couldn't she use it? Was this strange disaster game deliberately targeting Blue Star, just wanting to watch it collapse? The Blue Star Strange Disaster livestream room exploded, countless question marks, roars, and cries instantly filling the screen. Why? Why can't I use it? This damn system is messing with us? It's over. It's all over. 30 days of mental plague. Mom, I'm scared. System. You're unfair. Blue Star Underground Command Center, main conference room. Chang Hao stared furiously at the disaster exemption card in Su Jing's hand on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, hoping for a miracle. However, when the cold, mocking message not within the scope of natural disaster sounded, this usually calm and ruthless commander completely lost his temper. IF******U. He kicked the heavy solid wood office chair beside him, sending it flying and crashing against the wall with a loud bang. The other staff members in the office were trembling with fear, their faces deathly pale, many already sobbing quietly. Chang Haoqi's chest heaved violently, but he knew he couldn't afford to break down now. He abruptly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the panic and helplessness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a steely calm. Calm down. His voice was hoarse, yet undeniably authoritative, instantly stabilizing the escalating situation. Crying and anger won't solve anything. There are still 24 hours until it takes effect. We still have a chance. Now, immediately, execute the ARC emergency plan. He whirled around, looking at the pale-faced but determined department heads and expert teams on the command platform, issuing clear and logical instructions. First, immediately cut off all non-essential network communications, leaving only the emergency channel open. Force all public screens and broadcast channels to loop preset reassurance messages, emphasizing remain calm, stay indoors, and await instructions. We must minimize the chaos caused by panic. Second, all underground base entrances, energy centers, water purification plants, and strategic food depots are immediately placed under maximum alert. All ground patrols are to withdraw and hold key positions. Our goal is to preserve the flame of civilization. Third, all stockpiled sedatives, anesthetics, and physical restraint devices are to be immediately distributed to all shelter duty points according to the contingency plan. The psychologist team should quickly develop a simplified psychological intervention procedure and broadcast it on the emergency channel. We need as many people as possible to remain conscious. Fourth, Chang Haoqi's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice heavy yet firm. And most importantly, all positions will operate on a 3-shift system. We must ensure the absolute clarity and smooth operation of the command system. If we collapse, Blue Star is truly finished. Understand? Understood. Everyone responded loudly, their eyes red. Instructions were instantly transmitted through the still-safe emergency passages to all major underground cities and survivor bases on Blue Star. Attention all units. Attention all units. Highest alert. Execute the ARC contingency plan. This is not a drill. Maintain order, remain calm. Trust the personnel on duty around you. We are still here. Blue Star is still here. In an instant, the various bases, which had been gripped by panic due to the impending mental plague, seemed to find an anchor, and the signs of chaos were nipped in the bud. Soldiers gritted their teeth, running to set up roadblocks and checkpoints, their steps unusually firm. Medical personnel, fighting back tears, distributed precious sedatives to those most in need. Community workers, their voices hoarse but repetitive, used megaphones to reassure residents as they orderly led them into the shelter. There was no large-scale riot, only suppressed sobs. Everyone's eyes were filled with sorrow and despair, yet also with a strong sense of unity. They didn't know what the next 30 days would bring, but they knew they had to persevere, for those around them, for even the faintest glimmer of hope for Blue Star's future. Chang Haoqi stood before the command platform, watching the tense yet orderly images transmitted from various bases on the screens, his fists clenched tightly. He had done all he could. Now, besides praying, all that remained was waiting for the storm to arrive, and praying that their ark would survive. Qinyu watched the live stream of the Blue Star disaster, wiping away tears, her heart aching for Bian Ruijin, covered in blood and his fate unknown, on the screen. The next second, the cold system failure message and penalty announcement made her pause. The mission failed? Mental plague, self-harm and mutual devouring. A wave of immense fear washed over Qinyu. She jumped up from her chair and stumbled towards her grandmother's room. She knew her brothers and sisters in the Fire Seed Squad had given their all, they were so badly injured. She didn't blame them, she was just afraid of losing this hard-won peaceful life, afraid of losing her only family member. Grandma. Qinyu pushed open the door, her voice trembling with sobs. Inside the room, Grandma Chen was slowly tidying up. Hearing her granddaughter's call, and the sudden announcement over the community loudspeaker, she looked up, her face surprisingly unsurprised. Having weathered countless storms in her life, from the great cataclysm to the arduous struggle for survival in the underground city, she understood better than anyone that panic was the most useless thing when true disaster struck. She put down the clothes she was holding and opened her arms to Qinyu. "Yu, come here. It's okay, no matter what happens, Grandma will be with you." Qinyu rushed into her grandmother's arms, her wildly beating heart calming down slightly. Just as the grandmother and granddaughter were about to say something, the doorbell suddenly rang. Qinyu wiped her eyes and walked over to open the door, puzzled. Outside stood Aunt Lin Yi from next door, her face deathly pale, her eyes filled with panic. "Aunt Lin? Xiao Yu." Lin Yi's voice trembled uncontrollably, and tears welled up instantly. "Have you seen Xiaxia? Xiaxia is gone. It was just a blink of an eye. She said she was going to play in the little garden downstairs for a while. This announcement. She hasn't come back yet. I can't find her." She was so worried she almost couldn't stand. Xiaxia's genetic disease had improved significantly after 2 rounds of treatment, and Lin Yi had finally relaxed a little, allowing her daughter to occasionally go downstairs to play by herself. Who could have imagined that at this critical moment, the child would disappear? Xiaxia was so small, so well behaved. Qinyu's heart immediately clenched. "Aunt Lin, don't panic. I go with you to look." Grandma Chen also came out, leaning on her cane, her expression grave. "Yes, don't worry, let's all look together. The child can't have gone far." Just then, a clear announcement came from downstairs. Sister Luo from the neighborhood committee, with a local accent, tried hard to remain calm as she broadcast the instructions. "Attention residents. Attention residents. Please remain calm and do not panic. Stay at home or in the nearest safe indoor area, lock your doors and windows, and do not go out unnecessarily. Maintain order and await further instructions. Repeat, remain calm and do not go out. Hearing the instruction to not go out unnecessarily, and seeing the empty stairwell, Lin Yi's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed. Xiaxia, my Xiaxia is still outside. What should I do? Just at this moment of despair, footsteps came from the stairs. Uncle Qi Yongfeng, who lived on the 3rd floor, carefully led Xiaxia up the stairs. He saw Lin Yi, her face streaked with tears, and Qin Yu and his granddaughter, looking anxious, at the bottom of the stairs. He paused for a moment, then quickly explained. I just ran into Sister Luo from the neighborhood committee downstairs. She was going door to door reminding everyone when I saw Xiaxia playing alone by the flower bed. She seemed a little frightened by the announcement. Sister Luo was too busy, so I quickly brought the child upstairs. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Lin Yi rushed over and hugged Xiaxia tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, You scared me to death. You scared me to death. Xiaxia seemed a little dazed and whispered, Mommy, the announcement was so scary. Qin Yu looked at the shaken Aunt Lin and the bewildered Xiaxia, her heart sinking. Aunt Lin had suffered so much to get Xiaxia treatment. Her life had only just begun to improve. Hope. She looked at the kind-hearted Uncle Qi. Little Qi was stationed on the Morang Plain, and Uncle Qi would be able to move there to reunite with his son next year. She thought of her good friend Yu Lily. They had secretly made a promise to travel together next year after the Morang Plain was completely cleared, retracing the steps of Lily's parents' lives and work. And the nursing home she often visited, Grandma Li, who had worked hard her whole life, was still there alone. They had all endured so much hardship, and life was finally starting to get better. How could this happen? Qin Yu leaned against her grandmother, her heart filled with sadness and confusion, only able to comfort herself. It's okay, at least for now, they are still by each other's side. Just like Grandma always said, as long as people are still alive, there is hope. Standing in the ward, Tan Xiaoxiao looked at Su Jing, who suddenly collapsed to the ground, and Yen Yitong, who was silently weeping and trembling on the bench outside, completely bewildered. She scratched her head, looking confused and helpless. Why are you crying? She had a peculiar habit. She couldn't stand seeing girls cry. She might find a man's crying annoying, but when a girl shed tears, she was at a loss. Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, resignedly walking over to Su Jing. She rummaged through her bag for a pack of tissues and, with less than gentle movements, wiped Su Jing's tears. All right, stop crying, you're ruining your makeup. Su Jing was immersed in fear and despair about the future of Blue Star, crying so hard she could barely breathe, unable to utter a complete sentence. Tan Xiaoxiao listened intently for a long time, but couldn't glean any useful information. She sighed again. Just then, the paper figure that had been quietly inside her bag suddenly popped its head out. The palm-sized paper head tilted to the side, and its body began to struggle and writhe violently. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled by the movement in her bag, looked down, and was immediately bewildered. She took her handbag off and placed it on the ground, frowning at the struggling paper figure. Lu Luan, what's wrong with you? Be quiet. The paper figure ignored her, struggling even more violently. He laboriously crawled out of the handbag, and then, to Tan Xiaoxiao's astonishment, pulled out a small bottle of mineral water that Tan Xiaoxiao had casually stuffed into the bag. He wobbled, clutching the bottle of water, which was about the same size as his body, his ink-black, beady eyes looking at Tan Xiaoxiao, struggling to push the bottle towards Su Jing. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the paper figure, then at the bottle of water, then at Su Jing, who was crying so hard she was almost fainting, and a thought suddenly struck her. Oh, I get it. You're telling her to drink more water? Hey, I didn't realize you were so caring, your flirting skills are pretty good. The paper doll Lu Luan seemed momentarily stunned by her words, its movements stiffening, a faint blush inexplicably rising on its paper-thin face. Heaven knows how a piece of paper could blush, and Tan Xiaoxiao was too lazy to delve into the complex inner thoughts of this paper doll. She took the bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Su Jing. Here, don't cry, drink some water to soothe yourself. Crying too much will make you dehydrated and feel even worse. Su Jing, immersed in the despair of impending world-ending destruction, subconsciously took the bottle. Just as her gaze inadvertently swept across the label, a line of crystal-clear black text appeared before her eyes. Mind-awakening mineral water, special edition, contains purifying factors, effectively dispelling negative mental inducements, stabilizing the mind, and maintaining clarity. Note, drinking more water does indeed help. Su Jing's sobs suddenly caught in her throat. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and she almost forgot to breathe. The live stream chat, previously flooded with despair and mourning, paused for a moment before erupting again. Water? That bottle of water? What did I just see? Contains purifying factors, dispelling negative influences? This could mean it can combat the mental plague? Ah! Sister Tan. Sister Tan, you're my goddess. There's hope. There's hope. Blue Star is saved. Quick! Ask Sister Tan if she has any more. Su Jing suddenly looked up, trembling with excitement. She grabbed Tan Shishu's wrist, her voice shaking uncontrollably. She spoke cautiously, as if afraid of waking her from a beautiful dream. Sister Tan. This mineral water, do you have any more? How much? Tan Xiaoxiao looked at Su Jing, who was so excited she was almost fainting, then glanced in surprise at the paper doll Lu Luan on the ground, clicking her tongue in amazement. Sigh, I didn't expect you to be so good at flirting despite your small stature. Look how excited you made this girl. The paper doll Lu Luan seemed to be stung by this remark, silently turning around, his flat back facing Tan Xiaoxiao. Whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. Tan Xiaoxiao ignored him, looking at Su Jing, who was staring at her expectantly. Although she didn't understand what was so exciting about a bottle of ordinary mineral water, she nodded nonetheless. I have plenty in my shop, several cases in the warehouse. If you want it, as a regular customer, I can give you a friendly price. How about that? Hearing this, Su Jing was so excited she almost fainted. She tightly gripped the bottle of mineral water, which seemed like a miracle, and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I take it no matter the price. Meanwhile, in the underground command center of Blue Star, Chang Haoqi stared intently at the bottle of mineral water on the screen. After a long, brief silence, the entire command center erupted in deafening cheers of joy. Water? That bottle of water. Mineral water to refresh the mind. It can dispel the mental plague? We're saved. Commander. We're saved. Quick! No matter the cost. Buy it. Buy it all. Chang Haoqi straightened up, his body swaying slightly from the intense emotional turmoil, and his adjutant quickly steadied him. He stared intently at the seemingly ordinary bottle of mineral water on the screen, his eyes instantly reddening, his voice filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Quick, send a message to Su Jing. Tell her to tell Boss Tam we want it all. As many as there are. She can name her price. Chapter 62. 24 hours to go. In the hospital ward, Su Jing looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, her eyes almost overflowing with pleading. Sister Tan, please take me back to the shop. I need to know exactly how much inventory we have. It's very important. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, glancing worriedly at Bian Ruijin, who was still unconscious on the hospital bed, but he... It's all right. Su Jing immediately pushed Yan Yitong, whose face was still pale, forward. Yitong, stay and take care of Captain Bian. Absolutely no problem. Yan Yitong tried to straighten her still limp body, nodding weakly but firmly. Yes. Sister Tan, don't worry, I can do it. I'm in great shape now. I could run 800 meters, or even 8,000 meters. To increase her persuasiveness, she even tried to do a squat while holding onto the wall, but swayed and almost lost her balance. Tan Xiaoxiao looked doubtful. Can you really do it like this? It really will. Yan Yitong forced a bright, I'm super healthy smile. Tan Xiaoxiao reluctantly believed her, then was practically dragged away from the hospital by the anxious Su Jing. Countdown, 23 hours and 58 minutes. Chinyu pulled out a food supply box from under the bed, several packets of compressed cockroach biscuits, a few bottles of clean water, and a small jar of vitamin tablets. Grandma Chen carefully reinforced the gaps in the doors and windows with tape. Although she knew it probably wouldn't help with the spiritual plague, doing something could at least slightly dispel the feeling of helplessness. The home internet signal had long been cut off, the screen was completely black. Chenyu took an old-fashioned radio with an antenna from a drawer. Before meeting Sister Tan, this was how the grandmother and granddaughter always spent time before natural disasters. Hiding in their cramped home, they would huddle around this small radio, gleaning the only information about the outside world from the intermittent radio waves, awaiting their unknown fate. The radio broadcast the host's calm, gentle voice, interspersed with relaxation techniques provided by a psychologist. Chinyu sat on the floor, hugging her knees, turning the volume down, her ear pressed tightly against the speaker, afraid of missing a single word. Grandma Chen sat beside her, her calloused hands gently patting her granddaughter's back in comfort. Her eyes, weathered by storms, gazed at the sealed window, silent and resolute. The countdown began, 23 hours and 40 minutes. In the underground command center of the Blue Star United Government, Chang Haoqi stood before the command screen. On the left side of the screen was footage of Tan Xiaoxiao and Su Jing hurriedly leaving the hospital in the disaster livestream, while on the right side were real-time images transmitted from various underground bases showing the public preparing for evacuation in an orderly manner. His brows were tightly furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping the control panel. Communications Department, ensure all emergency broadcast channels are open, repeat reassurance instructions, and the latest situation every 10 minutes. Logistics Department, recheck the material reserves and carrying capacity of all underground shelters, prioritizing supplies for personnel on duty and medical stations. Medical Department, the distribution plan for sedatives and physical restraint equipment must be precise down to each community. Quickly. His voice was hoarse but steady, his gaze never leaving Tan Xiaoxiao's figure in the livestream. Blue Star, all hope now rests on her, the bottled water in the store. 23 hours to go. Tan Xiaoxiao and Su Jing finally returned to the convenience store at 23 Neon Street. The door was closed, everything seemed normal. Su Jing stared intently as Tan Xiaoxiao took out her key to open the door, her eyes filled with eagerness. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine from that fiery gaze, muttering to herself as she opened the door. Is it really necessary? It's just some water, right? Is this batch of water particularly sweet? Woof woof. Dehei excitedly rushed over and rubbed against Tan Xiaoxiao's ankle. Tan Xiaoxiao bent down and patted its head, then casually pulled the paper figure Lu Luan from her bag, tossed it on the ground, and casually ordered, "Go, bring out those bottles of mineral water from the storeroom and check them." The paper figure Lu Luan, receiving the order, immediately trotted off on its short legs towards the storeroom. A moment later, he emerged, wobbling, carrying a whole case of mineral water bottles many times his own size. His movements were unsteady, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Jing's heart leaped into her throat. It wasn't that she felt sorry for Lu Luan, she was terrified he spilled those life-saving bottles. She couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward and carefully took the bottle, as if cradling a priceless treasure. Su Jing nervously checked it. Sure enough, the black label brain-boosting mineral water, special edition, was clearly visible. Her face lit up with elation, but this was quickly replaced by deeper anxiety. Su Jing rushed into the storeroom and began to count the bottles herself. 1 case, 2 cases, 3 cases. The final count, 15 cases, 180 bottles. Only 180 bottles. The smile that had just appeared on Su Jing's lips vanished. For a world population of nearly 2 billion, this was a drop in the ocean. Tan Xiaoxiao was even more confused, watching her face instantly shift from sunny to cloudy. 180 bottles isn't enough. Are you trying to open a reservoir? She scratched her head, trying to sell how about. Looking at other drinks? Coke juice? Milk tea? Just then, the ignored paper doll Lu Luan suddenly pushed aside the big black dog trying to rub against him again, and ran to the shelf with his short legs, beginning his laborious climb. He weaved through the shelves, and soon a small pile of things had accumulated at Tan Xiaoxiao's feet. Milk candies with cute rabbit patterns, a few energy bars, several individually wrapped bags of spicy strips, and even a few small boxes of milk with smiley faces on them. Tan Xiaoxiao looked down at the pile of snacks, utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Hungry? You don't even have a mouth, how are you going to eat? The paper doll Lu Luan couldn't speak, but just pointed forcefully at the pile of snacks, then at the dejected Su Jing. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the snacks, then at Su Jing, who was on the verge of tears, and once again realized the truth. Oh! I get it, you want me to comfort her with these snacks? Hey, I didn't realize you were so good at comforting people. She shook her head helplessly, bent down to pick up the pile of snacks, walked over to Su Jing, and shoved them into her arms. Here, don't look so sad. Have some snacks to cheer yourself up? Lu Luan's treating. Su Jing, immersed in despair, subconsciously took the pile of snacks. Through her blurred vision, her gaze swept over the candy packaging in her arms. Calming candy. Contains soothing ingredients, effectively relieving anxiety and calming panic. Strawberry flavor is even better. She suddenly froze, quickly looking at the energy bar. Mental energy bar. Quickly replenishes physical strength and slightly enhances mental resistance in a short time, resisting the erosion of negative emotions. Chocolate flavor provides double the happiness. Spicy strips. Awaken numb senses with intense flavor stimulation, quickly improve focus, and dispel mental distraction. Warning, use with caution if you can't handle spicy food. Soothing milk, gently nourishes, aids sleep, relieves mental fatigue and negative emotions, and brings a peaceful night's rest. A cup before bed, nightmares gone. Lines of black text instantly dispelled all of Su Jing's frustration. She was stunned, abruptly raising her head and grabbing Tan Shishia's hand. Overwhelmed by shock and excitement, her voice trembled. Sister Tan. These snacks. Is there any left? I want them all of them, I want them all. All of them? Tan Xiaoxiao was startled, staring wide-eyed at the pile in her arms, and the remaining stock in the warehouse. You're having a team-building event? How long will this take? Won't you get sick? We can finish it. We definitely can finish it. Su Jing nodded vigorously, her tone resolute. No matter the price, we buy it. Immediately. Right now. It would be foolish not to make money. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately pulled out her calculator, frantically pressing keys, and finally announced a number. Rounded down, it'd be 7,008. Okay. Su Jing agreed without hesitation, even finding the price unbelievably cheap. She straightened up and bowed deeply and solemnly to Tan Xiaoxiao, her voice choked with emotion, but utterly sincere. Sister Tan. Thank you. Thank you so much. Looking at the pile of life-saving supplies on the ground, thinking that she had practically bought the hope of saving Earth at a dirt-cheap price, she felt both excited and incredibly indebted. She asked hesitantly, Sister Tan, is there anything you particularly want? We definitely bring it to you if we can, definitely. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little bewildered by this sudden gift and gratitude, but she really didn't want anything in particular. She casually raised her left hand, shaking the bracelet made of colorful glass beads that Bian Ruijin had brought her earlier. It reflected a cheap yet shiny luster under the light. If I had to say, she tilted her head, seemingly thinking seriously for a moment, could you bring me something sparkly like this bracelet? I quite like those. Su Jing looked at the glass beads on her wrist, worth at most a few dollars, then at the priceless supplies at her feet, her nose tingled, and she nodded heavily, okay. Definitely. We bring you lots and lots of sparkly things. Countdown, 22 hours and 35 minutes. In the Blue Star Joint Command Center, Chang Haoqi stared at the live broadcast for a moment, then erupted in immense, indescribable joy and excitement. Chang Haoqi slammed his hand on the control panel, and almost without hesitation, grabbed the internal communicator and called his adjutant, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Did you hear that? Immediately go and inventory all the strategic reserves. Take out all the gems, pearls, jade, the most precious, the most dazzling jewels. Have Bian Ruijin deliver them to Boss Tan after the next ghostly disaster game begins. He took a breath and added, if you can't find anything suitable, you can also ask those private collectors. We're willing to exchange any resources they need. 22 hours to go. Inside the convenience store, Su Jing busily recounted and categorized bottles of mineral water and bags of snacks, ensuring nothing was missed. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid of accidentally damaging these precious supplies that carried the future of Blue Star. Tan Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, sat comfortably in the chair behind the checkout counter, happily counting the thick wad of banknotes Su Jing had just paid. She occasionally stroked the large black dog lying at her feet. 20 hours to go. Back home in the underground city, Qing Yu and her grandmother were still tending to their old-fashioned radio. Suddenly, a slight static came through the channel, followed by a weary yet remarkably determined voice. Commander Chang Haoqi directly announced the latest situation to the entire population. Fellow citizens of Blue Star, I have important news to share. Our Spark team, though facing setbacks in our mission, has not given up. With the help of a special friend, Boss Tan, we have successfully acquired a batch of vital supplies that may alleviate the spiritual plague. Upon hearing about the Spark team and Sister Tan, Qin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. When she heard the words alleviate the spiritual plague, she jumped up from the ground and excitedly hugged her grandmother. Grandma, did you hear that? Sister Tan has found a way for us. We're saved. We're saved. The girls' joyful cheers dispelled the somber atmosphere in the room. Grandma Chen's wrinkled face broke into a relieved smile. She gently patted her granddaughter's back, repeatedly saying, good. 19 hours to go. In the hospital ward, Bian Ruijin struggled to open his eyes. The intense pain and weakness caused him to groan involuntarily. Captain Bian, you're awake. Yinitong, who had been watching over him almost without closing her eyes, rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face, a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh. Bian Ruijin, seeing that Yinitong, though pale, was unharmed, breathed a slight sigh of relief. But his heart immediately tightened again, his voice hoarse. The mission. How did it go? Where's Su Jing? The serum. Yin Yitong wiped away her tears, choking back sobs as she quickly recounted what had happened. Mission failed, the serum was taken from Void Star, system punishment descended, Sister Tan's mineral water. She explained everything clearly. Upon hearing of the mission failure, Bian Ruijin's eyes dimmed for a moment, but upon hearing that a solution had been found with Tan Xiaoxiao, his ashen face instantly lit up with a startling light. Really? Quick! Help me to the convenience store. I have to go see. No! Yin Yitong, startled, quickly pressed him down, looking at his tightly bandaged wounds and paper-white face, feeling both anxious and heartbroken. Team Leader Bian, your injuries are too severe. Everything's going smoothly with Sister Jing. Your most important thing now is to rest. 16 hours to go. At the Blue Star Joint Command Center, Chang Hao paced back and forth in the tense office, his brow furrowed. His adjutant, Xiao Wu, strode in and saluted, reporting, Commander. All preparations are complete. 10 transport vehicles, with the highest level of protection, are on standby. Academician Yu's expert team from the Research Institute is ready in the laboratory, and can analyze and verify the delivered supplies at the fastest speed. Chang Hao stopped pacing, took a deep breath, and turned his gaze back to the live broadcast screen. In the scene, Su Jing was giving the final check of the mountain of supplies piled at her feet. Even Chang Haoqi, who had weathered countless storms in his life, couldn't help but feel his palms sweating and his heart pounding. 15 hours to go. Chang Haoqi abruptly grabbed his coat from the back of his chair and strode out of the office. Outside, top experts from various fields, high-ranking government representatives, and a team of well-equipped guards immediately followed. No one spoke, only the rapid footsteps echoed in the corridor, the atmosphere extremely tense. The convoy sped away at top speed. 14 hours to go. Inside the convenience store, Su Jing took one last look at this miraculous door, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. A familiar teleportation light began to envelop her, along with the precious supplies around her. A flash of white light, a brief feeling of weightlessness, and Su Jing's feet touched the familiar ground. She jolted awake, her eyes snapping open. The water cooler crates were neatly stacked, and snack bags piled nearby, not a single bottle missing, not a single bag untouched. Overwhelmed with unspeakable joy, tears welled in her eyes, and Su Jing nearly collapsed to the ground. She did it. She really brought back these life-saving supplies. Almost simultaneously, the 2 teleportation beams beside her dimmed. Bian Ruijin, his face ashen, struggled to his feet with Yin Yitong's support. His injuries were too severe, he could barely stand on his own. Their gazes fell upon the vast pile of supplies. In that instant, all their pain and weakness seemed to vanish. The only hope lies here. Chang Haoqi, who had been waiting there, relaxed slightly the moment he saw Su Jing and her companions appear with the pile of supplies. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the waiting guards immediately stepped forward, carefully and swiftly loading all the supply crates onto the transport truck. Chang Haoqi stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the tearful, emotional Su Jing and the nearly collapsing Bian Ruijin. His voice was steady, yet his pace was rapid. Thank you for your hard work. Blue Star will remember your contributions. Leave the rest to us. He turned his gaze to the transport truck and gave the order decisively. Immediately escort all supplies to the Blue Star Research Institute. Have academician Yu Xingzhen's team prioritize the component analysis and efficacy verification of the brain-boosting mineral water, and simultaneously conduct biosafety testing. All other items must also be tested one by one. I need a detailed report as soon as possible, determining the effective dosage, duration of action, method of use, and whether there are any side effects. Once safety and effectiveness are confirmed, immediately activate the optimal distribution plan. Our time. He glanced at his watch, his voice heavy. Only 14 hours left. We must hurry. The transport convoy, escorted by armed vehicles, sped towards the Research Institute. This race against time had officially entered its most tense and crucial phase. Everyone knew that every second was crucial to the survival of everyone on Blue Star. 13 hours to go. Outside the core laboratory of the Blue Star Research Institute, Chang Hao paced anxiously back and forth. He desperately needed to know just how powerful these supplies, symbols of hope, truly were. How should they be allocated to maximize their value, to preserve as many lives and the spark of civilization as possible during a disaster? The laboratory door remained tightly shut, time ticking away. Chang Haoqi was growing increasingly impatient. Almost an hour had passed since the samples were taken in, and there were still no preliminary results. Were the expert team inside encountering some difficulties? The countdown began, 12 hours and 40 minutes. The laboratory door slowly opened, and Professor Yu Xingzhen was the first to emerge. He removed his mask, his face showing not fatigue, but rather an unbelievable, ecstatic joy. Even his steps seemed light. He practically rushed to Chang Haoqi, his voice trembling with excitement. "Commander, the preliminary results are in. Better than our most optimistic estimates, much better." He held up a small test tube containing less than 1 milliliter of colorless liquid. "Just this 1 milliliter of the original solution, according to our preliminary calculations, contains enough energy to keep 1,000 adults completely conscious for at least 10 days, under the continued influence of the mental plague." Chang Hao's breath hitched. His brain raced, calculating. 1,000 people, 10 days, 1 ml. 180 bottles of water, each 500 milliliters, if all diluted to the maximum ratio. His voice was hoarse from the urgency. In other words, if we dilute it to the extreme, ensuring the minimum effective dose, these 180 bottles of water theoretically could cover at least 30 million adults, sustaining them until the 30-day punishment period ends. 30 million. Out of a total population of 2 billion, this number might seem like a drop in the ocean, but it meant they could preserve the vast majority of their core technical personnel, maintain the most basic, core operational framework of society. This was an incredible surprise. Theoretically, yes. Yu Xingzhen nodded vigorously. But we need to precisely control the dilution ratio and dosage. We need to do this immediately. Before he could finish, Professor Li, the head of another research team, excitedly ran over, holding a half-opened bag of rabbit-shaped milk candies. "Commander, the analysis results for the candies are in. The energy contained in one candy, if evenly distributed, is enough to allow 500 people to resist the impact of the mental plague for a short time." Chang Hao clenched his fist excitedly, almost bursting into laughter. Excellent. The results were even better than he had expected. Countdown, 12 hours and 17 minutes. All preliminary test reports have been compiled. After tense and precise calculations, considering the different efficacies of various items, their duration, and possible cumulative effects. Under the optimized distribution plan, all the supplies Su Jing brought back, mineral water, milk candy, energy bars, spicy strips, milk, could guarantee that approximately 800 million adults would maintain basic sanity and remain unaffected by the madness of the mental plague for 30 days. 800 million. This number sent a dizzying wave of elation through everyone involved in the calculations. This was enough to maintain a relatively stable society. "Execute the distribution plan immediately!" Chang Haoqi roared to his adjutant, Xiao Wu, without hesitation, his voice booming with excitement. "Notify all bases to activate the optimal transportation channels and distribute these supplies at the fastest speed, according to the calculated proportions. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" The countdown reached its 12th hour. One after another, sleek, high-speed fighter jets, representing the highest level of technology on Earth, soared into the sky. Inside the cockpit, the pilot's eyes were exceptionally resolute. The cockpit was filled with prepackaged, extremely precious supplies. Their mission was singular: race against time to deliver these life-saving supplies to major underground survivor bases around the world before the countdown ended. 9 hours to go. When the last fighter jet responsible for the Americas route confirmed its safe arrival and completed the supply handover, a long-suppressed cheer erupted in the command center. Chang Haoqi's tense shoulders relaxed for a moment. A wave of immense exhaustion washed over him, and he almost collapsed into his command chair. 7 hours to go. The various underground bases were already on high alert, and the received supplies were quickly sent to distribution points. Following the received distribution plan, staff began rapid and accurate sorting and allocation, organized by community. The atmosphere was tense yet orderly, filled with the feeling of a do-or-die battle. 5 hours to go. On the radio in Qinyu's home, the host's tired but hopeful voice came through again. Repeating the notification, "All residents please take note. The government has obtained some relief medication, and will distribute it door-to-door by staff according to community. Please stay home, remain calm, and cooperate with the collection process." Repeating, "Please remain calm and cooperate with the collection process." Xinyu looked up, her eyes bursting with unbelievable joy. She hugged her grandmother tightly, her voice trembling with tears. "Grandma, did you hear that? There's medicine. There really is medicine." Grandma Chen also excitedly hugged her granddaughter back, her eyes glistening with tears. Countdown, 3 hours and 5 minutes. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded, the rhythm slightly hurried. Xinyu immediately ran to open the door. Outside stood Aunt Luo from the neighborhood committee, her face etched with exhaustion, her voice hoarse and barely audible. Behind her were several other equally weary, but determined members of the committee, carefully carrying a large thermos. Aunt Luo held a small plastic cup, carefully scooping about half a cup from the thermos, and handed it to Xinyu, her voice hoarse. "You, quick, drink it, and you be fine." Xinyu took the cup without hesitation, tilting her head back to take a small sip. The taste was slightly sweet and sour. Like diluted lemon honey water, it was quite pleasant. She handed it back to Aunt Luo, who then carefully poured a cup for Grandma Chen. Seeing both grandmother and granddaughter drink it, a relieved smile finally appeared on Aunt Luo's face. "Okay, rest, don't go out. I still have to go to the next house." She pointed to Aunt Lin's door next door. Xinyu watched Aunt Luo drag her heavy steps as she knocked on the neighbor's door, her heart filled with emotion. She gently closed the door, not wanting to disturb their precious time. 1 hour and 45 minutes remaining. At Hope Home Orphanage, the director gently comforted each of the anxious children. "Sammy, here, drink this." The director handed a cup to a boy in a corner who was helping to soothe his younger siblings. "After you drink it, you be alright." Sammy was a little skeptical, but looking at the director's gentle yet unyielding gaze, he obediently took it, held his breath, and downed it in one gulp. He put down the cup, smacked his lips, and thought, "Huh? It's sweet." 45 minutes to go. In the command center, Lieutenant Wu hurried to Chang Haoqi's side, who was almost unsteady on his feet, and whispered, "Commander, all bases report that the medication has been distributed as planned, and the vast majority of residents have taken it." Chang Haoqi let out a long sigh of relief. His body swayed, and his vision blurred. Dozens of hours of intense tension and sleepless nights would take their toll, even for an Iron Man. "Commander, you must rest. Even just 10 minutes. Wu said worriedly, supporting him. Chang Haoqi knew he was nearing his limit. He didn't push himself any further and, helped by Wu, walked to the nearby rest room. He almost instantly fell asleep the moment he hit the sofa. 10 minutes to go. Chang Haoqi jolted awake from his light sleep, his heart pounding, as if he'd just woken from a nightmare. He sat bolt upright, looking at Xiao Wu, who was standing guard beside him. "How long have I been asleep? Has anything gone wrong?" "You only slept for 35 minutes. Everything is normal, no incidents reported," Xiao Wu replied immediately. Chang Haoqi was slightly relieved. He walked to the command console, his eyes fixed on the huge countdown display screen. 1 minute left. The entire command center was deathly quiet. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. Chang Haoqi unconsciously clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood without him noticing. Would it even work? Could Boss Tan's seemingly ordinary supplies really withstand this terrifying punishment from the higher dimensional system? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. The instant the countdown reached 0, an invisible yet chilling energy wave, filled with malice and chaos, swept across the entire blue star, piercing through all physical barriers and precisely enveloping everyone. Chang Haoqi felt a buzzing in his head, and an inexplicable, violent, and irritable emotion began to rise within him. Distorted images and malicious whispers flashed through his mind, urging him to destroy, to roar, to attack everything living within his sight. However, just as this terrifying consciousness was about to overwhelm his reason, a warm, peaceful energy emerged from his stomach, then spread to his limbs, rushing along his meridians to the top of his head. The chilling and chaotic energy, as if encountering its nemesis, was instantly driven away and vanished by this gentle yet resolute force. Chang Haoqi shook his head violently, his eyes instantly clearing. The terrifying, frenzied impulse from before vanished without a trace, leaving only the lingering fear of survival and an indescribable sense of clarity. It worked. It really worked. Chang Haoqi abruptly stood up, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He looked around and saw that the other staff in the command center, though also somewhat dazed and unwell, had quickly returned to normal. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same ecstasy and disbelief. "We did it! We did it!" Someone shouted first, followed by deafening cheers and applause throughout the office. Everyone knew that Blue Star had been saved. Chapter 63. Xinyu looked up and counted the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The next second, a feeling of irritation welled up inside her. But this feeling quickly receded like the tide, replaced by a gentle, steady peace. Regaining her composure, Xinyu quickly looked at her grandmother, who stood silently in the shadows of the living room. She saw her grandmother frowning, a hint of gloom and somberness flashing across her face. Chin-yu was startled, but quickly, her grandmother's eyes returned to their usual kindness. Noticing her granddaughter's worried gaze, her grandmother deliberately put on a stern face. "What's wrong, Yu? Staring at Grandma like that, don't you recognize me? Or do you think Grandma looked unwell just now, or that I become ugly?" Hearing her grandmother's amused teasing, Chin-yu's heart finally settled back down. Her nose stung with tears, and she rushed over with a smile, hugging her grandmother tightly. She murmured, Just now I was so scared." Just then, the Commander-in-Chief's voice, weary yet steady and relieved, came from the radio on the table. "Fellow citizens of Blue Star, this is the Joint Command Center. We have successfully withstood the first and strongest wave of the impact. Network and communications are currently being restored. You can go out as usual. If you encounter any compatriots behaving abnormally outdoors, and they seem to still be affected, please remain calm and, ensuring your own safety, assist them to the nearest community medical point. Thank you again for your perseverance and cooperation." Communications restored. Chin-yu immediately lifted her head from her grandmother's arms, grabbed her phone, which had just regained signal, and dialed her good friend Yu Lily, who lived alone. The call was answered almost instantly. Yu Lily's energetic voice, filled with concern, came from the other end of the phone. "Are you alright? I was suddenly so annoyed, but thankfully it's over soon. It scared me to death." Hearing her friend's familiar loud voice, Chin-yu laughed out loud. I'm fine, Grandma's fine too. I'm so glad you're alright." After hanging up with Lily, Chin-yu opened the class group chat, which had already been flooded with messages in just 2 minutes. Sure enough, the homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhou, had already posted an announcement in the group, asking everyone to report that they were safe. The group chat was already buzzing with activity, messages flying everywhere. Sports committee member Zheng Hai, reporting to the organization. "Alive. I really wanted to smash my family's heirloom teapot just now, but thankfully I resisted." Study committee member Xu Xian, +1, "I really wanted to tear up my homework for a moment just now, thankfully the medicine worked quickly." The most mischievous boy, Lung Yonghua, was laughing heartily in the group chat. "Lung Yonghua, I almost went wild just now. I suddenly wanted to grab a kitchen knife and run off to become a wandering knight-errant. Luckily, my mom slapped me on the back of the head and woke me up. Everyone, Brother Bo, you're something else. Class monitor Hao Young, it's good that you're okay. Everyone, don't follow Brother Bo's example. Stay calm." Just then, a short message popped up. "Sammy, I'm fine." The group chat went silent for a few seconds. Sammy was a well-known ghost person in the class, almost never popping up, always alone. After a brief silence, the message immediately became warmly concerned. Xu Xian, "Oh, it's Sammy. I'm so glad you're okay. I hadn't heard from you, and I was a little worried. Hao Young, haha, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm glad everyone's safe and sound. Zheng Hai, Sammy, let's play ball together next time." Watching everyone joking and greeting each other in the group chat, Chin-yu's lips curled up, and she couldn't help but join in. However, this idyllic scene was quickly shattered by a message from the homeroom teacher. "Homeroom teacher Zhou, seeing that everyone is safe and sound, I'm relieved. According to the latest notice from the Education Bureau file.pdf, everyone will have a day off tomorrow, Thursday, for psychological adjustment. Classes will resume normally the day after tomorrow, Friday. Please arrive at school on time." The group chat erupted in groans. "Ah, no way. Wasn't it supposed to be a month-long holiday? How come it's only 2 days? Yeah, teacher. This holiday is shortened way too much. Teacher, you can't do this." As if that wasn't enough, Teacher Zhou followed up with a system-provided, somewhat chilling smiling emoticon. Homeroom teacher Zhou, smiling, it seems everyone has plenty of energy. Well, I have some good news to share. Because of this accident, the teaching schedule has been severely affected. After deliberation by the school, it has been decided that all classes will be held as usual this Saturday and next Saturday. Are you happy about the makeup classes, students? Smile. Smile. The group chat was instantly filled with painful wails. Lung Yonghua, teacher, I suddenly feel like I might not be well yet. I need to ask for leave. Zheng Hai, makeup classes on Saturday. 2 weeks? Help. Chi Fei, my weekend plans are all ruined. Crying? Du Hongsheng, teacher, are you a devil? Looking at the various funny wails and all sorts of emojis on her phone, Chin-yu finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. The shadow of disaster gradually dissipated, and life seemed to be back on track. Everything was as peaceful and beautiful as ever. In the Blue Star Command Center, Chang Haoqi rubbed his bloodshot eyes, his gaze sweeping across the reports from various regions on the screen. The situation was good, even better than expected. However, when his gaze fell on the summary data for the American base, his brows immediately furrowed. While the casualty figures weren't exaggerated relative to its total population, they were significantly higher than other major bases of similar size, and the report mentioned brief, small-scale chaos in localized areas. This wasn't right. Chang Haoqi's face darkened. The allocation plan was personally approved by him. Theoretically, it was more than sufficient. How could something have gone wrong? He barely hesitated before connecting to a video call with Fred, the head of the American base. The phone rang a few times before being answered. The screen flickered, revealing Fred's noticeably more haggard face. His eyes were sunken, filled with exhaustion and an undeniable heaviness. Chang, Fred's voice was hoarse, tinged with weariness. Seeing his expression, Chang Haoqi hesitated for a moment before uttering his question. Fred, I saw the report. Tell me, what exactly happened? Why were there unnecessary casualties? Fred sighed on the other end of the screen, wiping his face. Chang, I know the plan is perfect. But, you know my situation is more complicated than yours. He paused, organizing his thoughts, his voice tinged with helplessness. Some of our communities are inherently less organized, lacking in execution. And the time frame was too tight, the distribution wasn't thorough enough. Chang Haoqi fell silent. Looking at the pain and sorrow on Fred's face, his anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness and understanding. He knew Fred was telling the truth. The situation at the other base was indeed more complex. Although he was the global commander-in-chief, he couldn't possibly micromanage every single base. Fred had done his best. Judging from his appearance, he probably hadn't slept for dozens of hours, constantly dealing with the mess. He sighed, his tone softening, tinged with concern. I understand. The follow-up appeasement and cleanup will require your continued attention. He paused, looking at Fred's near collapse, and added, now that the situation is basically stable, don't push yourself too hard. Go and rest. Judging from your appearance, you probably haven't slept for over a day, have you? Hearing this, Fred on the other end of the screen forced a bitter smile onto his weary face, looking closely at Chang Haoqi. Chang, your dark circles are practically falling off. I bet you've been up longer than me. Chang Haoqi subconsciously touched his own eyes, and smiled helplessly. Looking at each other's equally exhausted yet still forcing themselves to stay awake, they almost simultaneously exchanged smiles tinged with relief and resignation. The call ended, and Chang Haoqi's gaze returned to the data on the screen. Seeing that all regions globally had largely returned to normal, the continuous dozens of hours of work had left his eyelids feeling so heavy he could barely keep them open. He barely managed to read the last report through sheer willpower. Finally, it's temporarily over. He let out a sigh of relief, preparing to take a short nap, when there was a knock on the office door, the knocker urgent yet filled with excitement. Chang Haoqi jerked his eyes open, rubbed his temples, and said in a deep voice, come in. The door opened, and his adjutant, Xiao Wu, strode in, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. Commander, great news. Huge good news. Xiao Wu hurried to Chang Haoqi's desk, excitedly reporting. Chief Engineer Liu from the Communications Technology Center just sent a message. Their team, working day and night, has finally completely mastered the technical data previously provided by Frozen Earth. He paused, took a deep breath, and proudly reported. Our Blue Star's exclusive interstellar communication base station has just completed its final debugging and is officially operational. From now on, we can independently access that interstellar exchange forum without having to rely on the relay from Frozen Earth and Green Vine Star. We can actively send out the voice of Blue Star into the universe. What? Chang Haoqi jumped up from his chair in surprise, the series of good news dispelling all his fatigue and drowsiness. Great. Excellent. Xiao Wu. Chang Haoqi's tone was urgent. Immediately select a few skilled writers who understand the situation and have them start drafting our Blue Star's first official announcement to the interstellar community. He paced back and forth a couple of times, adding, the content must be solemn, expressing our desire for peaceful exchange and common development, while also being neither humble nor arrogant. Bring it to me immediately after it's written. I want to review it personally. Yes. Mission accomplished. Xiao Wu immediately stood with his legs together, responded loudly, and turned to rush out to make the arrangements. But he stopped abruptly at the door. He turned back hesitantly, looking at Chang Haoqi's heavy dark circles and weary expression, a hint of worry in his eyes. Commander, you haven't slept for dozens of hours. Perhaps you should rest for a while? I call you as soon as the draft is finished. Chang Haoqi sighed, knowing he was indeed nearing his limit. Pushing himself further would be inefficient and prone to errors. All right. He finally relented, his voice clearly showing exhaustion. Go finish your work. I just take a nap on the sofa. Understood, don't worry about resting. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed out of the office. At the first hospital of the City of Mystery, Visser moved with agility, and with the tacit cover of his teammates Jacob and Harold, he cleanly and swiftly flipped over the hospital's 3-meter-high wall. And in his arms, he firmly protected the silver metal box containing the serum. The instant his feet touched the ground, a system notification sounded, and all players still within the hospital area paused almost simultaneously. Announcement. Player Visser has successfully removed the critical quest item Revival Serum from the quest area. Quest stealing the Revival Serum completed. Quest reward, points plus 1,000. All citizens of Void Star, Shadow Star, Water Star, and Mechanical Star have their physical constitution permanently increased by 10%, and are granted life revival authority, can designate one deceased player from this planet to revive. The next second, Visser felt a gentle yet powerful energy surge into him. He could almost immediately feel the improvement in his physical attributes. But he didn't care about that. His entire focus was on the final reward. Life reviving authority. His breath hitched, and his eyes momentarily relaxed. He remembered the eerie hospital corridor. That tall figure abruptly pushed him out of the hospital doors, long black curly hair, azure, upturned eyes, her face splattered with blood, screaming her last word at him with all her might. Go! Ruth, his only crushing defeat in his mission career, and his most painful loss. Without hesitation, Visser activated his mission bracelet. The screen lit up, displaying a list of gray names and avatars. His fingers swiped rapidly, precisely locking onto the name, an avatar he would recognize even in ashes. Confirm resurrection selection. His voice was low, carrying an almost frantic, desperate gamble. Dead silence. Nothing happened. No light, no figure, no miracle as he had imagined. Visser's facial muscles twitched, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Damn it, did those damn guys lie me to death? He had sacrificed so much, scheming against allies, exploiting intelligence, even risking everything to obtain those so-called guidelines, and this was all he got in return? He kicked the wall hard, and just as his anger reached its breaking point, he was about to lose control. A familiar, clear, and teasing female voice came from behind him. Visser. Visser turned sharply. There stood a slender, tall figure against the light at the alley entrance. She stood there casually, arms crossed, a familiar, teasing expression on her face. Long time no see. She tilted her head. Looks like you made yourself quite a mess? Visser's pupils contracted sharply. The overwhelming joy of regaining what he had lost made him forget about his image and composure, and he strode forward. Feeling the real warmth and heartbeat in his arms, Visser closed his eyes. Worth it. Even though it was a deal with the devil, he made the right move. Meanwhile, trapped in the complex layout of the hospital, desperately trying to avoid the cleaners, Lu Gu and you heard the system announcement. Lu Gu was the first to react, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Ha ha! Visser really did it. Ha ha ha! The bugs of Blue Star are finished. They're about to become an insane asylum. This is the consequence of going against Water Star. He didn't even check the mission rewards immediately. Instead, he was still immersed in the pleasure of revenge. And you frowned imperceptibly at Lu Ji's manic state. Although he also hated Blue Star for causing such heavy losses to their home planet, Lu Ji's twisted state, completely consumed by hatred, made him wary and contemptuous. This was no longer the reaction of a normal person. He silently checked his enhanced physique, then glanced at Lu Gu, who was still laughing maniacally, and a cold thought flashed through his mind. The cooperation ends here. From now on, he must stay away from those lunatics on Water Source Star. Especially Lu Gu, he is completely unfit to be a partner. On the Interstellar Forum, a post instantly topped the homepage and quickly became a trending topic, receiving hundreds or even thousands of new replies every second. Hot. 5-way team battle ends. Void Star's Vizier turns the tide, Blue Star's undefeated myth shattered. This highlighted post was at the top, filled with amazement and praise for Vizier's individual strength. Regarding this news, some forum members gloated over Blue Star's misfortune, while others remained neutral and offered objective analysis. Many others, who admired strength, cheered for Void Star and Vizier. The forum was in chaos. Visser is indeed strong, this is true power, completely different from the Blue Star's reliance on women. 4 against 1. Too ugly. Void Star leading the attack on Blue Star, an unfair victory. Haha, when Blue Star destroyed our sacred lake of Vikana, did they ever think of this day? This is retribution. Waiting for Blue Star to become a self-destructive madhouse. It'd be very exciting then. A bit strange. Where's that mysterious boss Tan who always favored Blue Star? Didn't he intervene this time? Thinking about how ordinary people on Blue Star also suffer such a disaster makes me feel so sorry for them. Mechanical Star really won by doing nothing, just going through the motions, getting a 10% physique boost and resurrection privilege for free. I'm so envious. Soon, the comments section turned into a flame war between different factions. Those civilizations that had suffered losses at the hands of Blue Star, or those that couldn't stand Blue Star's rapid rise, and those that had received favors from Tan Xiao Xiao, or those with good relations with Blue Star, were arguing fiercely, turning the forum into a complete mess. Lu Gu from Water Source Star, seeing that there were still quite a few voices on the forum defending Blue Star, even condemning their 4-on-1 attack, felt a surge of anger rise to his head, even diminishing the joy of successfully completing the mission. He immediately joined the fray, posting a new thread in bold font. No matter how much you bark, it won't change the fact that Blue Star has become a madhouse. Lu Gu, the original poster, ha ha ha. Waiting for Blue Star to collapse. Ants are ants after all. Even if they cling to a powerful figure, they can't escape being trampled to death. Long live Water Star. Below the post, a large number of Water Star people frantically replied and bumped the thread like they were on steroids, flooding the screen with all sorts of vulgar mockery and celebration, instantly drowning out any scattered voices attempting rational discussion or speaking up for Blue Star. Blue Star deserves it. Long live Water Star. This is retribution. Lu Gu, watching this spectacle, was finally satisfied. However, amidst this almost unanimous pessimism and mockery, a formally formatted post quietly appeared at the top of the forum. The poster's ID was followed by an official verification badge from the Interstellar Civilization Alliance. A greeting letter from the Blue Star United Government to all civilized neighbors on the Interstellar Exchange Forum. Everyone clicked on the post, and was immediately filled with question marks. The Blue Star United Government? Weren't you still in chaos? To all esteemed members of the Interstellar Exchange Forum, all citizens of the Blue Star Civilization extend our sincerest greetings to everyone in the universe. Having known of this forum platform for a long time, we are thrilled to finally be able to participate today. The Blue Star Civilization loves peace and values exchange and cooperation, hoping to learn from and progress together with all our friendly neighbors on this platform. May this letter open a new chapter of friendly exchanges between the Blue Star Civilization and other interstellar civilizations. The letter was short, and the tone was even somewhat rigid and formal, clearly a carefully crafted official statement. But this timely and seemingly unremarkable greeting instantly silenced the bustling forum. All the posts that were flooding the screen, arguing and mocking each other, stopped replying immediately. Countless users from different planets simultaneously experienced a mental freeze. Wait! Wasn't Earth supposed to be shrouded in a spiritual plague, with the world in a frenzy, governments collapsing, and social order utterly destroyed? Then this officially verified greeting, with a tone as calm as if it were for a tea party, from the United Government of Earth. Who sent this? A ghost? The forum fell into a deathly silence. Everyone realized that things weren't quite as they had imagined. A while later, 2 replies with official verification marks appeared, breaking the suffocating silence with warm and friendly tones. Frozen Earth Lord Frost. On behalf of the Frozen Earth Civilization, I warmly welcome the Blue Star United Government to the Interstellar Exchange Forum. We look forward to more in-depth exchanges and cooperation with Blue Star in the future. May our friendship last forever. Green Vine Star Grand Elder Song Qing. Green Vine Star also extends its sincerest welcome. Your planet's resilience and wisdom are admirable, and we look forward to common development and progress. The Blue Star United Government's ID quickly responded, maintaining its usual polite and respectful official tone. Blue Star United Government, thank you for the welcome from Lord Frozen Earth Lord Frost and Grand Elder Song Qing of Green Vine Star. Blue Star cherishes its friendship with your planet and looks forward to future win-win development. This extremely normal, even textbook perfect, interstellar diplomacy left countless viewers staring at the screen, feeling a strange sense of absurdity. This was completely out of step with any of the states they expected Blue Star to be in. Shouldn't Blue Star be in chaos and madness, with everyone attacking and killing each other, before being destroyed in 30 days? Who on earth is this calmly replying? Finally, a certain Cloud Star inhabitant, known for his quirky thinking and love of gossip, blurted out the question that was on his mind, and also the biggest question on the minds of other civilizations. Cloud Star Gossip Eating Cloud. Excuse me for asking. Didn't the forum say that your blue star was experiencing something? A super terrifying spiritual plague? How come you seem completely unaffected? And you can even calmly issue official documents? This question was so direct it was almost rude, yet it instantly attracted the attention of all forum users. Countless eyes waited behind their screens for a reply from the official Blue Star account. After a brief pause, the Blue Star United government replied, its tone surprisingly sincere and calm, as if it hadn't been offended at all by this abrupt question. Blue Star United government, thank you for your concern. As you said, in the initial stages of the system's punishment, our planet did indeed experience a brief period of chaos, and global social order and public morale were severely tested. Upon seeing this, all the readers held their breath. Lu Gu from Waterstar, seeing this, flashed a smug look on his face. I knew Blue Star would be in trouble. The person replying now must have used some unknown method to barely maintain their sanity, and is now pretending to be calm while talking to them, just trying to save face. But then, the next reply from the other party instantly twisted Lu Ji's face. It also momentarily stunned the other users on the forum. Blue Star United government. Fortunately, thanks to the selfless assistance of an important friend, Tan Xiaoxiao, Boss Tan, who provided crucial supplies, our planet successfully weathered this crisis. Currently, global order has basically returned to normal, and public sentiment is stable. We also thank our friends and neighbors from all walks of life for their concern. The reply ended there. There was no boasting, no complaining, just a calm statement of the current situation and a sincere expression of gratitude. But these seemingly ordinary words contained a wealth of information that shocked everyone. Sister Tan. It's that Sister Tan again. That eerie woman who runs the convenience store. Although I knew she had some abilities before, this time, it's just too outrageous. Most importantly, the key supplies she provided actually managed to suppress a devastating mental plague from the mysterious disaster game system, affecting 2 billion people. This was a planet-wide mental plague. And she stabilized it just like that? This can't be described as powerful or eerie. This is simply defying the heavens. Lu Ji's arrogant provocative post from before now seems like a complete joke, instantly filled with mocking replies. Laughing my head off, you guys are cheering for ages, and she's perfectly fine. Water Sword Star has lost face again. I really shouldn't have had any expectations of Lu Gu. Don't you feel ashamed? If I were Lu Gu, I'd be so embarrassed I'd delete my account and run away. The Water Star people could no longer control the post's direction, and an embarrassed Lu Gu had no choice but to slink away and delete it. And you, who was browsing the forum, refreshed the page and found that Lu Ji's provocative post had disappeared. He paused, staring again at the official Blue Star reply, falling into a long silence, a sense of fear rising within him. This Sister Tan. Just who is she? What are her limits? Would making an enemy of her really end well? Chapter 64. Bian Ruijin was somewhat surprised to see Chang Haoqi replying to various online trolls on the forum using the official account. I didn't expect it to be you replying personally. Chang Haoqi sent his final reply and exited the forum. It's better to be cautious in the initial stages. Once the communication center has figured things out, they gradually open up account applications. Then I approve a special operations team number for you. He paused, his tone half joking, half serious. However, on the forum, you represent not just yourself, but the face of the entire Blue Star. You can't say anything carelessly. Bian Ruijin raised an eyebrow. Am I that kind of person who lacks discretion? Chang Haoqi shook his head. He was just saying it casually. He trusted Bian Ruijin's sense of the bigger picture. He glanced at Bian Ruijin's still pale face, tapped his finger on the desk, and said in a slightly slower tone, "Have you visited Chu Chang's family?" Bian Ruijin nodded, his voice lowering. "Yes, I have." His family only has one younger sister left. She's very understanding, didn't blame me, and even said that her brother is a hero, but having worked together for so many years, Chang Haoqi knew Bian Ruijin all too well. But you can't get over that hurdle in your heart, right? Bian Ruijin didn't deny it, letting out a heavy sigh, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. Wang Wu, Lu Luan, Chu Chang. And even earlier, vivid faces flashed before his eyes. Every single one. I remember them clearly. This topic was too heavy, and Chang Haoqi's expression also became solemn, a brief silence falling in the office. After a long pause, Chang Haoqi suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp and deep. He pulled up the replay of the previous hospital team battle instance, his tone thoughtful. Have you ever thought about something? He pointed to the reward notification on the screen. Gain life resurrection permission. Do you think those higher dimensional beings can really reverse life and death? Chang Haoqi's gaze was fixed on Bian Ruijin. The people who are resurrected, are they still the same people they were before? Are their memories, emotions, and consciousness intact? Chang Haoqi paused, then lowered his voice as Bian Ruijin stared in astonishment. And those team members we perceive as dead, are they truly dead? Perhaps, in the eyes of those higher dimensional beings controlling the cataclysmic game, the definition of death is different from ours? Bian Ruijin subconsciously retorted, how could that be? They're definitely dead. I saw them being. His words trailed off. Did what he saw with his own eyes necessarily mean the truth? Lu Luan's soul was devoured by the evil spirit, his physical body perished. But Tan Xiaoxiao was able to forcibly snatch his soul back from the evil spirit's mouth with a contract, casually stuffing it into a paper doll. Although the form was bizarre, Lu Luan's consciousness, his personality, seemed to have truly survived in another form. Then, what about Wang Wu? Chu Chang? And those teammates who sacrificed themselves even earlier? What about their souls? What about their consciousness? Were they completely dissipated? Or were they collected and stored by the cataclysmic game system in some incomprehensible way, if he is powerful enough, and can find and bring back their souls in the future, could he also allow them to exist in another form, or even truly be resurrected? Bian Ruijin's heart pounded, a flicker of excitement and longing flashing in his eyes. Tan Xiaoxiao tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The old mattress made her feel uncomfortable. She squinted, reached for the old alarm clock on the bedside table, and barely made out the time, 2:17 a.m. If she didn't sleep now, she wouldn't be able to get up to go to the shop tomorrow. Tan Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, turned over, but still couldn't fall asleep. She turned over abruptly, the movement so loud that the whole bed creaked. Big Black, curled up in the corner, was awakened. It raised its head in dissatisfaction, staring at the restless figure on the bed, with its bright green eyes, making low growling sounds, as if in protest. Tan Xiaoxiao sat up dejectedly, walked over to Big Black, squatted down, and stroked its head. Stop sobbing. I really can't sleep. This feeling was awful. Her body felt heavy, her eyelids were drooping, but her brain felt like it had drunk several cups of espresso, in a state of heightened excitement, completely unable to fall asleep. She sat back on the edge of the bed, her fingertips pressed against her forehead. Could my neurasthenia be getting worse? Tan Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, a hint of worry rising in her heart. She simply closed her eyes and began counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 100, 1,000, 13,000 sheep raced through her mind, yet still, she felt no sleepiness. When she opened her eyes again, grabbed the alarm clock, and saw the hour hand was almost pointing to 7. A nameless anger surged to her head, and a feeling of anxiety and helplessness welled up within her. Why just can't I sleep? She grabbed the adorably ugly ceramic dog figurine from the bedside table and, without thinking, smashed it to the floor. Crack! The ceramic puppy shattered into several pieces instantly, the crisp sound of breaking being particularly jarring. Big Black was startled, jumping up warily, glancing at the shards, and then at Tan Xiaoxiao's pale face, not daring to utter a sound. He vented his frustration, but it didn't lessen much of his stifled feeling. Tan Xiaoxiao stood barefoot on the floor, frowning at the mess. Just then, knock, 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 a hesitant knock sounded at the door. Tan Xiaoxiao rudely pulled the door open. At this time, besides herself and Big Black, the only living creature in the shop was the paper figure Lu Luan. She looked down and saw Lu Luan struggling to hold up a tray several times its own size, wobbling precariously in the doorway. On the tray were a plate of freshly baked, still slightly steaming cookies, and a glass of warm milk. The shop was filled with an enticing aroma of butter, mingled with a subtle milky scent. This warm fragrance instantly soothed some of the anxiety in her heart. Did you make these? Tan Xiaoxiao's voice was still hoarse from lack of sleep. The paper figure, its flat face tilted upwards, its ink-black eyes gazing at her. It couldn't speak, but simply tried to lift the tray higher, gesturing for her to take it. Tan Xiaoxiao took the tray and casually picked up a small cookie, popping it into her mouth. The taste was perfect, crisp and crunchy, the sweetness perfectly balanced, neither cloying nor bland, with a rich buttery aroma. Waking up to such a warm, Fragrant handmade dessert first thing in the morning significantly improved her tense nerves and bad mood. She blinked, vaguely remembering eating similar warm and delicious cookies when she was a child. Tan Xiaoxiao finished one cookie in a few bites, then took a sip of milk. Looking at the little paper doll waiting for feedback, Tan Xiaoxiao squatted down with mixed feelings, extended her index finger, and gently poked its little head. Not bad, her tone softened considerably. You baked these cookies quite well. Deserves praise. The paper doll stiffened for a moment, then swayed almost imperceptibly, as if embarrassed. Tan Xiaoxiao yawned, quickly finished her breakfast, tidied up and washed, then forced herself to open the shop door. The neon-lit street was deserted in the early morning, with few pedestrians. Tan Xiaoxiao slumped in the chair behind the counter, her eyes vacant, feeling completely drained, both physically and mentally. In stark contrast was the paper doll, Lu Luan. This little guy was like a wound-up bee, wiping the shelves, sweeping the floor, and even grooming the well-fed and watered Big Black. Tan Xiaoxiao watched its busy little figure, and nodded in satisfaction. This employee was definitely the right choice. It was a top-notch worker, enthusiastic, hard-working, and even knew how to bake cookies. Excellent value for money. Under her undisguised gaze, the paper figure's movements slowly became unnatural, its actions becoming increasingly clumsy, and it almost fell off the small stool. Seeing its awkwardness, Tan Xiaoxiao found it amusing. She propped her chin up with her hand, and stared even more intently at it, wanting to see just how awkward it could get. Just then, the wind chimes at the shop entrance rang crisply. A woman, probably in her 20s, carrying a huge black backpack, pushed open the door and walked in. She first stood at the entrance, subtly scanning the store, even the floor, her gaze unlike that of a typical customer. It was more like she was assessing something. Then she entered, lingering by the shelves, occasionally picking up an item or two to examine closely, paying particular attention to price tags. When she reached the beverage section, her eyes darted back and forth between various brands of mineral water, carbonated drinks, tea, and juice, her brow slightly furrowed, as if calculating or comparing something, lingering for an unusually long time. At first, Tan Xiaoxiao didn't think much of it, assuming it was just decision paralysis. But this woman lingered in the store for almost 10 minutes, examining nearly every item in every section, and Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown. Something wasn't right. Could it be a competitor? Here to scout the market? Doing market research? Tan Xiaoxiao's mind immediately went on high alert, even conspiracies forming in her head. Maybe she was scouting the area, perhaps planning to open a second convenience store on this street? But what kind of crazy person would have such a brilliant idea? The street's customer traffic was practically non-existent. They were barely breaking even, let alone surviving. How could they withstand competition from other customers? Could it be, not that she wanted to open a store, but that she was deliberately targeting her, trying to cause trouble? Tan Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting from lazy to wary. Perhaps Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze was too direct. The woman hesitated for a moment, put the bottle of drink she was holding back, and then walked towards the cashier. She forced a professional smile, pulled out a business card, and handed it over with both hands. Hello, excuse me, are you the owner of this convenience store? Tan Xiaoxiao glanced down at the business card. The design was simple, even somewhat plain. Silent Saliva Brewery name, Zhao Mo position, sales manager, Silent Saliva? What a strange name. It gave her a damp, uncomfortable feeling. Although she knew many company and product names in this world had an inexplicably bizarre style, she still felt a little disgusted. We are a professional beverage brewer, the woman who called herself Zhao Mo said, seeing that Tan Xiaoxiao didn't speak, and began to introduce herself. We mainly deal in craft beer and various concentrated fruit juices, with a pure taste and unique flavor. Would you be interested in learning more about our products? Tan Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a beverage salesperson. She took the business card and casually placed it on the counter. Drinks? Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated slightly. Every item in her shop was carefully selected by her, so she was indeed cautious about introducing new brands. Did you bring any samples? I need to try them. Yes. Zhao Mo nodded quickly, seemingly waiting for her to say that. She deftly removed her backpack, taking out a dark brown bottle of beer and a bottle of apple juice with a light green label. These are our factory's two most popular star products right now, Night Raven Craft Beer and Green Whisper Apple Juice. Please try them. Tan Xiaoxiao took out 2 disposable paper cups and poured a small, half cup into each. The apple juice was refreshingly sweet, with a prominent fruity aroma. It truly tasted freshly squeezed, not artificially sweetened. Then she tried the beer. It had a rich malt aroma, a full-bodied taste, and a peculiar fruity-woody aftertaste. The taste is indeed quite good, Tan Xiaoxiao smacked her lips, offering an objective assessment. However, she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but after swallowing, there seemed to be a strange feeling deep in her throat, like something slippery. She shook her head, attributing the feeling to her sensitive taste buds, and not paying much attention. Looks pretty good. We can order a little to test the market. Zhao Mo's face immediately lit up with a warm smile. That's great. You have excellent taste. Here's my contact information. Just call or text me a day in advance how much you need. We offer free delivery within the city. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao say she ordered 10 cases of each type per month to try it out, Zhao Mo's smile became even more sincere, repeatedly assuring her the best price and the freshest batches. Having reached a preliminary agreement, Zhao Mo carefully put the samples back into his backpack. As he prepared to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept over Tan Xiaoxiao's face. Noticing the heavy dark circles under her eyes and her weariness, he paused, a perfectly measured expression of concern on his face. You look not well. Are you feeling unwell? Tan Xiaoxiao rubbed her sore eyes and complained, Ugh, I haven't been able to sleep lately. Even though I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open, plus my lousy mattress is as hard as a slab of stone. It makes my whole body ache, making it even worse. Sleep quality is indeed very important. Speaking of which, Zhao Mo suggested enthusiastically, as if suddenly remembering something. The Qinyan Furniture City downtown is having a huge anniversary sale right now. Everything is 50% off. You should check it out sometime. Maybe getting a better mattress will help you sleep better. Sleepless Furniture City? 50% off? Right, why didn't she think of that? Her current mattress is indeed old and hard, uncomfortable to sleep on. It really should be replaced. Maybe a soft, comfortable new mattress will solve her insomnia problem? Tan Xiaoxiao watched the salesperson, who had unexpectedly brought her good news, leave with a pleasant expression, then immediately picked up her phone and searched for Sleepless Furniture City. Sleepless Furniture City. Number 13, Forbidden Road, Mysterious Disaster City. Number 13, Forbidden Road. Tan Xiaoxiao muttered the address softly, unable to help but frown. This name, it really sounds unlucky. But a 50% discount is more important. Auspiciousness or not doesn't matter. In the underground command center of Blue Star, Chang Haoqi sat in his office chair. Rin Shuang's voice came through the screen, her tone filled with concern. The mental plague is not to be underestimated. If you need Frozen Earth's assistance, please don't hesitate to speak. Chang Haoqi smiled calmly, his brows still showing the weariness of days of toil. Thank you for your concern. Blue Star is indeed fine, everything is under control. Rin Shuang in the holographic image saw that his tone was calm and showed no sign of strain, so she nodded slightly. That's good. Who is your opponent next? Chang Haoqi raised an eyebrow and uttered a name in a flat tone. Phantom Star. Phantom Star. Seems to be ranked similarly to Blue Star, hovering around 70th or 80th. Rin Shuang's tone revealed a hint of relief. It seems the matchmaking system has finally returned to normal, unlike the last match, which was simply... He paused, not uttering the word nightmare. The environment of Illusionary Dream Star is unique. Its atmosphere is permeated with a natural hallucinogenic factor, causing the people of this planet to possess superhuman mental abilities, making them adept at weaving illusions and influencing the minds of others. Lin Shuang paused, glancing at Chang Haoqi's expression. However, in terms of individual physical combat ability, they are roughly on par with the people of Blue Star. As long as you don't fall into their illusions, you shouldn't have any problems. His understanding of Illusionary Dream Star was limited to this. This planet was known for its mystery and low profile in interstellar space, rarely engaging with the outside world. However, its system ranking was comparable to Blue Star, so theoretically, it shouldn't be considered a particularly difficult opponent. At least it was much easier than facing an enemy like Void Star. Lin Shuang raised the icy crystal wine glass beside her, toasting Chang Haoqi's direction. The liquid in the glass radiated a chill. In that case, I wish Blue Star a resounding victory and a win in this round. Chang Haoqi shook his head, his face cautious. We Blue Stars have a saying, don't open the champagne halfway through. It means that celebrating prematurely before the outcome is decided is unwise. Don't open the champagne halfway through. Lin Shuang repeated the phrase softly, then put down the glass she had raised. Although it sounds simple, it's quite philosophical. After hanging up the communication, Chang Haoqi sat in his office chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the control panel. Knowing that the higher dimensional being behind the cataclysmic game was intentionally or unintentionally targeting and suppressing Blue Star. Would this illusionary star, which seems to be ranked similarly to Blue Star, really be as simple and easy to deal with as it appears? His brows furrowed slowly, a hint of doubt and seriousness flashing in his eyes. Chinyu lay slumped over her desk, her pen tapping listlessly on her notebook. She yawned wearily, her mouth agape. Last night, she secretly hidden under the covers, watching the latest replay of the disaster game on her old tablet. Especially the scene where Sister Tan displayed her incredible power. She watched it repeatedly, finally falling asleep around 2 a.m., still wanting more. The result was that she was now so tired, she almost fainted. Because she just changed seats, her seat wasn't next to her best friend Yu Lily, but rather Duan Fei, the usually cheerful and carefree boy in her class. Chun Yu and Duan Fei weren't exactly close, but both were extroverted and occasionally exchanged a few jokes. Duan Fei turned his head, looking at Chin Yu's almost fallen as a day's expression, and grinned. Hey Chin Yu, what's wrong? Did you go steal vegetables from your friends' farms last night? Recently, a farming-themed social game that was popular decades ago has suddenly become a retro trend among students. Many are addicted, staying up all night setting alarms just to steal vegetables from their friends' fields. Chin Yu waved her hand weakly, shaking her head. I don't play those kinds of games. I just stayed up too late watching a replay of the Ghost Disaster game last night. She paused, resting her chin on her hand, and said, Sister Tan is really amazing. Duan Fei's smile froze for a moment upon hearing this, his gaze drifting to the window, lost in thought. After a long while, he softly hummed in agreement, his voice lower than usual. Indeed, amazing. Chin Yu yawned and looked at Duan Fei. It's the long break now. Class doesn't start for another 20 minutes. I'm going to rest for a bit. Remember to wake me up when class starts. Duan Fei hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, Chin Yu slumped onto the table and instantly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chin Yu felt someone frantically pushing her shoulders, the force quite strong, even urgent. A tense and panicked voice rang in her ear. Chin Yu. Wake up, wake up! Chin Yu was desperately sleepy and didn't want to respond, but the despair and fear in the voice were so real that her heart ached uncontrollably, forcing her to force her eyes open. Looking at Duan Fei's face so close to hers, she froze. His face was deathly pale, almost panicked, his eyes red-rimmed, as if he were about to cry. This was the first time Chin Yu had ever seen the usually cheerful Duan Fei with such an expression. She was immediately startled, and much of her sleepiness vanished. Duan Fei? What's wrong? I feel like something's not right. Duan Fei stared intently at her, making sure she was truly awake before letting out a sigh of relief. He hastily wiped his eyes, forcing out his usual smile. No, nothing. It's just, you were sleeping so soundly just now, I couldn't wake you up no matter how much I nudged or called you. I was a little scared. Chin Yu blinked blankly. She was just too sleepy. Was Duan Fei really that worried? Would a normal person worry about a classmate not waking up after a nap during break? Something felt off. Just as she was about to ask something else, the second preparatory bell rang, and the math teacher strode into the classroom, instantly silencing everyone. Chin Yu frantically grabbed her math book, instantly forgetting her earlier concerns. When Chin Yu got home from school, she opened the door to find her grandmother wearing reading glasses and flipping through an old book. Grandma. Chin Yu rushed over and hugged her grandmother's neck. Grandma Chen smiled and patted her granddaughter's hand. You're back? Go wash your hands. I made porridge for dinner. I used a lot of rice today. Rice was a precious commodity these days, so Chin Yu washed her hands, picked up her small bowl, and ate with extra care. Halfway through her meal, Grandma Chen seemed to remember something, put down her spoon, and said, Yu, tomorrow's Saturday. Come with Grandma to the hospital. Chin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and her face was filled with panic. The hospital? Grandma, are you feeling unwell? It wasn't me. Grandma Chen quickly waved her hands to reassure her. It's Aunt Lin from next door. Her workplace suddenly notified her that she has to work overtime tomorrow, and she really can't get away. Xiaxia has to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow, so I offered to go with her. Chin Yu finally breathed a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. You scared me to death. No problem. I go with you and Xiaxia. The next morning, Grandma Chen, holding Xiaxia's hand in one hand and Chin Yu's hand in the other, arrived at the bustling hospital. Xiaxia's checkup went smoothly. The doctor said she was recovering very well. While Grandma Chen and the doctor discussed the follow-up precautions in detail, Chin-Yu wandered aimlessly down the hospital corridor, unknowingly ending up in the inpatient department. The atmosphere here was somewhat quiet and oppressive, the air itself heavy. Chin-Yu realized she had come to a place she shouldn't have been. Just as she was about to turn away, her gaze inadvertently swept across the door of a ward ahead, and she abruptly stopped. A familiar figure was standing outside the closed ward door, head down, pacing back and forth, looking hesitant and conflicted. Was it Duan Fei? What was he doing here? Was he visiting someone in the hospital? Chin-Yu instinctively hid behind a pillar, observing curiously. Duan Fei lingered outside the ward for a long time, but showed no intention of going in. After a while, he lowered his head and hurried away, never opening the door. Looking at his somewhat lonely and heavy figure, Chin-Yu's doubts deepened. She hesitated for a moment, but driven by intense curiosity, she tiptoed to the ward door. The ward door was tightly closed. A conspicuous notice board was posted on the wall next to it, white background with red lettering, extremely glaring. Yunqing Underground Base Sleep Disorder Patient Isolation Ward. High risk. Highly infectious. Non-medical personnel strictly prohibited from entering. Yunqing Underground Base, Sleep Disorder. Chin-Yu froze, then immediately remembered. About 10 years ago, the Yunqing Underground Base suffered a terrifying sleep disorder punishment after failing in a game of esoteric disaster. The instant the system announced the mission's failure, nearly half the people in the base fell into a deep, unpredictable sleep, never to awaken again. Even more terrifying was the highly contagious nature of this bizarre sleep disorder. Any unprotected contact with an infected person would also plunge them into an endless sleep, permanently consumed by nightmares. So yesterday during break, she only slept for a few minutes on her desk, yet Duan Fei was so terrified, so afraid she wouldn't wake up. It wasn't because he was overreacting. It was because his family might be behind that door, victims of that disaster. Having witnessed and experienced firsthand the terror and despair of being unable to wake someone, she was so afraid of the person next to her suddenly falling into a deep, unawakened sleep. Chin-Yu stood there, a wave of indescribable bitterness washing over her. She had never imagined that Duan Fei, who seemed so optimistic and cheerful, could have such an experience. Tan Xiaoxiao stood at the neon-lit street corner, head down, tapping her phone screen. Looking at the 10 kilometers on the navigation, she pursed her lips and hailed a taxi that happened to be passing by. Opening the car door and getting into the back seat, a familiar smell, a mixture of rust and cheap air freshener, made her frown. She subconsciously looked up at the driver's seat and paused. The driver was a middle-aged man, his profile, and that slightly greasy baseball cap. He looked strangely familiar. Tan Xiaoxiao looked again carefully and finally remembered. Oh, driver, what a coincidence. I took your taxi to the city hospital last time too. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, his expression blank, only giving a muffled hum in response. Tan Xiaoxiao, however, became interested, her gaze falling on the driver's crooked neck. I noticed it last time, your neck. Your cervical spine is severely flexed, a typical occupational hazard. Driving in one position for long periods without proper movement and relaxation, she said, rubbing her own neck as if she were experiencing the same problem herself. This condition really shouldn't be taken lightly. Cervical flexion greatly affects driving safety. What if you suddenly feel dizzy or lightheaded on the road? That would be so dangerous. She rambled on, completely oblivious to the fact that the driver's knuckles on the steering wheel were turning slightly white, and his chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly, clearly trying to suppress his emotions. Finally, the driver, unable to contain himself any longer, forced out 3 words through gritted teeth, interrupting her concern. Where to? His tone was unusually harsh, laced with barely suppressed anger. Slightly taken aback by his rude tone, Tan Xiaoxiao was speechless. This man's service was truly appalling. She gave him the address, her tone much more subdued. Oh, to Chinmian Furniture City, number 13 Forbidden Road. Number 13 Forbidden Road? Hearing this address, the driver's shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly for a moment. He slowly raised his head, glancing at Tan Xiaoxiao in the back seat through the rearview mirror, his eyes extremely complex, a mixture of disbelief and schadenfreude. What a fool! The driver's lips curled into a strange, meaningful smile. I know. That place is extremely dangerous. This idiot actually went there herself. He could almost foresee the outcome. Fine. This noisy woman can just wait. To rest there forever. Chapter 65. Tan Xiaoxiao sat in the taxi, curiously observing the street scene outside the window. The car gradually entered the bustling city center, her gaze lingering on the scenery for a long time. Looking at the rows of shops and the bustling crowds, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter to herself, her tone full of envy. If my shop were here, I'd probably be rich by now. The car stopped at a traffic light at an intersection, and Tan Xiaoxiao's attention was immediately drawn to the exceptionally long queue outside a bakery on the street. The queue stretched not only from inside the shop but also onto the sidewalk, and every customer's face wore an eager anticipation, as if getting a piece of their bread was the most important thing. What kind of shop is that? Why are so many people queuing? Tan Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. The driver glanced at the woman about to step into this forbidden place in the rearview mirror, his voice dry and monotone. A newly opened, trendy bakery. My daughter bought one of their signature dishes, I think it's called Black Sweet Crazy Sea Salt Roll. He frowned slightly as he mentioned the name. It was cloyingly sweet, the taste was really weird, and after eating it, I felt a bit irritable. Anyway, I didn't like it. Hearing this, Tan Xiaoxiao looked away, glanced suspiciously at the driver, and then looked back at the bakery, which was decorated in a very soft, pink style. She couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. This grumpy, ill-mannered uncle, what did he know about desserts? He didn't like it fine, but he even badmouthed it. The light turned green, and before the car drove away, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance at the bakery's sign. Grandma's old recipe. The name is quite heartwarming. I must buy some to try next time I have time. She thought to herself, I wonder which is better, their cookies or Luluan's. Thinking of the paper doll Luluan, she subconsciously opened her handbag, only to see the palm-sized paper doll curled up at the bottom, fast asleep, completely still. Tan Xiaoxiao was immediately filled with envy and jealousy. I'm so envious of that kind of constitution that allows you to fall asleep the moment your head hits the pillow. She couldn't help but reach out and poke Luluan's cheek, but the doll rolled over, completely undisturbed. Looking at the paper doll, Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled. Looking at Luluan reminded her of Bian Ruijin and the others, wondering how they were doing lately. Especially Bian Ruijin, who suffered such a serious injury. It's been a month, he should be almost healed by now, right? Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, unconsciously poking the paper doll's cheek, causing the paper doll to frown even in its sleep. Sigh, if only I could see Bian Ruijin and the others. She murmured unconsciously, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment as she finished speaking. An invisible ripple spread outwards from her, quickly enveloping the entire city. But Tan Xiaoxiao, located at the very center, was completely unaware. In the city center, traffic jams were commonplace, and it took over an hour of stop-and-go driving to reach their destination. Under the driver's meaningful gaze, Tan Xiaoxiao quickly got out, paid the fare, and then looked at the building before her. The Sleeping Furniture City truly lived up to its reputation as the largest chain furniture store in the City of Calamities, occupying almost half the street. The building's exterior is in a classic European style. At first glance, it doesn't look like a furniture store, but rather like an exquisite ancient castle. To own such a large property in the prime location of the city center, how rich must the boss be? Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, a bitter feeling welling up inside her. It's true, comparisons are odious. She sighed, shaking off her sentimentality, and walked towards the exquisite dark glass door. The moment Bian Ruijin was enveloped by the teleportation aura of the ghostly disaster game, he sensed something was amiss. Unlike the usual brief weightlessness followed by immediate arrival, this teleportation took an unusually long time. He squinted, estimating the time in his mind, feeling that at least half an hour had passed. Even more bizarrely, he heard intermittent system notifications mixed with strange noises in his ears. Welcome to the ghostly disaster game. Loading the instance. Sizzle. Grandma. Sizzle. The ancient recipe. Sizzle. Unknown error. Unknown error. Reloading the instance. Sleeping Furniture City. Bian Ruijin's heart skipped a beat, but before he could think further, the teleportation light before him vanished abruptly. System error? Bian Ruijin frowned, muttering to himself. An error could occur in the cataclysmic game. Even things created by those higher dimensional beings could have bugs? Just then, his bracelet vibrated. He forced himself to concentrate and looked at the mission information. Mission objective. Obtain the store's prized possession, the Tranquil Breath Mattress, not for sale. Mission reward. Points plus 800, Anchor of Awakening, permanently increases the mental resistance of Earthlings. Mission penalty. Encounter a 3-day-long dense meteor shower. The impact will trigger violent earthquakes, volcanic activity, and drastic climate change, causing devastating damage. Dense meteor shower. Bian Ruijin's pupils contracted slightly, a terrifying image of purgatory flashing through his mind. As for the mission reward, the Anchor of Awakening, he paused, noting that it permanently boosted the mental resistance of the entire population, indeed a good thing. But why wasn't the game giving out lottery chances anymore? Could it be that those higher dimensional beings knew they were exploiting Sister Tan's bug? He suppressed his doubts and unease, turning to Su Jing behind him. Su Jing, did you hear any strange noises when you teleported? Su Jing's face was somewhat pale, seemingly uncomfortable from the unusually long teleportation time. She paused, trying to recall. No, Captain Bien. It's just that this teleportation took an exceptionally long time, and I was terribly dizzy. I didn't hear anything else. Only he heard that strange error message. He suppressed his doubts, his gaze sweeping over the new recruits assigned this time. A tall man, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a rather striking physique. In this era of scarcity and widespread emaciation, such a bloated physique is truly rare. The man's face showed the wariness of someone newly selected for the game, but thankfully he remained calm and didn't panic. But how did he manage to get himself into this state, surviving on rationed cockroach biscuits and thin porridge these days? Feeling Bien Ruijin's scrutinizing gaze, the newcomer Su Qingguang became even more uneasy, awkwardly scratching his head and offering an explanation. Captain Bien, I'm sick. I had a serious illness recently and took a lot of hormone medication. That's why. I'm bloated, all puffy. Bien Ruijin nodded and said seriously, introduce yourself. Name. What did you do before? What, hobbies or special skills? Su Qingguang straightened up, trying to appear upright, but his physique made him look somewhat comical. He even awkwardly gave a poorly executed salute. Report. My name is Su Qingguang. I'm your loyal fan. I am now. His face flushed red, and he stammered out the last sentence after a long pause. Unemployed. Bien Ruijin's expression remained unchanged. After the cataclysm, the social structure had drastically changed, and unemployment was not uncommon. He nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that Bien Ruijin didn't show any disdain, Su Qingguang breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a carefree, even slightly silly, smile, and turned to ingratiate himself with Su Jing and Yin Yitong. In the live stream of the Blue Star disaster, the chat was already buzzing with excitement. Is this idiot here to be funny? Wait, did the system choose this person blindfolded? His physical strength is lacking, and his mental abilities seem questionable too. He's doomed. Bien Ruijin lowered his head to double-check the mission information just then. Hello, welcome to the Sleeping Furniture City. A gentle, pleasant voice, with a tone as standard as if it had undergone professional training, rang out. A chill ran down Bien Ruijin's spine. Before him stood 3 salespeople in identical dark uniforms. 2 women and 1 man, each with a perfectly replicated smile. When did they appear? Why didn't they make a sound? Suppressing his unease, Bien Ruijin quickly looked around. They were in an extremely spacious hall, with smooth marble floors and exquisite chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The surrounding area was a meticulously arranged showroom, complete with sofas, beds, and cabinets of various styles. The only downside was that it was eerily quiet. But looking at the saleswoman's perfect yet stiff smile, Bien Ruijin felt a chill creep down his spine. He made a decision almost immediately. Retreat first, plan carefully, and hopefully find Sister Tan for help. He forced a slightly apologetic smile, trying to stall. Sorry, we might have gone to the wrong place. Could we go outside for a bit? To double-check before. Before he could finish, the lead saleswoman took a small step forward, her beautiful eyes devoid of any smile. I'm very sorry, but our store has a rule that each customer must spend a minimum of 5,999 yuan. Once you enter the store, you cannot leave until you have completed your purchase. Her voice was still sweet, but it carried a chilling threat. These are our store's rules. Do you intend to break them, sir? Holy crap! For sale? What kind of unfair terms are these? This place is definitely problematic. Team leader Bien, think of something quickly. Can't we just force our way out? Looking at the saleswoman's cold eyes, and glancing out of the corner of his eye at the other employees blocking his way, Bien Ruijin's heart sank completely. It seemed that today. In a flash, Bien Ruijin made a decision. The hesitation and wariness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a compliant attitude, even a hint of apology. We were unaware of the rules, we apologize. Then, we can browse around and buy some things. Sales manager Wang Hui's face flashed with satisfaction upon hearing this. Gentlemen, what type of furniture would you like to see today? What are your style preferences? Was your house recently renovated? Her voice was sweet and attentive. If it weren't for the threatening look the sales manager had given him just moments before, Bien Ruijin would have genuinely thought she was harmless. Bien Ruijin was on edge, cautiously scanning his surroundings while giving vague, perfunctory answers. The style isn't decided yet. The house. The renovations have been going on for quite a while. Thinking of his mission objective, Bien Ruijin casually added, perhaps, we could start by looking at mattresses. He paused, then added, the more expensive, the better. Hearing the more expensive, the better, Wang Hui's smile widened. Okay, understood. Please follow me. Our VIP area's products will surely satisfy you. She led them into an extremely luxurious French-style showroom. Intricate crystal chandeliers, gilded furniture, everywhere exuded an atmosphere of languid extravagance. The most eye-catching feature was a massive, European-style bed in the center of the room, draped in silk bedding. This dream of white dew bed is handcrafted by a master craftsman, filled with the highest grade velvet and memory foam. You can experience it for yourself, Wang Hui said with a smile, pointing to the seemingly comfortable yet ominous bed that exuded a sense of luring you into a trap. Bien Ruijin frowned, feeling a chill creep into his heart. Everyone remained silent, no one stepping forward to try it. Su Qingwang was somewhat curious, but seeing his teammates hadn't moved, he also withdrew. Wang Hui's smile remained unchanged, neither forced nor forced, her voice still gentle. It's alright, perhaps this style isn't quite right for everyone. Let's look at some others. Just as she was leading the group away, Yinitong, walking at the back, subconsciously glanced at the gilded full-length mirror beside the bed. The mirror's surface was smooth, clearly reflecting her image. However, in that instant, Yinitong froze. She saw herself in the mirror, a strange smile on her face, arrogantly waving at her. Yinitong's scalp tingled, and a scream caught in her throat. Bien Ruijin, Su Jing, and Su Qingwang, who were walking ahead, along with Wang Hui leading the way, seemed completely oblivious to the abnormality, continuing to walk out of the showroom. Yinitong felt as if she had been pulled forward by an invisible force. Her vision spun, and when she regained her senses, she was horrified to find herself trapped inside the mirror. Yinitong was terrified, frantically pounding on the mirror, but could only see her teammates retreating backs. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Where's Yinitong? Wait, in the mirror? Is there someone in the mirror? It's Yinitong. She's been sucked into the mirror. How come the three of them didn't notice someone's missing? This is insane. This place is too eerie. The viewers in the Blue Star live stream witnessed this horrifying scene, and the chat instantly filled with fear and gasps. Wang Hui, walking ahead, seemed to sense something, a satisfied smile quietly appearing on her lips. She suggested in a light voice, since the French style isn't quite to our liking, let's go check out the Italian minimalist style. She led the oblivious Bien Ruijin, Su Jing, and Su Qingwang into the second showroom. The Italian-style showroom was completely different from the previous French luxury. Its lines were cold and hard, and the color scheme was mainly black, white, and gray. However, the furniture was arranged somewhat strangely. Just walking through it created a subtle sense of disorientation, as if the space was constantly distorting. Wang Hui pointed to a somewhat flimsy Italian-style frame bed, and enthusiastically introduced it. This one is currently on special offer, a great deal, extremely cost-effective. What do you all think? Bien Ruijin knew at a glance that this could never be the treasure of the store, the target of their mission, and immediately shook his head. This isn't what we want. Rejected again, the smile on Wang Hui's face froze for a moment, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Just then, the row of minimalist lights overhead flickered, plunging the entire showroom into darkness. Su Jing jolted in the darkness, sensing something was amiss. No! Something's very wrong. When they entered the dungeon, how many people were there again? Team leader Bien, herself, Yinitong, and the newbie Su Qingwang. Where's Yinitong? Where did Yinitong go? When did she disappear? Why didn't she and team leader Bien seem to notice? Just then, with a snap, the lights came back on. Su Jing immediately turned to look beside her, wanting to grab Bien Ruijin and ask him if he had seen Yinitong, but her side was empty. Bien Ruijin, Su Qingwang, and that saleswoman Wang Hui, they were all gone. The entire cold, empty showroom was now empty except for her. Su Jing's heart sank. Suppressing her panic, she rushed towards the door she remembered coming from. However, in this seemingly simple, easily identifiable room, she felt as if she were haunted, unable to leave no matter what she did. The door that should have been there had vanished without a trace. She felt trapped here, completely lost. However, Su Jing's disappearance went unnoticed by Bian Ruijin and Su Qingguang. The Blue Star United government was frantically sending messages to Bian Ruijin, but he saw none of them. Bian Ruijin looked at Wang Huiya. Are there any other styles? Wang Huiya, seemingly oblivious, smiled and guided Bian Ruijin and Su Qingguang. We also have a modern Chinese style, dignified and elegant, perfect for a client like you. She led them into the third showroom. The mahogany furniture, landscape screen, and porcelain ornaments exuded an antique charm, clearly very valuable. Bian Ruijin's gaze immediately locked onto the intricately crafted, exquisitely carved Chinese-style canopy bed in the center of the room. He stepped forward and pressed the mattress. It was soft to the touch, and the filling seemed high quality, but the feeling it gave was still somewhat different from the mysterious breath of tranquility described in the mission description. Su Qingguang, however, was attracted by the exquisite decor, muttering softly, "This place is really beautifully decorated." Then, his gaze was drawn to a Chinese-style wardrobe beside the bed, intricately carved with patterns. Faintly, he thought he heard a soft knock sound coming from inside the wardrobe door? Was he mistaken? Su Qingguang's curiosity was piqued. He instinctively leaned closer to the wardrobe door, wanting to hear more clearly. As if possessed, he reached out, grasped the doorknob, and gently pulled. The instant the wardrobe door opened, an irresistible suction force emanated from within. Before Su Qingguang could even cry out, he stumbled and was violently pulled into the wardrobe. With a loud bang, the cabinet door slammed shut and locked itself. Su Qingguang collapsed into the darkness in terror, frantically pushing and pounding on the door, but it wouldn't budge, sturdy beyond belief. Bian Ruijin, outside, also heard the crisp sound of the cabinet door closing, but showed no sign of alarm, completely unaware that his team members had vanished one by one, as if he had always arrived alone. Bian Ruijin looked at the canopy bed and shook his head again. This isn't what I want either. Wang Huiya's smile twitched, her patience seemed to be wearing thin, a hint of coldness creeping into her sweet voice. Sir, what kind of bed do you require? Perhaps you could describe it more specifically. Bian Ruijin took a deep breath, no longer hesitating or probing, and cautiously spoke, word by word. I heard. You have a mattress that's considered your store's prized possession. It's called Breath of Tranquility. May I take a look? To Bian Ruijin's surprise, Wang Huiya didn't get angry or refuse. Instead, her face showed a look of sudden realization, as if to say, I should have known sooner. Oh, sir, you should have said so sooner. So you come because of its reputation. Breath of Tranquility is not for sale. It symbolizes our highest level of craftsmanship. But I can make an exception and let you experience it. Please follow me. Wang Huiya's tone carried a strange allure, leading him to a secluded showroom at the far end of the furniture mall. The lighting in this showroom was noticeably dimmer than in the other areas, and the air seemed to have become quieter. In the center of the showroom, there was nothing else but a single bed. The bed had an antique design, its frame made of a dark, somber wood, devoid of any superfluous carvings. Its lines were so simple they bordered on oppressive. The mattress was pure jet black, subtly radiating an indescribable, chilling aura of unease. The moment the bed appeared, Bian Ruijin's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him. Every cell in his body screamed, "Get closer! Lie down! Dive into that incomparably peaceful, incomparably comfortable dreamland." The mission bracelet on Bian Ruijin's wrist vibrated violently, projecting a warning visible only to him. Blue Star United Government, Bian Ruijin. Wake up! Don't go forward. Repeat. Don't go forward. Retreat immediately. However, his feet seemed to have a mind of their own, inching, step by step, towards the black bed. Wang Huiya's voice, irresistibly alluring, rang in his ear at just the right moment. Sir, it seems you have a special affinity with the breath of tranquility. It seems to like you quite a bit too. If you like, you can try it. This mattress is really very comfortable. The last 4 words, like a hypnotic incantation, instantly extinguished Bian Ruijin's last shred of resistance. His eyes completely glazed over as he lay down on the jet-black mattress, which seemed to possess a life of its own. Almost instantly upon contact, he fell into a deep sleep, completely still. In the Blue Star Disaster livestream room, terror and despair instantly engulfed the screen. Team leader, what happened to you? It's over, it's all over. What the hell is this? Total wipeout. How long have we been inside? Help! Is there anyone coming to save them? Sister Tan, where are you? Slumbering Furniture City. So that's what the name means? Even more terrifying, lying on that jet-black mattress, Bien Ruijin's skin began to lose its luster, revealing a wax-like texture. His breathing became so faint it almost stopped, his chest ceased to rise and fall, and his limbs stiffened, rendering him completely still. He seemed to have transformed into an incredibly lifelike, yet utterly lifeless, mannequin. Sales manager Wang Huiya looked at Bien Ruijin with a satisfied expression, as if admiring a work of art. She gracefully stepped forward, reaching out to meticulously adjust the mannequin's collar and subtly adjust the angle of his arms, creating a pose that was both natural and slightly contrived. Having done this, she took 2 steps back, examining her masterpiece from head to toe, and nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect," she murmured, looking with satisfaction at the mannequin demonstrating the comfort of tranquil breath. Wang Huiya once again flashed her standard sales smile, seemingly directed at the lobby, yet also at the audience on Earth, speaking in a sweet and proud tone. "Welcome to experience our store's prized possession. Tranquil breath. Look how soundly, how deeply, how eternally our mannequin sleeps." Her voice echoed softly in the silent showroom, sounding utterly eerie and terrifying. "Help! It's terrifying! Sister Tan! Sister Tan! Help! I can't stand it anymore, Team Leader Bien. Wake up!" In the Blue Star livestream room, after fear and sorrow, despair settled. Wang Huiya surveyed the new mannequin with satisfaction, a barely perceptible look of contentment on her face. "It's been a long time since I encountered a mannequin with such a good foundation," she thought to herself. "Although the face is just passable, the figure and physique are truly impeccable." She walked briskly out of the exhibition hall and down the corridor towards the lobby. On the way, she ran into her colleague Siaboli, who was leading 5 oddly dressed, wary-looking guests through the various exhibition halls. Those 5, despite the pervasive temptations, managed to remain rational. They were clearly very difficult to deal with. Wang Huiya inwardly scoffed. The guests she had just served were much easier to talk to, converting them with remarkable efficiency. She gave Siaboli a perfunctory nod, a polite greeting, then turned her gaze towards the lobby entrance. A new guest walked in. Wang Huiya's eyes lit up. It was a seemingly ordinary young woman. Wearing a simple white shirt and pleated skirt, carrying a small backpack, her face held a mixture of curiosity and sleepy bewilderment. Young, she clearly lacked social experience, the kind of college student most easily fooled. Perfect fresh material. Wang Huiya instantly flashed a friendly smile and quickly went to greet her. "Welcome to Chinyan Furniture City, ma'am. How can I help you?" Tan Xiaoxiao turned around, looked at the overly enthusiastic salesperson, and nodded. "Yes, I'm here specifically to buy a mattress." "Mattresses again? Is it a mattress obsession today?" Wang Huiya thought to herself, her smile unchanged. "Of course. A mattress is key to ensuring good sleep. Please follow me. I show you some of our most popular classic styles." She led Tan Xiaoxiao to the first French-style showroom, the same room where Yan Yitong had disappeared. "Look at this one." Wang Huiya pointed to the luxurious king-size bed in the center, and began her sales pitch with practiced ease. Made with the highest grade velvet, it perfectly conforms to the curves of the human body, providing you with the ultimate relaxation experience. You can try lying down yourself and feel its magic. A glint of anticipation flashed in her eyes, as if she were waiting for her prey to step into a trap. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the flawless, exquisite bed, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Ah? Just lie down? I just came from outside, I'm all dusty. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "It's all right. Absolutely all right." Wang Huiya's smile grew even warmer, her invitation repeated earnestly. "Please lie down without worry. We do a professional cleaning afterwards." Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't resist her enthusiasm, so she took off her shoes and lay down somewhat awkwardly. She closed her eyes, trying to feel sleep. Still no sleepiness. The mattress was soft, but the support seemed lacking. Her lower back felt a bit uneasy, not as good as the old mattress in the convenience store's storage room. A few seconds later, she sat up and shook her head unceremoniously. "Never mind, it's just SOSO, not really suitable for me." Wang Huiya's perfect smile instantly froze, a flicker of disbelief crossing her pupils. No reaction? How could that be? Whether transformed or cursed, there should be some reaction. How could this seemingly ordinary woman be completely unaffected? Not even a hint of sleepiness? She forcibly suppressed her shock and maintained her smile. "It's all right. Everyone has different tastes. Shall we go check out the next style?" She gestured for Tan Xiaoxiao to follow, preparing to take her to the second showroom. Just as they were about to leave the room, Tan Shishia's gaze was drawn to the ornate full-length mirror beside the bed. She frowned, pointed at the mirror, and spoke with obvious disdain. Who designed the showroom? How can the mirror face the bed? It's so unlucky. Seeing her actually approach the mirror, Wang Huiya looked at her, as if she were a fool deliberately courting death, her lips involuntarily curving upwards, as if she could already foresee her being devoured. Tan Xiaoxiao was straightening the wrinkles in her shirt in front of the mirror, when she saw herself in the mirror. Her lips twitched strangely, and she even raised her hand, as if trying to mimic her or grab her. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, leaned closer to the mirror for a closer look, then turned to look at Wang Huiya behind her, whose face was beginning to turn pale, her tone filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. Seriously? You put a hip-hop mirror in the bedroom? It distorts everyone's image. She pointed at the eerie reflection in the mirror, muttering to herself, what was this designer thinking? A hip-hop mirror in the bedroom? That's outrageous. Wang Huiya's smile vanished, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Seeing Wang Huiya remain silent, Tan Xiaoxiao looked away, preparing to leave, still muttering about the bizarre design. But after taking a step, she seemed to notice something, squinting as she looked at the mirror again. The scene in the mirror had changed again, now shrouded in a gray mist. Within the mist, a familiar figure was frantically pounding on the mirror, her face streaked with tears and despair. Huh? This mirror. How come there's someone in it? Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the mirror in surprise. She instinctively reached out, and the instant her fingertips touched the mirror, Yinitong in the mirror felt the force binding her vanish instantly. She stumbled and fell directly out of the mirror, crashing headfirst into Tan Xiaoxiao's arms. What? Overwhelmed by the near-death experience, Yinitong couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, hugging Tan Xiaoxiao tightly. Tan Xiaoxiao stumbled back a step, catching her clumsily, looking completely bewildered. That's strange. Where did you come from? Is this mirror a hidden door? She looked at the heartbroken Yinitong in her arms, then curiously touched the now normal mirror, her face full of disbelief. That's amazing. But it's really a bit scary. Look how frightened that young girl is. Wang Huiya watched this scene, seeing Yinitong so easily and carelessly pulled out of the room. Her gaze towards Tan Xiaoxiao shifted with a mixture of surprise, uncertainty, and ruthlessness. She glared fiercely at Yinitong, her icy gaze sending a shiver down Yinitong's spine, causing her to cling even tighter to Tan Xiaoxiao. Wang Huiya closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, suppressing the contortions in her facial muscles. No. It's nothing, just a little minor incident. Miss Tan is truly insightful. Her voice trembled slightly, a barely perceptible sign of exasperation. There are many more exciting showrooms to come. I promise you won't be disappointed. Shall we go see the next model room? Chapter 66. Tan Xiaoxiao followed Wang Huiya, whose face was stiff, into the second Italian minimalist-style showroom. The room had cold, hard lines, a gray and white color scheme, and the furniture was arranged in a somewhat chaotic way. This bed may look simple, but its internal support and fabric are top-notch. Wang Huiya routinely introduced the Italian-style bed. Tan Xiaoxiao yawned, lay down for a bit, then quickly got up and commented. Not as good as the previous one. Her face scrunched up, full of disgust. Wang Huiya had expected this result, her eyes filled with cold scrutiny as she looked at Tan Xiaoxiao. Just then, snap, 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 the spotlights above flickered a few times and then went out instantly, plunging the entire showroom into darkness. Yinitong screamed in fright, clinging tightly to Tan Xiaoxiao's arm, her body trembling like a leaf. Wang Huiya's sinister voice rang out in the darkness at just the right moment. It's just a broken light. Ladies, please don't be afraid. Sensing Yinitong's fear, Tan Xiaoxiao, who was holding her tightly, naturally and gently patted Yinitong's back. Hey, it's nothing, probably just a power outage, it'd be fine soon. A few seconds later, the lights returned to normal. Wang Huiya's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Tan Xiaoxiao, who should have disappeared, was still standing there unharmed, one arm still around the trembling Yinitong. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, and touched her face. What's wrong? Realizing her lapse in composure, Wang Huiya snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. No, sorry, I lost my composure. Shall we go to the next exhibition hall? The viewers in the Blue Star livestream saw Wang Huiya's discomfitured expression, and Tan Xiaoxiao's consistently stable performance. Wang Huiya, questioning my existence. My CPU is about to overheat. Sister Tan, I'm standing right here, what can you do to me? Tremble. This is the real rule breaker. You kicked a titanium alloy steel plate by messing with Sister Tan. The livestream chat instantly shifted from fear to a sea of joy, filled with sympathy for Wang Huiya and worship for Sister Tan. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't pay much attention to Wang Huiya's unusual behavior. She looked around at the oddly positioned sofas, coffee tables, and cabinets, her obsessive-compulsive disorder kicking in, and couldn't help but comment. The furniture here looks quite nice on its own, but isn't the arrangement a bit too haphazard? Look at that sofa. Tan Xiaoxiao pointed to the gray velvet sofa in the center of the living room. It feels safer to put it against the wall. Leaving it like this in the middle is so awkward, she said, squinting, vaguely sensing a figure curled up on the sofa. Huh? Tan Xiaoxiao tilted her head, wondering if she was seeing things. Strange, was someone sitting there just now? She rubbed her eyes, then looked again. There was indeed someone sitting on the sofa, and it was someone she knew. Isn't that Su Jing? Tan Xiaoxiao slapped her thigh, suddenly realizing. I knew it. Yinny Tong is always with you. How come she's here alone? Turns out you were hiding here slacking off. She immediately stepped forward enthusiastically, putting her arm around Su Jing's shoulder like a good buddy. It's been so long. Speaking of which, I was just thinking about you guys at noon today. Su Jing, who was sinking into despair and frustration, suddenly felt a force pull her out of that invisible constraint. She snapped back to reality and found herself sitting on the sofa, with Sister Tan affectionately embracing her shoulder. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she abruptly turned to look at Tan Xiaoxiao, her face filled with astonishment and ecstasy. The door to the outside world that she had been unable to find before was now right there. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she met the gaze of Wang Huiya, whose face was grim. The instant their eyes met, Su Jing's joy instantly turned to fear. Her face paled, and she instinctively shrank back into Tan Xiaoxiao, seeking protection. Holding Yinny Tong's right arm, and Su Jing's left, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, her face a picture of utter helplessness. Her friends were becoming increasingly clingy. Wang Huiya turned around, her face now bearing that professional, fake smile again, but a closer look revealed a barely concealed rage flickering deep within her eyes. She practically forced a smile through clenched teeth. Miss Tan's friends are everywhere. But be careful, this place is large and complex, guests always get lost. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. It is very large, like a maze. Wang Huiya took a deep breath and led the group into the modern Chinese-style exhibition hall. As soon as she stepped inside, Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes were drawn to the intricately crafted, exquisitely carved canopy bed. Hey, this is beautiful. It has a certain charm. She walked over and tried out the mattress. It was soft to the touch and offered good support. This is quite comfortable to sleep on. But after lying there for a few seconds, she sat up and shook her head. But I still feel something's missing. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. It was just a gut feeling. The mattress was good, but not the kind she wanted. Wang Huiya looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, who showed no change whatsoever, not even a hint of sleepiness, her expression completely blank. Since these ordinary styles don't satisfy Miss Tan, why not? Please try our prized possession, the tranquil breath? Tan Xiaoxiao, however, only scratched her head listlessly. After trying out several mattresses touted as high-end and luxurious, only to find them all underwhelming, she was already disappointed with this sleeping furniture city. These days, businesses just create hype, giving each name more outlandish than the last, but the actual effect, well, let's just say it's not great. Tan Xiaoxiao wasn't interested, but Su Jing and Yinny Tong beside her were immediately intrigued, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The two of them suddenly tugged at Tan Xiaoxiao's sleeve, their eyes filled with longing. Tan Xiaoxiao could only scratch her head helplessly. All right, since you're so eager to see, let's go take a look. Seeing this, Wang Huiya's face flashed with a smug smile, and she turned to lead the way. Please come this way. After taking only 2 steps, as they passed the intricately carved Chinese-style wardrobe, Tan Xiaoxiao paused. Did you hear anything? It sounds like crying? Someone scratching at the door from inside? Wang Huiya's expression changed. She practically appeared in front of Tan Xiaoxiao, blocking her path. Miss Tan, you must have misheard. This cabinet is empty. How could there be someone there? Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, then listened carefully again. The faint sobbing sound seemed to have disappeared. Seeing Wang Huiya's you must have misheard expression, Tan Xiaoxiao's face showed worry, and she muttered to herself. Could it be that my mental problems have gotten worse? I'm even experiencing auditory hallucinations? The viewers in the Blue Star live stream were as anxious as ants on a hot plate, The chat was flooded with comments. It's Su Chingwang. It's Su Chingwang inside. Quickly open the cabinet. The newcomer can't hold on much longer. That wicked woman, Wang Huiya. She's blocking the way. Su Jing Yenitong. Tell Sister Tan. Su Jing watched the comments, her heart leaping into her throat. Under Wang Huiya's glare, she mustered her courage and approached Tan Xiaoxiao. Sister Tan, I think I heard that too. You didn't mishear. But didn't we meet outside the psychiatric ward last time? Tan Xiaoxiao turned to look at Su Jing suspiciously, her eyes filled with distrust. Are you sure you're cured? Su Jing, She almost choked on her words, her face instantly turning bright red. Just then, Yenitong whispered in agreement, Sister Tan, there's a sound. I heard it too. One person might be hallucinating, two might be conspiring, but three people heard it. Tan Xiaoxiao's expression finally turned serious. This is strange. Could there really be something wrong with this cabinet? With that, she darted past the watchful Wang Huiya, grabbed the handle, and pulled open the wardrobe door. Inside, a large, overweight man was huddled up, almost filling half the wardrobe. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he was sobbing softly and desperately, looking both pitiful and comical. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at this unimaginable scene, stunned, before finally managing to utter a single sentence. Do people play hide-and-seek this hard these days? How can someone hide in this? Su Chingwang, who had been resigned to his fate, was now seeing the wardrobe door open, and standing there was none other than Sister Tan, whom he had idolized so much in the live stream. What? Sister Tan, help me, Sister Tan. He let out a deafening wail, practically tumbling and crawling out of the wardrobe, grabbing Tan Xiaoxiao's leg and crying his heart out. The audience on Blue Star was both amused and relieved. Ah! Su Chingwang. Let go of Sister Tan's leg. It's pathetic, but so funny, ha ha ha. This newbie is a disgrace to the entire universe. Thank goodness she's saved. Sister Tan is awesome. Tan Xiaoxiao was caught off guard and almost lost her balance. She tried desperately to pull her leg away, but Su Chingwang held on tightly. She looked down blankly at the smug, chubby man, then looked up at Su Jing beside her. Who is this? Seeing Su Chingwang's embarrassing state, Su Jing couldn't bear to look and turned her face away, wanting to pretend she didn't know him. The kind-hearted Yenitong explained softly, Sister Tan, he's our team's new member, his name is Su Chingwang. Oh. Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. This guy's courage was a bit too weak, even more exaggerated than Yenitong's. She sighed and gently kicked Su Chingwang with her free foot. Alright, a grown man crying like this, get up, it's alright. Su Chingwang then sobbed and let go, scrambling to his feet, and following closely behind Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao straightened her wrinkled clothes, looking at Wang Huiya, whose aura was so low it seemed to freeze, and spoke casually, as if she hadn't noticed the other woman's anger. Manager Wang, didn't you just say you take me to see that so-called treasure of the store? Wang Huiya looked at this woman, who had so easily dismantled her carefully laid trap, her chest heaving violently, almost forcing out the two words. This way, please. It's alright, it's fine. No matter how wicked this woman is, she absolutely can't withstand the power of the tranquil breath. That's the core of the entire furniture store. She put on her standard smile again, and led Tan Xiaoxiao and her group towards the deepest part of the furniture store. Just as they passed through the corridor, they heard a muttered angry grumbling coming from ahead. Her colleague Xia Boli was standing at the entrance of a European-style showroom, hands on her hips, as if searching for something, radiating an almost tangible resentment. Wang Huiya raised an eyebrow and looked over. Boli, why do you look so pale? What else could I be looking for? My 5 damned customers. Xia Boli's voice trembled with anger. They were the ones who specifically asked to see the tranquil breath, and I kindly brought them here, and what happened? We had just gotten this far when I turned around, and those 5 living people had vanished into thin air. She grew angrier with each word, grinding her teeth fiercely. Could these people be broke and unable to pay the minimum charge, deliberately messing with me? The thought of her commission slipping away made Xia Boli's heart bleed. Humph, skipping the bill? Not so easy. When I catch them, I tear their hearts out. She licked her lips, as if calculating something. I heard, the city hospital has been buying fresh organs at high prices lately. A healthy heart can sell for 2,000 yuan, for 5 people. She chuckled softly, her laughter greedy. Hee, where are you? Come out quickly. Don't let me catch you. Hee. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned at the laughter, involuntarily picking at her ear. She looks like a pretty girl, but her laugh is so awful. Behind her, Su Jing, Yin Yitong, and Su Qingwang were already deathly pale. Wang Huiya seemed completely oblivious to Tan Shishu's complaints. She appeared used to her colleagues' erratic behavior, and continued leading the four of them forward. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao and her group followed Wang Huiya into the exhibition hall, no one noticed that several pairs of eyes were intently watching them from a blind spot in the corridor. "Captain, it's those people from Blue Star." Although Jiming appeared innocent like a young girl, her personality was completely different. She glared fiercely at the group, her face filled with urgency. "They gone in. They're going to see the breath of tranquility." In the shadows, the person she called captain possessed a languid, feminine aura, her eyes half open and half closed, as if she were perpetually half asleep. Mei Mian's cold gaze swept over Su Jing, Yin Yitong, and Su Qingwang, finally settling on Tan Xiaoxiao, who was yawning and looking bored. Her voice was somewhat nonchalant. I saw it." Jiming became even more anxious, her body shifting uneasily. "Captain, we can't let them get there first. Or we should." She made a threatening gesture. "No." A calm female voice interrupted her. Wan Qi was tall and slender. Most strikingly, her eyes were bewitching vortexes that seemed to suck away one's soul if stared at for too long. "That mattress is too eerie. Even Nan Yu, who has the strongest mental resistance among us, almost fell into a deep sleep after only getting a slight feel for it." Jiming frowned unwillingly. "What can we do? Are we just going to watch the Blue Star people get the mission objective?" Mei Mian chuckled softly, still watching Tan Xiaoxiao's back with interest, observing her mysterious aura of complete oblivion to everything around her. "I remember the rumors on the Interstellar Forum. They all say the Sister Tan is very interesting, very capable," he said slowly, his tone playful. "Since she's so capable, let's see if she can resist the temptation of that mattress, or rather, suppress its power." Yin Yi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, his voice dry. "What if she really succeeds in suppressing, or even subduing, that eerie mattress?" Mei Mian and Huan Xian exchanged a glance, almost simultaneously, an identical greedy smirk appearing on their lips. "That's obviously intercepting it." A sharp glint flashed in Mei Mian's eyes. He slowly raised his hand, revealing something in his palm. It was a prism, no bigger than a thumb, its surface shimmering with iridescent light. This was a special item they had obtained in their last mission, the Dreamweaver Prism. It could amplify the surrounding mental field, guiding the target into a mental illusion. This thing, combined with our innate illusionary talent as Huanmei Star people. Mei Mian's fingertips caressed the prism, which shimmered with a bewitching light. The two combined can create a truly realistic illusion, enough to deceive the eye and strike at the heart's weaknesses. He lowered his head, his cold smile deepening. Even if Sister Tan's abilities are bizarre, she still has desires and weaknesses. I really want to know deep down, is this woman, famous throughout the galaxy, truly so invincible? Huan Xian smiled upon hearing this, proud that she and her captain had thought of the same thing. When she's lost in a dream, then the spoil she's so painstakingly acquired should naturally be ours to enjoy. Their plan was vicious and cunning. They would send the Blue Star people to face the danger of the breath of tranquility, while they would lurk in the shadows, using tools and racial talents to launch a fatal blow at the most crucial moment and seize the fruits of victory. Mesmer gently held the Dreamweaver prism in her palm. In the shadows, their auras became even more concealed and dangerous. Their gazes, like venomous snakes, were fixed on the oblivious figure in the exhibition hall. Mesmer, being watched intently, was yawning for the third time as she entered the empty, dimly lit exhibition hall. "The colors here are awful. Your boss has some serious aesthetic issues. The store's prized possession is right here." Tan Xiaoxiao casually looked up, but her gaze was instantly drawn to the bed in the center of the showroom. The bed had an antique design, its dark color and simple lines conveying a heavy, oppressive feeling. "Is this the tranquil breath? It actually looks pretty good. Maybe I should try it?" However, Tan Shishi's gaze froze the next second, because she saw a person lying stiffly on that bed. The person was wearing the familiar Blue Star combat uniform, their body rigid, their posture deliberately posed, like a contrived display of clothing or a physique. The person's perfectly tan bronze skin had a waxy, delicate yet lifeless sheen. It was the missing Bian Ruijin, lying on the bed, facing the ceiling, completely motionless. Captain? Su Jing and Yin Yitong followed closely behind, their faces ashen. That stiff posture, that waxy skin, they instantly understood their captain's predicament. "Captain, what happened to you?" "What?" Su Qingwang broke down, sobbing and trying to rush to her, but Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively stopped him with her outstretched arm. Looking at Bian Ruijin on the bed, Tan Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed tightly, her face filled with confusion and disapproval. The scene was truly outrageous and impolite. I know he's usually quite tired leading the team, under a lot of pressure. Tan Xiaoxiao stepped forward, hands on her hips, and began to scold him. But even if he's tired, he can't just fall asleep like that on someone else's mattress, can he? And in that pose, what kind of behavior is this? Get up. The more she looked at Bian Ruijin's deliberately sculpted pose, the more awkward she felt, and she couldn't help but complain. What kind of pose is that? So smug. Get up right now. Saying this, she very naturally reached out and slapped Bian Ruijin's waxy cheek. Tisk, it's pretty cold. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her hand, feeling that the texture was a little off. I told you to sleep in public without a blanket, now you caught a cold, haven't you? However, this seemingly casual slap caused a sudden change. The waxy sheen on Bian Ruijin's body vanished rapidly, like a receding tide, and his skin visibly regained its normal texture and color. Then, his chest rose and fell, as if he had suddenly transformed from a wax figure into a living person. The viewers in the Blue Star live stream, after a moment of silence, erupted in jubilation. He's alive. Bian Ruijin is alive. Holy crap. Is Sister Tan slap blessed? Sister Tan is the goddess of slaps. Sister Tan, one slap cures all ills. Ha ha ha. Bian Ruijin's face is all red from the slap. But, so funny, ha ha. Bian Ruijin suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils dilated, his face filled with terror and horror. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he still thought he was dreaming, and he subconsciously murmured. Su Jing, Yanitong, Su Qingwang, run. Don't sleep. Sister Tan, help me. Hearing him call her name, and looking like he's seen a ghost, Tan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Why are you calling me? I'm right here. Just a nightmare, and you're this scared? You look so tall and strong, but you're such a coward. Bian Ruijin turned around at the sound, seeing Tan Xiaoxiao looking at him with disgust, then Su Jing and Yan Yitong beside her, weeping with joy, and Su Qingwang crying so hard his snot was practically bubbling out. After a few minutes of stunned silence, a mixture of bewilderment and the joy of surviving a close call washed over him. Meanwhile, Wang Huiya, standing at the door, had an expression that couldn't be described as merely stiff or ugly. It was utter shock and disbelief. That woman had actually managed to casually slap back the mannequin transformed by the breath of tranquility? How could this be? The power of the breath of tranquility had never failed. This woman, what exactly is she? Tan Xiaoxiao, however, had no time to pay attention to Wang Huiya's strange expression. Her gaze was fixed on the jet-black mattress. Strangely, from the moment she stepped into this exhibition hall, she had a vague feeling. The closer she got to the mattress, the stronger and inexplicable, soul-deep tremor became. An indescribable longing surged wildly within her, clamoring for that mattress. She turned to look at Wang Huiya behind her, her face a mixture of paleness and shock, her eyes filled with doubt and uncertainty. Pointing at the mattress, her voice was earnest and urgent. Can I try this mattress? Wang Huiya snapped out of her daze, clenching her fists tightly. Her eyes, filled with fear and resentment, glared at Tan Xiaoxiao. She took a deep breath, trying to reassure herself. It's okay, as long as she dared to lie on the tranquil breath, as long as she lay on it. Even if she were incredibly powerful or wicked, she absolutely couldn't resist. Wang Huiya forcibly suppressed all her emotions, a passionate yet twisted smile spreading across her face. Of course, you can, please, feel free to experience it. She was almost impatient to see Tan Xiaoxiao being swallowed and assimilated by the breath of tranquility. Given permission, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately laid down without hesitation. She moved so fast that Su Jing and the others didn't even have time to stop her. The moment Tan Xiaoxiao's body touched the mattress, an indescribable sense of comfort and security instantly enveloped her, as if a long-lost ship had found a warm harbor. The anxiety and exhaustion that had plagued her for the past few days, the feeling of being very sleepy but unable to fall asleep, quickly melted away. Her heavy eyelids slowly closed, and her consciousness gradually became blurred and calm. This feeling is truly amazing. This is the mattress she's always wanted. Wang Huiya stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao, her heart pounding with excitement. She knew it. No one could resist the allure of the breath of tranquility. Su Jing and the others held their breath, their palms sweating profusely, extremely tense. However, just as Wang Huiya's lips were about to curl into a triumphant grin, Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear, showing no sign of confusion or temptation, but rather gleaming with the excited light of someone who had discovered a treasure. She sat bolt upright in bed, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Huiya, her tone resolute and brooking no argument. "This mattress is amazing, I buy it." "How much?" "Name your price." Wang Huiya's expression froze instantly, her entire body petrified, her mind blank. How could this be? She laid down on it. She definitely laid down on it. The power of the tranquil breath had clearly enveloped her. So why hadn't she fallen into eternal slumber like the others? Why hadn't she been transformed? Why was she still so lucid? This was completely beyond Wang Huiya's comprehension, completely shattering the underlying operating rules of the slumbering furniture city. This woman wasn't human. Wang Huiya's lips trembled, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. She used immense willpower to barely maintain her composure, managing to force out a strained voice. "No, I'm so sorry. This customer, this serene breath, is our shop's prized possession. It's not for sale," she added almost instinctively, noticing Tan Shishiu's instantly furrowed brow. If you really want it, perhaps I can ask our general manager. He might have the authority to make a decision." Chapter 67. Tan Xiaoxiao followed behind Wang Huiya, whose face was pale and whose steps were stiff, up the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. The higher they went, the colder the air became. Tan Xiaoxiao rubbed her arms, and couldn't help but complain. "You guys have the air conditioning on way too high. What if we catch a cold from this temperature difference?" Bien Ruijin and the others behind her felt the pervasive malice and chill, their limbs instantly turning cold and their teeth chattering. Only Tan Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, even curiously observing the luxurious decor of the second floor. When they reached a heavy door carved with strange patterns, Wang Huiya stopped, her body trembling almost imperceptibly, as if in fear. She took several deep breaths before turning to Tan Xiaoxiao, her voice hoarse. Please wait a moment. I go in and ask the general manager. See if he's available." Tan Xiaoxiao looked at her and nodded in understanding. It seemed the person inside was extremely short-tempered and difficult to deal with. "Sigh, we're all just working people. Why make things difficult for each other?" Wang Huiya trembled as she pushed open the heavy door. Perhaps due to nervousness, the door didn't close completely, leaving a tiny crack. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately peeked inside curiously. The room was extremely dimly lit, with only a green desk lamp emitting a faint glow. A short, stout man, whose neck was almost invisible, sat ostentatiously in the boss's chair. His beady eyes were scanning Wang Huiya, his gaze filled with undisguised greed and lust. As an S-rank anomaly, Kong Daji had been stuck at this level for a long time. Ordinary low-ranking anomalies were no longer enough to satisfy his needs, and a vibrant A-rank anomaly like Wang Huiya, possessing considerable power, was an irresistible tonic for him. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a suitable opportunity to strike, but unexpectedly, she had delivered herself to his doorstep today. Wang Huiya felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. Suppressing her fear, she reported in a trembling voice, "Manager, there's a customer outside. She avoided all traps, even the breath of tranquility, couldn't do anything to her. She insists on buying." Upon hearing this, Kong Daji snorted disdainfully, a mocking glint in his eyes on his fleshy face. "Huiya, there's no one in this world that the breath of tranquility can't handle." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, tinged with malice. "Do you know what punishment a lying child receives?" He struggled to stand up from his chair, his obese belly protruding. Standing at 1.6 meters tall, he appeared exceptionally short and grotesque next to Wang Huiya, who was over 1.7 meters tall. His small eyes were narrowed to slits, making his ugly face even more repulsive. Kong Daji raised his short, thick arm, his nails turning black and sharp, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The next second, he lunged straight for Wang Huiya's chest. Her heart, containing most of the strange power of an A rank, was his target. Wang Huiya never expected that Kong Daji would so ruthlessly attack her while there were still guests waiting. Instinctively, she tried to dodge, to resist, but the natural superiority of S rank over A rank rendered her completely immobile, leaving her only to passively await death. Kong Daji licked his lips, his eyes filled with a thirst for power and anticipation. Tan Xiaoxiao, peering through the crack in the door, frowned. She saw a short, fat, pot-bellied man with a lewd appearance roaring at Wang Huiya, his angry voice trailing off. "Do you know what punishment a child who lies receives?" The rest was indistinct, but judging from his expression and tone, it was definitely not a kind word. "Tsk, ugly, and with a terrible temper, Tan Xiaoxiao thought with disdain. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. The sleazy, short, fat manager actually reached out and grabbed straight for Wang Hui's chest. Groping? In broad daylight. Daring to openly harass a subordinate in the office? Tan Xiaoxiao was instantly enraged. Although Wang Hui was a bit talkative and always trying to trick her into buying things, how could she allow a young woman to be bullied like this by such a sleazy man? This workplace harassment. She absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Tan Xiaoxiao's body reacted before her brain. She pushed open the door. Then she rushed in and kicked the sleazy man. Kong Daji was completely caught off guard by this sudden attack and was sent flying. His massive body slammed heavily against the bookshelf behind him, and a mouthful of foul-smelling blood splattered all over the floor. Holy crap, Sister Tan is awesome. Physical exorcism. Ah, no, physical cessation of sexual harassment. He didn't seem to want to grope her breasts. He wanted to tear her heart out, right? Sister Tan, no, he did grope her breasts, I said so. Ha ha ha. The manager is dumbfounded. The Bien team outside the door almost dropped their jaws. The Bien Ruijin team outside the door were stunned, their brains completely blank. They had just sensed the terrifying, eerie S-class aura inside, and were preparing to fight to the death when Sister Tan's kick ended it all. Wang Hui was also stunned, frozen in place, looking at the manager lying on the ground coughing up blood, then at Tan Xiaoxiao standing righteously at the door, her CPU nearly overheating. Kong Daji clutched his chest where he had been hit, the excruciating pain contorting his fat face into an even more ugly and lewd expression. He glared angrily at the woman who didn't know what was going on, his 10 fingers instantly transforming into slimy tentacles that coiled towards Tan Xiaoxiao. He was going to tear this woman to pieces. The tentacles moved with astonishing speed, instantly wrapping around Tan Xiaoxiao's waist and tightening rapidly. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a sudden tightening around her waist, and her anger flared even more. Not only does he harass his employees and subordinates, but he even uses such despicable methods to harass customers? She was completely enraged. This lewd man was utterly lawless. She kicked Kong Daji again, this time with all her might, as he struggled to his feet. Bang! Kong Daji was sent flying again, crashing into his heavy solid wood desk. The powerful mental force suppressed him, making it impossible for him to get up. He trembled violently, and the tentacles wrapped around Tan Xiaoxiao's waist seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, instantly severing and disappearing into black mist. The severely injured Kong Daji let out a piercing wail, staring in terror at the woman walking towards him step by step. This woman, what exactly is she? What is she? Tan Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves, still not satisfied, pointing at his nose and cursing angrily. Scumbag. Ugly as a scoundrel. You dream big, harassing employees and customers. I'm calling the police and filing a complaint. I make you regret this. Kong Daji lay sprawled on the ground, barely alive. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao threaten to sue him for sexual harassment and assaulting a customer, he was so enraged he spat out another mouthful of blood. Who harassed me? Who assaulted me? You are the one who barged in and beat me to death. Is there no justice in this world? You can't just smear someone's innocence because I look sleazy. I just wanted to give you my heart. Who did I harass? But Kong Daji dared not argue. A deep-seated fear told him that if he continued to be stubborn, he might really be beaten to death right here by this inexplicable woman. Compensation, compensation. Kong Daji forced out the words, choosing to back down. Let's settle this privately. We settle this privately. You, what compensation do you want? I agree to anything. Tan Xiaoxiao snorted, arms crossed. Compensation? Of course, compensation. Compensation for my and my friend's emotional distress, and compensation for Miss Wang Hui's psychological trauma. Not a single thing can be spared. Her eyes darted around. And that mattress I had my eye on, the tranquil breath, right? Use it to pay off the debt? Kong Daji's heart bled upon hearing this. That was the source of the furniture store's power. His resentment, anger, fear, and frustration surged wildly, but seeing the almost tangible mental pressure surrounding Tan Xiaoxiao, he gritted his teeth. Finally, he nodded in humiliation, his voice barely a whisper. Okay, I agree. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, turning back to call out to the still petrified Fire Seed team outside the door. Alright, it's settled. Come over and lend a hand. Let's carry our compensation for emotional distress back. Bien Ruijin and the others, Blue Star livestream room, Everyone fell silent at this moment. The thought of getting an expensive and incredibly comfortable mattress without spending a single penny filled Tan Xiaoxiao with immense satisfaction. Before leaving the office, she turned back to look at Wang Huiya, who was huddled in the corner, trembling, and said gently, "Want to come with us? This place is really unlucky." Wang Huiya looked at her boss, who lay paralyzed in the rubble, barely alive, but with a venomous look in her eyes. A shiver ran through her body, and she immediately scrambled to Tan Shishia's side. Once they reached the relatively safe corridor, Wang Huiya stopped, her face pale and her voice trembling. "Miss Tan. I'm feeling a little unwell, probably from being frightened earlier. So, I won't accompany you to get the breath of tranquility. I leave now." She finished speaking and, without even waiting for Tan Shishia's reply, staggered and fled towards the stairwell, quickly disappearing from sight. Tan Xiaoxiao watched her flustered retreating figure, completely understanding. Sigh, such a lovely young woman, frightened like this. The workplace environment these days is truly awful. Without further thought, she led Bian Ruijin and his group towards the exhibition hall, displaying the breath of tranquility. Upon entering the hall, a chill swept over them. Bian Ruijin and the others instinctively took a half step back, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the ominous mattress. Remembering Bian Ruijin's earlier experience, everyone present felt a lingering fear. Tan Xiaoxiao, however, was completely oblivious. She yawned and casually patted the dark mattress. Not bad, very comfortable. She genuinely admired it, already looking forward to carrying it back to the convenience store that night and getting a good night's sleep. Strangely enough, under her casual patting, the unsettling oppressive feeling emanating from the mattress called breath of tranquility quickly dissipated, completely disappearing. It looked like a decent quality, but unremarkable, ordinary mattress. "Alright, stop standing there." Tan Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and turned to look at Bian Ruijin and Su Qingwang. "You two are strong, carry it, let's head home." Bian Ruijin and Su Qingwang exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and apprehension in each other's eyes. The two cautiously reached out and touched the edge of the mattress. The expected drowsiness and hallucinations didn't materialize. "Really, it's all right." The two tried to lift the mattress off the display shelf. The whole process went smoothly, without any abnormalities. This hellish, terrifying dungeon, could it really be so easily completed? In the Blue Star livestream room, the chat had become a sea of laughter. Su Jing and Yan Yitong also wore relieved, joyful smiles. The group carried the mattress, their steps light as they walked into a relatively spacious corridor. However, in that instant of slight relaxation, a sudden change occurred. Several figures, like ghosts, appeared without warning from the blind spots on either side of the corridor. The illusionary star captain, Mei Mian, along with her team, attacked almost simultaneously, weaving their mental energy into a giant net, swarming towards the Blue Star group emerging from the exhibition hall. The Fire Seed team had no time to react, not even a chance to struggle. Instantly, her gaze glazed over, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, trapped in the illusion meticulously woven by the illusionary star. Only Tan Xiaoxiao remained standing, perfectly fine. She watched as the others, who had been perfectly healthy just moments before, all collapsed and fell asleep, a look of bewilderment on her face. Are all young people this weak these days? Falling asleep the moment they hit the ground? Standing not far away, Mei Mian's pupils contracted. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Under their combined mental assault, she couldn't even manage a moment's daze? A ruthless glint flashed in Mei Mian's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the illusionary dream prism appeared in his palm, and he poured all his mental energy into it. The prism, flashing with seven-colored light, followed Mei Mian's guidance, striking towards Tan Shishia's brow. Tan Xiaoxiao sensed something was wrong. She saw the effeminate man not far away suddenly flicker the small, colorful mirror in his hand. She immediately felt as if something had stabbed her head, followed by a wave of dizziness. She frowned subconsciously, a moment of confusion and bewilderment flashing in her eyes. It worked? The moment a surge of elation rose in the hearts of the 5 members of Huanmei Star, Tan Shishiao's eyes quickly cleared. She shook her head, her expression of bewilderment deepening. How strange, am I experiencing low blood sugar too? The 5 members of Huanmei Star nearly vomited blood. What kind of monster was this? The ultimate attack from their team's strongest member, Captain Mei Mian, had only left her bewildered for less than a second. Shimeng, Wanxin Yini, and Nanyu gritted their teeth, converging all their power towards the prism, causing its light to intensify dramatically. Tan Shishiao's head-shaking motion suddenly stopped. Her eyes became unfocused again, this time not just a slight daze. She seemed to hear a voice? A very familiar, yet somewhat vague Gentle female voice. She wanted to wake up, but this voice. It was so familiar. She felt like she heard it somewhere before. It sounded like her mother's voice. She closed her eyes, giving up the struggle. Tan Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, and found herself standing in a cozy room. Several potted plants sat on the windowsill, and a few textbooks and a cartoon pen were scattered on the old desk. A young woman, her face indistinct but radiating gentleness, stood with her back to her, busy with something in front of an open wardrobe. The woman turned around, holding a brand new, pink backpack with a cute cartoon rabbit printed on it. The woman walked up to her, bent down, and handed her the backpack, her voice so gentle it could melt hearts. Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Look, Mom bought you a new school bag. Do you like it? Today you're in 3rd grade, you be a big girl now. Morning light streamed into the cozy little room, the air filled with a pleasant scent of laundry detergent. The mother, radiating gentle warmth, knelt before her little girl, holding the rabbit-shaped school bag, her eyes smiling. Mom, I don't want to go to school. The little girl's voice was muffled, her head bowed, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Why, Xiao? The woman's voice remained gentle, asking patiently. They laughed at me. The little girl's voice carried a more obvious hint of grievance, even a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. They said I have something wrong with my head. She paused, then looked up at her mother with clear, but confused eyes, asking earnestly. Mommy, having something wrong with my head. Does that mean you're calling me stupid? The woman's figure stiffened slightly. She reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair, her gesture full of affection. Who said that? Our Xiao always gets full marks in math. Her logic is crystal clear. She's not stupid at all. They're wrong, they're talking nonsense. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. She puffed out her chest, a touch of pride in her eyes. Of course. I'm going to help Mommy at the shop from now on, doing the accounting and collecting money, so I have to be good at math. The woman seemed completely taken aback by this answer, stunned, her hand stroking the girl's hair paused. The little girl, however, was delighted by the praise. She happily slung her new school bag over her shoulder, grabbed a bottle of milk from the table, and skipped off towards the door. Mom, I'm going to school. Standing on the edge of the dream, Tan Xiaoxiao, like an observer, tilted her head and silently watched this scene, as if watching an old movie that had nothing to do with her. The next second, the surrounding scenery spun around her. The innocent little girl from before had grown up into a young woman with clear features. The girl sat at the dining table, her brows furrowed as she stared at the college entrance examination admission ticket in her palm, her face filled with anxiety. Mom, the girl's voice was filled with worry and uncertainty. What if I don't get into university? Wearing an apron, Mom emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of fragrant and delicious sweet and sour pork ribs, her face radiating warmth and acceptance. If you don't pass the exam, you don't pass, she said casually, as if recalling something. Then come back and help Mom at the shop. You forgot? You said before that you would help Mom at the shop when you grew up. She smiled, her eyes filled with doting affection. Mom has always wanted to retire early and enjoy her retirement. The scene was almost unreal, overflowing with happiness. Tan Xiaoxiao watched quietly, her eyes remaining unmoved. However, at that moment, the scene spun violently again. The warmth vanished instantly, and the scene shifted to a narrow, dirty, dark alley. A girl, carrying a worn pink rabbit backpack, huddled against the wall in terror, seemingly desperately hiding from something, her body trembling uncontrollably. From the depths of the alley came a chilling sound, like something being dragged, or like countless sharp claws scraping the ground. Her mouth gaped open, but no sound came out. Only her body trembled with extreme terror. The girl turned her head tremblingly, looking towards the depths of the alley. Her pupils contracted sharply, her face drained of color, filled with fear, as if she were witnessing the most terrifying and despairing scene in the world. In the corridor of the sleeping furniture city, the 5 members of the illusionary star group, who were desperately activating the Dreamweaver prism to probe the depths of Tan Xiaoxiao's consciousness and try to glimpse her secrets, almost simultaneously coughed up blood, their bodies falling backward like kites with broken strings. The prism in Mingmian's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, its iridescent light dimming, instantly shattering into several pieces. They collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing in agony, their eyes glazed, their faces contorted with horror and madness, as if in that fleeting glimpse they had seen something far beyond their mental limits, a terrifying existence beyond comprehension. Don't come any closer. What is that? What is that thing? Eyes. So many eyes. Ah! Wrong. Wrong. I shouldn't have seen. I shouldn't have seen. Crazy. Heh heh heh. They screamed and laughed incoherently, clearly suffering a tremendous mental shock, collapsing into madness within minutes. Blue Star, Underground Joint Command Center. Watching the entire process of the 5 members of the Illusionary Star Group's sudden sneak attack, and then their sudden descent into madness, all the commanders on site tensed instantly. Everyone, enraged by the Illusionary Star Group's sneak attack, was stunned by this sudden reversal. What happened to them? Did they suffer a mental attack from Sister Tan? The adjutant, Xiao Wu, murmured unconsciously, his voice ringing out clearly in the silent command room. Chang Haoqi stood before the command platform, arms crossed, his brows furrowed deeply. His weathered, resolute face was filled with doubt and deep thought. It wasn't the trauma of a mental attack, but more like a mental breakdown caused by glimpsing some indescribable horror. What did they see? Or rather, what did Tan Xiaoxiao see? The Illusionary Star people are skilled in mental power. Could what they glimpsed be something Tan Xiaoxiao herself hadn't even realized, or perhaps something she had long forgotten? Could it be that even a glimpse of something was enough to instantly collapse a team skilled in mental illusions? Without the suppression of the illusion, Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, Yin Yitong, and Su Qingguang, who had been lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. They sat up, clutching their throbbing heads, looking around blankly, as if they hadn't yet grasped the situation. When they saw the 5 members of the Illusionary Star lying on the ground not far away, vomiting blood and babbling incoherently, they instantly tensed up and instinctively assumed a defensive stance. But soon, they realized that these 5 enemies, who had just been so aggressive, were now completely devoid of threat, as if they had experienced something terrifying and were completely immersed in madness. What happened? Su Jing looked at Bian Ruijin blankly. Bian Ruijin shook his head, his gaze finally settling on Tan Xiaoxiao, who was standing still and had just opened her eyes. The instant Tan Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, a deep and terrifying crimson seemed to flash deep within them, so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Immediately, her expression returned to normal. She rubbed her temples, her head throbbing as if pricked with needles. Hands on her hips, she looked at the 5 unfamiliar, strangely dressed men lying on the ground, laughing and crying, and frowned in disgust. These days, there are more and more lunatics, even coming to someone's shop in groups to have an episode? Where's the security? Aren't they doing anything about it? She grumbled a couple of times, then her attention was quickly drawn to the black mattress beside her, her face instantly showing an expression of infatuation and satisfaction. She kicked Su Qingguang, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze, in the backside. Stop daydreaming. Get up now, and take this precious mattress back. Su Qingguang, jolted awake by the kick, quickly scrambled to his feet and, together with Bian Ruijin, who had also just regained his senses, carefully lifted the mattress. Tan Xiaoxiao's head was still throbbing. The blurry yet unsettling nightmare she just experienced made her rub her temples and mutter under her breath. Lack of sleep makes me so prone to migraines. Once I get back and lie on this new mattress, I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights straight. She shook her head, then waved her hand dismissively. Let's go! Let's go home. Bian Ruijin and Su Qingguang, one after the other, carefully carried the unusually docile mattress. Behind them stood the bruised and battered manager, Kong Daji, looking utterly exhausted, and a group of horrified and resentful furniture store employees. They stood at a distance, silently watching the departing group, their eyes filled with suppressed anger and resentment. Kong Daji, clutching his still throbbing chest, looked at Tan Xiaoxiao's retreating figure with venomous resentment. But that deep-seated fear from the depths of his soul prevented him from even entertaining a thought of revenge. Hurry up! Are you dawdling and waiting for them to invite you to dinner? Tan Xiaoxiao glanced back at Bian Ruijin and Su Qingguang, completely ignoring the almost tangible resentful stares behind her. After crossing the heavy door and leaving the area of the sleeping furniture city, a cold, emotionless system notification instantly and clearly rang in Bian Ruijin's mind. Mission objective: acquiring the Breath of Tranquility mattress has been completed. Mission rewards: points plus 800. Anchor of Awakening has been sent to the team leader's storage space. The moment the sound disappeared, Bian Ruijin felt a slight weight in his backpack, as if a rather substantial item had been added. It worked. It really worked. Bian Ruijin involuntarily paused, his face breaking into a relieved, joyful, and slightly foolish grin. In the Blue Star livestream room, after a brief silence, the comments flooded in like a torrent. It's done. Great, it's really done. Team Leader Bian, thank you for your hard work. Everyone worked so hard. Sister Tan, you're my goddess. Wha, that scared me to death. When the illusionary star people attacked, I thought we were going to be wiped out. What are you daydreaming about? Can't you walk anymore? Tan Xiaoxiao took a few steps, then noticed Bian Ruijin hadn't followed and turned back, urging him impatiently. Hurry up, I was thinking of going back to rest early. Bian Ruijin was snapped out of his daze by her voice, quickly responding and suppressing his excitement as he quickened his pace. He looked at the figure walking ahead, a mixture of gratitude, relief, and a touch of absurdity welling up within him. Sure enough, following Sister Tan always resulted in a safe escape and even unexpected gains. He lifted the mattress in his hands, feeling that the hard work was well worth it. Tan Xiaoxiao took out her phone and skillfully hailed a small truck. In less than 10 minutes, a slightly worn truck pulled up in front of her. Opening the door and sitting in the passenger seat, Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the driver and couldn't help but pause in surprise. Huh? Driver, it's you? Aren't you a taxi driver? Why are you driving a truck? The driver's grip on the steering wheel tightened almost imperceptibly, his eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. This woman, how is she still alive? Not only did she emerge unharmed from the sleeping furniture city, she even managed to haul away a mattress? How is this possible? Although Tan Xiaoxiao had some reservations about the driver's previous service, she didn't show it on her face. Sir, you have a wide range of services, handling both taxi and truck services. You must be very hardworking. The driver was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing something in his mind, and finally just vaguely replied, He paused, then added dryly, Life isn't easy these days. My daughter is about to go to university. Hearing this, Tan Xiaoxiao's expression softened slightly. So this was a father working hard for his child. The unpleasantness she felt earlier because of the journey disappeared. The car drove smoothly to the entrance of number 23 Neon Street. Tan Xiaoxiao jumped out of the car and directed Bian Ruijin and Su Qingguang to carefully lift the mattress and carry it into the cramped storage room. As soon as the mattress was placed, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately let out a big yawn, her face revealing undisguised exhaustion. All right, you all worked hard today. I'm so sleepy my eyelids are drooping. I won't keep you any longer. Just as Bian Ruijin was about to take his leave, he suddenly remembered something. He carefully took out a beautifully wrapped velvet box, about 30 centimeters long, from his backpack and handed it to Tan Xiaoxiao with both hands, his tone solemn. Sister Tan, you helped our blue star so much. Su Jing promised to bring you something sparkly. This is a small token of our appreciation, a small thank you gift, please accept it. Tan Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, recalling that there seemed to be such a thing. She took the box, it felt heavy in her hand. Out of politeness, she didn't open it immediately in front of him. Okay, thanks. After seeing Bian Ruijin and his group off, Tan Xiaoxiao opened the box with a touch of curiosity. The moment the lid was lifted, the contents inside refracted a dazzling light. Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Wow! Several pieces of jewelry were neatly arranged inside the box, each exquisitely designed and radiant. Tan Xiaoxiao picked up a sapphire necklace and examined it against the light. Its interior was incredibly pure, with excellent fire. She blinked, thinking to herself, it looks so real. So sparkly. Even if it's synthetic, it'd probably be quite expensive. She loved sparkly things, and she didn't care if it was fake. In a good mood, Tan Xiaoxiao closed the box and casually placed it under the cabinet. After doing this, she yawned, pulled a paper doll that had just woken up from her purse, and, looking at its bewildered little green eyes, couldn't resist poking it. So sleepy, I'm going to sleep. You stay here with me. With that, she tossed the little paper doll onto the mattress, climbed up herself, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Completely unaware of the paper doll beside her, just awakened, its cheeks flushed. A middle school in an underground base on Blue Star, during lunch break. Chunyu had just finished a set of practice problems, and was about to take a nap when she caught a glimpse of her deskmate, Duan Fei, acting strangely after receiving a phone call. Duan Fei's breathing was rapid, his lips were tightly pressed together, and his eyes visibly reddened, as if he were desperately suppressing a sob. His shoulders trembled slightly. Chunyu was completely stunned, all sleepiness gone. She had never seen Duan Fei like this before. In her memory, Duan Fei was always cheerful, a bit carefree, the class's source of joy. Besides, what I witnessed at the hospital last time. Duan Fei? Chunyu asked instinctively in a low voice, her voice filled with worry. What's wrong? What happened? Duan Fei seemed not to hear her question at all. He sniffed sharply, stood up frantically, and grabbed his school uniform jacket from the chair. "Chen, help me ask the teacher for leave. Just say something happened at home." Before he could finish speaking, without even waiting for Chen-Yu's response, he quickly turned and rushed out of the back door of the classroom, disappearing into the distance. Watching him disappear in the direction he went, and thinking of what she had witnessed at the hospital, Chen-Yu's heart sank deeper and deeper. Could it be? Something happened at the hospital? Was his condition worsening? Or, something changed with that terrible sleep disorder? Chapter 68. As the teleportation light faded, several familiar figures appeared in the underground command center of Blue Star. A hint of joy flashed in Chang Haoqi's eyes. He strode forward, first patting Bian Ruijin on the shoulder, then nodding to Yan Yitong and Su Jing behind Bian Ruijin. Finally, his gaze fell on the somewhat unfamiliar newcomer, and he proactively extended his hand. "Mr. Su Qingwang? Nice to meet you. Thank you for your hard work." Su Qingwang hadn't expected this commander, whom he only seen in the news, to be so approachable, and even know his name. He was immediately flattered, carefully grasping Chang Haoqi's hand, his voice stammering, "Commander Chang. I heard so much about you. You're my idol." Bian Ruijin, standing to the side, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. He remembered clearly that this guy had said he was his idol when he first entered the instance, and immediately made Sister Tan his #1 idol after meeting her. Now, seeing the commander again, he said something like that. Is this guy's catchphrase "you're my idol"? Chang Haoqi didn't care about such polite words. He withdrew his hand, his expression serious, and looked at Bian Ruijin. "Captain Bian, let's talk in private." Bian Ruijin immediately understood, and was about to take a step, but then seemed to suddenly remember something, paused, pointed at Su Qingwang, and said to Su Jing, "If you have time recently, take good care of this guy. He's all flabby, his stamina and endurance are ridiculously poor. Forget fighting, he'd probably have trouble escaping. Make him a training plan, train him hard, at least he needs to lose some weight." Hearing this, Su Jing looked at Su Qingwang with a kind smile. "No problem, Captain Bian, I guarantee I complete the mission." Su Qingwang watched Su Jing rubbing her hands together in anticipation, then looked at his own sluggish body, his face filled with despair. Chang Haoqi led Bian Ruijin into a military jeep that was already waiting outside. The vehicle drove out of the command center, and sped towards the Mental Strength Research Center located on the other side of the base. The Mental Strength Research Center was a special department hastily established after the emergence of the ghostly disaster game. Before that, most humans believed that mental strength was merely an ethereal concept, existing only in science fiction and mysticism. It wasn't until the harsh reality of repeated mission failures that humanity suddenly realized mental strength not only exists, but is also one of the key factors determining life and death. Research shows that everyone is born with mental strength and mental resistance, only the intensity and nature vary. Unfortunately, compared to many interstellar civilizations in the ghostly disaster game, the overall mental strength level of humans on Earth is generally low. More importantly, humanity has absolutely no idea how to systematically train and utilize it. It was precisely because of the immense suffering and heavy costs incurred in this area that the Mental Strength Research Center was established. However, progress has been slow over the years, with little chance of achieving a breakthrough. That's why Professor Jiao Shangyun, the head of the research center, was so excited when the Anchor of Awakening appeared. Chang Haoqi glanced at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, and slowly began to tease. "Professor Jiao has been waiting for you to bring the Anchor of Awakening back. She's been calling my personal phone non-stop." His gaze returned to the car, thoughtfully observing the object that Bian Ruijin was tightly clutching. No bigger than a palm, with a unique shape, it was a deep, dark blue, made of neither gold nor wood. At its center seemed to be a slowly flowing, nebula-like halo. Upon closer inspection, the flowing halo possessed a strange regularity, and looking at it for a while brought a sense of tranquility. Bian Ruijin held the Anchor of Awakening in his palm, feeling a cool, refreshing sensation surrounding him, which eased the tension and fatigue in his mind from several days of missions. Is this the Anchor of Awakening? Such a small thing, yet it can permanently enhance mental resistance? Chang Haoqi pondered how to use this thing, and to what extent could it achieve. The vehicle quickly arrived at the Mental Power Research Center. As soon as they got out, a waiting figure approached. It was a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 50 years old, tall and thin, wearing a neat white lab coat, her hair meticulously tied back in a bun, and frameless glasses perched on her nose. Her face showed signs of fatigue, but her eyes were unusually bright and spirited, radiating a capable and energetic air. It was Professor Jiao Shangyun, the head of the research center. Commander, you finally arrived. Jiao Shangyun nodded to Xiang Shanghaki in greeting, then her gaze immediately fell on Bian Ruijin. More accurately, it was on the anchor of awakening in his hand. The anxiety and longing in her eyes were almost tangible. Shanghaki was used to her research-obsessed state, and gestured to Bian Ruijin with his eyes. Bian Ruijin understood, and took out the anchor of awakening. Those present immediately felt a chill creep across the area, silently enveloping everything. Jiao Shangyun, whose mental perception was most acute, shuddered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She looked up, cradling the anchor of awakening like a precious jewel, her voice trembling with excitement. Quick, activate the high-precision detector immediately. I need all its data, everything. Chang Haoqi stood in the observation corridor, his gaze piercing through the thick glass, as he watched the researchers bustling about in the laboratory. He keenly caught the almost uncontrollable elation on Jiao Shangyun's face. He turned and walked to Bian Ruijin, who was resting on a bench in the corridor, his tone calm yet certain. It seems, the preliminary test results are quite good. Upon hearing this, Bian Ruijin immediately sat up straight, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. Chang Haoqi didn't continue the topic. He suddenly changed the subject, his voice lowering slightly. Aren't you curious? Bian Ruijin was taken aback, somewhat confused. Curious about what? Chang Haoqi's fingertips lightly tapped his knee. What exactly did those phantom star people see deep within Boss Tan's consciousness? He paused, looking up at the ceiling, speaking half intuition and half deduction. Tan Xiaoxiao is a blue star person. Her memories, her past are absolutely inextricably linked to this land of blue star. Bian Ruijin's lips moved. He recalled the tragic and insane fate of the phantom star people in the dungeon, and a chill crept up his spine. Just as he was about to say something, the laboratory door suddenly opened, interrupting their conversation. Professor Jiao Shangyun strode out, her face beaming with barely suppressed joy. She even forgot basic etiquette, grabbing Chang Haoqi's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Commander, the results. The preliminary results are in. Chang Haoqi and Bian Ruijin immediately stood up, tacitly suppressing their earlier doubts. How is it? His voice unconsciously tightened. Jiao Shangyun took a few deep breaths, calming her overly excited emotions. According to our preliminary tests, the special mental field emitted by the anchor of awakening, theoretically, can cover the entire blue star. She paused, emphasizing, although the closer the effect, the more significant it is, even in the most remote bases, it can more or less enhance the resident's mental resistance. This news was already exhilarating enough, but the next second, Jiao Shangyun took another deep breath and announced an even more groundbreaking discovery. More importantly, according to our analysis, this stuff is highly likely to be useful for the sleep disorder patients at the Cloud City base. What? Chang Haoqi and Bian Ruijin exclaimed almost simultaneously, exchanging a glance, both seeing disbelief and ecstasy in each other's eyes. The sleep disorder at the Cloud City base is an unhealable scar in the hearts of everyone on Blue Star. A large underground base with a population of 1 million fell into a deep sleep overnight after a failed attempt at the ghostly disaster game. Even more terrifying, as time passed, the patient's bodily functions began to decline irreversibly, and their organs gradually failed. Years have passed, and most of the survivors can only struggle on the brink of death with the help of life support equipment. Lives are lost every day. That disaster, which shattered countless families, remains a deep wound in the hearts of all Earth's inhabitants. And now, there is hope. Chang Haoqi, after a brief moment of stunned silence, snapped back to reality. Good. 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 Excellent. Professor Jiao, organize clinical trials immediately. I need results as quickly as possible. Soon, 2 volunteers from a nearby hospital, in the late stages of sleep disorder, extremely weak and almost entirely dependent on life support, were rushed to the research center's observation room. These 2 patients lay emaciated, pale, and lifeless on their beds, only the faint fluctuations on the monitors beside them proving they were still alive. Professor Jiao Shangyun, dressed in the highest level of protective gear, stood solemnly and dignifiedly. She carefully held the anchor of lucidity, and slowly walked between the 2 patients. Chang Haoqi and Bian Ruijin stood outside the isolation room, holding their breath and staring intently through the observation window at the situation inside. The entire laboratory was silent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Time ticked by, each second seemingly passing incredibly slowly. Less than a minute later, a miracle occurred. The 2 patients, who had been in a deep sleep for so long and diagnosed with little hope of awakening, opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their gazes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Although their eyes remained unfocused, and their bodies were immobilized due to prolonged bed rest and organ deterioration, they were indeed awake. Awake! Awake! Looking out the window, someone cried out, their voice trembling and suppressed. Professor Jiao Shangyun, fighting back tears, immediately stepped forward and began the cognitive test in a gentle voice. Can you hear me? Tell me your name. Do you remember how old you are? Although both patients were weak, they accurately answered with their names and ages, proving that their consciousness had returned and their memories were intact. It's a success. It's really a success. In the laboratory, all the researchers couldn't help but cheer, tears streaming down their faces. That nightmare that lasted for 10 years, driving countless people to despair now, finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. It's a success. My God. Yunqing is saved. That's great. What? Chang Haoqi stood outside the window. Even he, known for his iron-fisted nature, couldn't help but have tears welling up in his eyes. Those sleeping compatriots are finally going home. When Duan Fei received the call from the base's central hospital, his heart skipped a beat. After answering and hearing the unfamiliar yet joyful female voice on the other end of the line, he felt somewhat bewildered. Is this Duan Fei? Hello, this is Yunqing Central Hospital. Your parents, Mr. Duan Xinrong and Ms. Jiang Rushu, have successfully regained consciousness. Their vital signs are stable, and they are conscious. Wow, what? Duan Fei jumped up from his seat in shock, his mind buzzing. He covered his mouth to prevent himself from bursting into tears. I'm coming right away, thank you. Thank you so much. He hung up the phone, only managing to tell his desk mate Xinyu to ask her to help him get leave, and then dashed out of the classroom, like an arrow, running wildly towards the hospital. Along the way, anticipation, joy, fear, a mix of emotions overwhelmed him, making it almost impossible for him to think clearly. He was afraid it was all a dream, afraid that when he rushed to the hospital, he would find it was all an illusion. When he burst through the hospital gates, breathless and drenched in sweat, the scene before him stunned him. Although usually crowded, the hospital always had a somber, oppressive atmosphere. But now, it was filled with hope and joy. The corridors were packed with people, almost all family members of patients with sleep disorders. Their faces were no longer filled with worry and despair, but with ecstasy and excitement. An elderly woman with gray hair, looking at least 80 years old and hunched over, was tightly embracing a woman who looked to be in her 60s, her face also streaked with tears, her voice trembling. My daughter, Mom thought, this old woman wouldn't be able to see you wake up before she dies. The old woman also hugged her mother tightly, crying out like a child. Mom, I'm back. I'm so sorry to have worried you. Beside him, a middle-aged man supported his father, who had just regained consciousness and was still unsteady on his feet. They walked carefully, his face filled with the solemn joy of having been reunited. Such scenes were commonplace in the corridor, the air thick with the sounds of laughter, tears, and conversation. Duan Fei watched these scenes of happiness, his nose stinging with tears. He dared not look any longer, took a deep breath, and hurried towards his parents' ward. The closer he got to the ward, the faster his heart pounded. Finally, he stood before the familiar ward door, his hand trembling, and pushed it open. The two side-by-side beds were empty. The blankets were neatly folded, the sheets were smooth, as if no one had ever stayed there. Duan Fei's mind went blank for a moment, a sudden buzz. The elation and anticipation vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming fear. Empty. How could it be empty? Had the treatment failed? His parents, had they already, or had something else happened? Were they moved? Why didn't anyone notify him? Countless terrifying thoughts flooded his mind, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. Just as he stood there, stunned and confused, a gentle yet uncertain female voice sounded from behind him. Is that Xiao Fei? That voice, Duan Fei whirled around. Standing in the doorway of the ward was a couple, supporting each other. The man was of medium build, his once robust physique now unusually thin, his face ashen from lack of sunlight. He wore glasses, his eyes filled with excitement and disbelief, fixed intently on Duan Fei. The woman was equally thin, her face pale, her steps unsteady. But her eyes, looking at Duan Fei, shone with an astonishing light, overflowing with maternal love and guilt. The two stood there in the doorway, watching Duan Fei with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Duan Fei's vision blurred instantly. He nodded vigorously, finally confirming that this wasn't a dream, before rushing over. He hugged his parents tightly, bursting into tears, Dad? Mom? What? 10 years had passed. He could finally embrace his parents like this again. Duan Shinrong staggered slightly from the impact of her son's movement, then hugged his son's shoulders, now even stronger than her own, tightly. It's all right. Xiao Fei, you grown up. You're a big boy now. His voice was filled with regret for not being able to be there for his son as he grew up. Jiang Rishu couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Her hands trembled as she stroked her son's back, repeating the same words over and over. I'm sorry. Xufei, it's all your fault, Mom and Dad. For not being there for you as you grew up. For making you suffer so much. I'm so sorry. After crying for a long time, Duan Fei slowly calmed down. He straightened up somewhat embarrassedly, wiping his tears haphazardly with the back of his hand. Jiang Rishu immediately looked him up and down carefully, her eyes filled with heartache. Let Mom take a good look. Are your uncle and aunt good to you? Duan Fei quickly forced a smile. They're very good. My uncle is so good to me. The family of 3 sat down on a chair next to the ward. As if they had endless things to say, Duan Fei excitedly began to tell his parents about his life over the years. I was really good in elementary school. I almost came in first place in the running competition. If it weren't for those shoes being too big, I would have tripped and fallen. He stuck out his tongue with a mischievous smile, as if he just recounted an embarrassing story. However, Jiang Rishu and Duan Shinrong exchanged a glance, a complex and knowing look flashing in their eyes. Duan Shinrong and his younger brother, Duan Xinqing, had only a casual relationship, and had even had some unpleasant disagreements over family matters and financial issues. Seeing her son's obviously forced, sensible demeanor, as if he didn't want them to worry, Jiang Rishu felt a pang of sadness looking at his slightly oversized old clothes and worn-out shoes. Duan Fei tried his best to lighten the mood by recounting childhood anecdotes he found amusing. But to Duan Shinrong and Jiang Rishu, it revealed the hardships their child had endured growing up alone. Jiang Rishu silently wiped away her tears, vowing in her heart that she would make up for it tenfold in the future, doing her utmost to make up for the lost 10 years. After a while, the head nurse walked in with a smile. Mr. Duan, Ms. Jiang, it's time for your follow-up checkup. The child can go home and rest now. If the results are fine, he can be discharged tomorrow. Although Duan Fei was extremely reluctant to leave, wishing he could stay with his parents every moment, he knew he had to go to school tomorrow. He stood up, turning back several times as he walked out of the ward. At the door, he couldn't help but run back and hug his parents tightly. Dad, Mom, I come see you as soon as I get out of school tomorrow. Okay, be careful on the way. Jiang Rishu gently straightened his disheveled collar, watching her son's figure disappear at the end of the corridor. Duan Fei walked out of the hospital building, unable to help but chuckle to himself. Mom and Dad are back. His family is finally whole again. Chinyu sat cross-legged on the old sofa, her eyes glued to the television screen, but her mind was far away. On the television, a well-dressed, sweet-voiced news anchor was narrating a replay of the live broadcast of the strange disaster. With Miss Tan's help, the Fire Seed team has once again achieved an amazing victory. The appearance of the Anchor of Awakening undoubtedly brings new hope to the future of our Blue Star. The anchor's voice echoed in the living room, but Chinyu didn't hear a word. Her fingers unconsciously dug into the edge of the sofa, her mind replaying the image of Duan Fei rushing out of the classroom at noon. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Duan Fei was usually so cheerful and carefree. But today, his demeanor clearly indicated something serious had happened. Could it be his parents were in the hospital, and their condition had worsened? Chinyu considered calling to ask, her finger hovering over the contacts for a long time, but she couldn't bring herself to press the button. She remembered what she had secretly witnessed in the hospital corridor. He probably didn't want the other classmates to know about this, right? Would asking him abruptly only embarrass him? She sighed in frustration and turned off the TV. The news anchor's concluding remark, "It may have miraculous effects on sleep disorder patients," was cut off, never reaching her ears. That night, Chinyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When she woke up the next morning, she had dark circles under her eyes and looked listless. Just as she sat down, she saw Duan Fei rush into the classroom as the bell rang his face, also sporting 2 large dark circles. Chinyu's heart skipped a beat. Something must have happened. He definitely didn't sleep well last night, maybe even cried all night. That idiot, all he does is pretend. Chinyu hesitated for a moment, then carefully reached into her backpack and pulled out a food storage container. Inside was a quarter of an apple, cut into small pieces, quite precious in these times of scarcity. This quarter of an apple was saved up by her grandmother for her. She observed Duan Fei's expression. He seemed a little dazed. And there was a hint of a smile on his lips. He was definitely forcing a smile. Qinyu solidified her thought and carefully pushed the container towards him. Here you go. Duan Fei opened the box with a puzzled look, his eyes widening instantly when he saw the apples inside. How can you be so generous? You should eat them yourself. This is too precious. Qinyu shook her head, firmly pushing the box towards him again. It's yours, eat it quickly. Although Duan Fei felt his desk mate was acting strangely today, he ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Well, thank you. He picked up a piece of apple, carefully put it in his mouth, and the sweet taste made him sigh with satisfaction. Delicious. Seeing him eat it, Qinyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was always good to have something to eat. However, the following day was utterly surreal and inexplicable for Duan Fei. Qinyu treated him like a fragile object, every action revealing an excessive concern. During class, she would secretly check if he was daydreaming. After class, she would proactively ask him if he wanted to get water together. What shocked Duan Fei the most was that the math class representative came to collect homework in the afternoon. Having forgotten to do his homework due to excessive excitement the night before, he was scratching his head in frustration when Qinyu silently shoved her notebook right in front of him, gesturing for him to copy it. Duan Fei, this model student, known for her strong principles and never cheating, actually offered to let him copy her homework. He frantically wrote, his mind pounding. What's wrong with Qinyu today? Is she possessed? When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Duan Fei's confusion reached its peak. Qinyu actually refused her best friend Yu Lily's invitation to walk home together, and instead came over to him, saying in an unnatural voice, Duan Fei, let's walk together. Seeing Qinyu's hesitant expression, Duan Fei's vague guess gradually became clearer. Could it be that Qinyu likes me? Surely not. Although they're now desk mates, they don't actually talk much. He's just a bit talkative and playful. Is his personality really that charming? Both lost in their own thoughts, they walked in silence. As they approached the school gate, Qinyu's pace slowed, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her cheeks flushed an unnatural red, and her lips trembled several times, as if she were gathering her courage to say something. Duan Fei's heart leaped into his throat. Oh no, she really is going to confess. How can he reject her without hurting their friendship? Duan Fei. How are you feeling today? That's it? Duan Fei froze for a second. She just asked how he felt? That scared him to death. He immediately flashed a bright, genuine smile. Great. Absolutely wonderful. I've never been so happy. This was the absolute truth. His parents waking up, his family reunited, nothing could make him happier. Seeing the radiant smile on his face, Qinyu felt a surge of joy. It seemed the apple and her company today had really worked. She opened her mouth, about to say something more, but Duan Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze swept over her shoulder, and he excitedly waved vigorously towards the school gate. Dad. Mom. What brings you here? Before he finished speaking, he had already pounced on the road like a spoiled puppy, leaving Qinyu with only his rapidly receding back. Qinyu. Thank you. Let's go home together again next time. Qinyu nodded subconsciously. Oh okay. Wait. She suddenly realized what Duan Fei had just shouted. Dad? Mom? Weren't his parents in a coma in the hospital? Qinyu looked up in astonishment, following the direction Duan Fei had run. In the bustling crowd at the school gate, a middle-aged couple stood there, smiling and waving at Duan Fei. The man was of medium build, somewhat thin, wearing a clean but slightly worn jacket, glasses on his face, and a gentle expression. The woman stood beside him, her face pale from early recovery, but she looked to be in good spirits, her eyes gentle, and Duan Fei's features were remarkably similar to hers by a full 6 parts. Duan Fei rushed to his parents like a cannonball. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be discharged tomorrow? Jiang Risha reached out and lovingly wiped the fine sweat from her son's forehead. The re-examination results are all good, and the doctor approved our discharge today. Since you're almost home from school, your dad and I came to pick you up and take you home. Duan Qinrong smiled as she took the heavy school bag from Duan Fei's shoulder, carrying it herself and gently patting her son's shoulder. Slow down, look at you all sweaty. Duan Fei stood between his parents, looking left at his father and right at his mother, his smile almost reaching his ears. The scene was so heartwarming, like a propaganda poster. Qinyu stood there, watching this scene from afar, her eyes widening unconsciously. So, that's how it is? So he ran out so excitedly yesterday because his parents woke up. All her worry, her probing, the precious apple, her breaking the rules to copy homework, wasn't that. Chin Yu's face flushed bright red, her toes so embarrassed they could dig a 3-bedroom apartment in the ground. Watching Duan Fei, arm in arm with his mother, excitedly talking to his father, the family seemed so happy and harmonious. Chin Yu couldn't help but smile, muttering softly, "That's wonderful." By the time she got home, the slight embarrassment had vanished. She turned on the TV and switched to the local news channel. The screen showed the entrance to the base's central hospital, where many long-dormant patients were being discharged with the help of their families. The familiar female anchor was narrating in a clear and enthusiastic voice. Breaking news from this station. The special reward, the Anchor of Awakening, brought back by the Fire Seed Squad, has a significant effect on sleep disorder. Except for some severely ill patients, who still need to be hospitalized for observation, the vast majority of those in a daze has successfully awakened and recovered and been discharged. The screen flashed past joyful faces, and families embracing tightly. There were elderly people with white hair, tears streaming down their faces, embracing their middle-aged children. There were young parents, overjoyed, kissing their newly awakened children. Chin Yu stared wide-eyed at the television screen, then scratched her head in sudden realization. So, Duan Fei ran out so excitedly yesterday because his parents were among the patients who had awakened. Watching those reunion scenes on the news, her eyes welled up with tears. How wonderful. The world seems to be getting better little by little, but... Chin Yu suddenly touched her chin, clicking her tongue with a hint of regret. Sigh, my apple. I should have known better than to give it to him. What a loss. I have to make him return it tomorrow. But seeing how happy he is, oh well. She muttered to herself, skipping to her feet, and picked up the photo of Sister Tan on the table, kissing it. Sister Tan truly was her guardian angel. Since Sister Tan appeared, she felt like she had a cheat code. Every day was filled with happiness. Chapter 69. Tan Xiaoxiao stretched contentedly, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout her body. She had slept so soundly, without even a dream, so comfortable that she didn't want to wake up. She lazily glanced at the cheap alarm clock beside her bed. 2:10 p.m., she blinked, a little confused. She remembered lying down around 1 p.m., right? Had she only slept for less than an hour? But she felt, not like she only slept for an hour. She felt incredibly relaxed, as if she slept for at least a whole day, or even longer. She subconsciously looked up, meeting the gaze of the paper figure Lu Luan at the foot of the bed. Those simple, beady green eyes blinked. Strangely, Tan Xiaoxiao could read a sense of worry in that expressionless face. What's wrong? Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her messy hair, her voice still hoarse from just waking up. I only slept for an hour. Why are you making that face? It's like I slept for ages, she said, subconsciously reaching for her phone beside her pillow. But instead of the cold phone case, her fingertips touched something warm, furry, and gently rising and falling with breath. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled. There was Dahe, the little fat dog, curled up on the bed, a ball of fur, snoring loudly. Oh dear, Dahe. Tan Xiaoxiao's tone was slightly complaining, but her face wasn't angry. This is a new mattress. What if you get it dirty? She habitually reached out and ruffled Dahe's glossy fur. As she massaged the dog, Tan Xiaoxiao paused slightly. She tilted her head, carefully examining the dog sleeping sprawled out on its back. Strange, was it just her imagination? Dahe, does it seem to have gotten bigger? It used to eat over a dozen chicken legs a day and didn't gain any weight, but now it looks noticeably plumper. How come it seems to have grown so much after sleeping on this new mattress? This mattress has this effect. Not only helps with sleep, but also promotes growth. Tan Xiaoxiao wondered to herself, finally reaching for her phone. She picked it up, and the screen clearly displayed the date and time. Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened suddenly, her sleepiness vanishing instantly. Wednesday? When she laid down, it was clearly Monday. She didn't just sleep for an hour, she slept for 2 whole days and nights. No wonder she felt so refreshed. No wonder Lu Luan looked so worried. She glared resentfully at Dahe, who remained oblivious and soundly asleep beside her. She'd been sleeping for so long, and this guy wasn't even worried. He actually slept with her for 2 whole days? Tan Xiaoxiao squinted, extended her index finger, and gently poked Dahe's belly. Hey! You heartless thing. All you do is sleep. Dahe groggily opened its eyes, its bright green eyes filled with annoyance at being disturbed. Tan Xiaoxiao was about to scold it when a familiar and tempting sweet aroma wafted over. It was freshly baked cookies. Sweet and savory, with a hint of buttery caramel. After sleeping for 2 days straight, Tan Xiaoxiao, whose stomach was completely empty, inexplicably felt much better. She turned her head and saw a small dish of golden, crisp, perfectly shaped cookies on the bedside table, thoughtfully accompanied by a glass of orange juice. Tan Xiaoxiao picked up the still slightly warm cookie and took a crunchy bite. The crispy exterior and soft interior instantly soothed her rumbling stomach. Lu Luan is still the most reliable. She mumbled a compliment, then threw back the covers, got out of bed, and pushed open the door to the storage room to go to the convenience store outside. The store was bright and clean, the shelves were neatly arranged, and the floor was gleaming. Clearly, during the 2 days she was unconscious, this diligent paper doll employee hadn't slacked off at all, keeping the store in perfect order. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, mentally giving herself another thumbs up for her excellent hiring skills. This employee was truly excellent value for money. Effortless, hardworking, and even proactively taking care of her daily needs. Sigh, it seems she can't live without him. If he leaves, where will she find such a good servant? She walked to the store entrance and flipped the sign to open. Behind her, the little paper figure had already picked up a rag and meticulously wiped the cash register, then began tidying the shelves. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao was lost in thought, a somewhat old-fashioned delivery truck silently pulled up in front of the store. The door opened, and a familiar deliveryman jumped out. His white t-shirt bore the 4 large red characters Scarlet Express. The red lettering was heavily smudged, spreading from his chest to his abdomen, resembling dried blood at first glance, a chilling sight. The deliverman pulled his baseball cap down low, wearing a thick mask, and silently began unloading boxes. 1, 2, 3, a full 10 large boxes were quickly piled up in a stack in front of the store. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, scratching her head in confusion. Buddy, did you deliver to the wrong place? I haven't bought this much lately. She vaguely recognized the deliverman. He was responsible for this area, and he was the one who delivered the parts when the freezer was repaired. The deliverman paused, looked up, and spoke in an unusually hoarse voice, each word laced with suppressed impatience. Address: 23 Neon Street, Ms. Tan Xiaoxiao, to receive. That's right. Tan Xiaoxiao took the delivery slip with some skepticism, her gaze sweeping over the sender's name. Zhao Mo. Below was a line of smaller print. Silent Saliva Brewing Factory. She suddenly realized, slapping her forehead, oh right, it's me. My memory is terrible. It was the beer and juice from Zhao Mo's factory that they had agreed upon. She hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly, and in such large quantities. She smiled sheepishly at the deliverman, took the pen, and hastily signed her name. Looking at the mountain of boxes piled up in front of the shop, Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to ask the deliverman to help carry them inside. However, just as she finished signing and turned around, the delivery truck had already started moving. The masked deliverman glanced at her through the window, then floored the gas pedal, the truck practically launching off and disappearing around the corner. Tan Xiaoxiao, This service attitude is getting worse and worse. He's running like he's being chased by a dog. Resigned, she turned around, ready to take on the manual labor herself. But when she turned her head, she saw the little paper figure Lu Luan had already put down his rag and was huffing and puffing as he carried at least 10 large cardboard boxes. His thin, paper-like body swayed precariously, looking both pitiful and comical. Tan Xiaoxiao's slight displeasure vanished instantly, and she couldn't help but laugh. You're really diligent. She stepped forward and easily lifted 2 boxes. Lu Luan, standing beside her, diligently pushed a smaller box. Working together seamlessly, the two quickly moved all 10 boxes of drinks into the store. Tan Xiaoxiao opened one of the boxes and took out a bottle of beer to examine it. The bottle was cool to the touch, the label simple, exactly the same as the sample Zhao Mo had brought. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and happily placed it on the empty shelf. After finishing, she suddenly remembered something and abruptly stopped. Wait a minute. This batch of goods, she hadn't paid for it yet, had she? Thinking this, Tan Xiaoxiao went behind the cashier and found the uniquely textured, cool-to-the-touch business card in the drawer. She took out her phone, copied the number on the business card, and typed a text message. Manager Xiao, hello. I'm Tan Xiaoxiao from Neon Street Convenience Store. I received the drinks you sent. The quality is just as good as the sample. How should I settle the payment with you? The message arrived quickly, almost instantly. Hello Ms. Tan, thank you for receiving it. Payment isn't urgent. The factory is currently focused on preparations for the Millennium Celebration. Things are very complicated. We discuss the follow-up matters later. Millennium Celebration? Tan Xiaoxiao stared at those 4 words, paused for a moment, then pursed her lips and tossed her phone back into the drawer. He doesn't even bother to think before he speaks. A Millennium Celebration. The factory looks quite respectable. How come the boss is such a braggart? She muttered under her breath, completely disregarding his words. A post suddenly appeared on the homepage of the Interstellar Communication Forum. Urgent alert, a high-density meteor shower has been detected approaching Phantom Star at an abnormally high speed. Impact countdown estimated in 15 minutes. Posted by Interstellar Public Safety Monitoring Station number 07. Dear Interstellar friends, just now, we detected an unusually dense meteor shower heading straight for Phantom Star at an abnormally high speed. This meteor shower has an extremely high density and an exceptionally robust structure. Existing conventional interception methods cannot alter its trajectory or destroy it. The impact is expected to last approximately 72 hours and will cause devastating damage to the surface environment. We strongly recommend that Phantom Star immediately organize its population to evacuate to deep underground shelters. First floor, Phantom Star? They lost? Second floor, this density, it take 3 more days? It's definitely over. 13th floor, what can you do in 15 minutes? Isn't that practically a death sentence? 14th floor, aren't the illusions of Illusion Star quite powerful? Or are they no match for Blue Star? 36L Shadow Traveler Illusion Star. Heh, the Blue Star people are really ruthless, leaving no room for retreat. And that Tan Xiaoxiao, relying on her abilities, she's trying to wipe us out, isn't she? 37L Frozen Earth Star Never Fallen. The punishment mechanism of the ghostly disaster game is set by higher dimensional beings. We're all just ants being manipulated. Don't you know who you should hate? 38L Green Vine Star Whisper. I agree. The Blue Star people have always been quite friendly. Aren't all 5 members of the Illusionary Star team alive and back? 39L Shadow Shuttle Illusionary Star. Friendly? That's hilarious. They didn't die, but they're suffering worse than if they were. Look at this. Video. Everyone clicked on the video. In the medical observation room, all 5 members of the Illusionary Star team were wearing hospital gowns, some sitting and some lying down. Manion stared blankly at the ceiling, a dazed smile playing on her lips, repeatedly muttering, eyes, so many eyes. Jimeng huddled in a corner, trembling, occasionally letting out a high-pitched laugh. Wanqing tried to bang her head against the wall, but was immediately stopped by the mechanical arm. Yinny and Nanyu muttered syllables that no one could understand. Clearly, they had all suffered a mental breakdown and lost their reason. 41st floor, this is insane? They all gone mad? 42 ND floor, Shanghai Medical College. These symptoms, it's like they suffered a powerful, unbearable mental shock, leading to their breakdown. Floor 43, aren't the Phantom Star people famous for their mental illusions and strong resistance? Who did this? How did they do it? Floor 44. The key point is that the members of the disaster game team are fixed. Unless someone is eliminated, no new members will be added. This means, in the next game, Phantom Star is going to send these 5 lunatics? Floor 45. Although it's a bit unethical, I'm already envious of Phantom Star's next opponent. It's practically an easy win. Floor 46. An easy win? They can eliminate their own members. Kill 4, and they can add new members, right? It just depends on whether they can bring themselves to do it. Floor 47. His. In fighting, Blue Star's move is too ruthless, too unethical. 48L Green Vine Star Whisper. Blue Star is really. I'm almost embarrassed to support them. 49L Frozen Earth Star Never Fallen. Although that's the rule, this method is indeed a bit cruel. The post was immediately filled with fear and condemnation of Blue Star. Just then, Blue Star, who had been keeping an eye on the forum, responded. 200L Blue Star United Government. Regarding the current situation of the Illusionary Star Squad members, it was entirely caused by the Illusionary Star Squad's proactive attack. They brought it upon themselves, and neither we nor Ms. Tan bear any responsibility. Video. The video shows that in a dimly lit corridor, the Illusionary Star people suddenly appeared. 5 of them, with sharp eyes, launched a simultaneous sneak attack without warning. Mental energy enveloped the Blue Star people like a giant net. The Enruijin and the others instantly lost focus and collapsed. Only Tan Xiaoxiao remained standing. Maynion's expression changed, then a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. She flipped her palm, taking out the S-rank item, the Dreamweaver Prism, and, together with the others from the Illusionary Star Squad, poured all their mental energy into it, attacking Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Shishu's eyes momentarily glazed over, as if she had fallen into some kind of memory or illusion. However, just a few seconds later, a strange power seemed to flash around her, and the prism shattered into several pieces with a crack. The 5 members of the illusionary star were struck hard in the chest by this force, spitting out blood. Their eyes instantly turned to fear and madness, completely losing their reason. Throughout the entire ordeal, Tan Xiaoxiao never initiated any attack. 321L. So, the illusionary star attacked first, kicked a hornet's nest, and got the backlash. Who's to blame? 322. Boss Tan didn't even fight back, just passively defended? And the entire opposing team went crazy. 323. My god. The Dreamweaver Prism plus the full-force mental impact of 5 illusionary star elites couldn't even make Sister Tan lose consciousness for more than 3 seconds. How terrifying is that mental power? 324. Terrifying. From now on, I must avoid Sister Tan and show her respect. Post number 325. Salute to the strong. Sister Tan is awesome. The forum's tone shifted instantly, with almost all discussions focusing on Tan Shishia's unfathomable strength. Posts were filled with amazement and awe. As for Illusionary Star, about to suffer a meteor shower and having lost its elite members, it had long since lost everyone's attention. On Void Star, Visser closed the forum interface that kept refreshing. Sister Tan is awesome. Then he opened the live broadcast of the meteor shower released by the Interstellar Monitoring Station. One after another, dark red and black meteors, scorching hot and dense, crashed towards Illusionary Star. The city's outline twisted and collapsed in the explosions, glaciers melted, oceans boiled and evaporated, a scene of apocalyptic hell. Visser watched silently. He could even imagine the fate of those on Illusionary Star who couldn't evacuate in time. A suffocating sense of dread ran down his spine. He turned off the uncomfortable live broadcast and clicked on the video released by the Blue Star official website. Dragging the progress bar, he repeatedly watched the scene where Tan Xiaoxiao was struck by the Dreamweaver Prism, her brief moment of disorientation followed by an instant regain of consciousness, and how she easily drove the Illusion Star team members insane. Visser closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected, he muttered to himself, his voice heavy with seriousness. Just as they warned, this woman cannot be judged by ordinary standards. That overwhelming, pure power was far more terrifying than any skill or talent. It was like an existence approaching the rule itself. Until he had absolute certainty, he should postpone any contact or probing. Tan Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand, looking at the rapidly dwindling beverage inventory on the shelf, her face filled with bewilderment. The 10 cases of drinks they received before sold like hotcakes. Every day, shortly after opening, several familiar faces would head straight for the beverage section, their eyes filled with eager anticipation and a clear goal. But in less than 2 weeks, only a few bottles remained. Tan Xiaoxiao had tried them herself. They were indeed delicious, but surely not so delicious that people would come back every day, like they were addicted. Could there be something special added that she hadn't tasted? As she was lost in thought, the wind chimes by the door jingled. Tan Xiaoxiao looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a tall man standing in the doorway. He wore a bright purple bodysuit that tightly hugged his muscles, and his hair was dyed a vibrant emerald green. Standing there, he looked like... Tan Shishia's lips twitched involuntarily. He really did look like a freshly picked purple eggplant. She quickly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, struggling to suppress a laugh. No, I can't laugh at customers, not even if they look like vegetables. She took a deep breath, forcing a straight face, and raised her head with a professional smile. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you? Ing Chia didn't come in immediately. He first looked up and carefully examined the shop's signboard, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on the sign, with a comical smiley face, as if confirming something. Tan Xiaoxiao watched this process, and felt it was strangely familiar. Oh, that big guy named Zhang Xiangyu did the same thing the first time he came. After confirming it was correct, Ing Chia finally stepped into the shop. The people of Worm Star are generally mild-mannered, but they are notoriously fond of gossip. He came mainly because the mission location was nearby and not too difficult, and he also wanted to check out Sister Tan, who was being talked about like a legend on the Interstellar Forum. She seemed nothing special. The shop was ordinary, the goods were ordinary, and the owner, well, she looked quite ordinary too, except her expression seemed a little strange, like she was trying to suppress a laugh. Ing Chia thought to himself, figuring he probably wouldn't find anything of value, and was ready to leave after a casual look. However, just as he was about to leave, His gaze was drawn to the few remaining bottles of beer on the shelf. Night Raven beer? Inchia felt an inexplicable craving well up inside him. A faint, alluring aroma made his throat dry. Seeing the customer staring intently at the Night Raven beer, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward to promote it. Handsome, you have good taste. This is our newest beer. It's selling like hotcakes, and there are only these 3 left on the shelf. Inchia blinked a few times, trying to shake off the strange attraction, but failed. The craving gnawed at his reason with a frenzied hunger. He took a deep breath, pointed at the bottles of beer, and almost blurted out, "How many are there?" "I take them all." "Okay." Tan Xiaoxiao deftly took 3 bottles of Night Raven beer from the shelf, and put them in a plastic bag. She paused, then bent down and took a bottle of Qingyu apple juice from under the counter, and stuffed it in, explaining, "The label on this apple juice is a little scratched, but it's a freebie, it won't affect the taste." Sheng Hui, 3 bottles of beer, 40 yuan in total. Tan Xiaoxiao tapped the cash register. Inchia quickly paid, grabbed the plastic bag, and strode out of the convenience store. Stepping out of the store, the overwhelming urge surged even stronger. Inchia could no longer resist. He plopped down in front of the convenience store, eagerly pulled out a bottle of Night Raven beer, bit off the cap with his teeth, and gulped it down. The icy liquid brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. However, just as he finished the bottle, Inchia felt a sudden heaviness in his head, a wave of intense dizziness washing over him. At the same time, a soft whisper suddenly rang in his ears. The voice was indistinct, fragmented, with an unsettling rhythm, as if beckoning him to some unknown place. "Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong with this beer." Alarm bells rang in Inchia's mind, and he quickly activated the Quest bracelet on his wrist. Several lines of cold, black text appeared clearly at the bottom of his status bar. Drinking Night Raven beer, permanent increase in mental strength cap plus 5%, mental pollution index plus 50%, persistent whispering hallucinations for 2 hours. Inchia gripped the remaining half bottle of beer, his fingers trembling slightly, his heart filled with shock and inner turmoil. Permanently increasing his mental strength limit by 5%? He had never seen anything that could reliably increase his mental strength limit before, but what the hell was this mental pollution index plus 50%? Increasing his strength while simultaneously and frantically polluting his mind? The price was terrifying. This differed somewhat from the description circulating on the forums. So, should he drink this beer or not? Inchia stared at the bottle of beer in his hand, which seemed like an abyss, his mind in turmoil. Ultimately, his thirst for power outweighed his fear of the unknown contamination. Mental contamination. As long as I'm careful and get plenty of rest, it eventually subside. But this mental strength ceiling, if I miss it, I might never encounter it again. However, he definitely couldn't drink any more today. Just one bottle added 50% to the contamination level, another bottle, and he was afraid he'd lose control on the spot. Inchia rubbed his throbbing temples, carefully packing the remaining beer and apple juice back into his backpack. These things, he had to drink them sparingly. At the convenience store entrance, Tan Xiaoxiao watched through the glass window as the giant purple eggplant sat by the roadside, downed a bottle of beer, and then started shaking his head and swaying, disappearing around the corner like a drunkard. She pursed her lips speechlessly and looked away. 1 bottle of beer, and he's this drunk. What kind of alcohol tolerance is that? Can't drink and yet buys so much, really. The convenience store's wind chimes rang more frequently than usual throughout the afternoon. 9 out of 10 customers headed straight for the beverage section, their eyes scanning the shelves eagerly before their faces showed obvious disappointment. "Boss, do you still have that black bottle of beer? What about apple juice? The one with the green label? Why is it sold out again?" Tan Xiaoxiao was getting a little embarrassed by the questions, and could only explain repeatedly, "Sorry, it's sold out. The new stock won't arrive for a few days." Hearing this, the customers' disappointment was palpable, some even sighing, as if they had missed out on something incredibly good. Looking at the empty beverage shelves, the initial joy of good business in Tan Xiaoxiao's heart was gradually replaced by confusion. This Night Raven beer and Green Whisper apple juice, aren't they a little too good? There are so many repeat customers, and their longing looks always seem a bit odd. Looks like I have to ask Zhao Mo to send over more, she muttered, pulling out her phone to find Zhao Mo's contact information. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Zhao Mo's distinctive, slightly hoarse yet enthusiastic voice came through. "Hello. Miss Tan? Manager Zhao, am I disturbing you?" Tan greeted him with a smile. "The beer and juice you delivered last time sold exceptionally well, almost sold out. Next time, could you double the quantity?" "No, triple it." Zhao Imo on the other end of the line seemed completely unsurprised, his voice suggesting he had expected it. I knew your customers would love our products. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, her tone warm. By the way, Ms. Tan, our factory is holding its Millennium Celebration next Wednesday. The factory will be open to the public for tours. I bring you the invitation when I deliver the new goods tomorrow. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback. This company really was going to hold a Millennium Celebration? What a boast, she thought to herself, but the thought of seeing this mysterious supplier factory, their production environment, and their raw materials wasn't a bad thing. Great, I go take a look. Tan Xiaoxiao agreed. That's wonderful. Zhao Mo's voice sounded even more excited. Then I deliver the new goods and the invitation to you first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, there was a knock on the convenience store door. Tan Xiaoxiao yawned as she opened the door, only to find Zhao Imo already standing there, a pile of 20 cases of drinks beside her. She was wearing a sharp but slightly worn suit today, a perfectly measured smile on her face, but an undeniable weariness emanated from her, likely from the exhaustion of preparing for the celebration. Good morning, Miss Tan. This is the goods you ordered, along with the invitations to the celebration. Zhao Imo handed her a thick, dark red envelope that felt cold to the touch. You're here way too early? Tan Xiaoxiao took the envelope. It felt smooth and cold to the touch, its material giving it an inexplicable strangeness. There's a lot going on at the factory before the celebration. After delivering this, I have to rush back to arrange things, Zhao Imo explained hastily, her gaze sweeping over the pile of cases. The goods are all here. Would you like to check them? I have other things to do, so I won't bother you any longer. With that, she almost impatiently turned and walked towards the small truck parked by the roadside, quickly starting the engine and driving away. Tan Xiaoxiao watched her retreating figure inside. Sigh, work is so busy. It's only 7 in the morning, isn't it? So tiring. She looked down at the envelope in her hand. On the front of the envelope, in dark gold ink that shimmered faintly, were written several lines of elegant cursive script. Invitation Ms. Tan Xiaoxiao, Convenience Store, 23 Neon Street. Silent Saliva Brewery Millennium Celebration and Open Day. Address, Number 1, Silent Road, at the end of Silent Valley. Time, 3 p.m., October 3rd, next Wednesday. Tan Xiaoxiao ran her fingers over the dark gold lettering, her fingertips catching a few specks of gold powder. She brought it closer to her nose. There was a faint, indescribable sweet-smelling, fishy smell, not very pleasant. She opened the envelope and pulled out the invitation card inside. The card was a thick, dark off-white, with a very formal layout, possessing an old-fashioned, almost rigid elegance. Dear Ms. Tan Xiaoxiao, on behalf of all colleagues at the Silent Saliva Brewery, we sincerely invite you to attend our Millennium Celebration. 1,000 years of silent accumulation, only the sweet dew flows on. At the event, you will have the opportunity to delve into the core area of our brewery, witness firsthand the unique brewing techniques passed down for millennia, and taste the rare original liquor that embodies the essence of time. Your presence will add unparalleled glory to this celebration. A map is attached. Please be sure to follow the directions. There are many forks in the road near the factory, and it is easy to get lost. Note, during the celebration, please try to remain silent and listen attentively to the whispers of the sweet dew and the flow of time. Sincerely, the Saliva of Silence Brewery. A Millennium Celebration, silent sedimentation, the whisper of nectar, the flow of time. This pretentious, affectedly literary style reeks of deliberate mystification. Sure enough, businesses these days just come up with weird gimmicks. Seasoned businesswoman Tan Xiaoxiao remarked, it's all just a way to raise prices. At the very bottom of the invitation was a dark gold, ornate, and distorted signature, the last stroke drawn out extremely long, like a long tail. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at it for a long time, but couldn't make out what it said. The boss's signature was indeed abstract. Tan Xiaoxiao closed the invitation, looked at the 4 large characters Saliva of Silence on the cover, and couldn't help but mutter a few words. No matter how many times I see it, this name is still so disgusting. Saliva of Silence? Why not just call it the Saliva Factory? She casually tossed the envelope onto the cashier's counter, her mind racing with complaints, but her curiosity was undeniably piqued. She wanted to see for herself what was going on inside this factory that could brew such an irresistible beverage, had such a strange name, and dared to boast of having a 1,000-year history. Chapter 70. Tan Xiaoxiao casually tossed the invitation into the drawer under the cashier, then opened a case of drinks to restock. Just then, the wind chimes by the door jingled. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up and saw a familiar figure walk in. It was Mr. Mu, who lived nearby. He worked the night shift as a security guard at Shishan Cemetery, about 2 kilometers away. He finished get off work around 8 o'clock every morning and would always stop by her for instant noodles, bread, or something similar for breakfast on his way home. Mr. Mu off work? Same as usual today? Tan Xiaoxiao greeted him familiarly as she placed the last bottle of beer on the shelf. Mr. Mu was wearing a dark security uniform, his hat pulled low, almost completely obscuring his face. Several half-dried, dark red stains, resembling red paint, were smeared on the cuffs of his uniform. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's question, he nodded slightly. Instead of heading to the instant noodle shelf as usual, he went straight to the beverage section. Then he started taking down bottles of Night Raven beer one after another. As his lap swelled with beer, the shelf Tan Xiaoxiao had just filled was nearly half empty. Tan Xiaoxiao stared, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but say, "Buying so much alcohol? Drinking on an empty stomach so early in the morning is bad for your stomach." Mr. Mu, carrying the mountain of beer, paused. He didn't answer or put the beer down, but instead grabbed 2 bottles of Qingyu apple juice from the nearby shelf. Then, carrying the mountain of drinks, he stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little uneasy at his posture. She opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. Okay, here's the checkout. The total is... She quickly scanned the barcode and calculated. 12 bottles of beer, 2 bottles of juice, that'd be 130 yuan. Mr. Mu pulled a wad of crumpled bills from his uniform pocket, placed them on the counter, then silently picked up the pile of drinks, turned, and pushed open the glass door to leave. On the way, he even used his teeth to open a beer bottle, and instantly downed half of it. After finishing, he carried the remaining beer, his steps unsteady, as he walked towards his apartment building. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the empty shelf, restocking with beer while frowning and muttering to herself. This is really strange. Are they all obsessed with beer? One bottle after another, drinking it like water? She shook her head. At this rate, her convenience store might become a beer specialty store. A hopeful smile graced Chen Yu's face. She had booked a visit to the Biological Research Center for 6 months straight, and finally, it was her turn. Since the arrival of the cataclysmic game, Earth's ecosystem had suffered devastating damage. Every day, species silently and completely disappeared. To preserve the flame of civilization and maintain biodiversity, as much as possible, biological research centers were established in various underground bases. They were used to raise and protect endangered animals, some of which might even be the last remaining species on the planet. For children like Qingyu, born and raised in the underground city, animals were a familiar yet unfamiliar concept. They knew about them from textbooks, but seeing them with their own eyes was almost a luxury. Each underground base had only one biological center, and the waiting list often stretched over months or even years. Chen Yu put a bottle of water and a few nutritious cockroach biscuits into her backpack. Grandma Chen, sitting beside her, looked up, a kind smile on her face, and took out a bright red, fragrant nectarine, placing it in Chen Yu's backpack. Chen Yu sat down next to her grandmother, her excitement overflowing. "Grandma, when I get to the biology center tomorrow, the first thing I do is go to the cat enclosure to see Xiao Bai. Its blue eyes are so beautiful." She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes full of anticipation. "Grandma, I heard that when you were young, almost every household could keep cats and dogs. Is that true?" Grandma Chen seemed lost in some warm memory, tinged with a touch of sadness. "Back when your grandfather and I were dating, everyone else was giving flowers and chocolates, but your grandfather brought home a little kitten, all gray and round." Chen Yu was immediately captivated, letting out a soft exclamation. "Wow! Grandpa was so romantic." A faint smile appeared on Grandma Chen's face, but it was quickly swallowed by bitterness. She pulled out an old, worn-out cell phone, and after a long while, she found a blurry photo. In the photo, a round-headed, gray kitten was looking timidly at the camera, its eyes big and round. Its name was Gray. Grandma Chen's voice lowered. "It's all my fault. I didn't know how to take good care of it. It got a heart condition, and I didn't even notice in time. It was only 8 years old." And then, the smile vanished from Chen Yu's face, and she couldn't help but grasp her grandmother's hand. Grandma Chen took a deep breath, her voice tinged with numbness. "Actually, thinking about it later, it's better that it left sooner. At least, it wouldn't have had to suffer later." The words weren't fully spoken, but Chen Yu understood her grandmother's meaning. After the ghostly disaster game, natural disasters were frequent, and survival resources were extremely scarce. Humans themselves were struggling to survive, living hand to mouth. Where would they find the resources and energy to care for these small animals? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Chinyu leaned closer, hugging her grandmother's arm affectionately, trying to change the subject. Grandma, when I get back from the biology center tomorrow night, I use my saved allowance to buy you a piece of rice candy, okay? With improvements in planting techniques, rice harvests began to come in consecutive years, greatly alleviating the food shortage. The government opened up part of the grain market, no longer implementing a complete rationing system. Some business-minded people began to buy rice and develop various rice-based snacks. Although the price was still not cheap for ordinary families, it was still an occasional treat. Grandma Chen chuckled at her granddaughter's antics and gently poked Chinyu's forehead. Grandma's so old, she's almost toothless. How could she possibly chew anything? I bet you're the one who wanted to eat it, you little glutton. Chinyu chuckled, rubbing her forehead, easing the tense atmosphere considerably. The next morning, Chinyu, carrying her bag, met up with Yu Lily at the bus stop. The two girls were incredibly excited. Chinyu whispered mysteriously in Yu Lily's ear, Lily, I brought some nectarines today, I share half with you at lunchtime. Yu Lily's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously. After identity verification, the two finally entered the Biological Research Center. The smell of disinfectant, animal feed, and other odors mingled together, creating an unpleasant odor. The interior space was large, but because there were so many animals living there, it still felt somewhat oppressive. As soon as Chinyu entered, she unhesitatingly pulled Yu Lily towards the feline enclosure they had been longing to see. Along the way, they passed the large feline enclosures. Through the thick reinforced glass, they could see emaciated, listless tigers, lions, leopards. They lay motionless, their eyes vacant, all their wildness gone. Yu Lily couldn't help but whisper, they look so pitiful. Chinyu slowed her pace. There's nothing we can do. The ecosystem is collapsing, and there isn't enough food. The research center can only try to keep them alive with nutrient solutions. We can't just watch them all go extinct. The two girls exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness and heaviness in each other's eyes. They quickened their pace, and finally arrived at the feline enclosure. The atmosphere here was relatively relaxed. Various breeds of cats stayed in their respective glass enclosures, most sleeping, and the few awake were just lazily grooming themselves. Chinyu immediately spotted a pure white kitten in the corner. Little White. Chinyu whispered, waving excitedly at the glass. Little White's ears twitched, its blue eyes glanced at Chinyu, then lazily rolled over, completely ignoring her. Chinyu wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she found it incredibly cute and actually lay outside the glass, gazing at it intently for a long time. It wasn't until Yu Lily impatiently tugged at her sleeve that she glanced at the time. Oh dear, it's almost noon. Let's go eat, we're starving. The two girls hurried out of the feline enclosure and sat down on a public bench outside the marine life exhibit. Chinyu took out water and biscuits from her backpack, then carefully pulled out a bright red nectarine, broke it in half, and handed it to Yu Lily. Yu Lily happily accepted it and carefully nibbled on the sweet, juicy flesh. Just then, an elderly man, hunched over and wearing faded white clothes, came out, leaning on a cane. His face was etched with the marks of time, and he looked even older than Grandma Chen. He shuffled to a bench not far from them and sat down, pulling out half a hard, dry biscuit from his pocket. He nibbled on it, looking both lonely and heartbroken. Watching the old man struggle to swallow, Chinyu felt a pang of sadness. She took out the unopened bottle of water from her backpack, stood up, and went over. Grandpa, have some water. Just eating biscuits is too dry. The old man looked up at her, glanced at Chinyu, then at the water in her hand, his voice hoarse. No need, good child. Thank you, I brought my own water. He picked up the worn-out old water bottle beside him, and waved it at Chinyu. Seeing the old man insist, Chinyu didn't say anything more and returned to his seat. The old man quickly finished his biscuits, took a small sip of water, and then, leaning on his cane, hurriedly returned to the Marine Life Museum. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Chinyu asked curiously, is the Marine Life Museum really that interesting? Yu Lily shook her head. She always accompanied Chinyu to the cat exhibit, and had never been inside the aquarium. I don't know. Anyway, it's still early, shall we go in and take a look? Inside the Marine Life Museum, the lighting was dim, and various colorful and uniquely shaped marine creatures swam in the water. While the two girls were dazzled by the sights, they also felt a similar oppressive, confining atmosphere as they had experienced in the feline enclosure. In this era, even humans struggle, let alone animals. Just as they finished their stroll and were about to leave, they saw the old man again in front of a large aquarium in a secluded corner. He was almost pressed against the glass of the aquarium, motionless and staring intently inside. Inside the aquarium was only a small, thin, dull-skinned white dolphin. It circled tirelessly, again and again, within a small area, its eyes vacant. Qingyu immediately recognized this as typical stereotypical behavior. She looked at the old man and saw only sadness, heartache, and despair in his eyes. Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered her courage and pulled Yu Lily forward. "Grandpa, are you looking at this white dolphin?" Seeing that it was the little girl who had given him water earlier, he hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. Perhaps it had been too long since anyone had cared for him, or perhaps the emotions pent up inside needed an outlet. "When I was young, I was a fisherman. Before the catastrophe, the sea was still blue, stretching as far as the eye could see." The old man looked at the white dolphin, his eyes softening for a moment. "There's a saying in our village that seeing a white dolphin at sea is a lucky omen, a day when the catch will be overflowing with fish and shrimp. So for generations, the village has revered the white dolphin as a sacred animal. Once, when I was at sea, I encountered an injured little white dolphin. It took a lot of effort to rescue it, and I even named it Yaya. I never imagined that little guy would become fixated on that stretch of sea near our village and refuse to leave. Every time I went out to sea, it would swim over and follow my boat." A brief moment of happiness flickered across the old man's face, seemingly recalling something, but it was quickly replaced by sorrow. Later, the old man's voice lowered, filled with grief and resentment. The world changed, the sea changed, the white dolphins were gone, almost all of them. The old man's fingers unconsciously dug into the glass, his voice choked with emotion. The people at the aquarium said, this was the last one on Earth, created using cloning technology. It didn't even have a companion. How lonely it must have been, circling around like this every day. Qingyu and Yu Lily fell silent. In fact, it wasn't just white dolphins. Earth had many such endangered species, destined for extinction. Looking at the old man's hunched back, looking at the white dolphin in the tank, exhibiting stereotypical behaviors due to long-term captivity and loneliness, all words of comfort seemed so pale and powerless. The two women said nothing, simply standing silently beside the old woman. They watched quietly as the world's last white dolphin circled tirelessly in its tank, again and again, until the closing music played and staff began clearing the area. The old woman seemed to awaken from a dream, her eyes glancing once more at the small, thin dolphin. In an almost inaudible, soft, trembling voice, she whispered goodbye. Sitting on the bus home, Qingyu and Yu Lily were unusually silent. They grew up in a post-apocalyptic world. Animals were mostly things they knew from textbooks. Only today, the sorrow in the old woman's eyes, and the white dolphin destined to die alone, truly made them feel the weight of the situation. In the conference room of the underground command center, Chang Haoqi frowned deeply. He looked at Bian Ruijin, who stood ramrod straight before him, his voice serious and low. "The matching results for the next mission are in." Chang Haoqi paused, observing Bian Ruijin's reaction. "The opponent is Water Source Star." Bian Ruijin tensed for a moment, then raised his right arm, giving a standard salute, his voice firm and powerful. "Reporting, Commander, the Fire Seed Squad fears no opponent. We guarantee mission completion." Chang Haoqi walked to Bian Ruijin, a rare hint of worry in his voice. In the previous team battle instance, although Blue Star lost, thanks to Boss Tan, the mental plague didn't affect Blue Star. Given Lu Ji's vengeful nature, this time she'd only be even more frenzied and ruthless. "I remember." Chang Haoqi's voice softened slightly. "We still have a natural disaster exemption card." Bian Ruijin's eyes flickered. This card was their trump card, a life-saving measure they had obtained from a previous mission. Although it hadn't worked against the mental plague last time, its value was still extraordinary. Chang Haoqi took a deep breath and patted Bian Ruijin on the shoulder. "I know you're not afraid to die. There are no cowards among the warriors of Blue Star. But if the mission situation deteriorates beyond repair, we can temporarily abandon the mission and prioritize evacuation." Bian Ruijin's Adam's apple bobbed. Abandoning the mission meant potentially facing the punishment for mission failure, plunging Blue Star into crisis once again. He nodded with difficulty. "Yes, Commander. I understand." Just then, a technician beside him operated the control panel, and the screen in the conference room lit up. The homepage of the Interstellar Communication Forum was projected, displaying a large number of posts filled with malice and provocation. "Blue Star bugs, wash your necks and wait. The next mission will be your death. Last time you escaped by chance, this time I will not give you any chance. Lord Liugo will crush you one by one to offer as a sacrifice to my sacred Lake Vikana on Water Source Star." I heard Blue Star just had a few good days. Too bad, it's over. Just wait, the next mission will be the countdown to the restart of your civilization. Betting open. Betting on how many minutes Blue Star can last in this mission and be wiped out. I bet 10 minutes. Captain Yoga is mighty. Water Source Star will win. Posts filled with hostility and curses refresh rapidly, almost dominating the entire forum page. Occasionally, comments from users on other planets, either observing the spectacle or remaining neutral, would appear, but these were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming malice from Water Source Star. Chong Hao's face instantly darkened with anger. He raised a hand to rub his aching temples, his brows furrowed, his tone filled with annoyance and helplessness. This Water Source Star is like a stubborn plaster that just won't go away. He shut down the irritating forum projector, suppressing all his emotions as he looked at Bien Ruijin. Go back and conserve your energy. Get some rest. Yes, Commander. Bien Ruijin saluted again, turned, and left the conference room. In the early morning, Tan Xiaoxiao tidied herself up, then bent down and patted Dahei's shiny, oily head. Sweetie, I have to go to a supplier's. Millennium celebration today. She waved the strangely textured invitation in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of absurdity that she herself found amusing. Sounds pretty intimidating, doesn't it? You stay home and mind the shop, don't cause any trouble. Big Black twitched its wet nose, brought the invitation closer to sniff it carefully, then tilted its head, as if recalling something. The next second, it seemed to suddenly realize something, its eyes lighting up. It grabbed Tan Xiaoxiao's leg with both paws, refusing to let go, its meaning unmistakable. It wanted to come along. Tan Xiaoxiao was bewildered by its sudden action, and couldn't help but rub the dog's head. I'm going to someone's company anniversary celebration, not a picnic. What's the point of bringing a dog? Big Black persisted, using every trick in the book, rolling around, exposing its belly, and employing every cute and affectionate tactic imaginable. But bringing a dog to a formal occasion was simply too inappropriate. Tan Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, resolutely pushed the dog's head away, and prepared to leave. Seeing that her attempts to be affectionate were ineffective, Dahei gave her a mournful look. Then, it pulled out a dusty bottle of pepper spray from somewhere, and stared at her intently, as if to say, "You're not going out without this. Why do you want me to bring this? It's not like I'm going to a fight." Seeing Dahei's stubbornness, although she found it a bit absurd, she resignedly picked up the bottle of pepper spray and stuffed it into her backpack. Fine, take it, I'm really scared of you. Is it okay now? Dahei finally breathed a sigh of relief, wagged its tail, and watched her leave. Standing on the street, Tan Xiaoxiao hailed a taxi. The moment she got in, she instinctively looked up at the driver's seat, and there he was again, the familiar driver. Tan Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, her vigilance instantly heightened. Once could be a coincidence, twice could be fate, but this repeated occurrence, anyone would suspect they were being followed. "Sir, we meet again?" she tentatively asked, her gaze suspiciously sweeping over the driver's profile. This is too much of a coincidence. When the driver saw Tan Xiaoxiao in the rearview mirror, a flicker of fear crossed his face. Ever since this woman emerged unscathed from the sleeping Furniture City, the Furniture City had remained closed, shut down for renovations, with no word from them since. Heaven knows what that old lady was up to in there. His gaze fell on the invitation Tan Xiaoxiao had casually placed on the seat, and his heart skipped a beat. The material, the color, it could only be that. The driver hurriedly lowered his head, his tone involuntarily tinged with humility and fear. "Yes, this area is remote, business is slow, I'm the only one running this route, so I basically have all the business on my plate." Tan Xiaoxiao was skeptical, noticing the driver glancing at the invitation every now and then. She simply picked it up and waved it. "Here, the Silent Saliva Brewery, you know? They specifically invited me to their Millennium Celebration." Saying the words Millennium Celebration made her blush slightly. This company was really exaggerating. But the driver's reaction clearly surprised her. He showed no suspicion whatsoever, in fact, his face showed a hint of awe. "The Silent Valley, that's a very famous place." He paused, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. But my abilities are limited, I can only take you to the entrance of the Silent Valley. Further in, it's about 2 kilometers more, you might have to walk." Tan Xiaoxiao automatically translated limited abilities, as the road is too bad for a car to go in. Although she felt walking 2 kilometers was a bit of a rip-off, seeing the driver's apprehensive look, she could only nod helplessly. "All right, just to the entrance." The car drove towards the outskirts of the city, the buildings outside the window becoming increasingly sparse, the scenery increasingly desolate. Looking at the route that was almost entering the forest, Tan Xiaoxiao felt uneasy. This factory's location is too remote. We're almost in the mountains. Is this okay? The driver stopped at the entrance of a dirt road, respectfully opened the car door for Tan Xiaoxiao, and then pointed to the winding path leading deep into the forest. Just keep walking straight ahead. Tan Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable with his overly formal manner. She thanked him, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped onto the mist-shrouded path. As soon as she entered, an inexplicable silence enveloped her. Even the birdsong and insect chirps vanished. As she walked, Tan Xiaoxiao sensed something was wrong. The scenery around her seemed to be repeating itself. She felt like she was circling back to where she had just been. Am I lost in a maze? She thought, stopping in frustration. She pulled the invitation from her bag, looking at the map on the back, and comparing it to her surroundings. There are so many forks in the road. Thank goodness the company is considerate, otherwise I would have really gotten lost. She took a few more steps forward, following the map. Several jet-black vines, seemingly alive, slowly coiled around her ankles, but just before they touched her, they recoiled as if burned and vanished into thin air. At the same time, her figure staggered and appeared at another entrance to the silent valley. Yan Ruijin and the others had just opened their eyes when they were startled by the surroundings. A dense, eerie primeval forest, towering ancient trees that blotted out the sky, dim and unclear light. Countless muddy, winding paths like a maze. The four of them tensed up, instantly forming a defensive formation back-to-back in perfect unison. This place felt terrible, as if deadly danger lurked everywhere. Just then, their quest bracelets vibrated simultaneously, and a cold system notification appeared before them. Loading instance. Silent Saliva Brewery. The Silent Saliva Brewery, a legendary beverage factory with a 1,000-year history, boasts star products like Night Raven beer and Green Whisper apple juice, which have been popular for years, captivating countless tasters. What unique formula creates such mesmerizing flavors? However, before attending the celebration, you must first leave this friendly Silent Valley. Are you ready? Mission objective. Obtain the Silent Saliva Beverage Factory's secret formula. Mission rewards. 500 points. Silent Amulet. Slightly increases mental resistance when worn, ensuring constant alertness. 1 chance to win a prize. Failure penalty. High-intensity corrosive acid rain for 1 week. High-intensity acid rain. For 1 week. Yan Ruijin felt a chill run down his spine. The acid rain in the disaster game was definitely not ordinary acid rain. If this acid rain were to fall on Blue Star, the nascent ecological environment would suffer a devastating blow. Yan Ruijin's gaze shifted upwards, and when he saw the lottery chance in the rewards, his heart skipped a beat. He had only encountered 2 instances without a lottery chance. One was the Disaster City First Hospital on Water Source Star, forcibly designated using items, and the other was the Sleeping Furniture City. Could it be that the Sleeping Furniture City was forcibly modified by some mysterious force, resulting in no lottery chance? Then this time. Team Leader Bien. Watch your step. Su Jing's exclamation pulled him back from his reverie. Yan Ruijin looked down and realized that the stone beside his feet was moving on its own. No, it wasn't a stone at all, but a giant centipede, perfectly disguised, its surface covered in slime and moss. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. If he had been even a second slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, they soon realized that what they had just experienced was merely an appetizer. The vines on the trees instantly came to life, coiling around them like venomous snakes. Inhaling the spores floating in the air would produce maddening hallucinations, and strange whispers could be heard from within the thick fog, constantly attacking their brains. The four felt as if every step they took was a matter of life and death. Yan Yitong's arm was suddenly slashed by a withered branch, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. Su Jing's mind was overwhelmed by the hallucinations, and she was on the verge of collapse. Even more terrifying, after desperately resisting yet another attack, they found themselves exhausted, back where they had started. Su Qingguang's pent-up fear and despair erupted instantly. He collapsed onto the muddy ground, wailing like a child. I'm not going any further. We can't get out. We all die here. What? His cries and screams were jarringly loud in the deathly silence of the valley. Su Jing and Yan Yitong turned pale and tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. On a fork in the road not far away, a blurry, twisted, indescribable shadow suddenly appeared in the thick fog and rapidly approached them. The malice and danger emanating from that thing far surpassed any monster they had encountered before. It's over. This was the thought that simultaneously rose in everyone's minds. However, just as that terrifying shadow was about to break through the fog and reveal its hideous face. A figure they knew intimately, one they had longed for day and night, emerged from the bushes to the side, muttering to himself while looking down at a map in his hand. What a terrible map. It's so unclear. It seems like it turns around here? Tan Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, frowning, completely oblivious to the four wounded, disheveled, and dumbfounded acquaintances not far away, as well as the dangerous-looking shadow. A thin mist shrouded her, yet dared not approach, as if fearing something. Tan Xiaoxiao accidentally kicked a stone, which rolled away and struck the terrifying shadow. The shadow paused, letting out a soft hiss, and actually retreated a few steps in fear. Tan? Sister Tan? Su Jing and Yan Yitong's eyes widened instantly, as if they had seen a savior descend. Su Qingwang practically scrambled towards Tan Xiaoxiao, tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Sister Tan! Wah! Sister Tan, help! Monsters! So many monsters! We almost died, wah! In the Blue Star livestream room, after a brief silence, the chat exploded. Sister Tan! It's Sister Tan! How could she be here? Is she a savior sent by the gods? Wah, I knew it! Heaven hasn't forsaken Blue Star. I was so scared. I thought we were really going to be wiped out. Although, Sister Tan seems confused. Never mind. Cling to Sister Tan. As long as Sister Tan is here, there's hope.